This guy right here is our main character. And this is the main character's future wife. She's a top-tier powerhouse at the Mahayana stage. So gorgeous that guys lose their minds just looking at her. That's right, in his past life, our MC was a demon lord who slaughtered an entire clan of pigs. Because of that, he was hunted down by so many people that he had to self-destruct, reincarnating back to the moment he first met his wife. But right now, his wife has no idea who this nobody is. Let's see how our MC uses his bullshitting skills and knowledge from his past life to woo this Mahayana stage powerhouse. Bro, remember to like and subscribe to help the channel survive. A pack of werewolves spotted a delicate-looking girl and rushed in to tear her apart. But without a hint of fear on her face, she waved her hand and sent the entire pack to the scoreboard. She looked at the scene before her, unable to help but feel pity. I didn't expect such an ordinary village to be attacked by wolf demons. These poor mortals. Suddenly, the MC, who was sleeping soundly, sat up and mumbled a few sentences. Am I not dead yet? Where the hell am I? He looked at the babe in front of him and couldn't help but scream out in excitement. Hanyin, Hanyin, why are you here? Did you save me? Hanyin's resistance seemed a bit weak. How do you know my name? Let go of me first. I won't turn around. The MC, being a pro, took the opportunity to hug Hanyin and speak. Hanyin, I know you're very angry, but I didn't mean to leave you behind and perish with that guy. Don't worry, from now on, I definitely won't be impulsive anymore. We will live peacefully together day by day. Huh? Why are you trembling? Hanyin immediately shoved the MC away, sending him flying 1,000,000,000 meters. His best friend rushed over, worried. Xiaofeng, how are you? Are you still alive? Xiao Yifeng, speak to me. Hurry up and apologize to the fairy. If you die, I'll have to take care of your sister. Fairy, please don't blame him. Xiaofeng is just mentally traumatized because he saw the Xiao family village destroyed. He also smoked a lot of weird stuff yesterday, so he's talking nonsense. Yizhu, see? Strange, why is he here? Didn't the Xiao village disappear many years ago? Could it be I returned to the past? Then the MC recalled the events of his past life. The fairy just called the MC husband. Promise me. You must return safely. I promise you. I will definitely not leave you behind. Scene shifts to when the MC was about to die. To think the dignified 7 kills demon lord would see this day. I definitely won't. Be controlled by others again. The MC laughed maniacally and self-destructed, dragging his enemies to the scoreboard with him. Yifeng woke up, scared out of his wits. It wasn't a dream. I really haven't died. Moreover, you finally woke up. Follow me. Our hall master wants to see you. Fairy, may I ask? Where is this? This is the ship heading towards the Wentian Sect. Hurry up and follow me. The hall master has been waiting for you for a long time. Okay, baby, I'm coming. It really is like that. I really returned to the past. This is when Lu Hanyin saved me all those years ago. Although she became my wife later, right now she doesn't know me yet. Suddenly, the automatic sensor door closed. Hey, why did you close the door? Are you planning to assault me? You are Xiao Yifeng? No mistake, this is the Guanghan Fairy. Wentian Palace, Mahayana Stage Cultivation. Guanghan Fairy of the Wentian Sect. Cold and arrogant like snow. Pure as jade and ice. She is the most outstanding female cultivator in the cultivation world. In this world, countless men have lost their minds just by meeting her. But for so many years, very few people even know her real name. However, today, Hanyin asked the MC, "What did you learn my name?" Hanyin, I know what I'm about to say sounds unbelievable, but you must believe me. I really didn't smoke anything. I transmigrated back here from the future. As for why I know your name, it's because I am your husband. I'll give you one more chance to tell the truth. Crap, I'm dead. I'm dead. In the past, every time she got bristly, she had this reaction. Wifey, I'm really not lying to you. All right, your favorite fruit is bananas, especially my banana. What you fear most are snakes. Back when you were immortal, you were bitten by a dog. You like silver carp. And also, your childhood nickname was Yin Yin. Your father found a fortune teller to name you that. Hanyin was furious and shouted loudly. Shut up. Then she choked the MC. You investigated in such detail. You must be a spy sent by the demon sect. Speak. Who sent you here? What I said is all true. You have the innate ice meridian. You cultivate the ice hard art, not the Wentian 9 scrolls of the Wentian sect. My main cultivation method. Only my master and I know about it. How is it leaked to the outside? Could it be Master? I really didn't expect you to be able to probe into such confidential matters. It seems I can only kill you first and search your memories later. Seeing the situation going south, the MC unleashed his ultimate move. On your thigh, there's a red birthmark shaped like a teardrop. Hearing that, Hanyin immediately dropped the MC. Huh, this. Generally speaking, this can't be intelligence a spy could see, right? Hanyin blushed and asked shyly. You, how do you know? I also know that on your right chest, there's a mark of an ice lotus. Formed from the ice heart art you cultivate. Your master told you to cultivate this technique. Actually, it is a furnace cultivation technique. Cultivating this technique. Once you lose your virginity, all your power will transfer to the other party. Fortunately, you later discovered your master's conspiracy. So you plotted to secretly kill him and covered up this accident. You hid it from everyone. That is how we have the Guanghan Fairy and the Hall Master of Feishua Hall today, also known as my wife, Lu Hanyin. At this moment, Hanyin seemed to believe him. These matters, unless I said them myself. Otherwise, no one could possibly know. You said you came from the future. What happened to us in the future? And did the vitamin channel get the diamond play button yet? The MC sighed and said, the future is a chaotic era unseen in 1,000 years. Starting in the year 50, the great war between good and evil begins once again. The flames of war burn endlessly across the divine continent. For halls of the Wentian Sect are destroyed. The Qishao Sect betrays and joins the demon sect. The Luoshu Gate exists only in name. 2 great monks of Wuxian Temple pass away, and I was framed by a traitor of the Wentian Sect. Bearing the crime of killing my master, I fled across the world. Unexpectedly, I met you. We became Dao companions. Later, we decided to retire from the martial world together, ignoring worldly affairs. But enemies found our door. Then I perished together with the opponent. I thought I would never have the fate to see you again in this life. I didn't expect to open my eyes and return to the time you saved me all those years ago. Hanyin, seeing you again. It's really good. Outside, the maids were confused why the MC was in there for so long. We're almost at the sect. That guy hasn't come out yet? I don't know what business the Hall Master has with him. Probably just asking a few things. No need to care. Our Hall Master's attitude towards men. Don't you know it? True. Especially since he's just immortal. Scene shifts to inside the room. At this moment, the MC is writing something. Is this the improved technique you mentioned? That's right. This is the improved version of the ice hard art that took 300 years of dual cultivation between you and me to research. The paths of these meridians are very complex. They are all meridians only found in the innate ice meridian. Ordinary people cannot practice it. Right. Wifey, you are so smart. This method was created specifically for you. Not only is it more powerful, but it's no longer a furnace technique. With this, back then when we lived as husband and wife, you wouldn't have lost your cultivation. Hearing that, Hanyin jumped. What are you saying? Who is your wifey? Even if in the future you really are? Who says that Lu Hanyin of yours is definitely me? Right? Maybe. That was just in another world. She and I are basically not the same person. She even brought up the parallel universe theory. This girl's imagination is really big. You have a point. Maybe you really are my wife. This improved technique was prepared by me for my wifey. I can't let others take advantage of it. Hearing the MC make sense, she couldn't help but panic. Hey you, how can you be like that? Are you planning to steal the token of love between me and my wifey? No, who cares? I'll think of my own way. Hey, just kidding. Actually, giving it to you isn't impossible. As long as you give birth to a few dozen kids for me. Ah, wrong. I give you the technique, and you accept me as a direct disciple. How about it? How is that possible? My Feishua Hall is all female. How can I let you enter my sect? If you enter and get all the female disciples pregnant, what then? Then there's no negotiation. The MC shrugged and started acting. All right then. I won't disturb the Hall Master anymore. I will leave now. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. She bit her lip, thought for 5 billion seconds, and decided to call the MC back. Just waiting for that. The MC smiled very dangerously. I can let you enter my sect, but you cannot do anything that goes against the righteous path. Otherwise, I won't spare you. All right, and also, our relationship. You cannot tell anyone. Okay, babe, no problem. So what should you do now? I'll go write the technique immediately. Scene shifts to the outside. The crowd of extras arrived at the Sect and couldn't help but be surprised. Wow, is that where the Immortals live? Suddenly, Hanyin spoke loudly from above. That is the Wentian Sect. Miss Sect, you are all suitable disciples to enter my sect in this election. Before entering the sect, you all must participate in a spiritual power test to determine your spiritual root aptitude. Later, which hall of the Wentian Sect you can enter depends entirely on your destiny. Deep in the crowd, Yijusi had no idea where the MC had disappeared to. Where did that kid Xiao Feng go? Suddenly, the MC appeared, scaring him to death. Hey, where are you looking for? Where did you go? I looked for you forever and couldn't find you. Just want to apologize to the fairy. Xiao Feng, I just heard, aside from the two of us who joined halfway, the mortals here are all disciples accepted in this batch by the Immortals. Their cultivation aptitude is very high. Yijusi asked worriedly, if our spiritual roots aren't good, then perhaps we will be kicked out of here, right? What are you afraid of? This kind of cultivation stuff. Besides talent, you also need destiny. Maybe your destiny is very good. You have a point. I will try my best. Haha, you kid naturally have destiny. Who would have thought you were the one with the strongest aptitude among these disciples? Much stronger than me. But this time I came prepared. Go. Let's go participate in the spiritual power test. Scene shifts to the Sect's spiritual power testing area. Xiao Feng, look over there. Immortals are all around. Moreover, why are there empty seats in front of them? Those are the seats for the hall masters of the 9 great halls of Wentian Pavilion. Look over there. Suddenly, 9 pillars of light appeared on the 9 chairs, corresponding to the 9 hall masters appearing. Xiao Feng, hurry and bow together. Don't be rude. The MC also bowed, but his head was still raised to check out girls. Rise. Welcome to my Wentian Sect. I am Guangling, Sect Master of the Wentian Sect. You young friends are all favored children of heaven from different places. Qualified to join. Enter my sect. But before entering, you still need to take a spiritual root test. After that, the masters of each hall will select you for entry. Do you understand? Okay, understood. Seeing his friend a bit tense, the MC comforted him. Don't be afraid, bro. You will definitely get in. This object is the spiritual power tester. It can determine your spiritual root aptitude, divided into 4 grades. Jia, Bing, Si, Din, Di. Those whose names I call, step forward. Shout loud and clear for attendance points. Then place both hands on it and test. Zhengyu. Present, sir. Just put your hands on it. Okay. With spiritual root. Yizhong, be medium. Passable. Next. Zhang Lingyi. Daddy's here. I wonder what that kid's spiritual root is. If it's EB, then it'll be easy for me to find a reason to get him into my sect. Junior sister Wang Han. Looking at you, have you already set your sights on a disciple? Not yet. It's Yijusi's turn to step up to the plate. Tested for spiritual root. Received Jia Shang, a top talent. Haha, junior brother Yi. Congratulations. Congratulations. Come to my room tonight for a sword fight and discussion. Guangling saw he acquired a high-talent disciple and smiled so hard his eyes closed. Haha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to meet a disciple with such good aptitude this time. Junior sister Wang Han. I heard this disciple is one of the 2 you brought up halfway. I wonder about the other one. Next, Xiao Yifeng. Sigh. I didn't expect to have to experience this again. He placed his hand on it, as if he already knew what was coming. The orb displayed the words Ding Xia, D bottom, leaving the crowd speechless. Is that real or fake? Am I seeing things? Ding Xia? Did he smoke something yesterday and hasn't woken up yet? Didn't they say these are all geniuses from various places? Why is there someone with such aptitude? Ding Xia. This aptitude is basically no different from an ordinary person, right? I heard at most they can only be a servant. At most, make him a servant for some department. You, do you want to try again? Maybe the object. The test was wrong. No need, no need. Don't I know how useless I am? Hearing that, the examiner was confused. Why isn't this following the script? Something is wrong. The MC walked over to Juicy with a smile. How is it? Great genius. Are you much more outstanding than me? Xiao Feng. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Don't overthink it. It's your talent. Cherish it. Besides, am I the type of person who needs aptitude? Yeah, I know. Huh. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Huh. Seems like she's quite angry. Hanyin couldn't help but worry. This kid, why does he have this kind of aptitude? Master of YA Hall. Su Tianyi was furious. He slammed the table and chair, shouting, "Which bastard took a bribe to let a kid with this aptitude enter my sect? Taking money is one thing, but at least don't be so excessive." Hanyin suddenly spoke up. "I was the one who let this person in. Does junior brother Tianyi have an opinion? Even if it's senior sister Wang Han, you shouldn't bring back a disciple with such aptitude, right? Did you not test him before? Sorry, I forgot. Why so tense? I'll definitely remember next time." Forgot? Forgot. How can you forget something like this? Senior sister, how many times has this been? Why do you keep forgetting these important things? Junior brother, Su, seems very angry. Temper hot as ice cream. This is by Master by Yuan, Hall Master of the Pill Pavilion. Taoist Guangwei, Hall Master of Qinkuan, also chimed in. If he's not angry, who would be? The halls choose disciples based on the ranking of the annual true martial competition. YA Hall is ranked last, which means, unless we shamelessly chase that person away, otherwise that disciple will definitely be his. A moment later, Sect Master, Hall Masters. The spiritual power test for the disciples is complete. This time, there are a total of 78 disciples. Then let's go by the order of the last true martial competition. Qinkuan Hall chooses a disciple first. Junior brother Guangwei. Invite Minghai. Go. You know how to choose. Yes. Then next is my Taiji Hall. Xuani, I leave the selection of junior brothers and sisters to you. Okay. Next is Feishua Hall, ranked third. Junior sister Wang Han. It's your turn. Mingi. Old rules. Yes, Hall Master. Mingi approached the MC. But not the MC, rather the babe standing behind him. You follow me. A moment later, just as predicted, no one chose the MC. Exactly like the previous life. But, is she planning to break her promise? No, she isn't that kind of person. Junior brother Su, it's finally your turn. But there's only one person left. No need to choose anymore, right? I won't choose. You guys did this on purpose. Suddenly, Hanyin interrupted. Junior brother Su, if you really don't want to choose, then let him enter my sect. Since I let him in, I should be responsible for him. The Wentian sect keeps its word. Junior sister Wang Han. Are you saying you want to accept him into Guanghan Hall? But isn't your place full of female disciples? Sect Master Senior Brother. Our Wentian sect is the leading sect of the righteous path. We not only convince others with martial arts, but more importantly, with integrity. So what if his spiritual root is low? For so many years in the cultivation world, it's not like there haven't been people with poor spiritual roots who succeeded in cultivation. Just one disciple. My Guanghan Hall can feed him. But if we chase away a disciple we promised to accept, wouldn't the sect's integrity become a joke? How would we face the world in the future, worthy of being junior sister Wang Han? This is the demeanor a hall master of our sect should have. Compared to someone, he completely lacks the appearance of a great sect master. That's right. Although Guanghan Hall is full of women, this heart is truly an example for us. Sigh. Then look at a certain hall. No wonder it's been going downhill in recent years. Junior brother Tua, keep your voice down, or someone might explode from anger. The master of YA Hall couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Enough, you bastards. I'm also a hall master of the Wentian sect. Does my YA Hall need others to feed a disciple? Isn't it just that his spiritual root is bad? I'll make him a direct disciple. I don't believe I can't teach him. What? Direct disciple? Is this guy so pissed he turned stupid? Wait, junior brother Su. Xiao Yifeng is clearly mine. Senior sister Wang Han. Your Guanghan Hall has already chosen a disciple. Isn't that right? Indeed. Everyone, although my YA Hall is ranked last among the halls, I also have dignity. Even if there's only one disciple left. Now is the time for my YA Hall to choose. Xiao Yifeng. I choose him for sure. If you choose, then choose. Why shout so loud? All right. It seems today all 9 halls of the Wentian sect have gained something. Then I am relieved. Hanyin was speechless. I didn't expect to overact. Don't blame me. I try my best. The MC didn't understand what the hell the situation was. Scene shifts to the main mountain of YA Hall. Junior brother Xiao. This is the main mountain of our YA Hall. YA Hall, where Master lives, is right ahead. This is the eldest disciple of YA Hall. Xiang Tian. He patted the MC to encourage him. Don't worry, junior brother. Since you came to our YA Hall, I won't let anyone bully you. The MC suddenly grabbed his shoulder because Xiang Tian forgot the MC was weak as a dog. Sorry, junior brother, your body is too weak. I couldn't control my strength. Seems like it's dislocated. Let me fix it for you. Stop. I'm Phoenix. We should hurry into the hall. Senior brother Xiang is still the same. Exactly like in my memories. Completely unaware of how strong he is. Speaking of which, in my past life, I also joined YA Hall. Only back then, I was just a labor disciple. It took 20 years to step-by-step become an official disciple. At that time, the person in charge of teaching me cultivation was senior brother Xiang. I suffered a lot back then. This time, thanks to my wifey, I don't know how I stumbled into becoming a direct disciple of YA Hall. Actually, it's not bad. Scene shifts to inside the hall. Dad, did you really find a junior brother for me? When will he arrive? This is Su Miaoqing, daughter of Su Tianyi. Su Tianyi Saif. At that time, the blood just rushed to my head. I spoke casually. That won't do. You said you'd accept him as a disciple in front of so many people. I think accepting a disciple is also very good. Didn't you say so yourself? Although this child has low aptitude, his mind is very mature. If it's too hard, I'll help you teach him. This is Lin Ziyun, wife of Su Tianyi. Master, mistress. Junior brother Xiao is here. Gumin, junior brother Xiao. Just do as I said just now. Thank you, senior brother. Yifeng confidently pushed the door open, entered, clasped his hands, and introduced himself. Disciple Xiao Yifeng pays respects to master and mistress. Pays respects to senior sister. In the Wentian sect, disciples are usually divided into labor disciples, outer disciples, and direct disciples. Among them, labor disciples have almost no chance of receiving orthodox teachings. They can only work endlessly in exchange for a chance to become official. Especially since many extremely dangerous guys among them later become heavenly venerables and such. Outer disciples have truly stepped through the great door of cultivation. Although they cannot learn those truly exquisite supreme techniques, if they cultivate hard, they still have a chance to succeed. Direct disciples are extremely few. They enjoy the best resources of the sect. The sole goal is to become the pillars of the sect in the future. I really didn't expect to stumble into actually becoming a direct disciple of YA Hall. I even have my own courtyard. I wonder what exactly wifey did back then. It's just that this aptitude of mine, even with the mental cultivation experience from my previous life, my cultivation is still very slow. I must think of another way. Suddenly, there was a knock. Coming from outside. Huh? Who would come at this time? Come here, baby. The MC opened the door, only to see a huge cat. Senior sister? Do you need me for something? Why does junior brother have no reaction? Others are usually scared witless by Xiao Bai. Understood. Senior sister, wait a moment. After saying that, the MC closed the door again. There's a huge cat. I pee my pants. Senior sister, is that okay? That was pretty good. No, never mind. I came to find you for serious business. What business? Junior sister, surely junior brother, Xiao, can't study in the same class right now. Or cultivate with you yet. Right? Why bring him here? It's fine. You just teach both of us. Don't worry. As a senior sister, if there's anything he doesn't know, I'll teach him. Right, junior brother? It's fine, senior brother. You just teach. Before, these people all thought I was the smallest. They all forced me to study. Now I finally have a junior brother who is worse than me. Junior brother. Sorry. Senior sister needs you to share some of the firepower. All right. Then today, I will teach the simplest things. Although junior brother's talent is low, you must believe that. Hard work makes up for lack of talent. Yes, senior brother. Then let's start with the division of realms. The realms of us Tao cultivators are divided into 9 great realms. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, surformation, void amalgamation, void return mayana, tribulation crossing. The mental cultivation method of our Wentian sect is the Wentian 9 scrolls. Each scroll corresponds to a great realm. Today I will talk about. Hearing so much theory, Su Miaoqing yawned widely. These are all things I've learned before. This time I can finally slack off. Sleep for a bit. Anyway, with junior brother's aptitude, he surely learns very slowly. Junior sister Su? Ha. What is it? Next, we should test the sword technique I taught you yesterday. Huh? Shouldn't you still be teaching junior brother the things from before? He already finished learning them. Moreover, he finished learning today's lesson too. How long did I sleep? Only half an hour. Although junior brother's aptitude isn't good, his comprehension is extremely high. The things I taught him, basically, he remembered them with just one look. Look at him, then look at yourself. Half an hour? How is that possible? Could he be a hidden genius? We agreed everyone would be trash. Yet you secretly studied well. So in the end, I'm the only real trash? If this goes on, won't he start teaching me along with the other senior brothers and sisters? No way. Then wouldn't the status of senior sister that I worked so hard to get be completely lost? Seeing Miaoqing's face pale as a dog's, but the MC asked a few questions. Senior sister? What's wrong? Junior brother. Let's go to second senior brother to learn talismans and arrays. Let's go. Shall by. Wait. It seems junior sister's sense of crisis has been activated. That's not bad. The so-called talisman and array Tao, essentially, are from the same source. It is spiritual power used in a special way of operation to produce effects far beyond normal. Today we start lecturing from the most basic 8 trigrams array. The Qian trigram is heaven. It refers to the cyclical operation of the heavenly Tao. A gentleman should conform to the will of heaven. Miaoqing listened like it was a lullaby. No, I can't sleep. I am a senior sister. Today Miaoqing is very hardworking. But on the contrary, junior brother Xiao seems to have a lot of questions. Such profound knowledge. It's normal for junior brother not to understand right now. If you have any questions, just ask. I actually have a few questions I want to discuss with you. Oh, discuss? Go ahead. Just now you said the Qian trigram is the leader, symbolizing the 6 yang lines. But I think it also implies losing everything. Seeing the MC argue flawlessly, the senior brother smiled brightly. Haha, I didn't expect junior brother Xiao to have such talent in the path of arrays at such a young age. You're not wrong. This is high-level content for later. It's just that I thought it was a bit early to talk about these things now. Miaoqing. Later, if you don't understand anything on the path of arrays, you can ask your junior brother. Hearing that, Miaoqing petrified on the spot. A moment later, how can you understand the things that old man says? Oh, actually, there were parts one didn't understand. That's why I discussed it with him. I was a demon lord for a lifetime. After all, this kind of elementary lesson is useless to me. If I'm not fast, who knows when I'll get to something I can use. Damn it, I was tricked by him. Junior brother has junior brother's enlightenment. Looks like I can only use that method. Junior brother, now follow me to the next class. This is 4th senior sister's place. She is in charge of the practical combat class. Practical combat class? That's right. But don't worry. 4th senior sister's personality is very gentle. Moreover, she loves books like her life. She is a very good person. This time I can definitely regain my face. After all, here you don't need comprehension, but actual cultivation base. Sorry, I am Busa. Next time for sure. This is Ju Yushan, 4th disciple of Yahello. The only problem is, she is quite indifferent to worldly affairs. Then we won't disturb 4th senior sister. Are you kidding? A rookie like me, who hasn't even started chi, refining, fighting a nascent soul 4th senior sister? Am I tired of living? Wait, junior brother Xiao. Don't go. But by some script logic, this babe tripped on grass and fell onto the MC to follow the script. Cough cough. Junior brother. Are you okay? I'm Fina. You guys want to take the practical combat class, right? Actually, we don't have to. Right. Or we should go first. It's fine. I don't mind either. After all, your senior sister isn't some devil. Scene shifts to Guanghan Hall. Hall Master. Regarding the next matter with Master by Yuan, decline it. I have other business. Yes. I wonder how that guy is doing in YA Hall. At the same time, in Su Miaoqing's room. Miaoqing, stop playing. Come here and taste the soup I made for you. Just stepping into the room, Ziyun was shocked. Holy spirits. No. Mother, I like studying. Seeing this scene, Ziyun didn't understand what was happening. Are you saying, now Miaoqing not only stopped slacking off, but is also studying hard in the middle of the night? That's right. She studied with Xiao Feng for a day. Came back like she turned into a different person. I heard Xiang Tian say, Xiao Feng's comprehension is very high. It might have made Miaoqing feel pressured. Should have been like this sooner. She's been lazy for so many years. Now, she finally feels a sense of crisis. I didn't expect that kid to have some use. Wife, The medicine room surely still has a lot of surplus herbs, right? Still have a little. You mean, that kid's spiritual root is too poor. Must use more herbs. At least he can serve as a whetstone for Miaoqing for a while. You really have a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. I'll go arrange it. Also arrange a maid for him. To do some chores for him. You just arrange these things yourself. Scene shifts to Xiao Yifeng's place. Ouch. Fourth senior sister really hits hard. Feels like my bones are falling apart. Knock knock. I am a rabbit. The MC opened the door and asked, "Who are you?" "Young master. This servant was sent by the mistress to serve you. You can call me Xiao Yu." "Huh? Serve me? Doing what?" "Wait. This didn't happen in my past life. This isn't very good." Suddenly, this babe ran over and hugged the MC, making him go crazy. "Oh, so do you feel this is good after all? Strange. 10 parts strange, 9 parts weird. Did I smoke something and start hallucinating?" The MC immediately pushed this babe away and said, "Of course it's not good. I'm a cultivator. Naturally, my heart is only set on cultivation. Heart towards Buddha. Body towards you. Wait, no. Miss, please go back. I will prepare the bathwater myself. You go outside and do some chores, that's fine. Wait, this guy is really straightforward and quick. But like this, it wasn't in vain that I specially came here to prepare the medicinal bath for him." After speaking, a white aura escaped from the maid's body. "Huh, what happened to me? Wasn't I on my way to the young master's place? That gaze just now, I definitely saw it somewhere before. Damn, it's Lu Hanyin. So dangerous. Almost got sliced. Luckily Reincarnated fast. Having a Mahayana stage wife is truly dangerous. But what did she come to my place for? Huh, this bathwater? The spiritual energy is so abundant. Hanyin made it. She has me in her heart. I must not let her down." The next morning. What happened? Is the hall master still angry? That's right. I don't know why, but ever since the hall master returned, her mood has been very bad. Anyway, don't go in right now. Inside the room. Only Qi refining level 1. I put a top-grade pill in the water. His bath. If it were anyone else, they would be close to foundation establishment by now. Just how bad is this aptitude? More useless than a dog. But why did I use such precious things for that guy? Originally, it should have nothing to do with me. Surely it's to repay him for giving me the improved technique. Yeah, right? Surely that's it. At the same time, at the MC's place. What? Reached Qi refining level 1 in just one night? Luckily, thanks to the herbs provided by master and mistress. Even with those herbs, it shouldn't have had such a good effect. Anyway, breaking through is a good thing. But I must remember not to get arrogant because of it. Junior brother Xiao. Very good. I heard you broke through to level 1. Ha, just luck. Luck is also part of strength. In my opinion, your talent isn't bad originally. Ha ha. Ah, senior brother Xiang. Gently, gently. Oh, sorry. I couldn't control my strength. It's fine, it's fine. But this time I used the 3 teachings unity cultivation method. Although my strength will be very strong, cultivation should be much slower than in my previous life. What exactly did wifey feed me back then? Could it be that my cultivation talent really got better? Time skip, 2 years later. Miaoqing broke through to Qi refining level 7. Her talent is very good, although we constantly suppressed her realm to consolidate her foundation. But for her, breaking through realms is still very easy. But, compared to the other one, on the contrary, he makes people worry even more. Speaking of him makes me angry. Miaoqing opened the door and flagged the junior brother immediately. Ha! I broke through. Junior brother, where are you? Congratulations on your exit from seclusion, senior sister. Xiao Yifeng, Qi refining level 4. Huh? Why are you still at Qi refining level 4? My talent is poor. Ha! 2 years. Do you know how I spent these 2 years? With so many heavenly treasures. Even a pig would cultivate faster than him. Calm down. Calm down. No, I'm going back first. I'm afraid if I look at that kid any longer, I won't be able to hold back from exploding. Then let's go back together. I'm also afraid I'll beat that guy to death. Huh? Why did master and mistress leave? Who knows what they are doing? Ignore them. Junior brother, let's go play. Ah, but I still have to cultivate. Say no more. Miaoqing tied the MC up and dragged him out to play. Oh, come on, stop cultivating. You cultivate so slowly anyway. Not cultivating for a day or 2 won't matter. I'll take you to a good place. All right, just in time to relieve some stress. I didn't expect the combined cultivation method from my past life to be so slow. What exactly did wifey feed me back than to make me break through in one night? Junior brother, I'm speeding up. Holy **T. Slow down a bit. What are you afraid of? I'm here. A moment later, Miaoqing discovered something and landed to check it out. In front was a super giant dog that had been almost completely torn apart. Look at this bite mark. It's a fatal wound. This is a beast raised by our YA Hall here. Who dared to lay a hand on our beast? Saying that, Miaoqing took out a pokeball. Xiaobai, I choose you. Sniff around and see where the culprit is. Senior sister, this Gale Wolf has at least the strength of Qi refining level 5. It's very likely the culprit is a more powerful beast. Don't be afraid. This is the back mountain. The strong beasts have all been dealt with by my dad. I can handle the remaining ones. Hurry and follow. Seems like Xiaobai found something. After walking for a while, Miaoqing also sensed it. Xiaobai returned to its original form. Xiaobai, found something? That is, ahead is a pile of wolf corpses. While both were paying attention to the front, a giant eel tried to ambush them from behind. But the MC sensed the danger and hugged Miaoqing to dodge the fatal blow. Immediately after, Miaoqing's cat was also knocked away and heavily injured, so Miaoqing had to recall it. The MC was scared witless and pointed up. Above was a giant eel firing a Kamehameha from its mouth, intending to finish them both off. Defense. Miaoqing used the Phantom Shadow sword skill and rushed at the eel. The two attacks collided, creating a cloud of green smoke. Not good. This smoke is poisonous. Xiaofeng. Not good. Senior sister. Don't sleep. Thinking the script was set, the eel rushed in to send the whole group to the scoreboard. But it was all Miaoqing pretending to make the eel drop its guard, so she could use an array immediately. Blast this eel boss's butt. Junior brother. Luckily you were there. Senior sister, be careful. It's fine. I just accidentally got hit by snake poison earlier. Let's hurry back. Tell this to my parents. But the eel didn't die. It was still alive and kicking. How is that possible? Parents said. A beast with Qi refining cultivation definitely couldn't escape this move. So it is Foundation establishment stage? These eels are truly slippery, acting like a fake poor chairman. The mistress was furious and rushed forward immediately. Miaoqing dodged successfully and slashed the eel. No good. Its skin is tougher now. Must think of a way, right? Miaoqing jumped onto the eel and ran toward its weak point, the eyes. Seeming to know Miaoqing's intent, the eel used a shockwave from its eyes, causing the poison in Miaoqing's body to spread faster. Seeing Miaoqing freeze for a moment, it seized the opportunity to use its tail to slam her to the ground. Miaoqing knelt on the ground, saying her last words. Am I going to die? As it rushed over, it suddenly stopped. That was because the MC had grabbed its tail and threw it far away. Then the MC walked towards Miaoqing looking cool. Miaoqing tried to tell the MC to run, but the MC refused and told Miaoqing to send a distress signal. Miaoqing fired the signal into the sky. Why didn't she do that from the start? Sorry, it's all my fault. Senior sister, don't worry. Just leave it to me now. Then he turned and smirked to look cool. Now I'll use you to practice my hand. Just as he punched the eel, the MC broke his damn arm. Don't understand why he bragged so hard just now. What practice hand? The MC held his arm, thinking about something. Arm is broken now. The gap in realms is too wide. Although I avoided this boss eel, I can't last much longer. The eel fired a Kamehameha from its mouth, but the MC knew its intent. He ran over and kicked the eel in the snout, making it spit blood. The eel was furious and attacked the MC with its tail. But the MC ran faster than a dog and disappeared somewhere. The eel turned to look and saw the MC crawling on its body, so it shook its body to throw the MC off. The MC thought a move and poked the eel with his fingers, making it scream in pain. The eel shook violently, sending the MC flying down and smashing into the ground, breaking a billion bones. Oomph. Pity, I only caused this beast heavy injuries. Technical error this time. In a dangerous situation, an attack flew in, turning the eel into dust. It was the mistress coming to save the MC. Are you okay? Wake up. Scene shifts to Lu Hanyin's place. At this moment, she was cultivating but hit a bottleneck. Strange. Originally, the ice-hard art was at a critical moment of cultivation. Why do I suddenly feel anxious? The hidden danger should have disappeared by now. Maybe I should go visit that guy. Haven't seen him for a few years. I wonder how much he has improved in these years. Just taking a look, that's all. I don't know him anything anymore. Suddenly, on the way, she met an acquaintance. Is that Taoist Guangsheng? Senior Brother Guang, please stop. Looking at your direction, are you planning to go to YA Hall? What happened? Oh, do you remember the disciple junior brother he accepted a few years ago? Just now, junior brother, he sent me a message saying that disciple was heavily injured, extremely critical, about to sit on the altar, asking me to come help light some incense. You say, he's just a disciple with poor spiritual roots. Before he could finish, Hanyin zoomed off, speeding towards the MC's location. What the hell? What's wrong with junior sister Wang Han? At this moment, Miaoqing was being treated by her senior brother. Second senior brother, how is Miaoqing? Broken bones in a few places. Also poisoned by some eel venom, but I've eliminated it. She'll recover in 2 days. The problem now is junior brother Zhao's side. Eldest senior brother, how is master's side? Is junior brother, Xiao, okay? Injuries are too severe. Even with master and mistress acting together, they can barely hold onto his last breath. Don't worry. Master has already called Senior Guangxing. He is very skilled in medicine. I want to go to the back mountain. The back mountain is so big. What can you find going alone? That's right, senior brother. Calm down a bit. Are we just going to wait here, doing nothing? Wait. A powerhouse has arrived. Outside, Hanyin and Guangxing arrived. Huh. Junior sister Wang Han. I can't make it. So tired. Rest a bit. Senior Guangxing and Senior Wang Han. Why'd you come here? Where is Xiao Yifeng? Ah, junior brother Xiao? Master and mistress are treating him in the main hall. Hearing that, both disappeared instantly, surprising the group. Master even invited Marshall and Guang Han. No, I don't know. Scene shifts to the MC's place. Wife, switch with me. You rest a bit. No need. I still have some strength. But Xiao Feng's heart meridian is getting weaker and weaker. When will Guangxing arrive? We're here. Finally here. Senior sister Wang Han? What's wrong with you? Hurry and check the treatment. Hey, is there anyone who orders people around like you guys? After checking the MC's dried up body for a while, Guangxing's face turned pale as a dog's butt. Seeing that, Hanyin asked worriedly, how is the situation? Not hiding anything? This person is injured very seriously. Meridian's damaged. Treating is possible, but it will cost quite a bit. How many herbs are needed? I'll give them. How can that be? I am his master. Whatever heavenly treasures you want. I have them all. If you knew you were his master, why did you let him get hurt like this? You. Seeing so much chatter, Ziyan shouted. Enough. Treat him first. Senior brother Guangxing. Just try your best to save him. Since you guys put it that way, then it's not convenient for me to say anything else. Everyone, let's begin. 3 hours later. Generally speaking, there's no more danger. Truly lucky this time. Thank you, senior brother Guangxing. Haha, it's nothing. It's nothing? Damn it, is this luck? Luck my ass. Is there anyone who spends money like trash like you guys, and only choosing the precious ones to use? You people are all hall masters. Rich indeed. You guys forced the spiritual medicine to make him like this. Everything is done. I should go back too. Senior sister Wang Han. I wonder why you helped this little disciple of mine. He once helped me with a few things in the past. So this time, I protected his safety. Scene shifts to inside Yifeng's dream. The scene right now is for his past life. At this time, because he watched too much AV, he was possessed by demons and killed other sects. In my past life, I was devoured by a remnant soul of a tribulation-crossing demon cultivator. Forced to coexist with him. After various coincidences, I was confused by him, falling into a state of madness. Even bearing the crime of slaughtering a pig. Montak Tiang King, you entangled with me for half a lifetime. In this life, I definitely won't spare you. Just as the MC was hallucinating, the babe Miaoqing was also by his side. Do you really not agree to forgive me? Junior brother, I was wrong, or you can beat me up. I definitely won't fight back. No, just now I was dreaming. Huh, what is this sound? Young master Xiao woke up. How long did I sleep? You slept for 10 years. Huh, 10 years? Thought it was 10 days. Xiao Yifeng woke up? How is his condition? Master, mistress. No need to get up. Just came to check. Xiao Feng, thank you for saving Miaoqing. If not for you, I would have regretted it for a lifetime. Mistress, no need for that. I just try to fulfill the duty of a disciple. In the dream, just now, I was even chased by the sect for killing a pig. I didn't expect that when I woke up. It really was such a scene. Wife, you take Miaoqing out first. I want to talk to Xiao Feng. For a moment. Why? I also want to stay. Dad, don't make it hard for him. Be good. Your dad just wants to thank Xiao Feng. You don't know. Your dad cares about face a lot. If we are here, he won't be natural. Master, if you have something to say it quickly. I still have to go check on the pig. And Master Guanghan. What is the relationship? Why does Master ask that? When Master Guanghan found out you were heavily injured, she deliberately came here. And help a lot. She once said she owed you a favor. What does that mean? What? She deliberately came here? Master. Actually, it was just a very small matter. I didn't expect her to remember. I once told you, right before Senior Guanghan met me, my village was destroyed by wolf demons. And at that time, Master Guanghan was disguised as an ordinary person. Right when surrounded by wolf demons, I rushed out like a stoned idiot to protect Master Guanghan and said, "You hurry and leave. Leave these monsters to me. Go quickly, or it will be too late. You help me. So next, let me help you." What do you mean? Miss, don't be scared silly, no. At that time I didn't know. Senior was a powerhouse. The result was that I was saved by Senior later. Hearing the MC bullshit, the master of YA Hall believed it completely. So that's how it is. Although having a mortal body, you have a heart to save the world. You did very well. Master flatters me. Luckily, the encounter with Wifey in the past life can explain a bit. But this time she sacrificed a lot. If you meet her again later, you must thank her with your whole body. Master, rest assured, I will engrave this kindness in my heart. That's good. Heal well. I won't disturb you anymore. Farewell, Master. Right? About Miaoqing. Thank you. This arrogant old man. After talking, the MC jumped up, healthy as a dog. This time I received a great favor from Lu Hanyin. Looks like I must quickly improve my combat power. Although being a sugar baby is nice, I must be strong myself. My cultivation, Qi refining level 5? Just right. Qi refining level 5 is the threshold to perform the dance of falling feathers technique. There's a place. I can finally go. Scene shifts to a night full of stars and moon. The MC ran to a cliff. Should be this location. Immediately after, he jumped down. Below there was a cave. Phew. Great. This place still exists. If I didn't reach Qi refining level 5, I really couldn't reach this place. He went deep into the cave and encountered a skeleton along with a sword engraved with a few lines saying, "Please like and subscribe." This is the inheritance left by a Mahayana stage cultivator. Perhaps this is the place where some enemy of the Wentian sect died in the past. As long as someone inherits his technique, it's definitely a step to the sky. You definitely think so, right? Montak Tianqing. Then the MC threw the flame in his hand to destroy the skeleton and the technique. The skeleton kept burning while the MC kept bullshitting alone. Can you endure that well? They'll just burn your bones until there's nothing left. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. "Young friend, wait. Why the rush, bro?" A remnant soul emerged from the skeleton and said, "Could it be that young friend is a disciple of the holy sect? Why do you know this seat's name? Or perhaps, my fellow disciple? Say no more." The MC attacked the remnant soul. Montak Tianqing. Montak Tianqing. Look at your appearance now. Truly shameless. At least you used to be a tribulation crossing cultivator. Yet you bow and scrape before a Qi refining cultivator. No shame at all. If it were me, I'd die of shame and kill myself. Or do you want me to release you early? How about it? Finishing his words, the MC threw a few talismans attacking Mo Tianqing. Montak Tianqing was scared bloody. Soul-breaking talisman, specifically used to attack origin souls. You came here targeting this seat? Fellow Taoist, I have no grievances with you. Why do you treat me like this? You don't remember me anymore? We used to be very familiar. Familiar your ass. Damn it, if this goes on, I will completely lose my life here. Must escape. Mo Tianqing dodged all the talismans and fled quickly, but forgot to curse the MC. This seat remembers today's debt. No matter who you are, later this seat will make you pay a heavy price. But the MC calculated it all. He had set up an array around the cave to trap Mo Tianqing like a dog in a cage. How does the taste of this 8 trigrams soul-locking array feel? These are things I specially prepared for you. Montak Tianqing. Today, I definitely won't spare you. In my past life, I was almost successfully possessed by this guy. causing my consciousness for the second half of my life to be chaotic and unclear, going berserk at any time. Seeing he couldn't run, Tianqing turned back to attack the MC. Damn it, you Chi refining kid, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today this seat will devour you. But the MC wasn't afraid. He raised his hand and shouted, "Myriad spirits, immortal slaying sword." The sword stuck in the ground, moved automatically, and flew out to slice Tianqing in half. Why? How can you control Zhan Xian? The MC shouted one word. Lock. A chain from somewhere locked Tianqing tight. Dao Heart Chain of the Wentian Sect. You are from the Wentian Sect. Hee hee. Guess. Damn it. Even if this seat turns to dust, I must drag you with me. This is the soul severing all of my holy sect. The MC formed a seal. Formless Heart Sutra of Wuxiang Temple. Flower blooms, self-nature. Original nature pure. Grass self-sufficient. Original non-extinction birth. Original unmoving shake. Able to generate 10,000 dermis. Buddy, can we make peace? Fellow Taoist, listen to me first. Oh, you still have something to say? Fellow Taoist, surely you are also a descendant of a famous sect. Then surely you know how many treasures a Mahayana stage cultivator has. I can tell you their locations. In exchange for my life. Sounds attractive. That's right. As long as fellow Taoist shows mercy, those treasures will all be yours later. Fellow Taoist, rivers all flow to the sea. Learn from other strengths. Surely you also need resources to cultivate. Give me a little time, and I can escape this damn Dao Heart Chain. You make a lot of sense. Wait after I destroy you. I'll find a chance to get those resources of yours. The MC shouted one word, destroy. Tianqing's remnant soul just vanished. Suddenly, something from the remnant soul entered the MC. Is something inside me devouring the power of Tianqing's soul body? From Xiao Yifeng's hand, a golden lotus bloomed. It looks like the Flame Emperor's Buddha Fury Lotus. What exactly is this lotus flower? In my past life, I was almost successfully possessed by Tianqing. It was thanks to it that I could keep my own consciousness. But back then it was just a bud. Never mind. Generally speaking, I'll find out later. I could transmigrate back to the past. Maybe it has something to do with this. Now, the most important thing is, naturally, looting all these treasures. I wonder what material this book is made of. To think it wasn't burnt. In recent years, everyone uses jade slips. Those who still use books to record are only those ancient sects. This kind of precious artifact, naturally I'll keep it. This thing is also good stuff. One look, and I know it's a top-grade defensive magic treasure. Can't waste it. Also this storage ring. I'm rich. Suddenly, the Zhan Xian sword emitted an extremely fierce aura. Immortal slaying sword. This sword isn't easy to take. This immortal slaying sword is a sword of ominous nature. It is a weapon born from endless slaughter. The power of this sword is very strong. Many people have fought until their heads broke to fight for it. But the person who managed to get it with difficulty was almost sucked dry of soul power by it. Not a drop left. Tianqing, turning into this ghostly appearance, was also granted by this sword. Or maybe. Let's meet again later. The MC grabbed his butt and scrammed immediately. But the sword chased after him, making the MC run for his life. Damn it. Not to this extent, right? Suddenly the sword spoke. You smell so good, scaring the MC witless. The immortal slaying sword gradually turned into a human form and said, your soul is very fragrant. Can I take a bite of you? Cough, cough. I don't have enough for you to eat right now. Look, how about this? You just follow me. Wait until I get a bit fatter then eat. How about it? Holy sh*t, dangerous. Being sucked once by this thing, I'd probably be sucked dry. Follow you? You mean accept you as master? You are so weak. Why should I follow you? Isn't eating you right now even better? This naturally has a reason. Look, at least, I'm more handsome than that skeleton, right? That makes sense. Then it's decided. I'll follow you first. I'm so sleepy. Sleep a bit first. Let's be clear. Next time I wake up, you must let me. Luckily, being handsome means not starving. Still have to rely on the honey trap. This trip wasn't in vain. In this ring, there are actually hundreds of supreme spiritual stones. Run. This time it's enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Scene shifts to the origin pole sect in Northern Emperor City. Now auctioning the next item. It is the Dragon Protection Jade Pendant. This jade pendant was refined by Tribulation Crossing Sr. for his descendants. No need for spiritual power to activate. It can unleash the protective power of a nascent soul stage 3 times. Starting price, 500 top-grade spiritual stones. Hearing that, the auction participants criticized it up and down. It's just a thing for juniors. Didn't expect it to be so expensive. I wonder who would buy this thing for their disciple to use. That's right. Experts don't need this thing. Giving it to juniors is too extravagant. Are you kidding? Unless it's a rich kid. Starting price, 500. Does really no one need it? This item is really already very cheap. Suddenly, someone bids 600 top-grade stones, making the auction house cry tears of joy. Guanghan Fairy of the Wentian Sect. Bid 500 spiritual stones. Does anyone bid higher? Hanyin wants to buy this for the MC because he's weak as a dog. If he goes out and gets beaten to death, that's the end of the story. Wait until I return. Surely that guy is about to participate in the law enforcement squad training. Should still be in time. Seeing Hanyin buy this junk, the 2 disciples with her couldn't help but be curious. You say, who is Master giving this jade pendant to? Is it you? Don't talk nonsense. I thought it was for you. While they were walking, someone cut in. Fairies, please stop. So it's the City Lord of Northern Emperor City. I wonder what business you have. This is Lin Tianru, City Lord of Northern Emperor City. He said, Guanghan Fairy just participated in the auction and is leaving in such a hurry? We still have many precious treasures not yet presented. If the fairy, no need. I have no interest in other treasures. City Lord, please return. Wait, the jade pendant the fairy bought earlier must be for a beloved disciple, right? I just happen to have a bottle of dew pill here. Don't mind giving. Seeing this guy keep following was annoying to look at. Hanyin's 2 disciples drew their swords to threaten him. City Lord, please stop. Please don't make it difficult for us. Even the disciples have such a strong demeanor. What are you looking at? She's already gone far. Oomph. Old black ghost. You didn't participate in the auction. What did you run here for? Sigh. The auction doesn't have any beautiful fairies, right? Don't talk nonsense. I just came to see her off. All right. Everyone is an acquaintance. Don't I know you? You've been looking at Guanghan Fairy for a long time, right? Cough, cough. That is just admiration. Pity. I heard. She has no interest in any man. Otherwise, I would definitely try my best. Let's go. Go back to watch the auction. You aren't the MC anyway. What rank are you to woo the MC's babe? Hearing that, the hall master was still very determined to think of a way. No interest in men? Scene shifts to YA Hall of the Wentian Sect. Greetings, senior brother. Has junior brother, Shao, exited seclusion yet? Not yet. Young master has been in seclusion for over a month. I know. Then I'll come again in a while. Just preparing to leave, a light emitted from inside the MC's room. Looks like he has exited seclusion. Senior brother, Kumin. Just as Tiango entered, he was greeted by the MC's attack to test his strength. Tianye smiled happily. Good timing. Then he raised his hand and flicked lightly. The MC's attack was immediately nullified. Not bad. Junior brother Shao. Seems you are familiar with the strength of Qi refining level 7. Senior brother is mighty, breaking my sword energy with one punch. Oh, our sect rules. Disciples reaching Qi refining level 7 must participate in the law enforcement squad training to temper themselves. It's just that after you broke through to level 7, you were always in seclusion, so I haven't had a chance to tell you. This is your token. It was delivered a month ago. Remember clearly, the law enforcement squad training is very complex. Must act very carefully. If there are any difficulties, notify me via secret art. Okay, baby. Thank you, senior brother. Does senior brother have anything else? Recently Miaoqing is busy breaking through to Foundation establishment. Master and Mistress hope she can break through soon, so she doesn't have time to see you off. Junior brother, don't mind it. Senior brother, rest assured. I know my limits. Then I am relieved. I still have to return to report. Farewell first. Just as Tiango left, the MC mumbled something. He has left. Come out. Miaoqing appeared from somewhere. Even senior brother didn't detect me. How did you know I was here? Oomph. You think he really didn't detect you? Miaoqing looked confused. What do you mean? His words before leaving were hinting to me. He knew you were here, but he pretended not to discover you. Proving your appearance here was approved by Master and Mistress. One sentence. Yet you could analyze so many things. Are you guys all this complicated? You think everyone is as naive as you? So senior sister really came to see me off? Originally, I planned to see if there was a chance to participate in that whatever training with you. Result was my parents watched me very strictly, so I can only do some serious business. Here, this is what my parents gave you. This is a top-grade fire attribute magic tool my dad gave you. Has extremely strong destructive power. At the same time, it can also be used as a flying magic tool. This is the fire crow array my mom gave you. As long as there is spiritual power, even if the enemy is Foundation establishment, it's very hard to break it. These are the necessary items the senior brothers and sisters prepared for you. Everything is inside. Later when you have time, open it and see. These things are too precious. Did they say anything else? My parents said, first, outside, don't cause trouble. Take good care of yourself. What else? Second, if you cause trouble, then don't lose the fight. Hit a bit harder. Must let those who dare to provoke our YA hall never dare to offend us again in their lives. Tell Master and Mistress. I definitely won't let down their expectations. Junior brother, you go in first. I'll come visit you later. Remember to thank Master and Mistress for me. Originally planned to find a way to switch to Guanghan Hall later to cling to my wife's skirt. But now I feel, seems like YA Hall isn't bad either. Let's just think about it. But I wonder how Lu Hanyin is doing recently. After she saved me last time, we haven't met again. Scene shifts to the Golden Light Sect. Ha ha ha. Master Guanghan is indeed the Grand Elder of the Wentian Sect. This old man admires you. You flatter me. Many things later will still need your sect's help. Easy to say, right? Does the master want to stay and visit a bit? No need. We still have things to do. We'll visit another day. Then I won't see you off. Master, travel safely. Just as the three of them left, this old man ordered his disciple, Mingguang, notify the sect, close the sect, and lock the mountain. Huh? Sect master. Didn't you just tell the master of the Wentian sect that you would help them? What kind of life is this sect master? Whether it's the demon sect or the righteous sect, they all want to rope in neutral sects like us. But this old man doesn't want to side with them. Just do as I say. Okay, understood, you rude old man. Scene shifts to Hanyin's place. She turned to ask the two disciples. Hey, we still have a few places to go. Master, we still need to visit 3 more sects. Just empty promises. Afraid they won't have much effect. Never mind. For the next place. Fairy, we meet again. It's the young city lord of Northern Emperor wearing women's clothes, hurting the viewer's eyes. I heard the fairy doesn't like men, so I deliberately changed my appearance. I wonder what the fairy thinks. Seeing this, all 3 were speechless. Wentian Sect, Disciple Hall. The sect disciples were divided into small groups, sitting around each other. Some fellow disciples were discussing. Hey, heard your harvest recently wasn't bad. One guy happily showed off the loot. Our group just hunted a chi refining level 9 beast. Exchanged for a lot of points. Just finished talking. Outside someone entered, attracting their attention. Isn't that Tang Rue of Group EB? His face looked so bad. Did he get assigned a bad mission this time? Everyone kept whispering behind his back, but Tang Rue still calmly strode forward. I heard their group has always been missing one person. There's a direct disciple who hasn't arrived yet. He is very unhappy. TSK. That's a direct disciple. Envious indeed. Finally, he stood in front of Group Yi's room door. With a click, the door opened. Light shone into the room. Inside, quite a few people were already waiting. Linmi greeted him as soon as she saw him. Captain, Li Fang immediately asked, what mission does our group have this time? Tang Rue walked to the table, slapped his hand down, and told them, patrol duty at Wentian River. Linmi nodded thoughtfully and replied, based on available information. Wentian River. Recently the beasts near there are much more aggressive than usual. Wentian Sect disciple Zhou Ming continued immediately after. Because now is the time for the sect to collect the inner cores of the green-eyed swimming fish. Those beasts naturally know too. So every time it comes to this, they are extremely vigilant. Li Fang angrily cursed in his heart and slammed the table hard. That shrinking turtle still hasn't arrived. We only have 5 people. How do we patrol the Wentian River? Words just left his mouth when a voice came from outside the door. Sorry, I'm late. He arrived with the token to accept the order. This is Group Ehai, right? I am Xiao Yifeng, here to participate in the law enforcement squad training. Tang Rui heard his introduction and frowned, glancing over. You're Xiao Yifeng? You're 1 month late. I need an explanation. Yifeng clasped his hands and replied to the captain. I just broke through to Qi refining level 7. When I received the summon order, I was still in seclusion. So it caused a delay. Li Lifan Snadat waved his hand in disdain. Really know how to act high and mighty. You think you're a foundation establishment? Just Qi refining. Who goes into seclusion for a whole month? He even acted up and provoked Yifeng. Not daring to come is simply not daring to come. Do you really think others are idiots? YA Hall is indeed full of shrinking turtles. Immediately, a hand rushed towards him. He couldn't dodge in time and directly ate a painful slap. And that slap wasn't ordinary. It directly knocked Li Fong flying into the wall behind. Yifeng still didn't want to forgive. Next was another punch. Li Fong screamed in fear. What do you want to do? Lin Mi and Zhou Ming were also panicked, turning their heads to watch. The punch arrived in front of his face, and he turned pale, sweating profusely. Tang Rui acted just in time, grabbed his wrist, and reminded him. Xiao Yifeng, harming a fellow disciple. Aren't you afraid of violating sect rules? Yifeng sneered in disdain. So you also know sect rules. Then when he insulted my master's sect, were you deaf? Lin Mi also stepped forward to mediate. All right, calm down everyone. We are all fellow disciples. Don't harm the harmony. Tang Rui also let go of his hand. Hearing everyone say that, his anger subsided a bit. Bowed to apologize first. Makes sense. Senior brotherly, I don't know how to speak properly. Next time I offend you, please don't mind. Li Fong was still angry. I remember you. Captain Tang Rui went straight to the point. All right, since Xiao Yifeng has arrived, then this time let's split into groups of 6. Wentian River has a total of 4 branches that need patrolling. We naturally will also split into 4 groups. He started dividing the small groups. Su Ming, Lin Mi, you 2 are 1 group. Hearing his part, he happily whistled. Li Lifang, you and Ling Zizi are 1 group. Now only the captain and him were left. Xiao Yifeng, I see your strength seems not bad, so you and I will be 1 group. Do you have any problem? Yifeng also agreed. I'm fine with it. Words just finished, a voice objected. I object. Zizi stared at the captain and proposed. I want to be in a group with senior brother Xiao. Seeing the girl he liked dislike him, he ran over to explain. Junior sister, just now I was just suddenly approached. Didn't have time to release magic, that's all. She also looked sad and replied. I know, although senior brotherly looks ugly and isn't good at close combat, but as long as he prepares well, he is still very strong. Hearing her say that, Li Fong almost had a stroke. Tang Rui agreed to the fellow disciple's opinion. All right, if that's junior sister's intention, then you group with Xiao Yifeng. Then, everyone move out. Their group E of 6 people started a new journey. Whoosh. Energy parted the waves, rushing forward. They were riding together on a long sword. Junior sister Ling, why did you join my group? Unexpectedly, she replied frankly. Senior brotherly is truly too ugly. I want to look at you, it's more pleasing to the eye. Yifeng also silently rated Zizi quite high. This junior sister, her mouth is like it's smeared with honey. But immediately after, she rubbed and punched at the same time. Although I heard, you are the direct disciple with the lowest aptitude in recent years. Me saying that, you won't be angry, right? His face immediately darkened, uncomfortable inside. To grow this big without being beaten to death. Seems like this woman isn't simple. Yifeng also silently evaluated this woman. Ling Zizi, aptitude Ezhong B medium. Born with water attribute spiritual root and is a direct disciple of Ruofeng Hall. Because of her cute and beautiful appearance and gentle personality, she is very loved by senior brothers. At least before she opens her mouth, that is. Just seeing her 2 relatives land on the ground. She immediately greeted them incessantly. Master, senior brother, welcome back. But the very next second was truly worthy of being called a disaster. She stepped forward and asked questions like 10,000 arrows piercing the heart. You failed to confess to senior sister again? This is already the 15th time, right? Is it that senior sister has no interest in you? Her senior brother's mood dropped to the bottom of society, hurriedly clutching his aching chest. Junior sister, stop talking. But Zizi spared no one. Old, young, big, small, all were hurt by her clueless questions. Master, why is your hair getting less and less? Is it because you're too old? The old man shared the same mood as the disciple. Yifeng recounted her empty complaints about their haste. Result was when the law enforcement squad training started this year. My master and senior brother hurriedly sent me in here. Zizi mumbled complaints, without a hint of reluctance. Yifeng was also speechless, not knowing what to say. This is truly too excessive. Isn't it just speaking a bit frankly? How could they treat you like that? Hearing that, she nodded furiously in agreement. That's right. Although Master said, I should change my habit of losing my cool whenever I meet a beast. But what's the big deal about that? Yifeng asked curiously. Losing your cool? What does that mean? Word just finished. A frog monster appeared from afar. Hearing the noise, he also detected something strange. A monster shaped like a frog stood firmly on the ground, arrogantly blocking their way. Yifeng calmly mumbled an evaluation. Just a low-level monster. He turned to call his fellow disciple behind, only to see her trembling all over. Junior sister Zizi? She screamed loudly, shaking the water surface. There's a monster. Yifeng was overwhelmed by the scream. Oh my god. Zizi waved her hand to attack, creating force from all directions. D. He was annoyed, dodging while shouting to call her. Hey, calm down. You're hitting the wrong person. But Zizi refused to stop, still agitated endlessly. Monsters. Musti. The water surface created a violent wave. The monster was finally defeated, croaked right on the water surface. Only then did Zizi cool down. At this moment, she remembered Yifeng, looked around. Senior brother, where are you? Yifeng saw it was safe and descended. Here, she cried and hugged one of Yifeng's arms. I was scared by the monster again. Indeed, monsters are too scary. Yifeng was embarrassed, not knowing what else to say. Are you sure you were scared by it? Yifeng thought about this woman's power. Although this person is cowardly, she can easily use large-scale AoE magic like that. Zizi still hugged his side, crying fiercely. Monsters are the scariest. Yifeng glanced over, confused. Using this AoE attack ability on a single target is too wasteful. He calculated to bring her inside. Junior sister, Kulme, I know a patrol route. On the way, we almost won't encounter any monsters. Hearing this, her eyes lit up like crystal lamps. Really? Just walked a few steps. Another monster appeared. More and more. He pretended to be innocent and told Zizi. Oops, seems like we entered a monster nest. Zizi became agitated, unleashing powerful force attacks while Yifeng stood aside watching the fun. He maintained the policy of leading her to monster nests. Wrong again. Every time Zizi got agitated, her attack ability was unleashed powerfully. Boom, boom, boom. Yifeng just stood behind cleaning up the mess. He rated this girl highly. Have to say, this efficiency is truly fast. With this efficiency, we can complete the patrol very quickly. Yifeng giggled happily. This is the correct way to use Junior Sister. They cleared so many nests but still hadn't arrived. Zizi found it strange. Senior brother, where exactly is the safe place you mentioned? Yifeng patted her shoulder. Comforting, don't worry. We'll be there very soon. Just persist a little longer. The water surface suddenly changed color strangely, attracting his attention. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. Not just one area, it surrounded where Zizi and Yifeng stood. He frowned and shouted, Not right. Yifeng hurriedly grabbed Zizi's arm and flew up high. Dodge! An arrow shot up from under the water towards the sun, as if wanting to take them down. The terrifying event appeared before their eyes, making Zizi panic and pat his shoulder. What is that? A giant monster. Terrifying Foundation Establishment monster, Tian Luo Crocodile. Yifeng frowned angrily. Foundation Establishment stage. Zizi turned pale. Why is there a Foundation Establishment monster here? What should we do? Yifeng used the 36 stratagems, the best of which is running away. Retreat. No need to fight it. Go back and ask for reinforcements. But it wouldn't let them leave easily, spewing out a massive amount of powerful force to attack. Water currents spiraled deep into the sky, waiting to catch people. Yifeng only had time to push Zizi away and shout. Careful. She was stunned, intending to turn back. Senior brother, but Yifeng had chased her away. You go first. Zizi hadn't left yet when she was overwhelmed by the Foundation establishment monster's sound waves. He used the treasure from his brothers, exploding a large area of the sky. Smoke billowed. Yifeng used his sword to escape from there. Luckily, the senior brothers and sisters gave me many treasures, holding a bunch of talismans to break this water tornado. At this moment, Zizi was in a dangerous situation, about to be swallowed by the Foundation establishment monster. Yifeng arrived just in time. In his hand was a talisman. He mumbled, frowning. Truly troublesome. The talisman flew to the designated spot at his command. Go! It rushed straight to the whirlpool, trapping Zizi. At this moment, she gradually sank into a blur, not knowing if this was a dream or reality. Mouth mumbling, "Senior brother?" The monster swallowed both of them, showing a satisfied face, gradually sinking into the water screen, becoming silent again. Zizi opened her hazy eyes. Where am I? Recognizing the unfamiliar scenery, she called out to him, "Senior brother?" Yifeng appeared right in front of her eyes. Coldly replied, "You woke up," seeing her dumbfounded face. He explained, "As you can see, we are now inside the belly of that animal. The things around are at stomach acid." Zizi panicked, hurriedly asked him, "Senior brother, then? What should we do now?" Yifeng didn't dare look straight, with difficulty expressing his intent. "What we need to do now?" Cough. "Junior sister, do you need to change into a set of clothes first?" Only then did she realize her clothes were torn to shreds, immediately covering up with her hands. "I don't have other clothes." After Zizi finished screaming, he calmly handed over a cloak. "Use this first. We'll talk after we get out." Zizi silently bowed her head and took the cloak, whispered asking him, "But how do we get out?" He nodded and told Zizi everything. "I already sent a distress signal. This array can protect us from being corroded by the stomach acid. Next is waiting for an opportunity." Zizi looked at the protective circle in amazement. "Wow, what array is this? So strong." Yifeng frowned looking at her. "My master gave it to me. You're also a direct disciple. Didn't your master give you anything to save your life?" This question silenced Zizi, not knowing how to reply. He also started feeling awkward. "Sorry, I misspoke." Outside, the water surface was fluctuating. Linmi observed the traces of the talisman left behind and told Zhou Ming. The distressed talisman just now was transmitted from here. He glanced around and nodded in judgment. "Senior sister, there are very strong spiritual power fluctuations here. Just now there must have been a great battle. But first we need to observe. Carefully, we need to be a bit careful. Best not to alert the enemy." But before hearing his advice, Linmi already acted, eager to rescue. Zhou Ming was speechless. "Oh my god, senior sister, wait." Fire power like a fireball rushed down to the calm water surface. The fireball immediately hit the Foundation establishment monster directly, making it writhe and roar. Inside, Zizi panicked and screamed, "Senior brother, earthquake!" But Yifeng didn't mind at all, comforting her. "Don't be afraid. Looks like someone arrived outside." Startling this monster, Zizi's face clearly showed a ray of hope, eyes sparkling bright. Someone came. Is it senior brothers and sisters? But Yifeng noticed something strange. Maybe it's just that this commotion is a bit too big. Then he felt a strange change and called her over. "Junior sister Ling, come closer to me." This animal seems to have been provoked. She immediately obeyed and moved closer. Outside, Zhou Ming just recovered his wits. Linmi already finished a strike. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" She was still confident in herself. "Don't worry. We have two people." What strong thing could appear? But right when it revealed its true nature, Zhou Ming screamed, "It's a Foundation establishment monster." And Linmi panicked too. The Foundation establishment monster became agitated and rushed to fight. Inside its throat came a noise. It attacked. Careful. Inside, the two also combined forces to beat it from within. The beast immediately fell into the water, writhing. Inside the belly of the monster, a voice rang out. Someone came outside. Zhou Ming widened his eyes in surprise. It's junior brother Zhao's voice. He's inside the monster's belly. Yifeng shouted for the two of them to hear. "Junior sister Ling and I are both in here. Temporada di fine. It's just that this monster's skin is very tough. Might need everyone to create an opportunity for us to get out." He proposed. "I will stop it from casting magic to threaten everyone in here." Linmi immediately agreed. Got it. Zhou Ming. He also received the order and hurriedly cast magic. Yes, waiting for the monster to open its mouth. A large magical force was preparing to rush out. Then inside its body, right at the stomach, Feng and Zizi were also doing their best. Lin Mi resolutely rushed forward with Zhou Ming. Right now, her fireball and the power of his magic rushed directly to hit head-on. Looking at the billowing smoke, Zhou Ming watched tensely. Did we win? But the monster still appeared powerfully in the smoke. And Lin Mi realized too late. Not good. The two of them were knocked back by its tail attack. Above in the sky, two more people appeared. It was the captain and vice-captain. Captain Tang Rui turned to ask Zhou Ming the reason. Why did you guys provoke such a beast? He replied sincerely. Captain, junior brother Xiao and junior sister Ling were swallowed by this monster. Need us to coordinate to get them out. Hearing that, Li Lifeng grumbled angrily. Nonsense. This is a Foundation establishment monster. This trash, Xiao Yifeng, can't even protect a woman. But Tang Rui ignored Li Lifeng's words and agreed to the plan. Prepare to form the array. Astonished in disbelief. Captain, you really believe their words? He frowned looking back. Right now reinforcements won't arrive in time. Generally speaking, we have to try. Don't forget, Ling Zizi is still in there. His face hated him to the extreme. It's all because of that Xiao Yifeng. A magic array was formed right above the monster. Form array. First is Lin Mi, Lesserine. Next is Zhou Ming, Les Serium. Tang Rui called him Li Lifeng. He grumbled, but had to enter the array to cast magic. I know. I'm in charge of Greater Yin. I know. I'm in charge of the lunar position. Finally, Captain, he sent instructions down below. Xiao Yifeng, do you have a way to get out of there? It's best to act right now. Yifeng also sensed this magic power. The four symbols formation. Not bad. Then he turned and called out to Cici. Junior sister Ling, I need your help. She asked in confusion. Help with what? He grabbed her hand directly before replying. Give me your hand. I need to borrow some of your spiritual energy. Cici hurriedly refused. But my spiritual energy is water attribute. I can't support this formation for you. But that was exactly what Yifeng needed. That is exactly what I need. The formation activated just as he intended. Four symbols formation, punishment pool array. Inside, a powerful spiritual force was being unleashed. Water and fire are incompatible. When they meet, the result is... The beast suddenly exploded from both the inside and outside. It let out a miserable shriek of pain. The demon beast now lay motionless on the water surface. Seeing this, Zhou Ming spoke up suspiciously. Is it dead? It's dead. Meanwhile, Lin Mi couldn't see Xiao Yifeng and Ling Cici anywhere, so she kept looking around and asked, Where are junior brother Xiao and junior sister Ling? Tang Pei glanced in a direction and replied, Over there. A moment later, splash. Xiao Yifeng leaped out of the water, carrying Cici in his arms. Li Lifeng saw this and questioned them in shock. Junior sister Ling, why are you wearing his clothes? And why are you hugging him like that? At this point, she struggled and cried out. Senior brother Xiao, put me down quickly. Yifeng explained with a straight face. It's not what you think. His calm demeanor made the other guy grind his teeth in anger. After he put Cici down, she blushed and said shyly, My clothes were torn by the demon beast. So senior brother Xiao helped me. Hearing that, Lin Mi draped her arm over his shoulder and exclaimed, Not bad, junior brother. How about when we get back? I become your support partner. He smiled and replied, No need, no need. For now, I just want to focus on cultivation. Seeing him refuse, Lin Mi looked displeased, clicked her tongue, and said, TCH, I didn't expect you to be such a blockhead. Cici angrily interjected. Senior sister. Meanwhile, Li Lifeng, seeing him get so much attention, was extremely dissatisfied. He frowned deeply and muttered with disdain. It's just a demon beast, isn't it? Then he flew toward the motionless beast, grumbling incessantly. If I had arrived earlier, I could have handled it just as easily. Saying that, he angrily kicked the beast's head and shouted, It's all your fault. Struck by a painful kick, the demon beast flew into a rage, opening its eyes filled with killing intent. Seeing this, Zhou Ming was startled and shouted a warning. Careful, that beast isn't dead yet. The beast began to struggle violently. A dense aura erupted around it. Tang Pei frowned and yelled, "Not good. It's going to self-destruct. Everyone come to me. Set up a defensive formation." Seeing the situation, Linmi couldn't help but say anxiously, "At this close range, even with a defensive formation, we might not." Suddenly, Xiao Yifeng shot past them from behind, heading straight for the beast. Everyone behind him panicked and called out, "Junior brother Xiao." Ignoring their calls, he charged headlong at the monster. A strange golden token suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, he threw the token straight at the beast in front of him. It had no time to dodge. Boom! The monster exploded into pieces. Witnessing the flash of events before them, Cece exclaimed, "It doesn't seem that scary." Beside her, Zhoming couldn't help but be skeptical. Is this really the power of a Foundation establishment beast? Lin Mi explained. It was Xiao Yifeng. He detonated the command token artifact given by the Sect. It caused the beast's self-destruction process to fail. Saying that, she couldn't help but praise him. Such decisiveness is truly terrifying. Hearing this, Li Fong was consumed by jealousy. He frowned in anger and cursed. "Terrify my ass." Then he pointed at Xiao Yifeng and scolded him loudly. "Xiao Yifeng, you destroyed a Sect artifact. You disobeyed orders. I will definitely report you to the elders." Linmi couldn't hold back and turned her head to say scornfully, "Truly shameless." And he didn't even bother to listen to his words, replying, "Please go ahead." He was rendered speechless, only able to utter. Tang Rui couldn't take it anymore and spoke up to stop it. "Enough." Then he turned and said, "Everyone, a Foundation establishment monster appeared in Wentian River. This matter is very unusual. We must immediately report back to the Sect." The others immediately replied, "Yes." Yifeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zizi saw that and worriedly stepped forward to ask, "Senior brother, what's wrong?" He replied, "Nothing. Just slightly injured earlier." Li Fong saw that and put on a petty, smug face to provoke. "Humph, you aren't that strong either. Who told you to show off?" "Serves you right." He looked at him with half an eye, not bothering to argue, and said, "Let's go. Don't delay time." However, no one noticed that his hand was full of scratches and dripping blood. At the law enforcement hall, the four of them, Ziz, Linmi, Li Fong, and Zhou Ming stood outside the door for a long time, but saw no one come out. Zizi said impatiently, "Why haven't they come out yet?" Then she turned to Linmi, standing beside her, and asked, "Senior sister Lin, the Sect elder won't really make it difficult for senior brother Xiao, right? Should I explain a bit?" Linmi calmly said, "Don't worry. The Sect elder isn't a fool." Li Fong kept that despicable face, snorted coldly, and said, "Humph. Destroying the Sect token, acting on his own, disobeying orders. Almost caused a great disaster. At least he broke a few Sect rules. How could the elder let him off easily?" Limmy saw his pettiness and directly exposed him. "You think the elder is as petty as you?" He was hit on the mark, couldn't argue back, only angrily uttered a sound. Suddenly Zhou Ming shouted, announcing they came out. Seeing Yifeng and Tang Rui walk out, he immediately rushed over to ask, "How was it?" Limmy continued, "Did the elder make it difficult for you?" Tang Rui glanced at him with a satisfied face and said, "Junior brother Xiao is greatly appreciated by the elder. Not only did he not blame or punish him, but praised him a lot. Worthy of being a direct disciple." He modestly smiled and said, "Not all. It's just that the elder distinguishes right from wrong. He won't just listen to one side of the story from someone." These words made Li Fong, standing aside, furious. Hearing their words, Li Mi laughed et artidi. "That's good. It was lucky thanks to you this time. Want to go for a few drinks with us? Junior sister Ling will also go along." He refused. "Next time if there's a chance. I still have some urgent matters. Sorry, senior sister." Just finished speaking, he immediately flew away. Seeing him refuse her time and again, Linmi couldn't help but scold. "This kid truly doesn't understand romance at all. Don't you think so, junior sister?" Zizi blushed and replied, "Maybe he has other business." Scene shift. He landed in a small cave. At this moment, he painfully clutched his chest and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, saying, "Jean Xian, if you had killed someone just now, something big would have happened." The ring on his hand glowed and replied, "Huh, I was just hungry. Just happened to see that sneaky kid not pleasing to the eye. Wanted to finish him off for you." An aura flew out, then turned into a little girl saying, "I really didn't expect. You'd rather use your own essence blood to feed me than let me kill him. Truly soft-hearted. He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "You better take back that demon sex style of yours. Here we can't casually kill fellow disciples. At least can't do it in broad daylight." She unexpectedly flew behind him and continued, "You righteous Sect disciples are just hypocrites. But just now I indeed couldn't resist sucking a few more mouthfuls of your fresh blood, resulting in you getting injured. Not fun at all." Next, she became extremely excited and exclaimed, "How about I just suck you dry until you're depleted? Just die, and it won't be so painful anymore." He unflinchingly negotiated. "Sucking me dry like that is just a one-time deal like killing the chicken for the egg, isn't it? I have a better way. Do you want to hear it or not?" Hearing that, she replied with interest, "Oh, try saying it. I won't spare your body, though." "Just waiting for that," he said. "Why don't you and I sign a pact?" She mocked without thinking. "Keep dreaming." He calmly continued, "Listen to me first. I can acknowledge you as master. Later I'll be your sword slave. Whenever you want to eat me, bite as you please. If you're not interested, then forget it." Hearing that, she immediately stopped him. "Wait, who? Who said I'm not interested?" He smiled and said, "Oh, saying that means you agree." She felt he couldn't naturally offer such a beneficial proposal to her, so she suspiciously said, I'm just curious. You want to have some conspiracy, right?" He put on a trustworthy look and smiled. "What conspiracy could I have? A chi-refining cultivator like me, fighting a Foundation establishment monster almost left me half dead. Who doesn't want to find a backer?" He continued to manipulate her psychology. "I just think after hugging your thigh, if I encounter any danger, I'll have you protect me. And I will serve you wholeheartedly. Obediently be a furnace for you." Hearing his sweet talk for a while, she really fell for it and said, "Really no other way. Since you put it like that, then I agree then." Then she winked and said, "Then let's not delay. Let's start the pact." Finished speaking, a stream of strange runes surrounded her body. She and the strange runes just floated in the air. While summoning the pact, she said, "This is the pact rune. Use another person's blood on the rune. Silently say your name in your heart, and it's done." Next, a sword appeared. She continued, "After the pact, every gesture and action of yours must obey my command. Otherwise, you will be backlashed by the rune. Living is worse than death. You'd better not have any thoughts of getting lucky. Now, even if you regret, I won't allow it." Hearing that, he bit his finger to draw blood and said, "Don't worry. I was just waiting for this moment." Wentian shouted, "Up." The sword automatically flew towards Yifeng. He used blood to write characters on the sword. Seeing he had no strange reaction, Wentian exclaimed, "This time it's huge." Her face clearly showed greed as she said, "Don't know what's up with this kid. The spiritual power on his body is incredibly abundant." At this moment, surrounding him was an extremely powerful aura. Seeing that, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Moreover, don't know what he cultivates. Not Tao, not demon, nor Buddha. The spiritual energy is completely of the purest taste." The more she thought, the happier she felt. Covering her face, smiling and saying, "Such a kid. From now on is mine." Suddenly he grabbed the sword hilt tightly and ordered, "Condense." She discovered something unusual and panicked, asking, "Not right. Hey, what rune did you draw?" He smugly replied, "Master recognition rune. You told me yourself." Only then did she panic, pointing at him and ordering, "Hurry and stop." An aura slashed towards him following that. However, it couldn't slash through the column of aura surging around him. He held the sword tightly in his hand. Kindly explained to her, in the process of the sword recognizing its master, it will automatically create a barrier to avoid external interference. This is the will of the sword itself. You are the sword spirit. Naturally, you must obey this. She still couldn't believe it, eyes wide open. Retorting, "Sword body protection? This is the real master recognition rune. How is it possible? My lifebound rune. Besides me, no one else should know it." Suddenly the sword in his hand started to get out of his control. Seeing that, he frowned, asking himself, "This matter? What's going on?" Wentian laughed and said, "I told you. You only have that little essence blood. How can it satisfy the immortal slaying sword? Hurry and stop." Hearing that, he seemed to realize something. Face becoming extremely mysterious, muttering, "So that's how it is." Then his eyes immediately became extremely sharp, saying, "It's just a little tiny essence blood. Take it." After the shout, He used his two blood-covered hands to tightly hold the sword blade. Xian saw that and stared in shock. You, crazy. That is absorbing your origin essence blood. Do you really want to die? He laughed once and replied, Huh, if I can't even pass this hurdle, what regrets do I have left? Saying that, he roared. His white eyes flashed with a crimson aura. Aura radiated fiercely around him. After the loud shout, he collapsed directly. He slumped on the ground, body seemingly drained of all strength, muttering. Finally succeeded. Finished speaking. He couldn't hold on anymore and fell directly on the ground. Xian walked to Yifeng's side. Couldn't help but wonder. Life bon rune? If it wasn't me volunteering, surely no one else could know. But why do I completely not remember having this segment of memory? Then she reached out towards him, intending to read his memory. Mouth muttering incessantly. Right now, you can't feel anything. If I risk being backlashed by the rune, not necessarily without a chance to escape this pact. Next, she couldn't help but curse. Bastard, what exactly happened between you and me in the past? Scene shifts to Yifeng's memory. He was sitting arrogantly on a chair with the sword in hand. Beside was Xian. She smiled and said, Xiao Yifeng, this trip of yours, you might not survive. Do you have any last wishes? This servant can consider helping you fulfill them. He replied with a mocking face. Xian, you were arrogant all your life and didn't want to truly admit me as your master. If I don't die on this trip, why don't you accept me as master? How about it? She said with an interested face. Rare for the first demon lord to still be able to joke at a time like this. But I quite like this bet. Saying that, she picked up Yifeng's hand and wrote something. While writing, she said, This is this servant's life-bound rune. If you really can live. Saying that, she used a finger to lift his chin and continued. It's not impossible to give you a chance. Thinking to herself, just a pity you have to wait for the next life. A few days later at Tianqing Market, Zizi walked while constantly looking around and exclaiming, Is this the market managed by Wentian Sect and Green Mountain Sect together? It's my first time here. Li Fong walking beside heard that and smiled, saying, I know this place very well. If Junior Sister is interested, I can show you around. Zizi ignored him completely and walked quickly towards Yifeng, saying, Senior Brother Xiao, let's walk around here together later. He replied expressionlessly, Not interested. Tang Rue, walking in front, looked sternly at them, instructing. The mission this time is to guard the market together with the Green Mountain Sect. Everyone remember to be cautious. Don't lose face for the sect. Suddenly a voice rang out. Yo, Captain Tang, it's Manager Li. He smirked and said, Everyone has arrived? He led everyone in front of him politely, saying, Manager Li, these are the disciples of my sect on rotation duty this time. Sorry to trouble you. He smiled and replied, Look at you talking. Disciples of your esteemed sect. How can I not trust them? Limmy behind also carefully reminded. Everyone pay a bit of attention. Although Green Mountain Sect is a small sect, but it has always been an ally of our sect. So try not to break this relationship. Manager Li continued, smiling, and said, Then next, trouble everyone to listen to my arrangement. I definitely won't mistreat everyone. Saying that, he pointed at Tang Rue and Zhou Ming, instructing, Captain Tang, you and this one go to North Street. It's easy to patrol over there. Hearing that, he called, Zhou Ming, follow me. Zhou Ming replied, Yes, just finish speaking. The two of them flew away directly. Next, he said again, 2 young ladies. You two go to East Street. People over there have noble status. Just right, there won't be friction with you two. Zizi looked towards Yifeng, with reluctant eyes, saying, But Limmy couldn't stand it and drag her away. While dragging her, she said, Rest assured, no need to worry about him. This time I'll take good care of you. After the two left, he pointed to one side and directed Yifeng. This one, please go to South Street. He asked confusedly, Why am I alone? He pretended to explain. Look, the market has 4 streets, but you have 6 people. This, generally speaking, there will be 1 person alone. He didn't bother arguing and said, South Street, right? I know. Finishing his words, he left directly. Li Fong only then smugly crossed his arms and smiled, saying, Second uncle, thank you. Later I will definitely say a few good words about you to Master. Hearing that, he could only sigh and say, Your business is my business. Just rest assured. South Street is the most chaotic. 10 people going there can't manage it all. I even deliberately arranged people to cause more trouble. He definitely won't complete your rotation duty mission. Then he put his arm around him and happily said, "Go, follow second uncle to West Street to drink wine. There are a few ladies over there. Very beautiful." He couldn't help but happily reply, "Thank you, second uncle." Yifeng, hiding behind a door, heard their trick and laughed coldly. So that's how it is. Scene shifts to South Street of Tianqing Market. The streets here were extremely chaotic. Everywhere were people with faces, extremely ferocious. On the street were scenes of fighting, robbery. Yifeng landed on a nearby roof and shouted, "Everyone!" Then he took out the golden token of Wentian's Sect and announced clearly, "Continuing, I'm the rotation disciple sent by Wentian's Sect, responsible for maintaining order here." A burly thug saw him and said disdainfully, "Another one came, and it's a chi refining brat." Another one continued to mock. How many days did the last one last? Already cried and went home to find his master. The woman beside also spoke up asking, "Wonder if this one can play." In a corner over here, there were 3 masked men whispering something. One instructed, "Remember clearly." Managerly made it clear. Later, no matter what he says, brothers must shout opposition. "Smash a stage." The other replied, "Yes." One of them even guaranteed firmly, "Rest assured." Yifeng ignored them and said, "Then, next, I announce my management rules. First, starting today, the tax collection of South Street will be reduced by 1 part based on the capital to be paid. No one is allowed to pay more." The troublemakers just now heard this and froze, exclaiming in surprise. He continued speaking. "Second, the street I'm in charge of is free and casual. Trading goods doesn't need inspection. Don't care about the origin. Regardless if what you hold is black goods or white goods. You sell however you want to sell. Whoever dares to mention the word order in front of me, that won't end well with me." The crowd below heard that and looked at him with mouths wide open in O-shape. Unbelievable. He continued, "Third, I only have one prohibition. Everyone is not allowed to do it. That is, anyone is not allowed to affect everyone getting rich. Otherwise," after finishing speaking, he crossed his arms satisfied and asked, "Now, who objects? Can step out." The crowd below heard that and took the chance to cheer, "Okay. Great." The black masked guy saw the situation before him and couldn't help sweating, asking, "Big brother, do we still object?" The boss heard that and angrily hit him, scolding, "Object my ass. Don't want to live anymore." As for him, seeing no one had any opinion, he ordered, "Then I announce, South Street of Tianqing Market starts operation." The next day, a masked man walked around the street angrily. "Damn it, this thing isn't easy to sell. Everyone asks for its origin." He appeared in front of a Marshall lamp and looked around once, still showing disgust. "Heard South Street isn't any good place. If not for other places not buying, why would I need to come here to try?" Just as he was muttering, a hand reached out from somewhere and patted a few times. He turned around alertly and was immediately blindfolded by a black sack. Strange people. In the dark night, thumping sounds kept ringing out. He was taken to another place by the surrounding guys. Right when the blindfold was removed, his anger flared up, raging at the group. "What are you doing?" Believe it or not, I'll. But realized he was surrounded by tall, muscular men. He knew he was disadvantaged and clasped his hands, bowing. Kneeling on the ground, begging, "You guys." Above was Yifeng, sitting on a stone chair, looking straight at his face, asking, "The goods on you. How much money? I'll buy it." Hearing someone buying his stuff, he replied with tears in his eyes, 500. "No, 400. He nodded and snapped his fingers. Immediately after, another strong, muscular guy approached. He panicked and hurriedly corrected, 300. This stuff of mine has a bit. Forget it. I won't take money anymore. Sir, spare me a path." Suddenly a bag of money was thrown in front of him. 500 spiritual stones. Not a single one missing. "Count it," he mumbled, fearfully touching the money bag. "This is..." Yifeng also instructed down. "Tell your brothers in the same trade that later, if there's anything good, just come find me." He frowned, pointing at him. "Just say you want to find Brother Feng of South Street." Buy anything?" Shyly, holding the money bag, bowing head, not daring to look up. Yes. I. My connections are very good. We'll definitely bring it to you." Yifeng nodded and waved his hand, signaling, "Go." Just waiting for that. He ran away immediately. "Thank you, Brother Feng." A week later, a few more strangers approached. They whispered, discussing with each other, "Is the place old Kim mentioned here?" Doesn't look like it. One stepped up to the stall and greeted. Hello. Are there better goods here? He boredly reminded them. Password. Hearing this, the masked guys revealed themselves. Right? We came to find Brother Foam of South Street. He turned to the closed door and called softly. A few kids arrived. Open the door. The door slowly opened. The door opened, revealing legendary lights from inside, making the guys outside shudder. The guy at the stall reminded them. Go in. Their eyes sparkled like stars, as if witnessing such a scene for the first time. 1 month later, at the flower house in the West City, a servant was kneeling in front of Li Fong, and his second uncle reporting everything. Wentian Sect disciples at North Street. East Street have completed the trial. Above, indispensable were 2 maids taking care, massaging shoulders with care. How is the situation at South Street? The servant reported. Chaotic beyond recognition, not to mention completely unmanaged. Reports received recently say someone is selling goods of unknown origin over there. Second uncle laughed. Heard that, nephew? That kid definitely can't pass the trial this time. Lilifan apili raplia. Thank you, second uncle. This time let me see what else he can do. Second uncle frowned, telling him, stand up, go, just in time to call those fellow disciples of yours. Go together to see that kid's pathetic appearance. Li Fong chased after. South Street Market. On the street was full of scenes of people fighting. Tang Rue darkened his face. Why is it even more chaotic than a mortal vegetable market? The more he walked, the angrier he got. Shouted, calling the name. Where is the person in charge of this place? Hearing him call that person's name, everyone in the street turned to look. Xiao Yifeng. Now, Yifeng appeared elegantly, surrounded by thugs. I wondered who it was. So it's Manager Li and Captain Tang. The two stood as 2 opposing factions. Everyone came to my South Street. Need anything? Li Fong seized the opportunity and pointed at the crowd standing with Yifeng. Why did you bring so many people? But he didn't find it strange. Just calmly explained. I am discussing rectifying this place with the bosses. Naturally, came together. Is there a problem? He coughed lightly and dug up secrets. We heard. South Street Market is very unruly, not only not paying enough tax, but also using some forbidden principles to circulate goods. His second uncle stepped forward, questioning. Indignantly, Xiao Yifeng. You're the supervisor here. Why didn't you handle it? Zizi behind. Eyes couldn't bear looking forward. Senior brother. But couldn't trouble Yifeng. He retorted. Manager Li, why don't I understand what you're saying at all? Everyone, did you do any forbidden transactions? The crowd behind retorted instantly. No, that's right. We are very obedient, abiding by regulations. After a series of citizens spoke for him, he shrugged, showing boredom. Look, no problem. Careful, I'll report you for slander. Manager Li was furious, clenched hands into fists. To think you associate with these complicated people. Aren't you afraid of losing face for the sect? In the crowd rang out a mocking voice. What the hell does it have to do with you? He frowned uncomfortably, shouting loudly. Who is bad-mouthing behind my back? Have the guts, then step out. Suddenly, a sword energy rushed out from the crowd. He was stunned for a moment. The very next second, activated divine power, quickly dodging, but still hurried. His feet staggered on the ground. Until Tang Rue came to help him a bit. Are you okay, Manager Li? He darkened his face, shouting, wanting to find the culprit. Who dared to provoke my Green Mountain sect? Hurry and get out here. In the crowd, a clever girl stepped out. Provoking you, so what? Yifeng also didn't expect her to appear at South Street. Why did Su Miaoqing come here? Manager Li clenched both hands, angrily questioning. Who are you? Why deliberately hurt others? Miaoqing laughed, clearly replying. I'm just a passerby. Hated seeing you guys bully the senior brother, so decided to stand up for the weak. Behind Yifeng, someone praised. This young lady truly has good eyes. The girl standing next was jealous. Manager Li refused to lose. Where did this wild girl come from? Today I must teach you a careful lesson. Saying that, he prepared a stance. One leg, jump high. Along with the firepower, he was most confident in responding to Miaoqing. But this girl only used a little spiritual power to block this move of his completely. Tang Rue also realized Miaoqing's strength wasn't ordinary. She lightly touched the sword and looked down on Manager Li openly. Only this much strength? Is that all? Seeing her starting move, his eyes were stunned. Not good. It's a top-grade spiritual weapon. A fire phoenix appeared, making all people startled looking. Yifeng also realized the event unfolding wasn't normal. Broken. This girl hit too hard. The Fire Phoenix followed Miaoqing's instruction, rushing to the enemy. Manager Li sweated cold sweat, muttering for help. This time I'm done for. He used his hand to shield right when the Fire Phoenix was touching him. But a few seconds later, nothing happened. Manager Li opened his eyes to check the situation. I didn't die. An old man appeared before his eyes, destroying this Phoenix spiritual energy in an instant. Elder Sui Xian appeared in time, frowning, looking at Miaoqing. Female benefactor, young age, but acting so viciously. Just saved, still couldn't cure Manager Li's arrogance. He even proposed an order. Elder, she. Suddenly the elder turned back, glanced a cold look reminding. Useless. Can't even deal with a woman. Go back and close the door to reflect for me. He was scared, hurriedly shutting his mouth. Yes. Then the old man turned back to settle accounts with Miaoqing. Woman, you caused my sect member to be injured. I advise you to obediently follow. Miaoqing hadn't replied. Opposite appeared a voice. Otherwise, what do you want to do with my sect's disciple? We're just finished. The outer elder of Green Mountain Sect frowned alertly. Yifeng revealed himself, openly appearing. Senior sister, why are you here? Miaoqing laughed loudly. Didn't I break through to Foundation establishment? So came here to visit you. Who knew someone was bullying you? Yifeng was surprised, uttered words of admiration. Congratulations, senior sister, on successfully breaking through to Foundation establishment. Miaoqing meeting junior brother dropped all unhappy moods, turning to joke with him. Of course, I am your senior sister. Witnessing a shocking scene. However, the elder also had to be surprised. So young, yet already reached Foundation establishment. Could this woman be a disciple of some high sect in Wentian sect? His eyes suddenly became stern again, thinking, but she hit someone first. Even if her sect comes looking, my sect is in the right. Coincidentally, can demand some benefits, saying that he broke this happy atmosphere. Two of you. He acted coldly, giving the verdict. Since you are disciples of Wentian's sect, you shouldn't have injured my sect's disciple. From before till now, Green Mountain Sect always had good relations. This matter, I must clarify with your sect. Yifeng also turned back, frowning, looking at Miaoqing. Senior sister, just now you indeed hit a bit too hard. But Miaoqing still acted innocent. Laughing it off, just learned a new spell. I still haven't controlled it yet. He stepped out to reconcile. You are right. This matter indeed, we overdid it. Indeed wrong. Behind was Manager Li watching the show. Just now weren't you very capable? Zizi still worried for Yifeng's safety. Senior brother Xiao, Li Fong looked down on him openly. This time let me see how you talk to the sect. At this moment, Yifeng revealed his true nature. Laughing disdainfully, how about this? Respecting your face. The matter of your sect's disciple bullying me. I won't pursue it anymore. Elder Sui Xian was dumbfounded. He frowned angrily. Audacious. You dare to mock me. Unforgivable. This time he deployed action quickly. Seems you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your sect. Seeing Yifeng resisting with difficulty, Miaoqing stepped up, looking down on him openly. Junior brother, don't fear. Watch me call someone. But the very next second she fell into a passive position. Hey, I can't move. Yifeng was surprised, looking over Sui Xian, probing. Why am I not affected? Could it be that elder? Unexpectedly, he was also passively standing frozen in a corner. You guys, used what demonic art. Why can't I move? This matter, Yifeng saw for the first time. But in the middle of sunny weather like this, in the sky, there were snowflakes slowly falling. What is happening? Why is it snowing when the sky is clear? The surrounding crowd also suffered similar conditions like Sui Xian and Miaoqing. I can't move. What is happening? He was also experienced so sense the spiritual energy suppressing them. Don't know. Which senior descended? I am Sui Xian, outer elder of Green Mountain Sect. A fairy flew down from the sky. Just now. You wanted to teach him on behalf of whom? It's Guanghan fairy Lu Hanyin. The more looking, the clearer it gets. The more looking elder, Sui Xian, sweated cold sweat, trembling until face had not a drop of blood. Guang. Senior Guanghan. She slowly descended. Recently I needed a few special ingredients, so told Xiao Yifeng to keep an eye out for me. Lu Hanyin glanced at the elder, asking back. Don't know what rule he violated? Say it for me to hear. The elder was suppressed by her aura. Trembling, laughing it off, taking orders. Senior. Joking. Joking enough. Young Master Xiao didn't violate any rule. But Lu Hanyin ignored him and directly continued, turning to order Yifeng. Put your hand out. Suddenly being touched on the neck made him panic. She didn't say twice, so he obediently put his hand out, getting placed by her into inside a jade pendant necklace. Yifeng surprised. This is Lu Hanyin also instructed him, since didn't violate any rule, then how to handle. Surely you know. Finished instructing, she calmly disappeared without a trace. Vanished. Yifeng held the jade pendant in hand, eyes flashing a smile. This person, Miaoqing was astonished, didn't expect him to know a fairy. Junior brother, Guanghan fairy. But he immediately blocked the senior sister's thought. Don't overthink. Just that before I once helped her. Now he remembered the old man. Turned sharply to settle accounts. Right? That elder of Green Mountain Sect. Thus a scene making him itchy. Sui Xian was beating that manager Li to pulp. He cried, begging Sui Xian, who was furious. Elder, elder, I don't know anything. But the elder was angry, not listening to his explanation. Directly dealt a few blows. Old Sui Xian frowned. Angry bastard. Almost got killed by you. But turning to Yifeng's side, he respectfully laughed it off. Young Master Xiao, look, is my beating enough? Yifeng shook his head, ordering. Continue. And so, a teaching session continued like a drama where the opponent dared not resist. Miaoqing, standing watching, also felt awkward. Moved closer, asking his opinion. Junior brother, is it okay like this? But he saw through the old man's trick. Oof. Acting for me to see only. Hitting heavy or light. He knows better than me. All right, senior sister. Excitement you also watched. Should be going back, right? If today's matter spreads out. Hearing this, Miaoqing scratched her head, frustrated. Got it. Today's matter. Don't tell master and mistress. After that, Miaoqing quickly fled home. Yifeng walked towards the crowd in front. Finished the job, also walked up to talk frankly with Tang Rue. Truly sorry. You also saw. I'm a bit busy. Tang Rue bowed head. Clasped hands, apologizing. Junior brother. Before we had some misunderstanding. Hope you don't mind. He waved hand, replying. It's fine. Hall master told me not to spread it. You understand, right? Low profile. Deng Hui nodded hippling. Before leaving, Captain Tang left a message. Today's matter I will handle. Not disturbing anymore. Seeing Zizi's face, blushing red, as a sister Lin Mi also had to advise her. Junior sister, the competitor is too strong. Or stop thinking about others. You have no chance to compete with Hall Master Wang Han. Zizi shyly denied. I don't mean that. Lin Mi said her. Oh, then just now you staring at him meant what? Li Lifeng swallowed the anger inside, muttering, Xiao Yifeng. Don't think working for the Hall Master means you can be safe forever. You will have to pay this grudge properly. Wait until the trial ends. I will definitely make you faceplant. Because of Lu Hanyin's participation, the trial afterwards became extremely smooth. Before was a sword-flying performance. Hey, the disciple flying in front. He was called back, extremely confused. Assigned missions also became extremely simple. Above were a series of people evaluating missions. The person sitting first held a loudspeaker, echoing the whole sky. Speeding. Fine 20 spiritual stones. At this moment, Yifeng was bored. Recent trial also had no challenge. Forget it. Still better continue cultivating. Very quickly, the day the trial ended arrived. Sect disciples having passed until the last day gathered here. Disciples welcome Sect Master. Welcome Hall Masters. The person above was Master Wangling. He waved a hand. Stand up all. Today is the end of the once-a-year disciple training of Wentian Sect. After today, you could be independent, representing the sect to go down the mountain to train. Xiao Yifeng stood yawning. Finally broke through to level 9. After this ends, best to go down the mountain for a trip. He continued, Qi refining level 9. According to rules, today, each disciple can choose one person to conduct a spar. He stroked his beard laughing, saying a few words of advice. Of course, cannot hit too hard, being fellow disciples. Almost not lose harmony. Li Lifeng stepped forward one step hearing this sentence. Don't know which disciple wants to go first? Sect Master. Disciple wants to challenge one person. Master Guangling nodded looking at him. Not bad. You actually broke through to Foundation establishment. Don't know whom you want to challenge? Su Qianni angrily slammed the chair, arm scolding. Shameless. He frowned, loudly questioning. A Foundation establishment, disciple challenging a chi refining one? Isn't this bullying the weak? Guangling beside, laughed a few times, then acted righteous, saying, Why is junior brother so impatient? This kind of spar has the right to refuse. Did you forget? He snorted, coldly replying, You just want to see my Hall's joke. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting their argument, making them extremely surprised. I agree. Guangling stroked his long beard, confirming. Are you sure? He calmly replied. The world is vast. How can one forever only meet enemies of the same level? Just right. Disciple also wants to experience the difference between Foundation establishment and chi refining. Such a sparring opportunity. How could Disciple miss it? Also have to thank Senior Brother Li for giving me this chance. Su Qianni, seeing him so confident, couldn't help worrying, pointing at him, saying loudly, What logic? This kid, while old Guangling side-mocking. Young age, but doesn't know to measure strength. Lu Hanyin, sitting beside at this moment, also spoke up. On the contrary, quite value him, saying that she took out a sparkling spiritual bead from somewhere, saying, Top grade ice soul bead. I bet Xiao Yifeng wins. Then she turned to old Guangling sitting beside, asking, Do you dare to bet? He looked, seeing the spiritual bead in Lu Hanyin's hand, eyes lit up. Face full of confidence, laughing, said, I soul bead. Good stuff. My junior sister Guanghan, don't regret it. Saying that he produced a talisman. The talisman was surrounded by a strange halo. He clipped the talisman in hand, saying, This is the extinction talisman. I took a few months to craft it. If Xiao Yifeng really wins, then this talisman will belong to you. Lu Hanyin continued. Then let's look forward to it. Saying that, she directed expectant eyes towards him. After discussing done, Guangling spoke, announcing, So besides not being allowed to kill, there are no other restrictions. Do you guys have any opinion? Li Fong, not knowing his strength, looked at him with arrogant eyes, then extremely confidently replied, Rest assured, I guarantee won't beat him to death. In his heart, secretly feeling proud. Already broke through to Foundation establishment. Moreover, I already have a way to counter him. Receiving his answer, he announced, Spar begins. Just finish sentence. Li Fong immediately retreated back a quite far distance from him. Su Qianni, seeing that, surprised, exclaimed, He widened the distance. Li Fong at this moment was still extremely smug, thinking, This kid's close combat ability is very strong. I'm good at long-range attacks. Just need a widened distance from the start. But seeing Yifeng still standing at the original spot without movement, he couldn't help doubting, asking himself, What is he doing? Not letting him wait long. He suddenly stabbed the sword in hand hard into the ground, making the stone floor where the sword stabbed shatter. After that, dozens of swords flew up from the ground, hovering in the air. He shouted loudly, 1,000 sword chi. Finished words. The swords simultaneously pointed tips towards Li Fong, waiting for command. Next, he pointed, ordering, Go. Just finished words. Layers of swords rushed fast towards that guy standing. He saw that and laughed loudly, smugly. So it's this move. Truly stupid. Saying that, he slammed his hand hard on the ground. Boom. The ground was smashed by him, creating a wall blocking his sword paths. Guangling, watching the match situation, evaluated. 1,000 sword chi is the strongest sword chi a chi refining disciple can use. Although power is very strong, but consumption is also very large. Looking at the sword chi, unable to penetrate that shield wall. He continued, saying, Even if it's a Foundation establishment disciple, spiritual power is just enough to support for a while. After using this move, Xiao Yifeng definitely dies. Next, he smugly turned to say to Lu Hanyin, Junior sister, that ice soul bead of yours. Seems like it's mine. She didn't flinch at all, calmly replying, Result isn't out yet. What's the rush? Over there. Li Fong thought he grasped. Victory in hand, so extremely smugly muttered, starting already consumed so much. Truly stupid. Let me see how long your internal energy can support. Wait until this move ends. Watch how I deal with you. He saw his appearance like that, sighed once, saying, Then Senior Brother Li, my warm-up is done. Next you have to hold on. Hearing these words, his nerves suddenly tensed, asking, What do you mean? Not letting him have time to do anything more. He used full strength, pointing towards that guy. The sword chi, just like that, rushed toward his hand direction. Old Guangling, seeing that, pondered for a long while. This kid, The swords kept following each other, stabbing towards Li Lifan's wall. Attacked continuously like that, the wall gradually shattered into small pieces. A second later, many loud cracking sounds rang out. The stone wall Li Lifan erected was penetrated by Yifeng's sword chi. Rows of swords rushed towards him, making him knocked flying far away. At this moment, result was clear. Referee clearly shouted, Xiao Yifeng wins. The surrounding crowd at this moment surprised endlessly. A red-haired senior brother couldn't believe it, speaking up, doubting, asking him, that just now of his was thousand sword chi? The others also paled, asking each other, just now how long did he persist? At least 20 breaths. That red-haired person heard that, held head in disbelief, asking himself, why? A chi refining perfection like me can only support for 3 breaths. Why did he support for so long? Then he looked towards him with burning eyes. The remaining senior sisters in the sect, seeing his aura like that, admired endlessly. Hanyin called, Senior brother Guangling. He startled, replying, Next, the talisman in his hand directly flew towards Hanyin. He regretfully exclaimed, My talisman. Hanyin held the talisman in hand, satisfied, saying, This talisman is indeed not bad. At least, can heavily injure a nascent soul cultivator. Saying that, she turned towards him, smiling, continuing, Thank you, senior brother, for the kindness. I accept it then. Although extremely regretful, he had no other way but to wave hand, replying, Small matter, small matter. Old Guangling, eating a big loss like that, could only turn around, blaming Su Tianyi. A few sentences. Junior brother Su, didn't expect this disciple of yours to be so strong this time. You took all the benefits. He didn't bother caring, replying, What does it have to do with me? I'm still annoyed. Scene shifts to YA Hall. After hearing him explain everything clearly, Su Tianyi said all once, So that's how it is. Next, he put the sword in front of everyone, saying, Invite everyone to look. This is the secret allowing me to perform 1,000 sword chi for a long time. Just need to carve the sword array of 1,000 sword chi on the sword body first. Then transmit spiritual power in. When needed, can trigger immediately. The blue-haired senior brother, hearing that, seemed to realize something, exclaiming, So right at the start. Actually, you used the sword array stored with spiritual power from before. Then started using. This way of thinking is extremely unique. Zhu Yushan beside continued. But this way, others are also very hard to use. Need to have extremely strong perception and control over arrays. This isn't something high cultivation can do. Lin Ziyan stepped out from somewhere, speaking loudly. Didn't expect Xiao Feng to have such talent in this aspect. Miaoqing being named, didn't understand anything, blankly replied. Lin Ziyun continued. Look at your junior brother. Cultivation clearly not equal to you, but look at people using brains. Look at yourself again. Don't know to learn from people. She, being compared, felt helpless. Bored, saying, Why is it like this? Next, he turned towards Su Tianyi, clasping hands, saying, Master, disciple has one more request. Hope master fulfills. He unhesitatingly replied, Speak. This time you performed very excellently. As long as not excessive request, will agree with you. He heard that, continued. Disciple wants to go down the mountain. Self-train for a period of time. Hearing these words of his, Miaoqing panicked, running over, questioning. Why? Is YA Hall not happy? Su Tianyi also agreed, replying, That's right. Your cultivation now is too low. Going out will meet many dangers. Better change to another request. And yet, you remained firm in your decision. Everyone has treated me so well, but unpolished jade is useless. I hope to experience more challenges. Only then can I truly grow. I hope master will grant my request. The scene shifts. Yifeng calmly walks out of YA Hall. He looks up at the sky and lets out a sigh of relief. Finally, I've achieved my goal. Although I feel a little bad for everyone, there are some plans that I can only carry out alone. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. Yifeng. The voice startles him for a moment. He immediately looks around, searching. He mutters to himself. That sounded like Lu Hanyin. No, why would Lu Hanyin come here? Did I mishear? Suddenly, a strange speck of light flies towards his chest. He wonders in confusion. What is this? It takes a jade pendant from his clothes. He says in a daze, This is the pendant Lu Hanyin gave me. Suddenly, the jade pendant floats in the air for a moment before transforming into a small puppet. It commands, Yifeng, come to Guanghan Hall at once. Yifeng stares at it, completely bewildered. The puppet stands with its hands on its hips in an incredibly arrogant posture, looking down at him. He picks it up by a corner of its clothes and wonders. What is this thing? Being held like that. It immediately struggles and scolds him. How audacious, Yifeng! How audacious! He rubs his chin, looking at the puppet in his hand for a moment and muttering. It looks like something Lu Hanyin made. I should just go to Guanghan Hall. I'll ask her to clarify. The scene shifts to Guanghan Hall. As soon as he steps inside, a voice rings out, "Halt, visitor." He politely clasps his hands and says, "Senior sister, I've come to pay my respects to the master of Guanghan Hall. Could you please announce my arrival?" The senior sister asks in return, "You're looking for the hall master? Do you have a token?" He hesitates and replies, "Well, no." Hearing this, she says, "Junior brother, our hall master is not someone you can meet just because you want to. If you don't have a token, please leave." Hearing her words, he scratches his head in confusion, thinking to himself, "Strange, didn't she summon me?" Before leaving, he politely says, "My apologies for the trouble." Suddenly, someone shouts loudly, "Wait, it's Suemo." She's panting heavily. She says, "Junior brother Yi, my apologies, I'm late." Then she turns to the senior sister beside her and explains, "Junior sister, he is master's guest." After speaking, she says again, "Junior brother Yi, quickly, follow me inside to see master." The other senior sister is astonished by the scene and wonders to herself. To think a direct disciple would personally come out to greet him. Who is this guy? On the way to see Lu Hanyin, he can't help but ask, "Senior sister, why has the hall master summoned me?" She replies, "You could just call me Suemo. As for the specific reason, I don't know either. Master only said you would be coming and told me to receive you." After leading him to Lu Hanyin's room, she stands outside the door, bows, and says, "Please enter. I will not be going in." He replies, "Thank you for your trouble." After entering, he directly asks Lu Hanyin, who has her back to the door, "Hanyin, you were looking for me?" She turns her head and asks, "You want to go down a mountain for training?" He asks in surprise, "How did you know?" Then, as if realizing something, he holds out the puppet in his hand and says, "Is it because of this?" "What exactly is it?" Lu Hanyin blushes and replies, "Your cultivation level is too low. When you encounter danger, I might not be by your side. This can help you a little." Hearing this, he lets out an "Oh, I see. So it's a protective talisman." The puppet in his hand suddenly starts struggling. How audacious, Yifeng. Seeing this, he says helplessly, "This is..." Lu Hanyin shyly explains, I'm not skilled in puppet arts, so I placed a part of my divine soul into it. Therefore, it can be influenced by me." He looked at the fuming little doll in his hand and said with a smile, "So that's how it is. Thank you, my dear wife." Hearing this, her face turned even redder as she scolded, "Who's your dear wife? I've already told you. I'm not the same as the person in your memories. It's just that I am indeed very curious. Why would another version of me fall for you? I heard you've been quite popular lately. If you're bothered by this thing monitoring you, just throw it away." He happily hugged the doll to his chest and replied, "Throw it away? This is a gift from my wife. Why would I ever throw it away?" Lu Hanyin directly ended the conversation. "Anyway, if there's nothing else, you should leave the mountain. I have nothing more for you." Xiaofeng suddenly stepped forward and hugged her tightly. "Don't worry, I won't let your kindness go to waste." Caught off guard by the hug, Lu Hanyin was extremely embarrassed, mixed with a bit of anger. A chilling, icy aura emanated from her body. Then, she furiously ordered Suemo, "Show him out." Suemo received the order and replied, "Yes, junior brother Xiao. Please follow me." But when she saw Xiao Feng's condition, she couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Xiao Feng's entire body was covered in a thick layer of ice. He gave a strained smile and said, Senior sister, Suemo, could you please find a place and thaw me out a bit?" Hearing that he was leaving the mountain, several senior brothers in the sect gave him enthusiastic instructions. Xiang Tianji offered a book, saying, "Junior brother, this is my exclusive secret art for self-defense. If you encounter someone with ill intentions towards you, you can use it generously." Another senior brother with green hair held a stack of talismans. "Junior brother, these are some life-saving talismans I rushed to make overnight. If you meet someone you can't beat, avoid them if you can." Senior sister Zhu Yushan also held a flag and advised, "Junior brother, this is the 5 elements flag. It has a certain defensive capability against various types of magic. Most importantly, if you can't win, you can surrender. As long as the Green Mountains are there, you'll never be short of firewood. Seeing everyone like this, he couldn't help but say helplessly, "Senior brothers, senior sister, I'm just going down the mountain for some training. I'm not going to fight a demon lord single-handedly." Xiang Tianji was still worried and reminded him, "We're just worried about you. Remember, when you're in danger, don't try to fight force with force. Saving your life is the most important thing." He happily clasped his hands and bid farewell to everyone before leaving. "I have remembered the teachings of my seniors. I'll take my leave now." As soon as he finished speaking, he rode his sword and flew away. Xiang Tianji watched his receding figure and couldn't help but sigh. Junior brother Xiao must be in a hurry to go down the mountain to train because the Zhenwu assembly is approaching. He's truly ambitious. Senior sister Ju Yushan then spoke up. "Speaking of which, why didn't junior sister Miao come? Isn't her relationship with junior brother Xiao very good?" The green-haired senior brother heard this, counted on his fingers for a moment, then sighed and said, "That little girl, she's really bold." As he rode his sword, he silently calculated. "All right, first, I'll make a trip to the nearest city, Wentian City." Suddenly, a desperate cry for help rang out. "Help me!" It was Miao Qing. She was tied to a tree. Her body trembled as she cried for help. "Help! Is anyone there? Help me!" The men in front of her sneered in response. "Go ahead and scream. Even if you scream your throat raw, no one will come to save you." Miao Qing looked up at the sky and saw the silhouette of Xiao Feng's sword fly past without stopping. She cursed in frustration. "Hey, are you guys not taking your line seriously?" Seeing her like this, they took a few fearful steps back and said, "Miss Heroine, we really are being very serious." That's right. My throat is already raw from shouting." Suddenly, a voice called out, "What are you all doing?" The leader saw him and jumped in surprise. Then, he immediately got into character, putting on a very fake performance. The two beside him also played along. "Boss, what's wrong?" The leader continued his act. "It's an immortal. Such a kingly aura. How can I withstand it?" He even professionally slapped his own chest, causing the other two to cry out in alarm. "Boss!" And they dragged him away. "Retreat. Get the boss out of here." The other two didn't forget to add a dramatic line. "You just wait." He looked tiredly at Miao Qing and said, "Senior sister, care to explain?" She stammered in reply. "Well, I was passing by this road and was carelessly captured by these bandits." He didn't believe her at all and shot a sharp glare in her direction. Seeing through her act, she had no choice but to confess. "All right, Fine. I wanted to come out and play with you." He asked suspiciously, "Did master and mistress let you go just like that?" She avoided his gaze. She stammered out a lie. They agreed. They had absolutely no objections. He didn't press her further and said decisively, "I see. Then follow me to Wentian City." That was all she was waiting for. She joyfully broke free from the rope and cheered. Seeing her like this, he could only think helplessly. After a few days in Wentian City, I'm sure master and mistress will come to take this girl back. Not long after, the two of them flew off together. The leader of the group from before saw this and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That demoness has finally left. Hearing this, the other two immediately started flattering him. "The boss is brilliant. To think you could escape from the hands of those immortals. Boss, you're amazing. We really survived." He happily rubbed his head and said, "That's right. When has your boss ever lied to you? This is what they call surviving a great disaster. There's bound to be good fortune later. From now on, we'll definitely find a fat sheep we can rob." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. "Excuse me, have you seen a person?" It was Lin Ziyun. She had found her way here. The two lackeys saw her, looked at each other, and said with a grin, "Boss, I'm not mistaken, am I? A fat sheep." And so, the three fearless men advanced on Lin Ziyun with greedy expressions, saying in unison, "Little lady, are you out here all by yourself?" At night, the town was adorned with sparkling lights. It was dazzling with the glow of lanterns. It seemed to be a festival today. A crowd of onlookers surrounded the dragon dance area. In the middle of the street, several children were playing happily. A little girl chased after her friend, shouting, "Give me back my kite." The little boy holding the swallow kite laughed mischievously. "Come and get me." Yifeng and Miao Qing strolled through the street. She looked left and right, taking in the bustling scene. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing her reaction, he turned and asked, "Have you never seen this before?" She replied with innocent delight, "Never. The market town here is much more interesting than the Sect." At that moment, the two of them arrived at a certain stall. The stall owner called out, "Miss, would you like to buy a scented sachet? I made them all myself." Miao-Ching agreed immediately without hesitation. Yes, yes, I'll take one." Then, smiling, she prepared to pull out a spirit stone from her sleeve. "How much is it? I have a high-grade one on me." But before she could finish, he pushed her aside. He took out a few coins himself. "Here, I have money." Afterward, he gently explained, "Senior sister, people in the mortal world don't usually use spirit stones. To them, they're truly very precious. Using regular money is fine." She repeated blankly, "Regular money?" Then, 1 second she was still puzzled. The next, her attention was caught by something else. In the direction she was looking, a crowd had gathered. It was extremely noisy. Inside the circle, a sledgehammer came crashing down. The brown-haired boy shattered the heavy stone on his partner's chest with one blow. The crowd cheered excitedly. The two of them stood up to promote their act. "Thank you all for your support. Does anyone want to give it a try? 1 swing for 10 silver taels. Our Biao-ji can definitely take it." At that moment, a slender, beautiful hand reached out from behind the crowd. The boy who had just performed saw that it was a pink-haired girl stepping forward and looked at her with disdain. "Miss, can you even lift the hammer?" Miao-Ching calmly stated her intention. "I don't want to hit you. I want to lie here and let someone else hit me." Her firm words immediately caused the surrounding people to whisper among themselves in confusion. She continued confidently, "Don't worry, my body is very sturdy." Yifeng rushed out to intervene. Saw thee, my little sister's mind isn't quite right." With that, he grabbed her with one hand and pulled her away from the spot. She protested in dissatisfaction. "What do you mean? I can totally handle it." Only when they were far enough away did he begin his analysis. "Senior sister, you are a cultivator. If you participate in mortal activities, you'll scare them." She leaned against the bridge railing, laughing with delight. "I just got too excited. You know, I've never been to such a lively place before." A streak of gold suddenly shot up into the sky, followed by green and pink. Then, boom, fireworks burst brilliantly in the night sky. Miao-Ching cupped her face, lost in a state of bliss, and confessed, "It's so beautiful. Junior brother, I actually really admire you." The two of them stood side by side on the bridge, watching the lights before them. She confided, "Ever since I can remember, I've lived in the Sect. My parents never let me go down to the mortal world. I could only hear about it through the stories of my senior brothers and sisters. But I really wanted to see it for myself." A happy smile bloomed on her lips. "You know what? I snuck out." He listened quietly. "I know." Hearing his reply, she rested her chin in her hands and continued cheerfully. "As expected, I can't fool you. Actually, I just wanted to come out and have a look. I'm so glad you could take me out to have fun." At this point, a flicker of worry crossed her face. She glanced at him and reminded him, "Junior brother, you must be careful out here. I won't be here to protect you anymore." Just then, a pair of feet stepped up behind them. "Oomph, you barely have any skills yourself, yet you want to protect others." Miao-Ching immediately recognized the voice. Mother. Xiaofeng was also startled. "Shenyang." Su-Yin stood with her arms crossed. She walked leisurely as she questioned them. "Miao-Ching, you've grown up. You even know how to sneak out of the house to play now." A magic array had appeared at their feet without them noticing. It cast a purple curtain over the three of them. Miao-Ching felt a chill run down her spine. She shivered. "A soundproof barrier. Mother, this is—" Su-Yin showed no emotion, but her tone was filled with danger. "It would be impolite if your loud crying disturbs others." A string of firecrackers exploded, signaling the start of a lively festival evening. And yet, someone found it a bit strange. "Do you feel like the firecrackers are a bit loud today?" Another person guessed. "Indeed, the quality of the firecrackers must be good." The first person thought for a moment. "Makes sense." This area proved the excellent perception of that passerby. The explosions were so loud that even the soundproof barrier couldn't contain them. Xiaofeng observed the scene and sighed. "Oh, my heavens. This is definitely family." The person in question, Miao-Ching, was currently crying with large bumps on her head. It hurt so much. Her mother, Su-Yun, was holding a massive hammer with a gentle smile. It made him think to himself, she's really beating her to death. He swallowed nervously. He began hesitantly. Shounen, maybe you should take a rest? Your hand holding the hammer must be tired, right? Hearing this, she pouted. That makes sense. Then she called out loudly. So Miao King. The girl jumped and raised her hand. Here, Suyin asked sternly. Do you admit your mistake? And received the answer. I do. Leaning on the hammer, she spoke again. Do you know the consequences? Miao Qing, her eyes welling with tears, nodded vigorously. I know. According to the rules, I have to face the wall and reflect for a year. But her mother was not satisfied. She scowled and snorted. It's much more serious than that. The girl looked up, her face pale with fear. Then, how many years? But her mother placed her hands on her hips and declared, listen up. Your punishment this time is to go down the mountain for training with Xiaofeng. If he doesn't return, you're not allowed to return either. The girl's eyes widened, and she fell silent. Still processing those words, her mother narrowed her eyes at her. Any objections? The girl quietly replied. Understood. Then Su Yun turned to Xiaofeng to ask a favor. Little Feng, will you agree to take care of Miao Qing? He clasped his hands respectfully. Shounen, rest assured. I will take good care of senior sister. Receiving a satisfactory answer, her gaze softened. With your words, I can rest assured. With that, she vanished in a flash, leaving behind Miao Qing, who was now openly overjoyed, cheering. Mother is the best. She threw her arms around him, cheering with delight. This is great. Junior brother, I can go out and play with you now? In the middle of their hug, a stream of green energy suddenly wedged between them, pushing them apart. Pushed away, she looked back a little surprised. A mini puppet appeared, blocking the space between them. This is, he hurriedly explained. Don't misunderstand. This is my senior sister. You know that. While Miao Qing was still looking at the strange creature in confusion, Yifeng was already clasping his hands and pleading. Aya, don't be angry anymore. There's nothing going on between us. Seeing his earnest attitude, she seemed satisfied and zipped back into his clothes. Miao Qing immediately spoke up to ask. Junior brother, that was... But he didn't explain clearly. He just gave a strained laugh. It's just a magic treasure. Let's go. Let's find it first. We should find a place to rest. In the distant sky, two figures were hovering, watching the two on the ground leave. The green-haired disciple with a scar across his face was confused. Aunt Master, this decision of yours. How will you explain it to Master? Lin Ziyun was as calm as ever. It's fine. I'll talk to Tianni. We were indeed too protective of Miao Qing before. It's good for her to go see the outside world. She glanced over. In order to protect her, I've always kept her from having contact with the outside world. But that just made her resentful. This is a good opportunity. It's just that their cultivation levels are indeed a bit. You know what I mean, right? The other person understood immediately and reported. Aunt Master, rest assured. I will protect them in secret. She instructed him. Remember, don't let them find out. Rest assured, I'm still capable of that much. Their conversation ended. The two figures also vanished in a flash. Only two streaks of light could be seen for a moment. But no matter how secretive they were, they couldn't escape Yi Feng's notice. He smiled and glanced subtly. Miao Qing, beside him, saw this and couldn't help but ask. Junior brother, what are you looking at? He changed the subject. Nothing. Just a couple of birds flying by. Let's go. The next morning, Yifeng paced in front of Miao Qing's door, calling for her to wake up. Senior sister, it's time to go. She rolled around in bed, refusing. Let me sleep a little longer. It's not often I don't have to cultivate. Suddenly, a stern voice echoed from the door. Su Miaoing, I really should just take you back. It startled her. She was instantly wide awake. Mother. Then she shot out of the room, as if she hadn't been lazing around at all. Mother, I was cultivating all last night. But when she got outside, she didn't see her mother anywhere. She looked around frantically. Where's mother? Yifeng held a talisman between his fingers. He teased her with delight. The voice-transmitting talisman second senior brother gave me. He said it would have miraculous effects. It really is useful, being played by her junior brother. How could she not be furious? Junior brother, you nearly scared me to death. He explained calmly. It was the only way to wake you up. We should go. She stopped arguing. She held her chin and thought. But where are we going next? He was already standing at the wide-open door. As he chanted to summon his flying sword, he reminded her, "Didn't the innkeeper tell us before? Head southwest." Only then did the memory of last night surface in her mind. The innkeeper had said, "I heard demons have appeared in the southwest. For several years now, no travelers have come from that direction." Her spirits immediately lifted. Miao Qing shouted, "Slay demons and vanquish evil. Let's go." He watched her run overexcitedly. He thought to himself, "I don't even need to make up a complicated reason." The two of them made their way to a beach with white sand and clear blue water. He explained, "If you head southwest from Wentian City to the sea, there's an island." As he muttered, he couldn't help but miss his little dragon girl. "In my previous life, I found my newly born spirit pet here." They rode on their flying swords. His thoughts continued. "Unfortunately, I arrived too late in my last life. It caused that little guy to lack sufficient origin energy. This time, I've arrived more than 10 years earlier. Maybe I can make it a little stronger." At that moment, a sharp green light shot towards them. Yifeng noticed it immediately. Miao Qing was also surprised. He dodged to the left, not forgetting to warn her. "Senior sister, be careful." She also successfully dodged. The beam of energy shot through the space between them, out of the frying pan and into the fire. They had just escaped death when another barrier enveloped them. A formation that conceals aura and blocks communication. The opponent came prepared. As he finished speaking, two figures flew before them. One of them spoke. "Yifeng, I don't believe anyone can save you this time." He looked at the newcomer and recognized him. "Senior Brother Li, why is it you? You're not tired of this, but I am." Miao Qing didn't even spare the two new arrivals a glance. She didn't take them seriously. Just a couple of defeated opponents. "You want to stop us? Are you insane?" Her disdainful words were immediately shattered by another voice. Her eyes widened in shock. "The two of them aren't enough. So what if you add me to the mix?" Following that voice was a man who looked like a eunuch. His skin was deathly pale, but he exuded a powerful aura. She exclaimed in surprise. "Late-stage foundation establishment." The two lackeys saw the newcomer arrive and quickly put on fake smiles to curry favor. "Lord, we didn't lie to you. There really is a top-quality woman here." The old man looked at her. He sized her up. "Indeed, she is truly top quality. You've done well this time." Seeing the Lord's satisfied attitude, he hesitated. "Then about dealing with them for my nephew." The old man snorted coldly, his eyes glowing eerily. "Leave it to me." Having successfully enlisted his help, the other man immediately thanked the Lord. Li Feng, standing beside him, also chimed in. "Thank you, Senior Huanqi." Yifeng heard the conversation. Seeing him address the old man like that, he repeated, "Senior Huanqi?" Miao Qing quietly asked, "Junior brother, have you heard of this person's name before?" He muttered in reply, "I've heard of him. He's said to be an evil cultivator. He cultivates by absorbing the yin energy of women." As he said this, his face couldn't help but darken. But his methods are extremely cruel. He drains the women he dual cultivates with completely dry. Hearing his words, she also gritted her teeth and cursed. "Beast." Huanqi saw that the two of them seemed to know him. He didn't beat around the bush. "It seems you've heard of me. That saves a lot of effort. Women are nothing but cultivation cauldrons. Surrender willingly, and I can give you a painless death. How about it?" A red aura suddenly entered his sword. He was surprised and transmitted his thoughts. "Zhan Xian, why did you enter this ordinary flying sword?" The entity in the sword grumbled. "Didn't you tell me not to reveal myself under normal circumstances? But I really can't listen to this anymore. I must kill him." The two of them watched warily as the enemy arrogantly taunted them. "A late-stage foundation establishment cultivator is not someone you two can handle." Li Feng continued with a sinister tone. "Yifeng, you fought against me before. This time, I'll make you watch how your senior sister is played with to death." Yifeng held his sword and retorted, "Oh, and I'd also like to see just how formidable a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator is." With that, he fearlessly charged straight at Huanqi. Miao Qing hurriedly called after him. "Xiaofeng, don't be reckless." The old man chanted, and a series of purple evil energies appeared. "You court death." And he flicked his finger, sending it flying towards him. A net materialized around Yifeng. He was immobilized. He raised his sword, only to quickly realize, "I can't cut it." Miao Qing rushed forward to help. "Xiaofeng, I'm coming to help you." Dozens of green slashes immediately flew towards her, blocking her path. As she dodged, she prepared a hand seal and called out, "Lightning array!" Before any lightning appeared, an enemy appeared in front of her and threw a punch. Don't even think about it. The direct hit was too much for her to block. She was sent flying straight to the ground. He laughed triumphantly. "I know your magic is powerful, but as long as the two of us suppress you together, and don't give you a chance to cast your spells, you're nothing to be afraid of." Then he glanced over at the other confrontation. "Once Lord Huanxi deals with that brat, you'll be ready to be our plaything." Over there, Huanxi pointed his finger, gathering the evil energy. He said incessantly, "A mere qi refining stage cultivator dares to challenge me. Your courage is commendable, but overconfidence won't get you far on the path of cultivation." But Yifeng was not afraid at all. He retorted to the old man, "You're not wrong. You lost because you were too overconfident." The old man was half surprised, half confused. Only now did he reveal his true strength. Zhan Xian, this strike was different from before. It shattered the net into pieces. Huanqi was astonished by what he had just seen. "You're only at the qi refining stage. How is this possible?" Ignoring the old man's confusion, he quickly thrust his sword, full of power, towards him. The force was so strong it knocked the old man's hat off. His face was split open. His eyes rolled back as he uttered his last words. "You, that sword." Li Feng saw that the situation was bad and quickly turned to report. "Second uncle, it's bad. Lord Huanxi is dead." The second uncle was facing Miao Qing. He turned back in shock. "What?" She immediately seized the opportunity to unleash a fire phoenix attack on him. "You dare to look away while fighting me?" The second uncle was obviously caught off guard. Not good. Then he was engulfed by the powerful flames. He could only scream, "Nephew, save me." Li Feng abandoned his. No, he abandoned his relative to save himself. Time to run, but it wasn't that easy. Yifeng had already flown over to block him. "Senior brother Li, where do you think you're going?" Miao Qing had also finished off the other guy and flew over to block his rear. "What did you just say you were going to do to me?" His face turned pale, and he started citing the rules. "You, what do you want to do?" "The sect rules state that you cannot kill fellow disciples. Do you dare to violate them?" Then, his eyes suddenly widened in horror. She had ruthlessly run him through with her sword, right through the chest. She then coldly uttered 2 words. "Scum." Looking at Li Feng's dead body lying on the ground in a pool of dry blood, Yifeng smiled and said to Miao Qing, "I thought you wouldn't be able to do it." She sheathed her sword, showing her disgust for such a despicable person. "The thing I hate most is a traitor to the sect." With that, Miao Qing turned and asked him, "Junior brother, how did you kill that guy?" He gently stroked his exquisite jade sword and recalled with excitement. "Just luck. He approached me without using any protective magic. I managed to land a successful sneak attack." Miao Qing frowned and reminded her junior brother, "You absolutely cannot be so reckless next time. You won't be as lucky as you were this time." To avoid his senior sister's nagging, he hurriedly set off with her. Yes, senior sister. Let's get out of here quickly." Miao Qing stopped talking. She nodded, and together with Yifeng, they quickly soared into the sky. That's right. Below, the scorching sun shone on the face of Manager Li. His hand finally twitched after the fierce battle. Manager Li shot up. He clenched his fists full of dirt, engraving today's hatred in his memory. Wentian Sect. Sumiaoing. I'm not done with you. At that moment, a strange voice sounded from behind him. So that's how it is. To think you have a secret technique on you. That's why you survived. He glanced coldly at the elegant Taoist student beside him. He muttered an introduction. Fellow Taoist, I am a disciple of Elder Luo Xian of the Qingyan sect. The fellow Taoist waved his hand. He bent down and said bluntly to him, Don't worry, leave it to me. Later, I'll have to teach my junior sister a lesson. Manager Li frowned, panicking for a moment. What? This fellow Taoist then burned a talisman in his hand. He became even more unpredictable. When you kill someone, you must destroy the body and erase all traces. In the sky, 2 streaks of light were still streaking by. Finally, they slowed down to observe the ground below. Miao Qing muttered as she looked down. Junior brother, are the demons causing trouble that far away? But he didn't know for sure either. He scratched his head and guessed. Those demons are probably on some small island. Let's keep looking. Based on Yi Feng's remaining memories, he guessed, according to my memory, the place should be around here. It was supposed to be a shattered coral island. Suddenly, Miao Qing shouted loudly, attracting his attention. Junior brother, look ahead. Over there in the sky, a thunderstorm is raging. This whole area, this phenomenon is so strange. Is the island where the demons are located over there? Yifeng replied to Miao Qing's question. Let's go over there and take a look. Remember to be careful. The two of them approached the source of the lightning flashes. Senior sister Miao Qing was astonished. There really is an island. In front of them was a tall, large tree that was emitting earth-shattering scenes. Miao Qing excitedly flew over. That ancient tree must have some kind of treasure. That's why it's causing such a phenomenon. But the closer they got, the more Yifeng's expression darkened. Senior sister, fall back. The water surged even more violently. Miao Qing was startled. She retreated further and further away. What is that? From beneath the violently churning ground, rocky crags gradually rose, protecting that strange, ancient tree. Next, a voice echoed all the way to where they were. Humans leave. Yifeng clasped his hands in apology. It could transmit its thoughts spiritually. This is at least a nascent soul-stage demon beast. Senior, we apologize for the disturbance. We will leave immediately. The two of them then retreated to a safe distance to observe. From afar, they could both clearly see the shape of the demon beast, a turtle that was several million years old. Miao Qing let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that Senior has no intention of making things difficult for us. Otherwise, we would have been in trouble. Yifeng frowned, observed carefully, and then replied, It's not that it has good intentions. It just can't be bothered with us. The entire sky grew darker and darker. Look, it's about to begin. In the sky, the clouds parted, opening a path for a new formation. Miao Qing was utterly astonished. Could this be? The turtle roared fiercely amidst the dark clouds. Tribulation transcendence. Looking at the whole scene, plus the sky full of dark, menacing clouds, and dangerous lightning, Yifeng understood almost everything. So that's how it is. He explained to his senior sister. This island is actually a part of this giant turtle. But when I came here, this place was already a partially destroyed ruin, and the giant turtle demon beast was still releasing a large amount of power, trying to fight against the lightning. Yifeng continued. This giant turtle failed its tribulation. Why I saw that year was its remains. But this time, I've arrived earlier. The two powers immediately clashed head-on. Senior sister Miao Qing muttered in reply. It blocked it. Watching a tribulation doesn't seem very difficult, but his gaze became even more determined as he looked ahead. This is only the first bolt. The stronger the demon beast, the stronger the heavenly tribulation it faces. The lightning striking from above grew stronger, like a punishment. But the giant turtle demon beast refused to submit. Surrounding it was a sturdy magic formation. The two sides continuously attacked each other. The punishment from the heavens grew more and more intense. Senior sister Miao Qing muttered as she rode her sword, not missing a single moment. It's truly magnificent. Yifeng also nodded in agreement. To be able to witness this scene can be considered a rare kind of fate. She quickly turned around. A hawk demon beast was streaking towards them. Something is coming from over there. The demon beast was rushing towards them, and just as he turned to look, is it attacking us directly? But just as the two of them panicked, the demon beast shot past them, to their surprise. Yifeng, Kalmit Miao Kingspanik. Its target isn't us. And its destination now is the giant turtle demon beast location. As soon as it arrived, it immediately created a whirlwind. It immediately attacked downwards. The turtle seemed to be receiving a boost of power from outside the formation, helping it protect the gradually weakening formation. But the astral wind had no intention of letting it go. It continuously rained down terrifying arrows of divine power. Yifeng frowned and muttered. The protective barrier has been significantly depleted by the astral wind. The next lightning tribulation, it won't be able to block it. At that moment, both powers descended at once. Its protective magic formation also weakened. And this time, the astral wind, stronger than ever, ferociously struck the demon beast. A massive explosion was about to occur. The protective barrier was also broken. The punishment of the lightning tribulation pierced through its body. The giant turtle, exhausted, fell into the water below without moving at all. The hawk saw this and quickly dove down. It swooped past the jagged rocks and reached the brightly shining light. Suddenly, A green snake with a forked tongue and fangs appeared. It immediately bit into the hawk's wing. The hawk looked at its wing in astonishment. Miao Qing was shocked. That snake, it's like it grew out of the giant turtle's body. He nodded. So they are one entity. Can my previous spirit pet be? Senior sister set up a defensive formation. The two of them quickly prepared to activate a formation. Aren't we already very far away? Ahead was the scene they first saw. Over here, they opened a defensive formation. When those two demon beasts were entangled with each other, the lightning tribulation was not yet over. Thus, the lightning tribulation would simultaneously consider both demon beasts as the target of the tribulation. Above in the sky, through the layers of dense lightning, a snow dragon also appeared. The power of the lightning tribulation would increase exponentially. The hawk demon beast let out a terrifying roar. The giant turtle still held the hawk in its mouth, refusing to let go. Its eyes glowed a bright red. At this moment, the overwhelming power of the lightning tribulation was giving them a taste of its doubled strength. A scene that shook the entire deserted island. Over here, the two of them were still fully focused on the defensive formation to protect themselves. Senior sister Miao Qing didn't quite understand. Even at such a great distance, it has such immense power. Is this a heavenly tribulation? After an earthquake that caused the water level to rise, there were a few rumbles from below, and then it stopped. Are they all dead? From within, a faint light shot out. But if you looked closely, it was the shape of a white hawk. The formation also ceased. Yifeng suggested to his senior sister, "Let's go over there and see." Then, the two of them landed on the island. She looked in surprise at the lush green, ancient tree from before. Now, just a withered trunk. This tree has been destroyed. What a pity. At this time, he had already gone to check on the beast. Yifeng said to Miao Qing, "This one is still alive." But she shook her head, unconcerned. It can't last much longer. Its injuries are too severe. But there's still hope for it to live. Yifeng couldn't bear it. To his sister's surprise, he supported its body. Xiaofeng. He stroked it and said to Miao Qing, "This snake has an affinity with me. Maybe I can think of a way to save it." Hearing him say that, she froze solid. Even this can be considered an affinity? But how are you going to save it? Yifeng also noticed something. Look at its eyes. This tree can probably help it. Let me try. He touched the withered tree trunk. His whole body could feel the terrifying power still lingering here. Such dense, wood elemental, spiritual energy. With one hand, he absorbed the power. With the other, he created a channel towards the giant turtle demon beast. And the giant turtle actually felt it. It stirred with life after a few minutes. Watching the demon beast gradually revive from severe injuries, senior sister Miao Qing was also amazed. "I can't believe it's working." To her surprise, he calmly explained, "Perhaps this large tree root is a part of the giant turtle's body. It contains immense spiritual energy. Even if it's destroyed, it's enough for it to recover a great deal." The turtle absorbed the divine with spiritual energy and recovered quickly. The demon beast had just revived, when the sky immediately changed again. The storm brewed once more. She quickly alerted her junior brother. "Xiaofeng, in the sky." He looked up and replied to his sister, "I see it. Let's get out of here immediately. The heavenly tribulation is not over yet." The two of them immediately flew away from the area. They didn't leave right away, but stood at a distant corner to observe the whole scene. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation. 3 bolts have already struck. There's still one final bolt left. The hawk flew over again to join in the fun. This scene was witnessed by Yifeng. He frowned with annoyance. "It's that guy again." She stood behind him, trying to persuade him. "Xiaofeng, this is a battle between nascent soul, stage demon beasts. There's nothing we can do." The spirit hiding in his clothes suddenly popped out to watch. But he immediately stuffed it back into his pocket. He whispered a reminder, "It's not necessary." But it still wanted to come out and rebel. "Let me kill it. Kill it." Yifeng froze. He was still trying to calm it down. "I know you're very strong. Just calm down for a bit." Seeing a tiny spirit in his clothes, Miao Qing asked curiously, "Xiaofeng, what exactly is this thing?" He gave a faint smile and explained, "It's just a little toy." Just then, the hawk turned back. This time, it seemed like it was going to attack in their direction. "It's coming this way." Yifeng had no choice but to call for help. "Second senior brother, if you don't act now, senior sister will be in danger." A grand magic formation instantly formed. The hawk involuntarily crashed into the magic formation and was stopped. At this moment, second senior brother finally revealed himself. He smiled and greeted the two of them. Junior brother, you have sharp eyes indeed. Then he turned to the hawk, which was transforming and preparing for battle. Fellow Taoist, I wonder if you would be willing to leave? Its eyes flashed. Then it turned and left. At this moment, Yifeng, standing behind, chuckled and praised him. Second senior brother is amazing. He let out a soft sigh. If it hadn't been severely injured by the heavenly tribulation, I wouldn't have been able to scare it away. Afterward, he turned to ask Yifeng, Junior brother, how did you know I was nearby? I wonder, when it comes to hiding, even eldest senior brother is far inferior to me. Only then did Yifeng explain in detail how he was so perceptive. It was because Aunt Master was surely worried about senior sister. She would definitely send someone to protect her. However, eldest senior brother isn't cautious enough. Third senior sister is too lazy. So second senior brother was naturally the most suitable choice. Miao Qing replied with frustration. What? Mother doesn't trust me that much? Seeing his senior brother, he couldn't help but look up to him. He nodded in praise. You are indeed intelligent. But don't take such risks in the future. If I hadn't been here, you two would have been in danger. Yifeng immediately obeyed. Yes. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Second senior brother's gaze swept over to the other side. The whole scene was submerged in the heavenly tribulation, which also startled him. The 4-9 heavenly tribulation. It's been a while since I've seen one. The two sides fought with increasing intensity. Second senior brother created a defensive barrier. He brought the two of them closer to observe. Just in time. Let's go see if this demon beast can successfully transcend the tribulation. Under the withered tree, a small amount of wood elemental spiritual power was being emitted. Seeing it sprawled on the ground, Yifeng's expression showed he couldn't accept the truth. How could this be? It failed the tribulation. But Miao Qing didn't think so. Xiaofeng, look at its head. From within the large shell, a white snake emerged. Yifeng gießt in astonishment. This is shedding its shell to be reborn. It actually used this method to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Even sat down to play with it. It successfully passed the tribulation, but looks very weak. And yet, the snake, not knowing he had saved it before, bit down hard on Yifeng's finger. He panicked and wanted to throw the snake away, but it clung to his hand. This caused senior sister Miao Qing to panic as well. Her jaw dropped. Why is this thing biting people? Second senior brother just laughed loudly and explained. This is what's called breaking and then establishing. Because its original body was destroyed during the tribulation, it relied on shedding its skin and being reborn to escape the final heavenly tribulation. Although it needs to recover starting from the foundation establishment stage, its future is now wide open. Then, it flew into Yifeng's clothes. He finally calmed down. He looked at the wound and muttered, It's nothing. The bite was light. Second senior brother walked over and praised him. Congratulations, junior brother, to be able to subdue such a spirit beast. It seems your fortune is very good. Yifeng didn't forget to express his thanks. Fortunately, second senior brother was here to help. As if remembering something important, he pointed towards the dry tree that was absorbing the divine with spiritual energy and said to his senior brother, Oh, right, second senior brother. This spirit wood here looks very unusual. Would you like to go take a look? As if he already knew, second senior brother just let out a sigh of admiration. Oh, for this tree to survive such a heavenly tribulation without being destroyed is truly interesting. Second senior brother stared at the tree for a moment and then said, I didn't expect it to be the rare divine wood root. Hearing this, he asked, Can this divine wood root still be saved? He replied, That's right. A natural treasure like this already possesses extremely strong vitality. It just needs to find a spirit branch quickly. Hearing this, Miao Qing remembered something and exclaimed, A spirit branch. There should be one in the sect. Second senior brother turned around, his expression serious as he calculated. From here back to there, even for me, it would take at least 3 days for a round trip. Then he continued, During this time, I won't be able to protect you too. Yifeng patted his chest and assured him, Don't worry, senior brother, just go back. We won't cause any trouble during this time. Miao Qing, beside him, quickly chimed in. That's right. Hearing their assurances, he felt a bit more at ease and activated a spell to leave, but before he left, he didn't forget to remind them. That's for the best. Remember, don't go looking for trouble. I'll be back in 3 days. With that, he sped away. Yifeng watched second senior brother's receding figure and said with deep meaning, "Looks like he's really gone." Miao Qing turned to ask, "What about us?" He didn't say much, just replied with 2 words, "Let's run." Then he immediately flew off. While they were flying, Miao Qing couldn't help but ask curiously, "Xiaofeng, I thought you would obediently listen to second senior brother." He laughed and replied, "Are you kidding? With him following us, what kind of training could we possibly get?" Then he said again, "Let's go. We'll find a place and hide. Completely lose him." The scene shifts to another location. Hundreds of ships are sailing on the sea. On each ship, there's a red flag with a strange golden dragon design. On the largest ship, an old man stood in silence, staring intently at the sea ahead. Then the old man turned back to report to a young man behind him. "Crown Prince, ahead is the sea territory of a Yuan High Kingdom." That young man was Zhang Tianji. Hearing the old man call him Crown Prince, he stiffly reminded him, "Taoist Master Chun, I am no longer the Crown Prince." At this moment, he thought to himself, "I hope this journey goes smoothly." Suddenly, he saw 2 people fly past in the sky and said to the person beside him, "Immortal Master, cultivators have arrived." He replied without flinching, "No need to worry. Their cultivation level is not much different from mine. It seems they have no ill intentions." The 2 cultivators mentioned by Tianji were none other than Yifeng and Miao Qing. The 2 of them stopped before the bow of their ship and asked politely, "Excuse me, 2 sirs, how do we get to the Yuan High Kingdom?" Zhang Tianji clasped his hands and replied, replying to the immortal masters, "This humble one is Zhang Tianji. This place is already very close to the Yuan High Kingdom, but there is still some distance to go." Then, for some unknown reason, he extended an invitation that greatly puzzled Taoist Master Chun. "We also happen to be heading to the Yuan High Kingdom. If you 2 don't mind, you could travel with us. How about it?" Hearing this, Miao Qing said happily, "Yes, yes, yes, yes. Xiaofeng, I'm tired. We've been flying for a long time." Yifeng also quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing that he didn't object, Miao Qing quickly landed on the ship. She cheered, "Yay, we can finally rest." So Tianji ordered his subordinate behind him, "Arrange rooms for the 2 immortal masters." He clasped his hands in a salute. "Then we'll be troubling you." He replied, "Please." Watching their backs as they entered the cabin, he asked Taoist Master Chun with deep meaning, "Immortal Master, do you think these 2 can become a help to us?" He replied, "Your Highness is too kind. It's just that these 2 have an extraordinary air about them. It's very likely they come from those orthodox immortal sects. Befriending them is not difficult, but getting them to serve you, I'm afraid that won't be easy." Zhang Tianji's subordinate led the 2 of them to a room and bowed respectfully. "Immortal Masters, this is where you will be resting. I will take my leave now." At this moment, Miao Qing finally turned to him with a question. "Xiaofeng, the people here seem overly polite. Did they just let us on their ship like that?" He rubbed his chin with a serious expression and replied, "No kindness comes without a reason. For them to treat us like this can only mean they want to ask for our help." Hearing this, she was taken aback and asked, "So, are we still staying on this ship?" He walked toward the assigned room without hesitation. As he walked, he said, "Of course, we're staying. Aren't you tired? We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. If any real trouble comes up, we can just leave immediately." Miao Qing praised him. "Good idea." In the dark of night, on the deserted sea, another fleet of ships quietly approached Zhang Tianji's group. A soldier on night watch drowsily looked in that direction and muttered, "What is that?" After coming to his senses, he shouted in alarm, "Enemy attack!" The 2 fleets faced each other directly. Taoist Master Chun stepped forward first. "Friends on the opposite side, may I ask who you are?" "This is the royal fleet of the Tianlong Kingdom." The other side didn't answer, but instead fired a volley of arrows towards the Tianlong Kingdom's fleet. This left him utterly shocked. The rain of arrows flew closer and closer to them. Taoist Master Chun snorted coldly and then waved his hand. A wall of water rose with his movement. Then, the small wall of water turned into a massive wave that swept away all the arrows. After dealing with it, he shouted angrily, "How audacious! You dare to attack the royal fleet of the Tianlong Kingdom." The people on the enemy's side, not knowing their place, shouted back loudly, "Crown Prince Tianji, your time is up. Hand over Princess Yuga now, and we might spare your lives." Hearing their provocative words, Tianji couldn't help but frown and grit his teeth in anger. Rebellious traitors. Then he immediately pointed forward and shouted his command. Guards, hear my order. All units attack. On his command, all the guards assumed a battle stance. They drew their bows and shouted in unison. All units attack. A barrage of arrows was fired, aimed straight at the enemy's fleet. But they didn't back down either and attack them in return. The two sides clashed fiercely. The few arrows that flew towards Tianji's ship were blocked by a magic shield, which snapped them in two. In contrast to the fierce battle outside, Inside, Yifeng, and Miao Qing were leisurely enjoying snacks. Miao Qing rested her chin on her hand, watching the scene outside the window, and asked, Junior brother, what do you think is happening? He calmly sipped the tea in his hand and replied, Let's just keep watching. Outside, the scene was brutal. Countless soldiers were wounded or killed. The ship's hull was set ablaze by the enemy's flaming arrows. The situation was extremely critical. A soldier came forward to report. The Thuanglong ship is on fire. The enemy fleet outnumbers ours. Our forces are at a disadvantage. Hearing this, Tianji anxiously shouted, This is outrageous. In contrast to Tianji's panic, Taoist Master Chun was extremely calm and said, Leave it to me. He clasped his hands and replied, Then I must trouble you, Immortal Master. Next, Taoist Master Chun leaped lightly into the air. Then, from midair, he threw out a series of talismans with strange symbols. With a loud bang, the enemy's fleet immediately exploded. Smoke and dust filled the air. Seeing the tide turning in their favor, the soldiers seized the opportunity and cheered. The Immortal Master has made his move. Counterattack. Taoist Master Chen hovered in midair, looking expressionlessly at them. Then he unleashed a swirling column of energy towards the enemy. But surprisingly, the next second, another column of energy attacked him from that direction, catching him off guard. Taoist Master Chen clutched his bleeding, injured arm. His face darkened as he looked ahead and questioned, Senior brother Jin Chung, I never thought you would also become the Empress's loyal dog. The person in front replied with a sarcastic tone, Junior brother, the Tianlong Kingdom has a new ruler. Why must you remain so obstinate? With that, 3 figures in black cloaks emerged from the sea. The leader continued, Look at you. After all these years, you haven't made any progress at all. Not only has your cultivation not increased, but you're also following a good-for-nothing. Taoist Master Chun looked at the people before him. He was so shocked he could only exclaim, 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Over on Tianji's side, a voice rang out, startling him slightly. Brother, why don't you just hand me over? It was Princess Yugo. She was being helped towards Tianji by a servant. He turned around, his voice filled with worry as he questioned her. Yugo, why did you come out? Didn't I tell you to rest well? She replied sadly. Brother, even if I successfully marry into the Yuan High Kingdom, they might not necessarily help us. If you hand me over, at least everyone else can live on. Later, hearing these words from her, Tianji shouted angrily, Don't say that again. Then he spoke in a stern voice. What kind of person is the Empress? Don't you know? Even if I die here today, I will not let you fall into their hands. The scene shifts back to Taoist Master Chun. The leader, seeing that negotiation was impossible, directly unleashed a magic attack towards Tianji's fleet. If that's the case, then let's just burn these ships. As soon as he finished speaking, a great fire spread rapidly towards them. The fire had now reached the bow of the ship. Suddenly, a fire phoenix appeared, flying majestically to block the front of the Tianlong Kingdom's fleet. It opened its beak and let out a cry. Then it swallowed all the flames. A voice rang out, This ship cannot be burned. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for us. Jin Sheng, seeing his attacks so easily blocked, became furious, his face contorted in a scowl. Who is it? Who is on the ship? The Tianlong Kingdom was originally an extremely powerful nation, but due to years of continuous warfare, its national strength declined day by day. In order to quell the chaos of war, the emperor of the Tianlong Kingdom married the princess of an enemy nation. This marriage alliance finally brought an end to the wars for the Tianlong Kingdom. But not long after, the emperor of the Tianlong Kingdom suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. He was bedridden and could not get up. The great power fell into the hands of the empress. Almost at the same time, news of the enemy attacking again arrived. The empress, however, ordered the army not to resist. Tianji recounted everything that had happened. His heart was filled with indignation. He clenched his fists and said in an angry voice, "Before the royal capital fell, Father told me to protect my sister and get her to the Yuan High Kingdom. The condition for marrying off the princess was to hope for the support of the Yuan High Kingdom. But I never expected that the cultivators who once served our country would surrender to the enemy and come here to stop us." After hearing the whole story, Yifeng finally spoke. "So that's how it is." On the other side, the man, receiving no answer, grew even angrier. He frowned tightly and said, "No response?" The two men behind him saw this and also began to act. One of them took out a map. After opening it, the map glowed with a strange green light. On it were drawn incomprehensible shapes. Seeing this, Taoist master Chen exclaimed in alarm, "This is the 10,000 art scroll." The man holding the map saw this, snorted coldly, and said, "Umph, you coward. Since you're hiding on the ship, I'll force you out." With that, he slapped the map. Then dozens of tree branches continuously grew out. Wherever that man flew, the branches continuously extended. Suddenly, a fierce fire dragon charged towards them. A second later, the two forces collided, creating a massive explosion. The man saw this and frowned in confusion. "What is this?" Yifeng appeared with his sword, blocking their path. "Gentlemen, this ship is useful to me. How about you come back another day?" When they saw the sword in his hand, they couldn't help but ask themselves in surprise. An immortal grade sword. The man immediately became wary and said, "This person seems to be a disciple of a major sect. We must be careful." Jin Sheng, not knowing his own limits, snorted in disdain. "A single immortal sword has scared you like this? So what if he's a disciple of a major sect? He's just a puny peak chi refining stage cultivator." Then he gave an order. "Leave that old man, Chen, to me. The rest of you, go kill him." Receiving the order, they shouted an affirmation and then immediately charged towards him. He quickly used his sword to block the man's attack. However, a shameless man sneak attacked him from behind. He quickly reacted and dodged the attack. The man in front took advantage of his imbalance and slashed at him. A powerful wave of sword energy shot forward and cut across his body, causing his blood to splatter everywhere. The man saw this and said with great arrogance, "A puny chi refining stage cultivator dares to be so arrogant in front of us." Another man pointed his sword at him and said shamelessly, "Hand over the immortal sword, and I'll let you live." He gave a disdainful laugh and replied, "Who said I was alone?" Then a powerful, swirling column of fire erupted. Jin Sheng saw this and realized with a start, shouting, "Not good. It's a large-scale fire elemental spell. That dragon wasn't summoned by this brat." Miao Qing emerged from within the flames. She pointed her sword to the sky. Above, a trigram formation appeared, along with a massive flame. Below, the fleet stood firm. Miao Qing narrowed her eyes and commanded, "Scatter." The large flame immediately dispersed into smaller clusters of fire, each carrying immense power. As they flew towards their fleet, each cluster of fire fell like a meteor, continuously breaking their formation. The enemy ships were constantly being destroyed and sinking to the bottom of the sea. Looking at the scene before him, Jin Sheng shouted in alarm, "Kill her. Otherwise, the entire fleet will be wiped out." The other two, upon receiving the order, immediately attacked her. A loud shout rang out. "Stop!" Yifeng flew over and said confidently, "Senior sister, if they attack you, just leave it to me." She smiled and replied, "Xiaofeng, I'll leave it to you." At this moment, Lu Hanyin's puppet also appeared. It called out, "Xiaofeng." He crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and said, "Give them a big one." It quickly nodded once. Then, with a fierce expression, it gathered its strength. Afterward, it kicked the sword beside him hard. A powerful wave of sword energy shot towards the three of them. Seeing the scene before them, they couldn't help but ask each other in alarm, "What is that? It's coming towards us." Then, they quickly joined forces, creating a shield. "Quick, block it together." However, the shield they created was shattered by the wave of sword energy. With incredible ease, having lost their protective shield, Jin Sheng was quickly injured by the sword energy. He looked at his injured arm and stammered in fear. What is this thing?" At this moment, he thought in panic. If his attack had been off by just a little, I would definitely be dead. I have to get out of here. With that thought, he immediately flew straight down into the sea. One of them saw this and cursed. Damn it, let's get out of here too. The other one was also very pragmatic, saying, we can't worry about the fleet anymore. Staying alive is more important. Yifeng witnessed this scene and couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. Didn't my wife say you didn't have much power? At this moment, Miaoqing also flew over and said to him, there's nothing left to do here. Xiaofeng, let's go back. The people on the other fleet, having been utterly defeated, were screaming for help. Some had even jumped into the sea to escape. Help! The Immortal Master has abandoned us. We surrender. Seeing that everything was settled, he agreed. From now on, cultivators shouldn't interfere anymore. They returned to Tianji's ship. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you both for saving our lives. He smiled and replied, it was a small matter. Just consider it our payment for the ride. As for Miaoqing, she pointed to herself with great pride and said, wasn't I amazing? At this moment, Yugu also spoke up. What is a small matter to you two is a life-saving grace to this humble girl. This humble girl is very grateful. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but cough incessantly. Seeing this, Tianji quickly went to support her and ordered, quick, a blanket. The maidservant beside her heard this and immediately gave an order. Quick, go get the brazier. He asked curiously. This is Taoist Master Chen explained sadly. Princess Yugu suffers from strange illness. Every month, there's a period like this. Her whole body becomes ice cold. It's extremely painful. This humble Taoist knows nothing about it either. He rubbed his chin and asked again. Her whole body is ice cold. Then he walked towards the princess and said, Princess, please extend your hand. Let me take a look. She didn't hesitate to extend her hand for him to check her pulse. Taoist Master Chen, standing beside them, asked anxiously, Immortal Master, do you know about this illness? He frowned and exclaimed, innate cold, ice, snow meridians. He couldn't help but be surprised and thought to himself, I can't believe her constitution is exactly the same as my wife's. Then he said to them, this is a special constitution. To cure it completely is beyond my abilities, but I have a way to make the princess a little more comfortable. They were overjoyed and said, that would be wonderful. Then he took out a prescription and instructed them, get the medicine according to this prescription. Have the princess drink it 3 times a day. It can alleviate her pain a great deal. Tianji took the prescription. Then he knelt down directly in gratitude for such a great kindness. This humble one will never forget. In the future, if the Tianlong kingdom can rise again, I am willing to go through a mountain of blades and a sea of fire for you, Immortal Master. He said nothing and quickly left with Miaoqing. The people of the Tianlong kingdom watched them leave in dismay. 5 days later, in the Yuan kingdom, Yifeng and Su Miaoqing were strolling through a market fair together. She spoke up and asked, Xiaofeng, we've been here for a few days. Are you looking for someone? Yifeng answered honestly. There's indeed an old acquaintance here, but it seems he's no longer here. It's all right. Let's go to the Imperial City and finish one task first. Miaoqing couldn't help but ask, to the Imperial City? What for? He answered nonchalantly, to do a favor for someone. Miaoqing had only one reaction. She exclaimed in surprise. Time rewinds. About half a month ago, as Yifeng was drinking tea in the manor, Xiaoyu approached and asked for a favor. Young master, if you go down the mountain, could you do something for me? Yifeng had an easygoing and generous nature. He asked without hesitation, what is it? Just say it. Xiaoyu also expressed her thoughts. If the young master has time to go to the Yuan kingdom, please deliver this item to the Empress of the Yuan kingdom. She is my mother. After hearing this, Yifeng gave a gentle smile. He reassured Xiaoyu. It's a small matter. You can rest assured. But she still seemed to have some reservations. She lingered and hesitated. Also, after a while, Xiaoyu had no choice but to tell him everything. Apart from my mother, the others in the royal family are not good people. If they are very disrespectful to you, young master, you can just teach them a lesson. Carrying Xiaoyu's sincere reminder, Yifeng arrived at the capital city. Upon arrival, he and Miaoqing were greeted with anger and threats from the guards. The imperial palace is a restricted area. Halt your steps. Yifeng was not fazed at all. He held up a token and asked them seriously, do you recognize this? The two soldiers looked at each other, bewildered. It's a royal token. Yifeng was a straightforward person. He spoke with a confident, manly voice. I have been sent by Princess Lianyu to deliver a letter to the Empress of your esteemed country. The two guards immediately became timid. Their tone changed instantly. The two of them spoke gently to him. Didn't Princess Lianyu go to cultivate? So you are an immortal master. Please wait a moment. I will go and report immediately. Miao Qing, standing beside him, couldn't stay silent. She made a few comments. So Xiaoyu is the princess of a country. She never told me before. Yifeng then said, even if she is the princess of a mortal country, an immortal sect, she is just a maidservant. But it seems the people here don't know this. The two of them just stood there waiting for a while. About 20 minutes later, a man rushed out from inside the city. He greeted them warmly. Two immortal masters. This servant has arrived late. He had a gentle smile on his face. His attitude was full of respect. His Majesty and the Empress are waiting inside. Please follow me, you two. Miao Qing smiled brightly and commented. They're quite polite. The two of them, under the guidance of this official, entered the inner palace. Miao Qing observed for a while and then seriously reported to Yifeng. Xiaofeng, I feel that the men here all lack sufficient yang energy. Why is that? Hearing this question, Yifeng was utterly surprised. He cleared his throat with a cough and said, the men who serve the royal family in the mortal world are all like this. Miao Qing was still not satisfied with the answer. She continued to ask, why is that? Does the emperor absorb the yang energy of men? Yifeng also answered enthusiastically. Not exactly. The official walking in front heard their conversation and was stunned. He was extremely apprehensive. Finally, the two of them stepped into the main hall. The eunuch's announcement rang out. The immortal masters have arrived for an audience. Zhang Tianji straightened up slightly. He exclaimed in surprise. Lord Yifeng, Feidisu. Miao Qing also recognized them immediately. Xiaofeng, look, it's the two people from the Tianlong kingdom. Yifeng wondered to himself. Strange. It's been several days. Why are they only meeting the emperor today? Suddenly remembering they hadn't greeted anyone. Yifeng and Miao Qing bowed respectfully. Disciples of the Wentian sect, pay our respects to your majesty. The king glanced at Miao Qing and immediately started flirting. What a beauty! Miao Qing stood quietly before the two of them. The woman with a bewitching and sharp expression sitting next to him leaned over. She reached out and pinched his cheek. She asked poutingly, Your Majesty, do you like her that much? He answered without a shred of self-respect. Such a beauty. Who wouldn't like her? If I could add her to my harem. Hearing this, the empress was troubled. She gently chided him. Your Majesty, this is a disciple of an immortal sect. We should treat our guests with courtesy. The king was furious at being reprimanded in front of his officials and everyone else. He shouted, Shut your mouth. Is this a place for you to speak? Even fairies have the 7 emotions and 6 desires. What's wrong with me saying that? The empress immediately softened her tone and said, This servant has been impolite. Then he turned to smile at Yifeng. Immortal Master, please don't mind. May I ask what your relationship is with Yuang? He answered simply with 2 words. Friends. The king smiled and replied. Friends? Oh, friends. Ah, Yuang is a servant in the Wentian sect. To be friends with her? You two must be outer disciples, right? Yifeng's attitude was a bit too serious. He asked back, what if we are? Not wanting to waste any more time. Yifeng did as Xiaoyu had asked. He handed the item to an official and said, Princess Lian, you asked me to deliver this to the Empress. If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving now. The Empress was still a bit embarrassed by her husband's somewhat lewd treatment of their guests, so she had no choice but to say, Thank you, both of you. Please leave early. The king heard her words and shouted again. His face contorted. What nonsense are you talking? A fairy. Why would she be in such a hurry? The fawning woman sitting next to him also added her comment. Meddling in other people's business. This emperor truly had no self-respect. He spoke to Miao Qing without a hint of shame. I wonder, has this fairy been betrothed yet? The clueless question, which clearly revealed the emperor's lecherous nature, rang out. Miao Qing had never liked this type of person. Even if he was an emperor, she wasn't afraid of him. She immediately asked in a stern voice. Why do you ask? The woman beside him interjected. I have heard that you cultivators have a cultivation technique called dual cultivation. It can preserve one's youth forever. I think my little sister here is not bad looking. Wouldn't it be great to stay here and serve His Majesty with me? The king smirked upon hearing this. He thought to himself, this skinny-as-a-stick figure has been completely drained by him. What's the point of preserving youth? The space was still peaceful when suddenly a hand slammed down on the table, accompanied by a voice that was clearly scolding. How audacious! An official sitting below was scolding Miao Qing. His Majesty asking you is a sign of his favor. Answer honestly at once. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately kicked. By Yifeng, the officials cried out in alarm. Crown Prince Daiyan. Yifeng added another curse to vent his frustration. A blind fool like you dares to speak here? The emperor saw Yifeng behaving so outrageously in the main hall and immediately reprimanded him. You audacious peasant. Do you think that just because you're a cultivator, I am afraid of you? Where's the imperial preceptor? He shot up from his seat. He ordered, take them down from me, but remember not to harm the fairy. She is my new noble consort. An imperial preceptor with a small goatee under his chin immediately appeared. He smiled brightly. Here, Yifeng clicked his tongue and said, Golden Core Stage. Do you really want to make a move? The imperial preceptor arrogantly declared. Fellow Taoist, although the Wentian sect is powerful, you two are merely outer disciples. Offending the royal family of a nation, isn't that a bit too reckless? Why not let this fairy stay in the Yuan kingdom and engage in dual cultivation and discuss the Tao with his majesty? In the future, it would also be a fine tale. Miao Qing cursed. That's enough. Shameless. Yifeng commented flatly. Xiaoyu told me. The royal family of the Yuan kingdom is a bunch of good-for-nothings. Then he glared at them. He stated firmly, you all are truly beyond saving. Yifeng quickly opened his palm. He released a bit of fire elemental spiritual energy. He threw out a token surrounded by fire. On the token were inscribed the two words Wentian. The imperial preceptor, who had been arrogant, suddenly became timid. How can this be? This is the Wentian token of a high-ranking disciple in the Wentian sect. Hearing this, Yifeng nodded. It seems the imperial preceptor is also a knowledgeable person. The two of us are direct disciples of the Wentian sect. And the person you just spoke to so rudely is the only daughter of the sect hallmaster. Then he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He asked loudly to those present. Now, I'll ask again. Does the Yuan kingdom wish to be annihilated? The emperor was stunned. Direct disciples? The only daughter of the hallmaster? Crown Prince Daiyan, the one who had just been kicked by him, stood up and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Although his mouth was bleeding, his words were still full of vigor. Do you really think my Yuan kingdom has no one? Royal father, kill them. What Wentian sect? Before he could finish his words, Yifeng threw a talisman straight at him. After a few seconds, the talisman was stuck firmly on Crown Prince Daiyan's mouth. That insolent mouth immediately fell silent. Even if he wanted to speak, he could only mumble a few words. The imperial preceptor realized the situation was unfavorable and quickly forced a smile. A misunderstanding. This old Taoist has eyes but failed to see MT Tai. I apologize to you both. The emperor also immediately changed his tune. I was just joking earlier. Just joking. I absolutely had no intention of making things difficult for you two esteemed immortals. Yifeng was still annoyed. He continued their words. Well then, the person beside your majesty tried every means to provoke the Wentian sect. Shouldn't you also give me an answer? That woman no longer dared to be arrogant. She pretended to be gentle and said, This servant was also doing it for his majesty. The emperor was so cowardly. He immediately adopted a petty tone and shifted the blame. Esteemed immortal, I was bewitched by this woman. I will immediately hand her over to you, esteemed immortal, for you to deal with. She was stunned. She now understood his true nature. She gritted her teeth and glared. As expected of a useless emperor. If I had known, I would have drained you dry already. It turned out she was actually a demon. As soon as she was betrayed by the king, she lunged at him with the intent to kill. She exuded a thick demonic aura. A scream came from the side. There's a demon. Cough, cough. Protect his majesty. The cloud of smoke shot out of the main hall, but she managed to leave a threat behind. Yifeng of the Wentian sect. This servant will remember you. The people around fell into chaos. Consort Lin turned into a cloud of black smoke and flew away. They angrily condemned her. Consort Lin bewitched his majesty. She offended the esteemed immortals. This was all the demon consort's doing. Your Majesty, Yi Feng turned to Miao Qing and asked, Senior sister, what do you think? She immediately sneered. Humph, there's no smoke without fire. Suddenly, she stomped her foot. Miao Qing quickly appeared in front of the emperor. She decisively slapped him, causing him to fall out of his seat without being able to react. He was horrified, and the imperial preceptor's eyes widened. Ye Feng similit sarjastijat. Imperial preceptor, your country's emperor used his face to hit my senior sister's hand. But we won't hold this offense against you. What do you think? Knowing it was hard to argue, he could only force a smile. Of course. In the future, we hope to have more interactions with your esteemed sect. Hearing this, he didn't bother with it anymore. He called out to Miao Qing. All right, senior sister. Let's go. She walked away with her hands behind her back, full of confidence. As they reached the door, Yi Feng didn't forget to ask, Senior sister, how did it feel to slap him? Her voice echoed throughout the room. Refreshing. It's just that the dog emperor's face was nothing but skin and bones. It hurt my hand. On a bustling street, a street vendor answered blankly. Xiao Tian, have you ever heard of this person? Ye Feng mutirit toth. Strange. I really can't find him. Miao Qing asked curiously. Xiao Feng, who exactly is this Xiao Tian you're looking for? He answered without hiding anything. He's a friend I once knew. The main reason I came to the Yuan High Kingdom this time was to find him. She understood. Yi Feng thought to himself, could it be that the timeline here is different from my previous life? He recalled that time. He pointed to a leather item and said enthusiastically, Brother Xiao, this is my token of gratitude to you. This made Yi Feng even more confused. In my previous life, this guy had the key to the ancient immortal's mansion and even gave it to me, he said with a hint of regret. Unfortunately, I died before I had a chance to go see it. I can't miss it this time. Miao Qing's voice cut in. Xiao Feng, is that a place we haven't searched yet? He turned around curiously. Where? Logically, we should have searched everywhere already. Following the direction she pointed, he immediately realized. The brothel. We really haven't searched there. At this moment, at the Wentian Sect's Guanghan Hall, a pair of bare feet gently descended the steps. Its owner was Lu Hanyin. Seeing the person who had just appeared, Su Mo exclaimed happily. Master, you've come out of seclusion, Hanyin slowly said to her disciple. It will still take some time, but I've run into a bit of a bottleneck. Su Mo, go find your senior brother and get some medicinal pills for me. She immediately clasped her hands and accepted the order. Hanyin's gaze softened. She sighed, that guy's ice hard art is truly formidable. The illness in my body has been more than halfway cured. I wonder how his training is going now. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. Perhaps I should take a peek. No sooner said than done. Hanyin raised her hand to prepare. She reassured herself. I'm just worried about his safety. It's definitely not peaking. After all, his cultivation level is low. And yet, over here, Yi Feng hurriedly said to Miao Qing, Senior sister, that place is not suitable for you to go. She replied without much concern. What's the big deal? Who says women can't go to a brothel? Let's go. Hanyin was quickly connected. The scene that appeared before her was of many scantily clad women. Each one called out sweetly, Sir, come here. Quick, come in and take a look. Seeing this situation, Hanyin couldn't help but look grim. This is outrageous. At the Wentian Sect, outside Guanghan Hall, not long after, Su Mo returned. She held a bottle in her hand as she entered. Master, the medicinal pills you needed. But she was stopped by a closed door. Above it hung a sign. In seclusion. Do not disturb. Su Mo was extremely confused. Didn't she run into a bottleneck? Why is she in seclusion now? Perhaps I should just wait. Over in the capital city of the Yuan High Kingdom, Miao Qing asked unhappily, Why won't you take me? Fearing she would misunderstand, Yi Feng quickly replied, It's not that I won't take you, but that place doesn't allow women in. She crossed her arms and asked him in return. There's such a rule? At this moment, Hanyin's puppet had climbed onto Miao Qing's shoulder without her noticing. It tried to grab a strand of her hair. Miao Qing's eyes grew heavy, and she said suddenly, I'm so sleepy. But as if a command had been given, her eyes flew open. Oh, Miao Qing said with clarity. You mean, as long as someone else treats me as a guest, there's no problem, right? She walked forward without paying any attention to Yi Feng. Let's go. Suddenly, the two were stopped by a delicate female voice. Esteemed guests, Please halt your steps. May I ask if you have a VIP invitation? He was a bit flustered. A VIP invitation? A man in the distance, with a beauty in his arms, explained sarcastically. You don't even have a VIP invitation, and you want to enter the Yuanh Pavilion? This isn't a place where just any cat or dog can enter. Humph. Yifeng then summoned a small sword. He asked with this, Can we enter? The woman from before knew she had been impolite and corrected herself. So you are an immortal. Please come in. Seeing the girl beside him naturally following, she was surprised and called out. Wait, this young lady, Miao Qing answered coolly. My tastes are special. I was born not liking men. Can't I enter? The woman had never heard of such a case before. Finding it reasonable, she replied. Of course you can. Please come in. Watching their backs, she sighed. As expected of immortals, their thinking is so open-minded. Yifeng, seeing she wasn't being difficult, asked curiously. What did you say? Why did that young lady look at us so strangely? Miao Qing just replied vaguely. Nothing. Just a few casual words to deal with her. A suspicion arose in his heart. Is it my imagination? Why does senior sister feel so strange? Upon entering, the two were met by a receptionist. Two esteemed guests. Please come into the private room to rest. As she pushed open the door, she introduced herself. I am Shao Qing. I will be responsible for serving you, young master, and this older sister. Yifeng asked her. Besides us, are there any other distinguished guests today? Shao Qing gave a standard smile and replied. Well, the identity of our distinguished guests is not something I can inquire about. After all, the distinguished guests who came today are all here for Sister Yuro. They must all be great dignitaries. He asked in confusion. Wait, who did you say? Yuro. Miao Qing suddenly turned around. You know her? This flustered Yifeng. Looking at her, he felt even stranger. Something's not right. This dangerous aura. Since when did senior sister give me such a strong sense of pressure? Then he thought of a possibility in alarm. Wait, could it be? Shao Qing giggled. Sister Yuro is the most famous top courtesan in our capital. Today is her first time making a public appearance. I'm sure you also came for her, right, young master? These words successfully interrupted his suspicion. Yifeng immediately refuted. No, I didn't. Don't be ridiculous. Miao Qing replied calmly. We did come for her. Her eyes looked at him dangerously. After all, I also want to see what kind of woman has caught my junior brother's attention. Yifeng recalled a memory from before. In my previous life, I went through life and death with a close friend named Shao Tian. We shared weal and woe. They ambushed him and his close friend. Don't let them escape. But unfortunately, not long after, Shao Tian was severely injured. He didn't have long to live. He supported him. He tried to encourage him. Hang in there. But Shao Tian knew his own condition. He tried to pull out a token to repay Yifeng's kindness. I'm not going to make it. They came for this. Good brother, this. I'll leave it to you. But Shao Tian also had one last regret, but he couldn't wait any longer. He could only let go and bid farewell to the world. It's just a pity. I won't get to see Yuro again. So now, that young lady was still a mystery to him. He muttered, Yuro. Could it be this is fate? She was originally a courtesan. Miao Qing frowned unhappily and looked over. Are you thinking of her? Yifeng's eyes widened as he denied it vehemently. No. The courtesan looked down at the stage. She said to Yifeng, Look quickly. Sister Yuro is coming out. From below the stage, a graceful young lady gently walked out with a zither. She bowed shyly and then stated her condition. Everyone, this humble girl will now play a tune. Before the performance ends, if anyone can create a melody that this humble girl likes, then I will have a conversation with that person. Miao Qing immediately encouraged her junior brother. When, suddenly, he was stunned by his senior sister's words. He received a terrifying frown from her. Yifeng was also terrified. He had no choice but to comply. Okay. I will definitely win this bet. He muttered in fear. This familiar feeling. I'm not wrong. In that case. Below, Yuro had already begun to play her favorite piece. Yifeng stretched his muscles and ordered, Bring me a brush and paper. Shao Qing slowly walked over and placed the tools on the table. Young master also understands music. Behind them, Miao Qing turned and walked away. He smiled politely in response. He began to write the lyrics with focus. I understand a little. Yifeng remembered every word clearly. Thus, The brush moved gracefully on the paper. Big brother Xiao once sang this song. It will surely catch Yuro's attention. But I'll modify it a bit. Below, Yuro was also wholeheartedly dedicated to her music. The piece was finished. The people below continuously gave her rounds of applause. They praised her, truly talented and virtuous. Completely perfect. This tune is so beautiful. At this moment, a woman brought a manuscript down for Yuro to look at. These are the songs written by the esteemed guests. Please take a look. She was bored and paid no attention to any of them. But suddenly, in her eyes, a look of astonishment and surprise flashed. Then Yuro announced to all the special guests standing in the private boxes. Next, Yuro will perform the best melody written by one of you to express my gratitude. The two of them had stepped out onto the balcony to feel the atmosphere. Miao Qing was curious. Yifeng, what song did you write? He smiled and replied, It's a song dedicated to my most important person. Below the stage, the tune was also being played with concentration by Yuro. The Souther trees are tall and cannot be climbed. The Han River is wide and cannot be crossed. The goddess in the sky cannot be pursued. Miao Qing was stunned the moment the music began. This is... Yifeng looked down below. He answered silently. She was once the person closest to me, but now, to me, she is extremely distant. Like a goddess in the sky. Unreachable. The tune was strangely sentimental. The sea is vast. Can be swum? The river is long. Can be crossed? As he listened to this tune, Yifeng also unconsciously thought of Hanyin. The reason I went out to train was so that one day I could tell her that I am truly worthy of her. The tune was quickly finished by Yuro. She couldn't help but praise it. Her eyes were fixed on the sheet of paper. This melody is hard to find in the mortal world. The person who could create such a piece must also be a deeply affectionate person, hard to find in this world. Then, she looked up at the private box and said loudly, I invite the esteemed guest from number 25 to speak with me in the inner chamber. Xiao Qing immediately turned to Yifeng with joy. Young master, it's your piece. As Yifeng left, he didn't forget to call his senior sister to come with him. Let's go, senior sister. Let's go see what's going on. While Miao Qing was still hesitating, someone else appeared to spoil the fun. Stop. Who said you could go? Behind that arrogant young master was a group of followers. Just because you say a song is good, it's good? On what grounds? I think that song was terrible. I think it's clear you wrote it for dogs to listen to. Don't you all agree? They looked at Yifeng with disdain. That's right. Only a dog would listen to a song that's like dog crap. One of them even shamelessly praised the young master. Of course, your song is the best. Miao Qing glanced back with a look of disgust. A bunch of idle good-for-nothings, not even worth her attention. Yuro sensed the situation was not good and spoke up to defend him. Young masters, please be quiet for a moment. But he didn't listen. He shouted angrily. Quiet my ass. I came here today for you. How can you go with someone else? The disciples behind him were even more arrogant. They turned and ordered Yuro. That's right. Tell that brat to come out. Kowtow to us. What kind of trash did he write? But Yifeng had no intention of compromising with them. What if I don't come out? The young master was furious. He gritted his teeth. Telling you to come out is giving you a chance to beg for mercy. If you want to die, then don't blame me. Then he and his disciples rushed in to execute him. Let's go. Brothers. Let's go in and have a talk with him. The sounds of fighting in the room were rhythmic. It grew more and more intense. Outside, she said worriedly to Yuro. That young master. He won't be beaten to death, will he? Before she could answer, a voice came from inside the room. Miss Yuro, could we have a word? The woman's eyes widened in shock. Huh? He's still alive? Yuro immediately took a step forward. I'll go in and see. She didn't forget to remind Yuro to be careful. Sister Yuro, be careful. As soon as she entered, Yuro appeared timid before the two of them. Young master, this humble girl. Her eyes widened in shock as she saw the arrogant group now stuck together in a block of ice. Yuro was terrified. She was worried sick. This is... Yifeng quickly spoke up to ease her pressure. It's all right. Miss Yuro, I would like to ask you something. Do you know Xiao Tian? Hearing this unfamiliar name, Yuro immediately shook her head. I have never met him. Xiao Tian? This humble girl does not know this person. Yifeng asked in surprise. Even you don't know him? This isn't right. Logically speaking, you're the one most likely to know him. Try to remember. Then she said, and added. During this time, There was also a person named Zhang Tianji who often came to see this humble girl. Yifeng was stunned. Zhang Tianji? Brother Zhang? Why did he come here? The young master with the swollen face peeked out to see what was happening. Yuro's mouth fell open. She was surprised. You know each other? Then, she recounted the details more thoroughly. Her eyes also grew sadder as she mentioned, Tianji, we met a few days ago. We also had good feelings for each other. He originally promised me that he would come to buy my freedom today. Have you seen him? He glanced over at the men who were trapped and said, we do indeed know him. He was in the Imperial Palace earlier. As for where he is now, I really don't know. But Yifeng, being perceptive, saw it and teased him. The look in your eyes seems to suggest you know something. Will you tell me, or should I continue to torture you? Miao Qing, standing beside him, didn't say much and directly unleashed an ice sword. He confessed, wait, I'll talk. That brat from the Tianlong Kingdom was captured by my sect's elder. Yifeng bent down to get to the bottom of it. Which sect are you from? He answered frantically. We are outer disciples of the Chanmian Pavilion. Yifeng muttered the familiar name he had heard before. Chanmian Pavilion, so that's how it is. He had heard of it in his memories. Chanmian Pavilion, a notorious evil cultivation sect. In the sect, women are in charge. They mainly cultivate seduction arts, and the men are their cultivation cauldrons. Yifeng noticed something strange and turned to question him. If you are from the Chanmian Pavilion, then you must often supplement yin with yang. Your qi and blood should have been drained. Long ago, right? Why do you still have the energy to visit a brothel? His face was completely swollen. His eyes were still stunned as he asked back. How did you know? But Yifeng didn't answer. The ice sword, following orders, pierced through his neck. Seeing the critical situation and that he was about to die, he immediately surrendered. I'll talk. He told them everything, all the information he was given. I was ordered by the elder to bring Miss Yu back to the sect. The elder said Miss Yu has a talent for cultivating seduction arts. She is very suitable to be a disciple of our sect. Yifeng asked again, then where is Zhang Tianji now? He didn't know about this either. He continuously shook his head in defeat. I really don't know about this. I only know that an elder will take the crown prince today. That's really all I know. I beg you to spare me. Seeing him crying, Yifeng didn't want to act and spare their lives. It's better not to take a life. The ice sword also disappeared from there. He allowed a sigh. I'm still alive. At this moment, he turned and waved his hand. Thank you, Miss Yu. You should go out first. I will come find you later. Yu respectfully left the room. Yes, this humble girl will take her leave. As soon as Yu left, Yifeng dropped to his knees. He immediately hugged the bewildered Miao Qing and cried, begging for forgiveness. My wife, I was wrong. Miao Qing, who was actually Hanyin from Guanghan Hall in disguise, tried to explain. I was just coming to see on behalf of your master. If he knew you brought his daughter to this kind of place. Yifeng knelt at her feet, smiling and thanking her. My wife is truly understanding and reasonable. I was just trying to investigate the whereabouts of an old friend. Now, I finally have some clues. Hanyin reminded him. All right, stop at the sweet talk. From now on, you must remember, this kind of place, don't come here. Yifeng obediently followed her instructions. Wife, you're right. At this moment, Hanyin seemed to want to say something important. Oh, right. Also, before she could finish her words, she fainted and fell into Yifeng's arms. Hanyin suddenly woke up. She had returned to the sect. She muttered, why did I suddenly lose contact? She tried to restart it, but it was cut off every time. The jade puppet can't bear my consciousness. It has reached its limit. This divine soul puppet method is truly useless. Hanyin sadly tried a few more times, but finally had to accept the result. Until the jade puppet recovers. I can't contact that guy. She worried that he didn't hear the last words she was about to say. I don't know if he heard it in the end. In his hand was now a puppet. Hanyin's jade puppet. He muttered as he looked at the jade puppet, which seemed to be severely injured. He asked with concern, why did it become like this? It's been drained dry. On the bed, Miao Qing was also waking up from her daze. Senior sister, you're awake. She didn't remember anything. She asked Yifeng in confusion. What happened to me? He had no choice but to make up a lie. You fell asleep in a brothel. So I brought you back here. Miao Qing was horrified. She shouted, I fell asleep? Why don't I have any memory of it at all? So, the performance of that top courtesan. He shrugged nonchalantly and replied, it's over. Miao-Qing immediately caused a commotion in the room. Why is it over? I haven't seen anything yet. I still wanted to sing with the beautiful older sister. Why didn't you wake me up? She even flared up and questioned. Did you enjoy it all by yourself? Seeing his senior sister getting more and more out of control, Yifeng had no choice but to use his ultimate move. Yuro, could you please come in for a moment? Outside, Yuro respectfully entered and greeted them. Young master, he instructed Miao-Qing. Whatever song you want to hear, just tell her in the future. She's the most beautiful person here. Yuro also bowed politely. Greetings, Senor Su Miaoing. Miao-Qing's brain hadn't caught up yet. She pointed at Yuro and asked a naive question. Is this your junior sister? Yifeng shouted angrily. Absolutely not. He even turned to say a few words to her. Miss Yuro, rest assured. Senior sister is awake now. We will now think of a way to rescue Zhang Tianji. She bowed respectfully. Yuro thanks the two immortal seniors. Under the glamour of the night, the two of them left the brothel. Miao-Qing still didn't understand what had happened. What exactly is going on? Xiaofeng, didn't you say you wanted to find a friend? Yifeng frowned and offered a bold thought. If I'm not mistaken, Zhang Tianji is that friend of mine. Miao-Qing was confused by what her junior brother was saying. Why didn't you recognize him last time? He recalled that face again. He muttered, his face is so different from my memory of him. I couldn't recognize him at first. But for now, let's just think of a way to rescue him first. The Crown Prince probably has some information. The Crown Prince's residence in the Imperial Palace. The two of them hid in a corner to observe. The security is tight. Miao-Qing had also noticed the opposite side. Look over there. Below is a group of people setting up a formation. There are also cultivators here. It seems the Crown Prince's residence is indeed hiding some secrets. She said slyly, dividing the tasks. Xiaofeng, I'll lure those guys away. You take the opportunity to go in. Before she left, Yifeng reminded her to be careful. Don't get into a direct conflict with them. Be careful. Miao-Qing puffed out her chest proudly. Don't worry. I'm so reliable. I definitely know how to hold back. A massive explosion erupted in the courtyard below. The guards immediately chased after the stranger. Enemy attack. The enemy is a cultivator. Quick, report to the esteemed Immortal. A group of people chased after her, looking down on her. Where did this little thief come from? How dare you destroy the Imperial Palace? We won't let you go. Up above. Yifeng sighed wearily. I knew I shouldn't have believed her about holding back. Oh well, I'm sure Senior's sister won't run into Anidonji. Below, there wasn't a single guard. He muttered as he observed for a moment, then leaped down. I should go into the Crown Prince's residence and take a look first. At the gate, there wasn't a single guard. Yifeng grew even more suspicious. Logically speaking, that cultivator from the Chanmian Pavilion should be guarding the Crown Prince. There's no way she could have been lured away by Senior's sister. It's likely there will be a tough fight. He stepped inside just in time for a good show. Watch how amazing I am. The Crown Prince was with the woman from the Chanmian Pavilion, Lin Fei, fooling around in the room. You really are a seductive little demon. Isn't it because that father of yours is a good-for-nothing? Yifeng's eyes widened as he watched the scene before him. He gasped and shouted. Oh my heavens! That's too much information. Inside the room, even more suggestive things were happening. You hateful thing. You're so naughty. The Crown Prince was still lost in his desires. Isn't it because you like me being this naughty? Lin Fei even spoke in a provocative tone. She played with his mind. Have you thought this through? I am her father's consort. There's no turning back. But he wasn't afraid of anything. He was still arrogant and boastful. What's there to be afraid of? With you and the cultivator behind you helping me. In less than a year, I can overthrow that old man. Yifeng clicked his tongue and praised sarcastically. Tudi affiliation. Hearing the noise, he frowned and turned around. Who is it? He was still standing at the door. He clapped his hands in mock praise. I didn't expect you two to be so kinky. This humble one is truly ashamed of my inferiority. The Crown Prince shouted reproachfully. You're that disciple from the Wentian Pavilion. What are you doing breaking into the Eastern Palace in the middle of the night? He raised an eyebrow and replied. I just heard there was someone from the Chanmian Pavilion here. I wanted to find her and ask a few questions. Then he glanced at the scantily clad girl below and nodded. I think the person I'm looking for is Lin Fei, right? She then struck a revealing pose, trying to tease him. What's wrong? Want to play with Big Sister? But Xiaofeng wasn't interested. He got straight to the point and questioned her. I have no interest in people like you. I just want to ask, We're the brother and sister from the Tianlong kingdom. But she paid him no mind. They can go wherever they want. How would I know? Xiaofeng had come prepared. He was hiding a glowing orb in his hand. Well then, if that's the case. He pulled out the orb that had recorded the lively moment from earlier. I suppose there's no harm in giving these images to the emperor of the Yuanlong kingdom, right? The crown prince was instantly terrified. He confessed everything. Wait, I'll talk. The man ran away. The woman is locked up in my place. Lin Fei angrily cursed at him. Useless. Xiaofeng approached them. He sneered. Now that's more like it. It seems the crown prince of the Yuan knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Seeing him approach, the prince backed away in fear. What? What do you want to do? He immediately grabbed the prince's face. Then he shoved a pill into his mouth. He didn't forget to give a solemn introduction. This is called 7-day soul-severing powder. After taking it, your internal organs will gradually rot. After 7 days, you will dissolve into a pool of blood. Xiaofeng even covered his mouth to make him swallow it. The crown prince of Diyun tried to vomit, but it was no use. He ordered, lead the way. If you want the antidote, you'd better not try any funny business. The prince obeyed in terror. Master Xiao, rest assured, I'll lead the way as soon as I get dressed. Seeing this, Lin Fei spoke up angrily. What kind of righteous path uses methods like these? He snorted, unconcerned. You're not wrong. I've never claimed to be on a righteous path. They proceeded deeper into the dungeon. The crown prince of Diyun led Xiaofeng to his cell. You see, Princess Yugu is perfectly fine here. I haven't touched her. Xiaofeng narrowed his eyes threateningly. If you had touched her, you wouldn't be getting any antidote. The prince trembled and stammered. Yes. Yugu groggily woke up, disturbed by the noise. Is that my benefactor's voice? The bracelet on her wrist was also destroyed by him. Yugu fell weakly into Xiaofeng's arms. She couldn't even stand properly. Her voice grew even fainter. Benefactor. Xiaofeng frowned. Don't talk. I'll get you out of here first. Seeing him lead Princess Yugu away, the crown prince of Dayun stopped him. My antidote? Xiaofeng didn't even bother to look back. He tossed a vial of antidote over his shoulder. He instructed, remember to take it daily. The prince clenched the vial in his hand. He was so angry he wanted to crush everything in his grasp. I will remember this debt. Once I inherit the throne. Loud noises were coming from outside the prison cell's wooden frame. Look, what's that in the sky outside? Wow, look. He stepped outside angrily. He shouted, what's all the noise about? The crown prince of Diyun's eyes widened in disbelief. The color drained from his face. The images from the orb earlier were being projected all over the Grand Hall. The cheers of the soldiers echoed continuously. They shouted, we congratulate the crown prince of Diyun and Lady Lin Fei. May you have 100 years of happiness. As he carried Princess Yugo on his sword, he asked, Princess, have you ever experienced flying before? She looked down at the town below her feet and replied in a broken voice. Yes, Taoist Master Shurjin let me fly once when he took me to seek medical treatment. My ancestor once did a favor for Taoist Master Shurjin, so he has always protected us. But then she continued, previously, to help my brother escape, he was captured and taken to the state preceptor's Bayue cult. He calmly reassured her, it's all right. If it's the state preceptor's sect, it will be easier to negotiate. After speaking, he added, let's go rescue Taoist Master Shurjin first. And with a whoosh, the two of them quickly flew away. Not long after, the two of them had flown to the sect of the Immortal Master. Before them now was a prosperous and magnificent town. Seeing this, Princess Yuga couldn't help but exclaim, is this the sect of an Immortal Master? It's so magnificent. However, Yifeng seemed to have seen through some mystery and gave a disdainful, sarcastic laugh. This sect is really poor. It must be some backwater, 18th tier sect. As he spoke, he took out a light yellow talisman from somewhere. Hearing this, Yuji's face was filled with confusion as she asked again. He didn't answer directly, but threw the talisman in his hand downwards. The talisman seemed to hit some invisible wall and caused a massive explosion in midair. Not long after the explosion, a group of people quickly flew over. From a distance, angry shouts could be heard. How audacious, you little thief! From where? How dare you destroy my sect's mountain gate? In the blink of an eye, the group of people was right in front of him. One of them said loudly, you audacious brat, surrender at once. Princess Yugu, standing behind him, called out timidly. Benefactor. In contrast to Yuge's timidity, Yifeng was extremely calm as he looked at the group before him and questioned. Imperial Preceptor, disciple Yifeng of the Wentian Sect has come to pay a visit. Surely you're not going to refuse to see me? As soon as he finished speaking, with a whoosh, a person quickly appeared among the people of the Immortal Master's sect. Seeing this, the group of people immediately bowed their heads and clasped their hands respectfully. Master, the Imperial Preceptor finally showed his face. As soon as he appeared, he spoke in an angry voice. Young Master Yi, I was polite to you before out of respect for the Wentian sect behind you. Did you really think I was afraid of you? Sensing the aura of the people before them, Yuga looked at him with some concern and asked, Benefactor, can you beat him? He replied, Are you kidding? The people of an entire sect. I probably can't beat them. She stammered and asked again. Then you think, kindly a-playing it. Remember, many times you don't need to fight to save someone. With that, he threw something towards the Imperial Preceptor and said, Imperial Preceptor, would you mind taking a look at this? As he caught what he threw, he frowned and said with a cold snort, Let me see what kind of trick you're up to. And yet, after looking at the object before him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He was utterly astonished. In his hand was a talisman with a strange shape. Surrounding it was a powerful aura. He couldn't believe it and exclaimed loudly, This is a high-grade talisman. It must be at least from a nascent soul stage. Seeing this, he smiled and said, Just a small token of my appreciation. As compensation for your mountain gate. Is it enough? Hearing him say this, he stood there stunned and pointed at himself, asking, You're giving this to me? In his mind at that moment, an image of his second senior brother appeared, looking at a pile of talismans with a frustrated expression and sighing. This pile of trash talismans is really useless to me. Junior brother, if you have time, please dispose of them for me. With that thought, he smiled without changing his expression and said, That's right. Then, he took out a jade-colored spear and asked, Well, I also have a mid-grade spirit weapon here. I wonder if the Imperial Preceptor is interested? The man was so shocked his jaw dropped, and he exclaimed, Heavens, a mid-grade spirit weapon. You're using it for trade? In his heart, he was crying. My entire sect only has one mid-grade spirit weapon, and it's an heirloom. I basically don't dare to use it. This guy's taking one out for a trade. He smiled again and said, That's right. I really feel that the Imperial Preceptor and I have a strong affinity. So why don't we become? But in reality, this pile of weapons was the junk that his brothers in the sect didn't use. Before giving it to him, his senior brother had said, Junior brother, these are the scraps that other sects gave us before. No one in our sect values them. Go out and pick a few people you like and give them away. At this moment, the Imperial Preceptor shyly covered his mouth with his hand, coughed a few times, and said, this. Before the Imperial Preceptor could speak, the men behind him started shouting loudly. How audacious! Do you think we would care about this trash? Before he could finish speaking, the Imperial Preceptor gave him a swift kick that made his nose bleed. He dusted off his hands and scolded. Do you have any sense? What did I teach you before? Is this how we treat our guests? The remaining men heard this and looked at each other in confusion. Then, one of them, being very perceptive, spoke up. Right. I remember now. The mountain gate was accidentally broken by a disciple earlier. It has nothing to do with our esteemed guest. That was all he was waiting for. The Imperial Preceptor turned his head, frowned, and said, How audacious! So is you who caused this. Go receive 10 medicinal pills, and then go to the mountainside to accept your punishment. He clasped his hands and obeyed. Yes. This disciple will go accept his punishment now. Seeing that man had left, he turned back to him, a fawning smile on his face, and said, You see, it was all a misunderstanding before. Young Master Yi, if there's anything you need my help with, just say the word. He gave a sarcastic smile. Imperial Preceptor, I still prefer your unyielding demeanor from before. And yet, he replied, no problem. I'll get it back. Princess Yugu, witnessing the scene before her, muttered in a daze. That works too? The scene shifts to the Baiwei Sect. The Imperial Preceptor on one side had someone bring out Taoist Master Chun, while on the other, he smiled respectfully and said, Brother Yi, you see, I haven't harmed him in the slightest. Yifeng looked for a moment, then smiled and said, not bad. This person, plus the medicinal herbs I just mentioned, and the mid-grade spirit weapon are all yours. He gave a flattering smile and replied. Over here. Taoist Master Chun felt extremely guilty and said to Yuge, Princess, this old Taoist has failed the late emperor. I failed to protect you. Yuge supported him and replied gently. What are you saying, Taoist Master? You have protected us for so many years. You are already exhausted. Seeing this, he spoke up. The Taoist Master is exhausted. Plus, Princess Yuge, I'm afraid it's not suitable for you to ride a sword. Hearing this, Taoist Master Chin's expression grew even sadder. This humble Taoist is ashamed. Yifeng suddenly placed his hand on his chest and commanded, Xiaobing, come out and work. Following his hand gesture, a flash of blue light appeared. A second later, an ice dragon immediately appeared. He continued, the princess and the Taoist master can rest on the spirit beast's back. It will be more convenient for travel that way. So, the spirit beast, upon receiving the order, let them onto its back and took them back. Taoist Master Chun, sitting on the spirit beast's back, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is a high-grade spirit beast, at least at the peak of Foundation establishment. Before leaving, he didn't forget to leave a taunting remark for the Imperial Preceptor. Thank you for your help this time, Imperial Preceptor. This humble one will take his leave now. The Imperial Preceptor watched their receding figures and couldn't help but grit his teeth. He saw his disciple standing behind him, sighing in admiration. Master, is that what a major sect is like? Does everyone have such a powerful spirit beast? And so, that man directly became a punching bag for the Imperial Preceptor to vent his anger on. He turned around, his fists clenched in anger. You brat, it's not like I've never met a disciple from a major sect before. Are you saying our sect is poor? Seeing his attitude, the man was scared out of his wits and quickly denied it. No, no. Then, he turned and walked back into the sect. As he walked, he said, let's go. Stop sighing. As long as you all cultivate diligently, sooner or later, you will be like him. The disciples obediently replied, yes. However, at this moment, the Imperial Preceptor was so angry he was fuming. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. This is infuriating. Damn it. Comparing people is infuriating. The scene shifts to Yifeng's side. He suddenly asked, Taoist Master, where is Zhang Tianji? Taoist Master, Chen immediately replied. At that time, this humble Taoist was covering for His Highness the Crown Prince to break out of the encirclement. We got separated, he said again. Then let's go to the port to meet up with Senior Sister first. Then we'll figure out what to do. Suddenly, Xiao Bing let out a loud roar. Seeing this, Princess Yuge asked what was wrong with it. He replied, it seems Xiao Bing has discovered something. Taoist Master Chen also said, this humble Taoist doesn't sense anyone. However, he still frowned and carefully observed his surroundings. Then he shouted loudly, stop hiding. My spirit beast has already discovered you. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out. Shaolin told me that a disciple of the Wentian sect ruined her good deed. But she didn't tell me that he also had a peak foundation establishment spirit beast. Following that, a beautiful girl appeared. She was May of the Chanmian Pavilion. As soon as she appeared, she introduced herself. This servant, May of the Chanmian Pavilion, greets the young master. Taoist Master Chen exclaimed as soon as he saw her. Golden Core Stage. He quickly clasped his hands and asked politely, I believe you must be an elder of the Chanmian Pavilion, senior. May I ask why you're looking for us? She sat with her legs crossed in the air. She replied with an extremely arrogant demeanor. Originally, I was looking for the little girl beside you. But now, this servant likes you more, young master. I wonder if you would be willing to return to the Chanmian Pavilion with me? He refused immediately without much thought. This junior finds the Wentian sect to be very good. I currently have no thoughts of changing sects. Suddenly, two other figures appeared, one of whom spoke up with disdain. Xiaomei, I already told you. You're not the type he likes. The other person continued with a jest. On the contrary, I think we should take him back to the sect. Slowly devour him completely. I promise he won't leave us again. The two who had just arrived were Lan and Zhu of the Chanmian Pavilion. The two of them also quickly greeted him. Lan of the Chanmian Pavilion greets the young master. You greets the young master. He looked at the three people before him. He then said with a smile, I didn't expect it to be 3 golden core cultivators. That's quite a lineup. Zhu spoke with disdain. Young master, stop resisting. Your strength is far inferior to ours. Hearing this, his face suddenly became extremely dark. His voice was chilling to the extreme as he commanded, "Xiao Bing." Hearing this, Xiao Bing let out a powerful roar. Mei retreated a little and then said with a mocking smile, "Young master is truly impatient." He continued to call out loudly, "Zhan Xian." Following his call, Zhan Xian appeared out of nowhere and stabbed straight towards her. With a whoosh, Zhan Xian directly cut her in two. Seizing the opportunity, he commanded, "Let's go." Mei's body actually managed to repair itself. Ju, seeing this, mocked. Who was it that was just defeated? Lon didn't miss a beat and continued. Defeated by a mere chi refining stage brat. Truly shameful. Being mocked like this, Mei snorted coldly and said, "Oomph, you have time to laugh at me. Why don't you go chase after them?" Ju's expression became extremely dangerous. She said confidently, "Don't worry, he can't escape." As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them quickly chased after him. Seeing that they were closing in on him, he muttered, "Although Xiao Bing's speed is already extremely fast, there's still a large realm difference. I can't shake off those demonesses." At this moment, Taoist Master Chen also spoke up. "Young Master Yi, continuing like this is not a solution. Perhaps you could listen to me for a moment." Hearing this, he turned to ask, "Does Taoist Master Chen have a suggestion?" He clasped his hands and continued, "Although I'm severely injured, if I burn my life essence, I still have some strength left. At the very least, I can help you lure away a portion of the pursuers. At that time, I hope you will take care of the princess." These words from the old man startled Princess Yugo beside him. He also disagreed and protested. "No way. That's a path that only leads to death." And yet, Taoist Master Chen stroked his beard, laughed loudly, and replied, "So what? Although my Taoist name is Chen, I have spent my entire life in the mortal world. It's just a matter of returning to the mortal world." With that, he glanced towards the three demonesses. His expression became extremely serious. "If you say any more, young master, this old Taoist will charge over there and self-destruct. At the very least, I can win a chance of survival for the princess." Seeing his determination, he didn't try to stop him anymore and directly took out a golden plate, saying, "I understand. This is a high-grade spirit weapon that I use myself. I'll give it to you, Taoist master." He held the golden plate in his hand and replied, "A high-grade spirit weapon. Among us rogue cultivators, it's enough to cause a bloody battle. To be able to use it once is not a loss." Then he turned to Princess Yugo and said his farewell. "Princess, take care. Chen is leaving now." With that, he left Xiao Bing's back and flew in another direction. Seeing this, they paused for a moment. Mei told them to split up. Lan, beside her, said, "I'll chase after him." So she split off to chase after Taoist Master Chen. She suddenly felt that something was not right and muttered, "Burning his life essence. Could it be a diversion?" Suddenly, a wave of power struck towards Lan, but she managed to dodge it in time. Being ambushed like this made her extremely angry. She glared at Taoist Master Chen with a murderous look. She gritted her teeth. "You are courting death." And she flew into a rage and hissed. Each word, "Useless Taoist priest. Today, I will definitely rip out your bones and peel your skin. You are definitely going to die today." Taoist Master Chen, although severely injured, still managed a provocative smile and replied to her, "In my entire life, I, Chen, have had dull aptitude. As a child, I unexpectedly received a great kindness from the Tianlong Kingdom. At 15, I entered the Immortal Sect. At 25, I reached the Qi refining stage." As he spoke, he threw a series of spirit tools towards her. Then he began to activate the spirit tools and continued speaking. "At 50, I reached the foundation establishment stage. I knew then that I had no fate with the golden core in this life. But so what?" As soon as he finished speaking, those few spirit tools created a massive explosion that engulfed Lan. Finally, his eyes lit up. Taoist Master Chen used his last bit of strength and shouted, "Life essence, burn it all, for me." Then he gave a satisfied smile and said, "I am free and at ease. I reside in the mortal world." The scene shifts to him at this moment. Princess Yugu said with a sad expression, "Taoist Master Chen. He was the best cultivator I have ever met. I had long considered him as family." Taoist Master Chen was right. "I really am a bit of chatterbox." She kept muttering to herself for a long time, and when she received no reply, she spoke up and asked, "Benefactor, Xiao Bing brought the two of them to a nearby cliff. As soon as he set foot on the ground, he said, "If the Qi refining stage can't handle it, then let's go with foundation establishment." With that, he threw out the flag in his hand. The flag hovered in the air, and after he commanded, "Fire Crow Array, activate," it immediately plunged into the ground. Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from it. Following that, a flock of firebirds also appeared. The two of them were enveloped by that aura, protected within. Then, as he threw out a few flower branches, he turned to Princess Yuge and instructed her. "Yuge, stay in here and don't go anywhere." She immediately nodded. The few flower branches he had just thrown out immediately burst into flames. He continued, "Right now, I need to break through to the next realm. With the Fire Crow Grand Array, they won't be able to break in for a short while." After burning, the few flower branches turned into a strange stream of energy. Next, that stream of energy was absorbed by him. After swallowing it, a great power exploded within him. He sat down to cultivate and break through to the next realm. The two women, Mei and Ju, had also chased them to the outside of the formation. Seeing it, Ju couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful formation." Mei beside her said, "Fortunately, the strength of the person who set up the formation is low. We can force our way through. It will just take some time." Suddenly, another voice rang out. "A mere grand array has caused my two older sisters so much trouble." Hearing these words, the two of them turned their heads towards the source of the voice. A woman in a green dress, who also seemed to be from the Hanyin pavilion, flew over. She was also carrying Tianji and Yuro, who were tied up. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, her expression arrogant as she said, "It seems I've arrived just in time." Seeing the newcomer, Mei said, "You're finally here, and you've captured that brat." The woman in green then turned to ask, "Do you remember the child who was very suitable to be taken as a disciple?" These two happened to be hiding together. Truly one stone, two birds. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned towards the formation and shouted loudly, "Hey, you inside, listen up. Dispel the formation at once. Otherwise, the crown prince of the Tianlong kingdom will lose his life." With that, she lifted Zhang Tianji into the air. Even so, Zhang Tianji remained extremely resolute and shouted loudly, "Benefactor, take Yuge and leave. Don't worry about me." Before he could continue, the woman in green quickly covered his mouth, leaving him to only let out a few muffled, dissatisfied sounds. She looked at Tianji with disdain and said, still daring to talk back, "It seems I have to teach you a lesson." Then she clenched his head, causing him to tremble in pain. After a moment, as if he could no longer bear it, he immediately fainted. She continued to threaten, "Brat from the Wentian Sect, if you don't dispel the Grand Array, this crown prince will lose his life." Seeing her brother suffer like this, Yuge called out in pain, "Brother." Suddenly, a large firebird flew straight towards her from behind. She exclaimed in surprise, "Innate true fire." Then, to protect herself, she dropped Zhang Tianji and quickly dodged. "It's Miao Qing." She crossed her arms, snorted coldly, and mocked. A golden core stage senior bullying Immortal. Truly shameless. Seeing this, she shouted an order. "Attack together. Take her down." Miao Qing didn't even spare them a glance, snorting disdainfully before taking out Talisman. Then, as she threw the golden talisman towards them, she said, "Golden talisman of heavenly reversal." The talisman instantly transformed into a cage, trapping the three women in the air. Ju looked at the cage, trapping her, and said, "It's a high-grade talisman." Mei, beside her, calmly reminded them, "Protect yourselves. Although the talisman is powerful, the power she can activate is limited. Just wait until its effect wears off." As for the woman in green, she looked at them with eyes filled with hatred and said, "In a moment, I will definitely make them pay." Miao Qing quickly supported Yuro and Tianji as they approached Yifeng's group. Seeing Tianji's current state, he finally began to understand. This is what Xiao Tian looked like at the beginning. So the Xiao Tian I met at the beginning was Zhang Tianji after his life essence had been drained. Princess Yugu saw her brother and immediately rushed over to hug him, calling out, "Brother." Miao Qing walked up to him. She put her hands on her hips and asked Xiaofeng, "The aura on your body. You're about to break through." She continued, "I waited at the meeting point, but didn't see you, so I guess you had run into trouble." He replied, facing three golden core stage cultivators. It's not like I had any other choice. She then said confidently, "Next, I will protect you." Then she turned to Tianji and Yugo and asked, "Those three demonesses over there, why exactly do they want to capture you?" Tianji, looking exhausted, coughed a few times and answered honestly, "That demoness told me to hand over the Chinsian pendant, but I have no idea what that is." Yugo beside him added, "I've never heard of it either, but father did indeed give me a jade pendant before I left." Then she took out a pendant from somewhere and continued, "He once instructed me that this was my dowry. He told me not to show it to anyone at all." As soon as he saw the item in Yuji's hand, he exclaimed in shock, "So the key to the Immortal's mansion that I've been looking for was on Yugo all along. No wonder I couldn't find it no matter how I searched." At this moment, the golden talisman of heavenly reversal was also shattered by the three demonesses. As soon as she broke free, Ju shouted in anger, "I've had enough. I must kill them immediately." Mei, in the middle, commanded, "Use all your strength to destroy their formation." As soon as she finished speaking, the three of them began to attack the formation, protecting them with all their might. Seeing that the situation was not good, Miao Qing said, "We can't just wait like this. I'll go out and hold them off." He also called out Xiao Bing. Hearing its master call, Xiao Bing let out a loud roar. He continued to instruct, "You go help too. Remember, just stall for time. After I break through, I'll have my own way of dealing with them." 3 streams of power shot straight into the protective barrier, creating a massive explosion. Cracks appeared where the 3 of them had struck. Zhao Zhu shouted happily, "The formation is about to break." Mei immediately said, "Put a little more effort into it." Then suddenly, a bird flew out from within. Miao Qing hovered above. Zhao Zhu sneered, "A little foundation establishment stage girl dares to charge in front of the 3 of us." She didn't answer, but threw out some talismans. Mei and her fellow sect members hurriedly retreated. She didn't forget to remind them, "Be careful." Zhao Zhu complained with some annoyance. This brat, when she noticed the dragon breathing down on her, she only had time to say, "Not good." A moment later, she was trapped in a block of ice. Zhao Zhu, inside, glanced around. Very quickly, she shattered the ice block as if it were nothing. Zhao Zhu laughed and exclaimed, "A very formidable spirit beast." She drew her thin sword. Facing it, she said, "It seems I have to play seriously with you, you little beast." "Over here," Miao Qing spoke up. 2 older sisters bullying someone weaker. Truly shameless. Hearing this, Ju provoked her. Little girl, if you have the skills, don't use magic treasures. This older sister will fight you alone." Mei beside her added, "Don't hold back. No matter how many magic treasures this girl has, her strength is limited." At this moment, Yifeng was still cultivating in the forest. The sky was now in chaos. He looked up and sighed. "It's just foundation establishment. Isn't the commotion from this heavenly tribulation a bit too much?" Then suddenly Yifeng warily turned around. Back with Miao Qing. She was unleashing her techniques with all her might. But it was not easy at all. Her breathing had become rapid. Mei stood there mocking. "It seems your spiritual energy is running low." Ju noticed the change in the sky and asked, "Why is there lightning?" Hearing this question, Mei shouted in alarm, "Something's wrong." A delighted laugh rang out. "Dear sisters, come and play with me." Both of them were in extreme panic. "It's a heavenly tribulation. If we get close to him, we'll be drawn into it." With that, the 2 of them quickly fled. "Quick, scatter!" Yifeng cheekily teased from behind Mei. "Sister, why are you running?" She cursed angrily. "Are you crazy? Instead of properly undergoing your tribulation, you're interfering in our battle. Are you trying to die?" He retorted innocently. "Tribulation? What tribulation? I'm just a chi refining stage cultivator. Trading my life for a golden core stage cultivator is a pretty good deal. Don't run." Chasing after Mei, Yifeng shouted, "Don't run, you old hag." Ju saw him chasing her and let out a sigh of relief. "Luckily, that madman isn't chasing me." Just then, a voice spoke from behind her. "It seems you don't care about your companion at all," she explained casually. "That's a heavenly tribulation. We were just doing a small mission. Who would want to risk their life?" With that, Ju glanced over. "The one blocking my way is gone. I should get serious now." Up above, Yifeng chased after Mei. He taunted her with amusement. "Hey, old woman, why do you only know how to run? You have none of the style of the Changyun Pavilion. Are you too ugly to face people?" "It's okay, I don't mind." She cursed angrily. "Damn it. Wait until you're struck dead by the lightning tribulation." Let's see how insolent your mouth can be then. But the sky filled with more and more lightning, causing May to pause. Not good. The lightning tribulation is about to strike. She couldn't run anymore and created a protective barrier around herself. This heavenly tribulation bolt was too powerful. Even though she was prepared, May still couldn't avoid being covered in injuries. Her whole body trembled as she gasped for breath. As soon as she felt it, she assessed the situation. This won't do. The range of the tribulation is too large. Seeing Yi Feng still approaching, May felt that something was very wrong. If this continues, I'll really have to perish together with that guy. When he arrived, he laughed. I never thought a beauty from the Hanyin pavilion could look so pathetic. May said placatingly, Brat, let's negotiate. You can focus on your tribulation, and I won't deal with your friends anymore. We'll each take a step back. How about it? How could Yi Feng let this go? He replied, that won't do. During a tribulation, I can die and still have a beautiful woman to cushion my fall. An ordinary person wouldn't even get such an opportunity. How could I possibly miss it? Knowing she couldn't say anything more, she made her decision. If you're looking for death, then let's die together. Ye Feng softly uttered. Zhan Xian, the blazing sword appeared. He also gripped it tightly and charged forward. Yi Feng decisively swung his sword fiercely at May. The force was so great that she couldn't have expected it, and her eyes widened. The path of the sword scattered flower petals. May's entire right arm was severed and turned into flowers. She reformed it. She gritted her teeth and said this. What kind of weapon is this? And this appearance of yours? You're from the demonic path. Ye Feng replied indifferently. You've said too much. The two of them landed on the ground. He slowly announced, now that you've seen this form of mine, you must die today. May said timidly, don't be like that. Actually, our Hanyin pavilion and the demonic path, functionally, we can be considered one family. There's no need for us to fight to the death. In the sky, the lightning bolts gathered more and more densely. She made a suggestion. The next lightning tribulation bolt is about to strike. We had better join forces to resist the lightning tribulation first. Otherwise, we will all die. Yi Feng looked at the situation with indifference and spoke. Mei Shi thought to herself, I need to stall for time. As long as I reveal his identity as a member of the demonic path later, the Wentian sect will naturally not spare him. I just need to set up the formation and withstand this bolt of lightning tribulation. The moment the lightning struck, Yi Feng's figure disappeared. Mei Shi's face turned pale, drained of all blood. Yi Feng had already pierced through her body with his sword. Mei Shi spoke in disbelief. Then the lightning tribulation struck down once again. On the ground, only Yi Feng remained. He lay there in the middle of a deep crater. His eyes were hazy, but he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Cough. It seems I won the gamble. Luckily, I didn't die. The immortal slaying sword materialized into a human form and scolded him. That was too dangerous. Do you know that in order to block that final lightning bolt for you, my power has been almost completely exhausted? He sat up and laughed loudly. That was the golden core stage. If I hadn't utilized the power of the heavenly tribulation, I couldn't have won. Yi Feng said to her, how about this? Next time, I will definitely find you a very good spiritual item for you to replenish your spiritual energy. The immortal slaying sword nodded. That sounds acceptable. Suddenly, a small flame appeared between the two of them. The immortal slaying sword recognized it. Hey, that is a Dao seed. Ye Feng similit hapidi. I know what this is. After every major realm breakthrough, a cultivator has a chance to choose a talent from a myriad Daos of the heavens. It's just that this talent power has absolutely no pattern. It relies purely on luck. The immortal slaying sword urged him with interest. Hurry up and try it. Let's see how your luck is. Yi Feng reached out and touched it. The flame quickly flew around his body. Then, with just a moment of focus, those specks of fire merged into his body. The immortal slaying sword asked curiously, how is it? What talent is it? His whole body was blazing with fire. He answered while sensing it. Talent power, quadruple cast. When using a spell, there is a chance to cause the heavenly Tao to resonate. Casting the spell 4 times. The immortal slaying sword pondered and recounted. I've heard of this talent power before. I heard the activation probability is very low. It belongs to the type that occasionally creates miracles. But overall, it's neither good nor bad. Yi Feng stood up and said to her, it doesn't matter. Talent power, is just supplementary. The most important thing is still one's own cultivation. Then he leaned slightly and said, let's quickly go back and support senior sister. The immortal slaying sword hovered behind him and reminded him, be careful. You are heavily injured right now. I don't have any strength left either. If you can win by wits, don't try to brute force it. On the other side, Miaoqing crossed her hands in a defensive stance. The surrounding atmosphere became increasingly dangerous. Zhao Zhu laughed loudly. How is it, little sister? Didn't you have a lot of high-level spirit treasures? Use them all. Miaoqing thought vigilantly. This guy's movements are too fast. In a situation where she is prepared, it's almost impossible to hit her. On the contrary, I'm exposing openings. Furthermore, the other problem is Little Fang's spirit pet seems unable to hold on much longer. Zhao Zhu leaped into the air and mocked. A mere peak foundation establishment cultivator has made me waste so much time. It seems I must take your inner core to replenish myself. At this moment, Yi Feng also flew over. He shouted, which? Mei Shi is dead. Why don't you surrender? Or stop struggling. No more stalling for time. He quickly used a move. Heavenly Sword Art. Swords appeared on all sides, cloned and rushing towards her. Ye Feng éclatait une surprise. Damn it. I didn't expect to trigger the talent power. Didn't they say the probability was extremely low? Zhao Zhu created a protective barrier. She muttered apprehensively. He can actually release so much sword chi? Could it be that Mei Shi couldn't even injure him? Guo Shi approached her anxiously and asked, Zhao Zhu, the situation isn't right. Should we still risk it? Yi Feng suddenly shouted from his side. Myriad swords of the heavens. Heed my command. Seeing him like that, Zhao Zhu decided. Retreat. As soon as these words were spoken, the two of them fled quickly, leaving only streaks of light. Miaoqing shouted, they want to run. Little Feng. Yi Feng immediately stopped her. Senior sister, don't chase. As he finished speaking, his body fell freely towards the ground. Miaoqing called out in panic. Little Feng. She reacted quickly and swooped down. Just as Yi Feng's body was about to hit the ground, she caught his arm. Miaoqing looked at his condition and said, you're injured very badly. Yi Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and reassured her. Cough, cough. I'm Fine. Let's leave this place quickly. Those witches aren't stupid. They will realize something is wrong very soon. I know. You rest first. Leave the rest to me. On a boat far out at sea, Yuga looked around and couldn't help but exclaim, is this the flying Dharma treasure of immortal cultivators? It's amazing. Tianji continued. Taoist Wuchen mentioned Dharma treasures like this before, but he said he had never ridden one. Yi Feng spoke up from behind. The speed of the flying boat isn't as fast as a spirit beast, but Little Bing is heavily injured right now. We can only temporarily use this Dharma treasure. She curiously repeated, benefactor, Taoist Wuchen. He immediately said, in my spiritual sense, the Dharma treasure I gave him has been destroyed. Yuga said softly with a regretful face. Perhaps he is still alive. Yi Feng immediately said, the Dharma treasure I gave him cannot be destroyed by a mere golden core cultivator. The only possibility is that he actively self-destructed. Tianji clenched his fist beside him and spoke with difficulty. If Taoist Wuchen is gone, then the only support left for the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom is our fleet. Miaoqing also landed on the boat. She politely interrupted. I apologize for disturbing you too. Crown Prince, Princess, there is something you two need to see. Please look at the things on the sea surface. Tianji was shocked. His eyes widened. That is, he couldn't believe the desolate scene before his eyes. Our fleet, overwhelmed by this event, Tianji coughed up blood. This reaction made Yuge and Uro extremely worried. Tian, brother Tian, he hurriedly reassured the two of them. I'm Fine. I just thought of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom's final foundation being destroyed. Gone just like that. Coming to the Seaside Kingdom this time was truly a mistake. Fortunately, at least I got to know Miss Uro. Miaoqing saw this, and her eyes lit up. What is the situation with you guys? Uro shyly explained. After young Master Xiao left, Brother Tian and I met. We fell in love at first sight. Tianji turned and asked Yi Feng, oh, I heard that Benefactor and Uro knew each other before? He shook his head and denied it. I just casually helped her out, that's all. Anyway, congratulations to you two on your union. He thought happily in his heart. Luckily, this sister-in-law is still a sister-in-law in the end. Yuga said softly. Miss Uro, my brother's health isn't good. I hope Miss can take him inside to rest. The two of them walked away slowly. MH, just leave it to me. Tianji and Uro quickly went inside the boat. Watching the backs of the two leaving, Yifeng asked Yugo, "It seems the princess has something to say." She clasped her hands in thanks. "The two benefactors have saved us from danger many times. Yugo doesn't know how to repay you. After thinking about it, I feel only this item can serve as repayment." Looking at the sparkling object in her hand, Yifeng said in surprise, "You probably guessed it too. Those witches were actually coming for this item." Yu answered softly. "Although I am immortal, I can see clearly. It's just that for us, this item, keeping it will only bring disaster. Moreover, Benefactor is also looking for this item, right?" He happily clasped his hands. "I indeed need this item. Since the princess is willing to give it, Xiao Yifeng thanks you." The Benefactor told them, "This is the territory of the Heavenly Moon Kingdom. If you stay here, you can avoid the pursuit of the Seaside Kingdom." Tianji clasped his hands to show gratitude. "Thank you, Benefactor," Hanyin added. "Benefactor, take care." They also said goodbye. "Farewell. We will meet again." The flying boat departed. Miaoqing wondered, "Little Feng, what exactly is this thing?" Yifeng asked her back before explaining. "Senior sister, have you ever heard of the immortal abodes of ancient powerful beings?" Miaoqing replied, "Of course I've heard of them." He answered in more detail. It is said that those ancient powerful beings would leave their inheritance in their immortal abodes before they died, just so their legacy wouldn't be broken. From ancient times until now, many geniuses rose to the top in a single step because they found the treasures of the ancients in those immortal abodes. That's right. This jade pendant is the key to one of those immortal abodes. Miaoqing opened her mouth in surprise. "How do you know?" Yifeng said calmly. "It's written in books." "Who told you not to read books usually?" Miaoqing regretted it. "Really? So books contain this kind of knowledge. I must read more books in the future." Yifeng thought to himself. "Liar." Miaoqing. "Anyway, senior sister usually doesn't read books. I can just say whatever trick her." Night scene. The boat flew forward. Yifeng flew happily in the sky. "Jean Xian, thank you. If you hadn't hidden my aura, I definitely wouldn't have been able to hide it from senior sister." The immortal sword was also very surprised. "I'm just curious. You said you were going into seclusion at night, yet you asked me to hide your aura. What exactly do you want to do?" He immediately told the immortal sword his new plan. "I plan to find that pair of siblings. To do some things that a disciple of the Wentian Sect shouldn't do." The immortal sword questioned. "You wouldn't happen to have some improper thoughts about those two girls, would you?" Yifeng didn't think so. He denied it immediately. "How could that be? I just want some people to gather intelligence on the secular world for me. Those siblings happen to be able to help me." Then he took out a mask. "Wait for me to change my appearance." A carriage was on the road. Tianji was driving. He spoke to the two inside the carriage. "Hold on a little longer. We are about to enter the city." You could try to act like she was fine. She was shivering from the cold. "It's fine. With the medicine the young master left, I feel much better already." Suddenly, a voice called out and laughed on the road. "I didn't expect to find a congenital ice vein here. Interesting, interesting." This is... Tianji looked up. He shouted loudly. "Who is playing tricks? Is it a demon from the Hanyin pavilion?" The voice got closer. Unexpectedly, a mortal like you knows of the Hanyin pavilion. Yifeng, Vidin Musk, descended. But, comparing this old man to them, "You brat, you really are impolite." Yugo asked in a daze. "Brother, who is this?" Tianji didn't flinch. "Sister, wait in the carriage. Leave his place to me." Yugo remained calm. She said to Tianji, "Brother, facing a cultivator, we cannot resist. Just now I heard his tone. It seems he came to find me. Let me ask him." Yifeng laughed loudly when he heard that. "This girl, you are much stronger than your brother. This old man won't beat around the bush either. I came here today to gift you a fortune." Then he emphasized, "This old man can make you, girl, live for a few more years. Even, I can make you step onto the path of cultivation. Do you dare to accept?" Tianji was still confused and didn't understand what was happening. "Cultivation?" Yugo understood something. She asked, "Senior, what do you want us to do?" Yifeng extended his hand. His spiritual energy was revealed. "I indeed need you to do some things for me." A rolled-up scroll flew into Yu Ji's hand. Then he requested of them, "This old man needs you to cultivate this technique." Yugo accepted it. Ye feng instructed. This method has significant side effects. But as long as you cultivate this technique, it can ensure you live peacefully for at least 5 years. And furthermore, he added a condition. But during these 5 years, you must obey my orders. Do you agree? Tianji asked carefully. May I ask, what is the significant side effect you mentioned? Yifeng told him frankly. I won't hide it from you. This is a cauldron cultivation technique. The person who cultivates this technique can only benefit others in the future. Wait until she is cultivated for 100 years. I can use a secret method to take her cultivation. By that time, before he finished speaking, Yugo agreed immediately. I agree. Tianji was surprised. Yugo spoke up to explain. One person will die soon. One person can live for at least another 100 years. I have nothing to hesitate about. Moreover, before that time, I can still help brother restore the kingdom. Tianji sighed helplessly. If you think so, then let it be. Yifeng simultaneously brought out another set. Crown Prince, I also have a cultivation technique for you. Whoosh. A demonic technique flew into Tianji's hand. He instructed carefully. If you can truly cultivate this demonic art well, restoring your kingdom will not be difficult for you. The demonic scroll glowed. The techniques I gave you only contain the first 2 levels. If you want to get the later levels, it depends on your performance. Swallowing Heaven Devil Art. Yifeng requested very thoroughly. Within 3 years, I want you to develop a major force for me. Restoring the country is fine. Establishing your own country is also fine. In short, you must build a force for me. This is the test I have for you. Tianji was determined. I agree. I will definitely make those who destroyed my homeland pay the price. Yifeng, la fed lude. What I need is exactly that kind of spirit. Then he flew away, and didn't forget to set an appointment. 3 years later, I will check your results. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yifeng sighed in relief after completing the mission. Phew, done. The Immortal sword asked him suspiciously. Hey, did you really use that cauldron technique? Yifeng denied it. He explained, of course not. It's just a modified version of the technique. I can't trade it so easily. It's best to find an opportunity to ask if Hanyin accept disciples later. After that, they prepared to return to the boat. Let's go. Back to the boat first. If I'm out too long, Senior Sister will discover me. The Immortal sword shook its head in confusion. I don't know how you, a brat, managed to hook up with the Grandmaster. Scene changed to the fleet on the sea. Miaoqing asked in surprise. Little phone, what is this? Yifeng answered calmly. This is the next training plan. I have listed all the places we can go. If we are lucky, we might even find heavenly treasures. Miaoqing didn't believe his words. Do you think they are white cabbages? Those heavenly treasures. Without extreme luck, you can't encounter them. Yifeng affirmed confidently. How will you know if you don't try? He thought to himself. This is a place with good items that I heard about in my past life. Scanning through it all, I don't believe we won't find treasures. A gorilla was roaring. Finally, Miaoqing believed. Wow, this is Earth origin gold. It really is a heavenly treasure. Yifeng hurried. Run quickly. That guy's about to catch up. Miaoqing looked around suspiciously and asked, Are there really treasures here? It doesn't look like it at all. Yifeng pointed ahead. Sister, look, what is that? Miaoqing gasped in surprise. Oh my god, 9 flames flower. After taking it, they were chased by a group of people. Hand over the treasure. Hey, we clearly grabbed it first. The 2 of them hid behind a rock to watch. Wow, the powerful figures are fighting. So exciting. Keep your voice down. Wait a bit. Let's see if we can pick up anything useful. 2 years later, in his hand, he held a jade pendant. Little phone, are you really not some child of destiny? These 2 years, everywhere we go, we have fortuitous encounters. Even coming here, there are treasures. Miaoqing still couldn't believe her eyes. We even managed to find another Immortal Abode key. She seemed unwilling to accept it. What's more outrageous is, why is your cultivation higher than mine? Yifeng didn't find it strange. Just prepare well. For the Sect's true martial ranking this time, we can give Master and the others a surprise. Miaoqing mocked. A shock would be more accurate. Little phone, this Immortal Abode key, when will it open? The jade in her hand suddenly glowed. Miaoqing said to Yifeng in surprise. Little phone, look quickly. This jade pendant. Yifeng realized the time had come. It's glowing. I know. It seems the Immortal Abode is about to open. The jade pendant notified them. The Reincarnation Immortal Abode is about to open. Please confirm entry. Entrance, please transfer your spiritual power into it. Miaoqing was surprised to see such a strange thing. It can even talk. She turned to him with excitement. Little Feng, are we going in? Yi Feng hesitated a bit. The Immortal Abode opens once every 50 years. I missed it in my past life. But this Immortal Abode, entering at the Foundation establishment stage, is extremely dangerous. Something crawled out from his clothes. That small creature came from the jade pendant. Reliable. Yi Feng was happy. All right, little one, you've recovered. And there is really hope. Yi Feng turned to say to Miaoqing, Senior sister, with our cultivation, it's extremely dangerous inside the Immortal Abode. We're definitely the weakest group. Then isn't that? But before leaving, Yi Feng set a condition. But it's not completely hopeless. As long as senior sister agrees with me. After entering, you must listen to everything I say. She agreed. I will definitely listen to you. Yi Feng began to transfer spiritual power. Then, let's transfer our spiritual power. Let's go in and test our luck. Miaoqing also imitated him. Buzz. The jade pendant flew up. A strong beam of light escaped. Miaoqing was startled. What is that? Ye Feng, Risusurether. Heavenly Tao Incarnation. Don't be afraid. It's just checking if we are qualified to enter. The red eye announced. Meets the criteria. Ye Feng Sitepudin. Let's go. Let's enter. A beam of light sucked them in. Miaoqing looked around in confusion. Is this really the Immortal Abode? Why isn't it like I imagined? Ye Feng, Remnant. Shoo, someone is coming. Laughter came from somewhere. This time, I, Wang Loxi, will definitely get the inheritance of the Immortal Abode. Yi Feng immediately recognized that person. Golden Core Stage. Moreover, an expert among Golden Cores. That person continued to mock. Wang Loxi, you really are daydreaming. Lu Yu landed on a stone slab. Provoking. If you want the Immortal Abode's items, you have to ask me, Blade Master Lu Yu, first. Yi Feng immediately became vigilant. At least mid-Golden Core Stage. Moreover, not the trash Golden Core kind. Like the Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum group. This guy is at least Grade 3 or higher. Miaoqing sighed dejectedly. The people coming here, even with the artifacts given by parents, I'm afraid there's no hope. He suddenly had an idea. I have a way. Senior sister, how many artifacts and talismans given by master and mistress do you have left? Give them all to me. Miaoqing touched her storage ring. There are quite a few left. They are all in the storage ring. But what do you plan to do? Ye Feng Simudkit. He proposed an idea. I can impersonate a Golden Core expert. Miaoqing couldn't believe it. From the entrance, there were many stone statues. They all stood tall, watching over the crowd below. Everyone was already waiting outside. They all wondered and asked each other, Fellow Taoists, do you really want to fight us here? How is that possible? Everyone came for the Immortal Abode ruins. Of course, we must put aside disputes for now. A master turnaround. Someone else is coming. Yi Feng and Miaoqing were riding a stone dragon flying over. They discussed the two newcomers together. They seem to be from the Wentian Sect. I can't see their cultivation level. One person wondered, Taoist is a disciple of the Wentian Sect? Yi Feng introduced himself. Wentian Sect, Wuchen. The old man recognized him immediately. He praised incessantly. So it is Taoist Wuchen. I am Ling Yin of the Stargate. I have admired Taoist Wuchen's great name for a long time. Meeting you today, you truly are a young hero. Ye Feng Gnanjit Si Device. He turned to say to Miaoqing, Disciple, just stay by my side. Don't wander around. The people below were extremely curious. Is that person the Golden Core genius of the Wentian Sect? Wuchen? I've never met him. This brat is quite arrogant. Look at this handsome face. Many female cultivators are captivated. This senior brother Wuchen is a super shut-in. He hasn't gone out for 1,000 years. But his reputation is indeed not small. I can use it. But looking at the faces, it seems there are quite a few acquaintances I met in my past life. Shui Jiao looked at Yi Feng and was pleased. So it's the little brother from the Wentian Sect. He looks quite handsome. This is the demoness of the Chamian Pavilion. Montak Shuiya. Like this, it seems the righteous path has more Golden Core cultivators than us. Lin Xiao also admitted. This is Lin Xiao of Bayan City, famous for being ruthless. A lady in green also came out to greet. Greetings, fellow Taoist. This is Luo Yun of Luoshu Mansion, right? I'm not very familiar with her. Yifeng looked at the large number of people. He was also a bit apprehensive. I didn't expect so many people. It won't be very easy. The order began to be announced. The time for the Reincarnation Immortal Abode to open has arrived. This Immortal Abode only allows 9 people to enter. When only 9 people remain on the field, the Immortal Abode will open. Those who forfeit can transfer half of their blood essence into the Immortal Abode Jade pendant to leave. Everyone was panicked. What? Only 9 people? MOU aggressively announced. Those below the Golden Core stage. Will you leave by yourselves? Or should I send you off? Lin Xiao smiled gently and said, MOU, be gentle. There are ladies here too. Shui Jiao saw this and couldn't help teasing him. Oh, young Master Lin knows how to cherish flowers and jade. Then you must take care of me later. The others were amused. Interesting. Both the demonic path and the righteous path have to chase away those with lower cultivation than themselves. I see. It's better for us rogue cultivators to be free. One person was unwilling. He spoke loudly. Based on what? That's half of our blood essence. Do you know how many years your father, have cultivated? Before he could finish speaking, his head flew off. You look like a thug. Now, you don't need to cultivate anymore. Then he turned and questioned. Who else doesn't want to cultivate anymore? All the remaining people trembled like frightened dogs. Wait, I'll leave by myself. Me too. In her hand, she held the jade pendant. A stream of power struck down, shaking the heavens and earth. The surrounding rocks fell along with it. Lin Xiao questioned. Fellow friends of the righteous path, our side has already sent away those who didn't want to enter. What about you? The others were afraid. Sinyo, you wouldn't also want to? Lu Yu exhaled. He announced to everyone. Everyone, I'll give you a chance. Among you, if anyone can defeat me, I will voluntarily give up my spot. The man shouted indignantly. You people, in vain are you called the righteous path. Another person in the crowd also joined in and stepped forward. That's right. How can we fight against you golden core cultivators? Isn't this forcing us to give up half our blood essence? Yifeng, watching this scene from afar, smiled slightly. A bunch of idiots. The man confronting the crowd crossed his arms and explained. First, even if you enter, you cannot protect yourselves. Second, he shouted, the so-called righteous path isn't about yielding benefits to others or acting like a saint. If you don't even know this principle and don't dare to challenge me, then get the hell out of here early. A blazing golden flame suddenly appeared in the hand of the man below. The tall man's mouth slowly opened. That's more like it. He quickly circulated his aura. Too weak. With just a very light strike, the 2 commoners were easily knocked back far away. Both fell to the ground in pain. The sound of collision rang in the air. He asked, who else wants a challenge? Everyone there hesitated greatly. No one dared to step up and challenge. On a large rocky outcrop was a door leading to another world. MOU announced loudly. Now there are only 9 golden core cultivators left. But it seems there is one extra person. Saying that, he turned to ask Yifeng, fellow Taoist, you yourself are at the golden core stage. But your disciple, do you plan to bring her in too? He didn't deny it, but answered frankly. I indeed have this intention. Hearing this, the intent on MOU's face became clear. He laughed loudly without giving him any face. Could it be you want to give up your spot to your disciple? That works too. Once inside, I will take good care of her for you. Yifeng didn't stand on ceremony either. He looked at him with sharp eyes. I just need to kill someone else. Wouldn't there be a spot then? Originally, I was thinking about who to choose. Since you want to die, I'll choose you. Before MOU could reply, Yifeng flew up into the sky and manifested many identical swords. 10,000 swords art. He silently commanded in his thoughts. Little Yin used the talisman. Little Yin behind his back nodded in agreement. Around Yifeng, more and more swords appeared. Lin Xiao observed the situation for a while, gently waving the small fan in his hand. 10,000 swords art. It doesn't look like much. Shui Jiao, standing beside him, also disdainfully chimed in with a few words. The power of this move is very ordinary. Does that Wuchen only have this much strength? Montaki was furious, radiating killing intent. I have truly been underestimated. The very next second, the swords of the 10,000 swords art rushed straight towards a single point, covering the place in gray smoke. MOU, unbeknownst to Wen, appeared behind Yifeng. Wentian Sect is nothing more than this. He calmly looked at him. Oh, is that so? Yifeng began to reveal his true power. Only then did Mo fear. He fearfully raised his hands to shield his body. Not good. This is nascent soul. The atmosphere between the two was now surrounded by a glowing golden circle. After a tense battle, Mo stood staring blankly at him. His body had a small hole pierced right through his chest. Mo looked down in a daze. The large sword in Yifeng's hand rushed forward. The sharp sword tip pierced straight through Mo's body to his astonishment. Yifeng, sepulk saludi. Your golden core. I'll take it. Immediately after, Mo's heavy body fell straight to the ground. Yifeng slowly descended from above. Everyone, the quota is probably enough now. The white-haired man stared wide-eyed in shock. Just now that was... The young man beside him replied. I don't know, but one thing is certain. Both of them stood there watching Yifeng's figure, and that disciple of his enter the door. Unless absolutely necessary, absolutely do not provoke this person. The announcement sounded once again. Only 9 people remain on the field. Matches the opening conditions. Everyone froze when the announcement rang out. Ghost Gate Pass. Open. Waves of aura flew into the door one after another. A few seconds later, they still hadn't stopped. Luo Yun found this strange, seeing the scene, and wondered, is this really the Immortal Abode? The gate named Ghost Gate Pass stood open, welcoming everyone. All of them. The man with pure white hair smirked slightly. I'm playing tricks. Let me see what kind of game is being played here. So in the next second, he immediately flew inside. The crowd outside couldn't wait patiently any longer. Let's go in and see too. We're already here. There's no reason to retreat. We can't let the demonic cult get the treasures. Then many people flew inside afterwards. Only Yifeng remained, and his disciple rooted to the spot. Miaoqing turned to ask him, Little Feng, just now, how did you deal with that golden core cultivator? Yifeng happily showed off Little Yen to her. It was this little one. Miaoqing looked at Little Yen intently. So was this Dharma treasure? You said this was given by the master of Guanghan Palace? Yifeng tucked Little Yen out of his robe. That's right, but spiritual power is limited. That attack just now consumed a lot of it. She crossed her arms and glared at him discontentedly. You brat. You definitely have some secret with the master of Guanghan Palace, right? Yifeng covered his mouth with his hand. Cough, cough. Let's enter the Immortal Abode first. Senior sister, I roughly know some situations inside the Immortal Abode. Remember carefully. He began to instruct her seriously. After entering the Immortal Abode, the first trial will be an illusion. You must stay clear-headed. Miaoqing continued. Are these things also written in books? Yifeng hesitated slightly. That. Miaoqing playfully opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue at him. All right, no need to answer. If you want to tell me later, I'll ask again then. Hearing that, he could only agree with her. Anyway, I will definitely protect senior sister. He slowly walked inside. Let's go. Let's see what's in the Immortal Abode. Both of them quickly disappeared right after. Under the silent late-night sky, a small flame was constantly warming the surroundings. Yifeng was sitting in front of the small flame, roasting a chicken. Suddenly, he startled and shouted, Where am I? Yifeng held his head, not knowing what was happening. It seems I've forgotten something. What is going on? A voice came from nowhere softly. Husband. Hanyin walked gracefully and slowly to where he was sitting. What are you thinking about? Yifeng replied with a headache. Wife. It seems I've forgotten some things. But why can't I remember? Hearing this, she felt a bit guilty. For a moment, she didn't dare look at Yifeng's face. It's all my fault. We were living in seclusion. But to protect me, you fought continuously with those enemies who came, causing your soul to be injured. She stepped forward and looked straight into his eyes very firmly. It doesn't matter if you can't remember the past. I am here. I will be with you forever. Yifeng also felt much happier. So that's how it is. Hanyin gently instructed him. I'll go get some healing medicine for you. Wait for me a moment. Yifeng smiled and looked at her affectionately. Then I'll trouble you, wife. After Hanyin walked away for a distance, Yifeng began to fall into a state of wandering thoughts. My soul was injured, so I lost my memory. I just feel something is wrong. A gentle sound rang out again, making him jump. Lord Demon King. So you are here. Yifeng looked up toward the call. Lin Fei approached with an incredibly graceful demeanor. Lord Demon King, do you not remember me anymore? But what Yifeng's eyes were directed at was absolutely not her face. He tried to act like a decent, mature person. Holy so big. Not right. Sorry. I don't remember who you are. Seeing this, Lin Fei ran over and hugged him tightly. Boo-hoo. I am little Lin, your 88th lover. Have you forgotten me? Hearing this number, he was shocked, jaw-dropping, and shouted. How many? Suddenly, the sound of a porcelain vase falling rang out. Lu Hanyin stood hesitantly looking at Lin Fei hugging Yifeng, her face devoid of any joy. She looked down heartbrokenly at another spot. It seems, I came at a bad time. Yifeng hurriedly explained to Lu Hanyin. Wait, you might have misunderstood. But what he didn't expect was that she also ran over and threw herself into his arms. It's fine. Yifeng, who was already panicked, became even more mentally shocked. She smiled softly, looking up at him with eyes extremely affectionate. As long as you treat me well, the rest, I don't mind. Yifeng saw this and comfortably enjoyed the warm embrace of the two beauties in his arms. Damn it, there's such a good thing? Lu Hanyin suddenly blushed and looked up. Husband, let's do what we usually do. Lin Fei beside him was not to be outdone. And me, I want the young master to kiss me. Yifeng naturally had to oblige both of them. Close your eyes first. Lin Fei and Lu Hanyin obediently closed their eyes and waited. Yifeng leaned close to the lips of the two girls. Then, suddenly, the bodies of both girls were stabbed by Yifeng with a painful strike, yet not a drop of blood flowed out. Lin Fei and Lu Hanyin both stared in shock. Why? Husband, why? Yifeng quickly interrupted Lin Fei. Why to know you were fake? Because, if it were really my wife. He pointed his flaming sword to both sides, and simultaneously Lin Fei and Lu Hanyin disappeared. I would have been beaten to death by now. A seductive voice whispered laughter in the air. Worthy of the former Demon King. Even after memories are covered, still so sharp. Yifeng looked at Lin Fei approaching. You are not an illusion. Lin Fei, in a bubble-like form, constantly hovered around him. Only you know this. Isn't that right? After all, I only come from the deepest shadow in your heart. She didn't forget to lean into his ear and remind him. Right? Watch your back. The very next second, time shifted to daytime. Yifeng swung his sword back and forth. Another hand, holding a small knife, blocked the tip of his sword. Mo Shuijiao smiled and spoke. Oh, woke up pretty fast. She slowly landed. Originally wanted to resolve it like before. Didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. Truly a pity. Yifeng looked at Mo Shuijiao with eyes devoid of any goodwill. Seeing that look, she wasn't pleased at all either. Montak Shuijiao. The next second, she flew behind another person. With incredible speed, and without hesitating at all, Mo Shuijiao held the knife and slashed straight across the opponent's head. That young man's head fell to the ground with a thud. Holding the blood-stained knife in her hand, Mo Shuijiao playfully winked at Yifeng. In the end, she only received a cold remark from him. Not interested. I need to protect my disciple. Mo Shuijiao waved her hand to say goodbye to him. Sigh, you righteous Sect people. Truly boring. Then I'm going to kill people. After speaking, she flew away instantly, leaving only a trace like a bright star in the sky. Yifeng flew to Miaoqing's location. These guys are too dangerous. Cannot be exposed. Suddenly, a huge explosion appeared before his eyes. Lin Xiao, holding a fan, slid back a few steps. Oh my, Brother Lu has quite a temper. The man called Brother Lu was carrying a large sword on his shoulder and walking towards him. Acting arrogant while Lu Mao hasn't woken up. You're still too green. Yifeng constantly looked around everywhere. Now, just when no one is paying attention to this place, he walked up to a small stone. On that stone were written 4 words. The Sea of Red Spider Lilies. Xiao Yifeng quickly absorbed all the life force from that small rock. Who would have thought that the key to this secret realm was actually these rocks? After the life force was drained, the rock vanished without a trace. Su Miaoqing's eyes fluttered open. Xiao Yifeng calmly walked over and asked her, Senior sister, are you awake? Su Miaoqing ignored him and turned her head away in a pout. Xiao Yifeng asked, confused, What's wrong? She answered angrily, Just now, in the illusion, you bullied me. Xiao Yifeng scratched his head sheepishly. Ahem, that had nothing to do with me. He stopped teasing her and got straight to the point. Senior sister, those old monsters are plotting against each other right now. Let's take this opportunity to leave them behind. Su Miaoqing nodded in agreement. Good idea. Then, they both flew up into the sky. A completely different realm opened up before their eyes. This place was incredibly mystical, with everything bathed in a golden hue. Not only that, but wandering spirits also appeared all around. Su Miaoqing asked curiously, Little Feng, where is this place? Those things in the lake, are they spirits? Xiao Yifeng walked leisurely as he explained. The Vongchuan River. Even birds find it difficult to fly over this place. To cross it, you need a special method. His eyes grew a little somber. There's a very powerful treasure here that must be obtained. Right after, before Xiao Yifeng's eyes, was a stone with 4 characters carved on it. Early shore the other side. He exclaimed happily, Found it. Su Miaoqing pointed and asked, What is this rock? Xiao Yifeng also looked up and explained. The Samsara stone is the key to this immortal abode. But this stone is even more special. He gently placed his hand on the stone's surface. This stone has been nourished by the Vongchuan River for years. It has a trace of spirituality. It can reveal a person's past life. Xiao Yifeng continued to talk animatedly about it. As long as you're not bewitched by the illusion of your past life and maintain your true self, you can increase your cultivation level. This is the reward for passing through the illusion of the past life. Suddenly, an image of Xiao Yifeng with a pair of white wings appeared. Seeing this, Su Miaoqing exclaimed, Little Feng's past life. Why does it look so similar to how he is now? Strange blue bubbles began to appear around his body. Xiao Yifeng let out a soft breath. Phew! This time, my cultivation has directly reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. It's worth several years of hard training. Witnessing this, Su Miaoqing couldn't resist wanting to touch the stone as well. So amazing. I want to try too. Xiao Yifeng watched her with a worried expression. Su Miaoqing turned back and gave him a sharp glance. Then, she also touched the stone. Su Miaoqing's incarnation was a brilliant and magnificent fire phoenix. A dazzling red light shone everywhere. Seeing this, Xiao Yifeng's fear only intensified. His jaw dropped in utter shock. In another scene, 2 people were strolling on a lush green lawn. Lin Ziyun spoke to the man beside her. Qingya has always been mischievous, but I didn't expect Xiao Yifeng would join in the foolishness. To actually kick you and take the opportunity to run away. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the entrance of the Tianhan Hall. Fortunately, both of their soul lamps are fine. She went to open the large door. Suddenly, her eyes widened at the sight. What's happening? The room contained countless soul lamps belonging to everyone. Among them, a few were flickering very weakly. Lin Ziyun cried out in shock. Miaoqing and Little Feng's soul lamps. They're about to go out. At Guanghan Palace, Wentian's Sect, 2 girls were whispering to each other. Have you heard? Something seems to have happened at YA Hall recently. That's right. The hall master of YA Hall seems to be in a great hurry. Hanyin walked over and asked in a stern voice, What are you 2 talking about? Both of them were startled and mumbled. Ma master. Hanyin then strictly reminded them. I remember saying, no private conversations are allowed during study time. The other girl immediately pouted, lowered her head, and said, This disciple knows her mistake. Suddenly, Hanyin asked a question that left both disciples stunned. What happened at YA Hall? The 2 girls were stunned. Exclaimed, Huh? Hanyin remained calm, crossed her arms and ordered, Tell me everything you know. I won't pursue your mistake this time. Both looked at each other in confusion because of Hanyin's strange reaction. Then both obediently followed her words. Started recounting. Master, I heard. The daughter of the YA Hall master is missing, and a disciple named Yi Feng is also missing. Hearing this, Hanyin immediately turned and walked away, instructing, This lecture ends here. Go back. The 2 girls still didn't understand what happened. Just stood there staring blankly like 2 fools. Master really didn't reprimand us? Last time you slacked off, you were clearly hung on a tree and beaten for 3 days. The girl with tied hair jumped up blushing when she heard her friend say that. Wow, don't mention that anymore. Tell me, why did Master suddenly care about YA Hall's affairs? Hanyin walked and spoke worriedly. Actually missing. It seems I have to see where they are. Wait, she remembered. Last time activating the puppet, it was broken and took a lot of time to recover. Then Hanyin brushed that matter aside. Forget it. Broken is broken. And then Hanyin immediately created a spatial circle. Then she quickly stepped inside. However, right after that, Hanyin was extremely confused. Cannot sense them. Inside the Immortal Abode, there were two figures standing by the upright stone. Yifeng asked worriedly, "Why hasn't this girl woken up yet? With such commotion, I'm afraid those old monsters will discover us." Meanwhile, Miaoqing was still concentrating her divine power. Finally, there seemed to be a result. Thick white smoke emitted from a stone. Miaoqing said happily, "Little Feng." But Yifeng quickly instructed her. "Take the stone quickly. Let's leave here immediately. Someone is coming." Then both vanished instantly. A foot quietly stepped down after both had left. It was an old man. He smiled. Turns out to be a fake golden core. "It seems you know some secrets." Then he hurriedly chased after both of them. "Want to run? Don't even think about it." Both arrived by a river. Yifeng and Miaoqing quickly stepped onto a boat. Yifeng told the boatman, "Row the boat." However, this boatman was somewhat mysterious. The old man chased from behind, shouting loudly, "Hey, you can't run." He shouted as soon as he arrived. "Wentian, you are so bold. How dare you deceive us?" Yifeng stood on the boat and spoke leisurely. "So what if I deceived you? Chase me if you can." The old man said gently, "One cannot fly over the river of forgetfulness. You think I don't know?" So he also chose a boat. Then ordered, "Boatman, chase them." At this moment, Yifeng and Miaoqing were standing on the boat. The water surface reflected the evening sun. Suddenly something rushed towards them unexpectedly. Very quickly, a figure created a protective barrier. That force hit the barrier and was stopped. Miaoqing shouted vigilantly, "Little Feng." The guy behind caught up. Yifeng stood there calmly, reassuring her. "Don't worry, he won't be able to chase immediately." And he took out 2 stones. "Boatman, please speed up a bit. This is our boat fare." Seeing the 2 gray stones held out, the boatman reached out to take them and replied politely, "2 reincarnation stones." "Understood. You are esteemed guests." The speed increased significantly, making Miaoqing exclaim, "Wow, we sped up." Yuanh behind saw this and turned to look at his boatman. He suggested, "Hey, can you go a little faster?" But the boatman stopped rowing completely and looked at him. His voice spoke evenly. "Guest, please pay the boat fare." Yuanh asked in confusion, "Boat fare? What do you mean?" He explained, "Reincarnation stone, or soul. Only by paying can you cross the river." Feeling deceived, he angrily swung his whisk. "Just relying on you? Seeking death." The boatman was a commoner. Hit by this move, he collapsed immediately. His body split in 2. Yuanh scolded angrily, "Playing tricks." Suddenly, the boatman laughed loudly and spoke incomprehensible words. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for freeing me." After speaking, his body gradually faded away. Yuanh looked vigilantly at the thing flying towards him and muttered, "What is that?" The boatman's clothes draped over him. Yuanh shouted in confusion, "Get off me! Don't come near me!" Then he kept cursing, but couldn't move. "Guashur." Miaoqing turned back to look and reported in surprise, "That Yuanh is wearing the boatman's robe." Yifeng also turned back and explained to her, "If you don't have a reincarnation stone, you either pay with your soul, become a walking corpse, or be trapped here, becoming the boatman of the river of forgetfulness." Miaoqing replied in surprise, "This path is too dangerous." Looking ahead, he said softly, "Every path is like this." Others probably also discovered the function of the reincarnation stone. The 2 quickly reached the shore. Yifeng turned and said to her, "Let's go. Ahead is probably the final trial in this immortal abode." On Luo Yuan and a man's side, a horde of demons was rushing up. He looked at the situation in front of him and assessed, "Damn it, there are actually so many golden core demons here." He handed Luo Yuan a reincarnation stone and said, "Fairy Luo, take the reincarnation stone first. Open the barrier ahead. I'll hold off these demons." She didn't stand on ceremony. Holding the stone tightly in her hand, she said softly, "Brother, be careful." A large sword quickly appeared in his hand. He replied, "Don't worry. This mob has no intelligence. Compared to a real golden core, they are far inferior." A powerful sword strike swung down. Each demon was split in 2 with a bewildered look. But they weren't zombies either. They immediately spewed their aura to attack him. Facing this attack, he stood ready to defend. Very quickly, he was surrounded by a protective shield. He hurriedly said to Luo Yuan, "Fairy Luo, open the barrier quickly." She replied, "Brother Lu, the barrier is open." You can withdraw your protective spell now. He turned his head, his face unable to hide his joy. Great. Before he finished his sentence, a sword tip pierced straight through the center of his chest. Yuanh said coldly, "But, brother, please stay here. Inheriting the immortal abode for this little girl increases the chance of winning by a fraction." The scene shifted to a lush green, mountainous place. There, Miaoqing and Yifeng walked slowly. After a while, she couldn't help but ask, "Little Feng, did you notice? It's getting hotter here?" He looked around and told Miaoqing, "This is the road to the final door. As for the cause here, it's due to the guards on the road." In such a quiet place, she asked in confusion, "Guards?" Yifeng pointed ahead. "There, look over there." A huge rooster blocking the path made Miaoqing shout in surprise. "What is that thing?" He whispered in explanation. "Golden rooster. Alone, it's easy to deal with. Strength ranges from foundation establishment to golden core. But this species lives in flocks, so absolutely do not get detected." He took out a talisman and excitedly pasted it on himself. "But don't worry. Somehow these things have very poor eyesight. Just use a concealment talisman and you won't be detected. Wait here. I'll go try." After using the talisman, he confidently ran past the sleeping golden rooster. After passing it, Yifeng happily turned back and gave a thumbs up. Rest assured, safe. Miaoqing saw him pass, so easily and confidently pasted a concealment talisman on herself. Then she slowly approached the golden rooster. Although she had the talisman, she still stepped as lightly as possible. But just as she stepped closer, the golden rooster opened its eyes wide, making Miaoqing freeze. She panicked, not daring to move. "I didn't paste the talisman wrong. Must be a coincidence, right?" The golden rooster let out a cry that shook the sky. Its companions heard it and flew over. Yifeng saw the situation was bad and shouted. At this moment, two people also arrived. Shui Jiao and Lin Xiao walked together. She complained, "It's all your fault. You just had to rob his reincarnation stone." Lin Xiao replied irritably. Who knew he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? To think he was at the great circle of golden core. But suddenly a rock fell, causing both of them to break sharply. He frowned and said, "Blocked." Shui Jiao also confirmed, "This area forbids flying." A person appeared behind them. He raised his voice, "Where do you want to run?" With a dangerous look, he licked his sharp sword and said, "On you guys. There are also reincarnation stones, right? Hand them over. I'll spare your lives." Lin Xiao saw clearly the purpose of this person and turned to ask her, "How about we risk it?" Suddenly, loud noises filled the sky, making all three look around in surprise. "What is that?" The guy also turned back in surprise. "What is that?" Yifeng and Miaoqing were running fast. He spoke joyfully. "Fellow Taoists. Great. So everyone is here." The guy saw someone coming and smiled cunningly, muttering, Just in time. I can rob their reincarnation stones too." But when he looked behind the two of them, a flock of giant golden roosters was chasing them. His face turned pale. What is this?" Seeing things weren't good, the guy used his strength to break the rock blocking the road earlier. All five ran for their lives, no longer caring about reincarnation stones or anything else. "Damn it. Why did you provoke these beasts?" "You ask me? Who do I ask? Anyway, run first, talk later." Everyone focused on speeding up, but the speed of these golden roosters wasn't slow either. The white hair guy spoke up. "Isn't the perception of these things very poor? Why can't we shake them off?" Yifeng thought seriously while running. "Strange. These golden chickens. It seems ever since they saw Miaoqing, they have been chasing us relentlessly." Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Golden chicken. So Miaoqing. Wait, could it be that time? Yifeng ran alongside and asked, "Regarding the inheritance from the past life, if you think carefully, besides increasing your realm, is there anything else?" She answered immediately. "There's also a strange technique." He suggested trying. "Try using that technique." Miaoqing clenched her fist to sense it, then told Yifeng, "I know, but I need some time." He turned to ask the people around for help. "Everyone, I have a way to drive away those golden chickens. Please help hold off those monsters." Shui Jiao and Lin Xiao looked at him suspiciously. "Are you serious? If you deceive us, you know the consequences." The white-haired guy also cooperated, not forgetting to warn, "You'd better be telling the truth." His eyes glanced sideways, decisively through his weapon. The dagger plunged straight into a golden rooster. Shui Jiao and Lin Xiao also stopped. She spoke up to remind, Daoist Wuchen. If you have a way, do it now. He turned and called. Miaoqing. She understood and replied. MH. Miaoqing raised her hand and pointed to the center of her forehead. In less than a second, a pair of golden wings appeared behind her back. Condensed power was transferred to her whole body. Lin Xiao saw this and said in surprise, "Such pure fire origin power." Very quickly, Miaoqing transformed into a phoenix, spreading its wings and flying up. She stood there concentrating power. The flock of chickens immediately stopped and lined up. Some that were flying also had to retreat. It immediately fled in fear. The others saw this and also scrambled to run away. Ye Feng understood. Sure enough, those golden chickens were targeting the origin power that Miaoqing inherited. The white-haired guy after this scene craved it even more. Fire origin power. I didn't expect this girl's body to actually contain this thing. The guy brandished his weapon. Thinking his doing, he rushed straight towards Miaoqing, shouting as if claiming ownership. "You are mine." Yifeng didn't expect this. He turned around in panic. Crap. The guy rushed close to Miaoqing without any hindrance. But when he was about to strike, a blast of air rushed in and hit his hand. He paused, looked down, and wondered, what fire is this? The spot just now seemed to catch fire and spread to his body, confusing him as he cursed. Damn it. It won't go out, but I can't leave it like this. His other hand turned the sword hilt down. He decisively chopped off that arm covered in fire. His flaming arm fell down. He held the bleeding arm, angrily demanding, "Who is it? Come out." Miaoqing asked at this moment. "Hey, what happened?" Suddenly, a prolonged scream. Ye Feng shouted furiously. "Not good. Chase him." The white-haired guy growled angrily. "Bastard. I want to see what dare to injure me." Shuaijiu spoke up. "Chase and see." Lin Xiao also agreed. "I also have this intention." At this moment, in a place full of smoke and fire, demons from the abyss excitedly climbed up, but suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down, making them lose their balance and fall. Above that deep pit was a huge floating mansion, and above this mansion, a large sphere was condensing. Yifeng, Shuaijiao, and Lin Xiao had also arrived. Looking at the situation, he confirmed softly, "It seems this is the main hall of this immortal abode." Miaoqing seemed to be led into the palace by the light earlier. "Why?" The white-haired guy suddenly rushed up. "It's the Reincarnation stone." Shuaijiao and Lin Xiao noticed and climbed up. "Not good." He snatched it first, but they were stopped by his warning. "Don't go over there." Yifeng stated his speculation. "This is the main hall, the final gate of the immortal abode. It's not that easy." The white-haired guy touched the Reincarnation stone and laughed triumphantly. "This is mine." But suddenly his smile faded. He stared at it in confusion. "Why can't I collect it?" The white-haired guy quickly jumped back and shouted. "Not good." But a long arm grabbed his shoulder. The owner of that voice was dressed in rags, uttering incomprehensible words. "It's meat." The white-haired guy stepped back in panic. This person was skinny with red eyes. He held the white-haired guy tightly, baring his large teeth, preparing to bite down. The force was so strong that the white-haired guy screamed in pain. "Help!" Drained of all blood and energy, he collapsed on the ground. The newly appeared figure licked the corner of his lips and muttered, "Hard to eat. Woman's meat is still tastier." Then he glanced over, saw Shuaijiao, and laughed madly. "There's a woman. Haven't seen a woman in a long time." She asked vigilantly, "Who are you? I haven't seen you among those who entered." He looked up at the sky, thought for a while, and said, "I forgot." His face was contemplative, remembering. "But this is the third time I've seen people come here." Ye Feng Gisit. This is probably someone who entered the immortal abode before. He stayed in the immortal abode and never went out. Whatever it was facing this targeting, Shuaijiao held her weapon ready and interrogated. "Then why didn't you go out?" He laughed, trembling, and replied, "Go out? Good question. If I could go out, why wouldn't I go out?" Hand covering his skinny face, revealing only red eyes. He growled, "No one could go out. None of you can get out." He pretended to be benevolent and asked, "I'm in a good mood today. Little girl, you have two choices. Either submit obediently, serve me, become my cauldron, or be eaten by me." Facing the attractive female meat in front of him, he didn't rush but asked further, "Which one do you choose?" Shuaijiao replied indifferently, "I choose the third option." Finished speaking, her sword chi rushed forward like a declaration. "Kill you." He stood there light as a feather, raising his hand to gather power. With just a palm strike, he neutralized all of Shui Jiao's sharp sword chi. He looked at her with even more interest and muttered, "The little girl's strength is a bit weak. Don't know how she feels to the touch." Suddenly, many hands appeared beneath her feet, grabbing upwards. Shui Jiao quickly teleported. After the contact, she realized. Shui Jiao retreated behind Lin Xiao and Yi Feng, warning them, "Careful, he is a nascent soul old monster." Wang Loxi sniffed the scent on the piece of cloth. It's the scent of the Hanyin Pavilion." The old man stared with red eyes and exclaimed, "Hanyin Pavilion is good. The women of the Hanyin Pavilion are the most fun. You guys know a lot of good tricks." Shui Jiao gripped the knife in her hand and shouted, "Senior, you are actually at the nascent soul stage. How could you enter here?" The old man exclaimed, "Oh, turns out, this immortal abode now. Nascent soul stage can't enter anymore? That's great." Wang Loxi laughed pervertedly. "Today, I'll be benevolent. Beauty, I'll give you another chance. Submit honestly. I can let you live. How about it?" Shui Jiao frowned. "You want me to?" "Don't even." Before she could finish speaking, Yi Feng spoke up. "Fairy Montauk, if you don't want to become his toy, then listen to me." She wondered, "Taoist Wuchen, do you have a way?" He replied, "That monster hasn't attacked us yet, but only blocked that heavenly stairway." Speaking of which, Yi Feng revealed his speculation. Is it possible that as long as we can get on that heavenly stairway, it will bring trouble to him? Lin Xiao beside him tapped his fan and said, "So that's how it is. In these immortal abodes, there are restrictions. That heavenly stairway definitely has them too. But how do we get there?" He said, "Relying on you too. Use beauty to stabilize him first." Lin Xiao was dumbfounded. "I have to do it too?" Yi Feng patted his shoulder. "Brother Lin, you are so handsome and elegant. You must trust your own charm." Lin Xiao scolded angrily. "Shut up." Shui Jiao on the other side had already started practicing. "If Senior is a nascent soul mighty figure, will you keep your word? If I follow you, you really won't harm me, right?" Wang Loxi said again, "What words are these? Why would deceit deceive a little golden core doll like you, huh?" As for the other person, finished speaking, he displayed a large magic ball in his palm and shouted loudly, "Let this old man give you a quick death." Suddenly, the ball in his hand disappeared. Turns out he was trapped by the Nine Dragons' Thunder Prison. Sword Array. Wang Loxi was stunned. Wentian Sect's Sword Array, holding me to death, can only trap me for 5 breaths. Shui Jiao and Lin Xiao had reached the stairs at some point. She shouted contemptuously, "Idiot, who wants to fight you?" He also chimed in, "That's right." Seeing this, the old man gritted his teeth. "You guys, damn it." At this moment, a ray of light flashed past them. Luoyan also appeared and spoke. "Sorry, I'm late." Shui Jiu mocked her again. "Not early, not late. Arriving so coincidentally. I'm afraid you were always waiting in a corner for an opportunity, right?" These words made Luoyan stunned. She said with tears in her eyes, "How can you misunderstand me like that? Young Master Lin, do you feel that way too?" Lin Xiao turned to Yi Feng and asked, "Why hasn't Taoist Wuchen come over yet?" That old man is about to break out. At this moment, he was still standing in front of Wang Loxi, teasing him. "Old man, how does it taste to take the bait?" The old man shouted angrily. "Brat, when you get out, I will definitely kill you." Hearing that, Yi Feng raised his hand high. "Then you might be out of chances." Seeing his movement, Wang Loxi suddenly felt afraid. "What do you want to do?" "Wait." He naturally didn't listen. Directly used spiritual power to hit him. Wang Loxi was knocked back by him and hit the stairs. All 4 people fell into a state of staring at each other wide-eyed. Yi Feng defeated the nascent soul monster and let him fly to where the 3 were standing on the heavenly stairway. Lin Xiao screamed and questioned, "Bastard, why did you throw him over here? Is there anyone who screws people over like this?" Shui Jiao frowned, observing the monster, then whispered to Brother Lin, "Wait, that guy doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking us." Lin Xiao gaped in astonishment. Yi Feng smiled and nodded from the side, saying comforting words to them. "Don't worry, everywhere on this heavenly stairway has restrictions. Every step must be cautious. If he doesn't want to die, he can't cause trouble." The nascent soul monster clenched his fists, furious. "This old man can wait for you here. If you have the ability, stand there for the rest of your life." Yi Feng went along with his wish, shrugged, and pretended not to care. "Suit yourself then." He thought to himself, if I walk step by step up that heavenly stairway, who knows how long it will take? I don't know what Miaoqing's situation is right now. Speaking of which, he slowly walked towards the guy lying sprawled on the ground to search for items. Speaking of which, I have to thank that ugly guy. On Wang Loxi's body, there should be some reincarnation stones, right? A bag of stones found on the old man made Yi Feng extremely happy. Got it. Luo Yun turned slightly, took a step up the heavenly stairway, then turned back to say to them, it seems Taoist Wuchen doesn't want to enter the Immortal Abode. Everyone, this little girl will go one step ahead. Luo Yun slowly walked up the Immortal Abode. A scene gradually appeared before her eyes. Shui Jiao stared blankly, turning to observe with Lin Xiao. She is in an illusion. It seems this is the trial of the heavenly stairway. Past the illusion, only then can you continue stepping forward. He also nodded and turned to say to her, we can't waste time either. Enter the Immortal Abode first. Yi Feng stood below, looking up, full of doubts. Just now, that red light that received Senior's sister looks very familiar. He recalled the past where he had encountered a strange scene. In my past life, I came to the Immortal Abode 50 years later. At that time, I saw a skeleton inside, and a sword. Yi Feng pulled the sword out of its sheath and observed carefully. That sword was the Ink Snow Sword, the inheritance of Y.A. Hall. And that skeleton was... That was the former Hall Master of Y.A. Hall. Perfected Qingshu. In my past life, I also gained quite a few inheritances because of that. His eyes became deeper looking into the Immortal Abode. But this time, I arrived 50 years early. Perfected Qingshu is still alive. Yi Feng realized that this life and the past life were not at the same point in time. Right? Miaoqing was taken away after displaying the Firebird bloodline. Y.A. Hall has always focused on fire roots. Perfected Qingshu naturally did too. He bit his fingertip to draw blood. It seems this is the only way, then imprinted it on his forehead to form a formation. Burn, all over Yi Feng's body, was surrounded by the spiritual power of flames. The nascent soul monster looked down with red eyes, not understanding what was happening. Brat, why are you suddenly circulating a fire technique? He knelt down, clasped his hands together, and looked up respectfully towards the Immortal Abode and said, Disciple of Wentian's Sect, Y.A. Hall, seeks an audience with Perfected Qingshu. Disciple has an important treasure on him that is useful to the Perfected One. Requesting a meeting. The nascent soul monster crossed his arms watching the show. Stop playing tricks. No matter what you do, you won't get out of here. However, a red sun appeared in the sky above. A bloodline extended from inside the Immortal Abode in an S shape. Immediately rushing towards Yi Feng, it wrapped tightly around his waist, then pulled him up from the ground. The monster looked up in astonishment. Jaw dropped in anger. Are you kidding me? Why can everyone use the back door? He started to panic, turning up and screaming. Bastard, come back here. Inside the Immortal Abode was a quiet mountain forest scene. Beside an old man, Qingshu, Miaoqing was standing guard as he meditated. Seeing Yi Feng, Miaoqing happily ran over to greet him. Little Feng, you're here too. I'm here. She led him to Qingshu, who was meditating, and whispered a reminder. Little Feng, pay respects quickly. This is... Miaoqing hadn't had time to introduce yet. Yi Feng had already knelt down and bowed respectfully. Disciple of Wentian's Sect, Xiao Yi Feng, pays respects to Grandmaster Qingshu. First-generation Grandmaster, Qi Xianfeng. In hand, the divine weapon Ink Snow Sword, slaying demons and eliminating evil. Perfected Qingshu. Former Hall Master of Y.A. Hall. Mahayana stage. He once wielded the Ink Snow Sword to eliminate evil everywhere. Respected and loved by disciples. He is respected and loved by the disciples. Not only are his Taoist techniques profound, but he also exhausts all his resources for the sake of the disciples. But Xiao Feng knew everything and rattled off a series of well-known facts about Qingsu. Grandmaster's name has been like a clap of thunder in my ears ever since I joined the sect. Qingsu was roused from his meditation. He tilted his head and asked why. How did you know? That the one sitting here is me? He remembered when Miaoqing was dragged away by a rope surrounded by flames. The crimson light that Grandmaster released earlier is the crimson spiritual energy of the 9 scrolls of Wentian, which only those at a high realm possess. I happen to enjoy studying ancient texts and was fortunate enough to have read about some of Grandmaster's deeds. Therefore, I took a bold guess. Miao Qing was also stunned, seeing Xiao Feng in a new light. Junior brother, so you usually read so many things. He let out a sigh. Back then, I, this humble Taoist, relied on my profound cultivation and came to this immortal abode. I never expected to be trapped here. What a disgrace to the sect. Qing Su then turned to ask for Xiao Feng's opinion. He wanted him to talk a little about his home. Can you tell me a little about how Yahello is doing now? This humble Taoist is homesick. At Wentian's sect's Yahello, Tian, he was worried about the situation of Xiao Feng and Miao Qing. What's the situation? Have they been found yet? A disciple bowed respectfully to Tian, and replied, Master, the first group of disciples has returned, but they found no trace of Miao Qing or junior brother Xiao. The second group of disciples is still investigating and searching. Shenyang sighed, her heart filled with worry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let them go down the mountain. Tian, he had to turn and remind his anxious wife. My lady, don't worry. Their soul lamps are still lit. That means, at least for now, nothing has happened to them. This is the best news we could hope for. But she still couldn't quell the anxiety building in her heart. However, neither divination nor the Wentian arts can locate them. All we know is that they're not in the three realms, nor within the 5 elements. Where on earth could they be? At this moment, a disciple below offered a suggestion that piqued her curiosity. Master, Shenyang, this disciple has thought of a way. He replied with a look of reminiscence. Actually, this phenomenon appeared once before at our YA hall not too many years ago. Tian pondered for a moment, then muttered a name. You're talking about Master Qing Su. She also remembered the phenomenon from that year and turned to her husband. I remember now, too. After Grandmaster Qing Su disappeared that year, his soul lamp also dimmed. The phenomenon was exactly the same as today. And after half a year, his soul lamp completely went out. Hall Master Tian, he then gave an order. Continue to arrange for disciples to investigate. I will go see the sect master again. Let's see if there are any clues. The disciple clasped his hands respectfully. Master, he looked up at the blue sky and murmured, Old ancestor, if you can hear me, please protect those 2 children. In the immortal abode, old Qing Su was laughing heartily as he listened to Xiao Feng's story. So that little brat Tian Yi is the hall master now. He chuckled at Tian Yi's expense. He even spoke ill of him. That kid was the most mischievous one back in the day. He even ruined my alchemy furnace. I hung him up and beat him for several days. Miao Qing stood by, stunned, as she listened to the story. So, father has such a dark history. Remembering the days of being looked down upon, Miao Qing clenched her fists in anger. That's right, Grandmaster. YA Hall has declined now. We're looked down upon by others. Don't you want to get out of here? To vent our frustrations for us? He ground his teeth. His heart also filled with anger as he replied, don't worry, child. Once I get out of here, no one will dare to look down on YA Hall again. At this moment, Xiao Feng bowed and asked for Qing Su's opinion. Grandmaster, this disciple has one more matter to ask of you. What is it? He looked steadily into the old man's eyes and said, I hope Grandmaster will spare senior sister. Punishing this disciple is enough. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. She gaped in astonishment. Her eyes widened looking at him and muttered, Little Feng, what are you saying? But Yi Feng didn't change his mind, still respectfully hoping he would approve this intention. Hope Grandmaster fulfills this wish. At this moment, Qing Shu frowned, no longer looking playful as before, but looked at him sternly. How did you know? Miao Qing couldn't believe her eyes and panicked. Grandmaster, hey! Suddenly from behind, someone cast a spell on her. It was Yi Feng acting one step ahead to save Miao Qing's life. Senior sister, this is the immobilization spell. It won't harm you, but will make you unable to speak or act for half an hour. But very quickly you can dissolve it yourself. Qing Shu smiled faintly. It seems you saw it early on. He stepped deeper into the truth that Grandmaster Qing Shu was hiding. I once encountered a remnant soul of the Mahayana stage. Therefore, I luckily know Grandmaster's current state. If Grandmaster wants to leave this place, you must have a body. Ye think impossible. And Grandmaster is a fire spirit body. Extremely excellent. This is the reason you lured her here. Perfected Qing Shu frowned and sighed. You are actually affectionate and righteous. Knowing what I am about to do, yet actively coming here. Hearing perfected Qing Shu say that, he thought this matter could be settled smoothly, So he bowed respectfully and said, "They can Grandmaster agree?" Not letting him finish, he ruthlessly interrupted. "But I refuse." He asked back in confusion. "Why?" He pointed at Miaoqing and said with certainty, "That girl is an immortal phoenix body. A fire spirit body rare in heaven and earth. How could I be wrong?" He retorted, "But after all, senior sister is a female body. Grandmaster is a male." Hearing that, he stroked his beard and replied, "That makes some sense. If I possess that girl, later I can use a female body to act cute." Speaking of which, his voice became extremely excited as he continued. "Just thinking about it makes me excited." After hearing his answer, his face stiffened. The corner of his mouth twitched as if wanting to curse right there, but could only utter, "Damn, you." In his heart, he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, are you a pervert?" He didn't bother arguing with him anymore, but stood up directly and said loudly, "All right, cultivating immortals. Why care about male or female? Next, I will possess this girl." He stretched his muscles while continuing to speak to Miaoqing. "Don't think about resisting. The difference in strength between you and me is vast. Just out of respect for your father, I'm letting you disappear without pain." He suddenly spoke up from behind and asked, "Grandmaster, what if I have a better physique for you to possess?" Hearing that, he turned his head in surprise and asked back, "What did you say?" He patted his chest confidently and replied, "I'm not lying to you. My body, physique, is even rarer than senior sister's." He heard this as if hearing a joke, so he laughed heartily and said, "Do you really think I can't see it? That mixed spiritual root of yours. How can it compare to the immortal phoenix body?" Seeing that he didn't believe it, he immediately pressed his hand to his forehead and continued, "Please take a look, Grandmaster." Then he shouted, "Mental method." After his shout, a blazing red skull, a ball of lightning, and a bagua appeared one after another. Perfected Qingshu witnessed this scene and leaned forward directly, muttering, "Demon, spirit, Tao, triple cultivation? How is this possible? This requires extremely resilient and tough meridians." Seeing his expression like that, he spoke up and asked, "Grandmaster, I can integrate 3 types of mental methods into my body, comparable to the fire spirit body now, right?" He couldn't deny it and replied, "I have to say, it is indeed more valuable than the fire spirit body. However," then he lowered his head and said calmly, "But there are too many secrets on you, Brad. I don't want more trouble." He continued, "The method of possession, as long as the original body doesn't agree, even if my consciousness is strong, it will take a very long time to consolidate the soul." Seeing that he still didn't agree, he said, "Grandmaster, disciple gives you another fortune." Saying that, a golden aura immediately appeared surrounding his hand. That aura poured out from his hand the next second. He asked perfected Qingshu in a dangerous tone. "One is endless trouble after possession, maybe even being blatantly chased by Tian Yi's body, and one is without father or mother. Even basic consciousness dissipated, a body even stronger than the fire spirit body. Grandmaster, which one do you like?" Perfected Qingshu saw this, and his face became tense. He said gloomily, "You want to dissipate your consciousness yourself?" He looked at Miaoqing at this moment and said gently, "Senior sister, farewell." Miaoqing looked at him with sad eyes. Tears streamed down. He gritted his teeth and desperately pressed his hand to his forehead. Then his expression became soulless. Eyes turned white. Streams of aura flew out of his body one after another. Then he collapsed directly. Perfected Qingshu clasped his hands and walked towards him, then put his hand on his forehead to sense something. Then he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Actually really dissipated the 3 souls. This brat, truly a ruthless person. Miaoqing saw Yifeng become like this and was furious. Poisonous aura rose violently. Her face filled with killing intent, she shouted, "You." He glanced at her and assessed, breaking the binding of the immobilization spell, relying only on anger. Such strong will. Really not too good for possession. So he directly entered his body and said, "Also good, since this brat offered his body himself. Then it's my gain." After entering Yi Feng's body, he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "This physical body indeed has extreme potential." Then he glanced at Miaoqing and laughed loudly. "That brat is really too filial. Besides this body, he also gave you to me. Also good, I can erase the memory of this girl and adopt her as a Tao companion." Miaoqing frowned tightly, replied in a low voice, "Grandmaster, Do you know? Before little phone immobilized me, he transmitted a sentence to me. He asked in surprise. Oh, what did he say? Her expression changed 180 degrees. Eyes carrying 10 parts mystery, she continued. He said, wait until you completely occupy the body. That is the time for us to turn the tables. He asked back suspiciously. What do these words mean? Suddenly he startled, eyes widening. An aura like a rope was slowly binding around him, making him scream in panic. What? What is this? Why can't my spiritual power be controlled? His voice suddenly transmitted. Grandmaster, Junior's body isn't bad, right? Since you've entered, then don't come out. He held his head, gritted his teeth, and asked back, you're still not dead? He replied, even if Master lost his body, he could survive for so many years. How dare Junior fall behind? Why not enter the sea of consciousness so we can chat a bit? Saying that, the aura bound his body even tighter, making the old man scream in pain. Then, his body slumped directly, seeming to have no soul inside anymore. Miaoqing stood aside, constantly cheering. Little phone, do your best. I believe in you. Old Qingxu was brought to the sea of consciousness. He looked around in panic and muttered, Sea of consciousness? Why is it so vast? Where exactly does this brat come from? He appeared from behind and spoke up. Grandmaster is facing imminent disaster, yet still cares about my origin. Truly worthy of being a one-time hall master of YA Hall. He turned towards the sound and snorted coldly. You are rejoicing too early. No matter what you say, I am still at the Mahayana stage. Swallowing your soul is easy. He crossed his arms provocatively. I'm so scared. Then turned to Zhan Xian and said, Zhan Xian, wait a moment to slash him. Then I'll share half the soul with you. Hearing that, Zhan Xian replied with great interest. Sounds attractive. He saw Zhan Xian appear beside him and broke out in cold sweat, asking in panic, Immortal slaying demonic sword? You are actually a sword demon? Seeing someone recognize her, Zhan Xian laughed sarcastically and said, Oh my, rare for someone to recognize me. Old guy, no wonder you lived for so many years. He saw this and hurriedly calculated. This demonic sword's evil reputation spreads far. Absolutely cannot underestimate it. However, just need to avoid it, then swallow that brat. He seemed to see through his thoughts and spoke up to directly extinguish. This old man's hope. Probably wanted to deal with me, right? Come here, Montauk Tianqing. Show your face. Just as he finished speaking, Mo Tianqing appeared beside him. He panicked. His face stiffened as he questioned. Montauk Tianqing? Why do you know Mo Tianqing? Not letting him say anything more, both Zhan Xian and Mo Tianqing rushed towards him together. Seeing this, he could only curse. Damn it, how can I fight like this? Zhan Xian directly slashed his body in two. Half of his body quickly escaped. While running, he threatened despicably. First, this poor Taoist will go kill that girl. Let's see how YA Hall deals with you. He called out loudly. Green Lotus Big Boss. Please help me. Otherwise he might really escape. So dozens of tentacles rose from the sea, then wrapped tightly around old Qingxu's body. He said fearfully, What is this thing? Then he struggled and screamed helplessly. Let me go. Let me go. Not long after, the old man was defeated by the Green Lotus Big Boss. Seeing it almost eat all of his soul, he hurriedly called, Green Lotus Big Boss. Don't eat it all. Leave a little for me. After eating a part of the soul, it dived back into the sea. A part of old Qingxu's soul flew in front of him. Seeing this, he pondered silently. Really left only a little bit? Yifeng stood there staring unblinkingly. Face expressionless. He reached out, smiled, and approached Miaoqing very gently. Senior sister, I'm back. She pointed her sword straight at Yifeng, slowly backing away, then shouted angrily. Stand still. She looked, determined, probing the person standing in front of her. How can you prove you're a little phone? He sweated profusely, hurriedly raising his hands to explain. Calm down. Calm down. Let me think. He began to gather spiritual power in his hand, forming a small blue flame. Senior sister. Look. Then the flame gradually transformed into the shape of perfected Qingxu. This is the remaining soul of Taoist Qingxu. I have absorbed his memories. This is what remains. Miaoqing lowered her blade, slowly confirming. So, you really won? He smiled happily in response. Still have to thank senior sister for your trust. Your acting earlier was truly too realistic. Miaoqing didn't say anything more, just rushed to hug his waist, making Yi Feng surprised. Her face clearly showed a gloomy and worried expression. It wasn't acting. I was very worried that something really happened to you. Yi Feng gently hugged her, patting to comfort her. Rest assured, I have many trump cards. Suddenly, he detected something and became vigilant. Huh? The two stood there looking towards the skeleton. It was emitting an extremely powerful spiritual power surrounding it. The sword, as if controlled by spiritual power, pushed straight in front of Yi Feng. Miaoqing said in surprise, "This is the inheritance treasure of Yahello. Ink Snow Sword." Yi Feng took the sword in front of him, began to admire and feel it absorbing the soul imprint of Taoist Qingxiu. His memories have also transferred to my body. The two looked towards the skeleton. Yi Feng continued to explain to Miaoqing. Besides, I also know he actually refined part of the Immortal Abode's authority. It's just that because he lost his body, he couldn't leave here a single step. Yi Feng bowed his head, his face clearly showing regret. Otherwise, he probably would have gone out long ago. Miaoqing put her hands on her hips, looking annoyed and cursed. This guy who doesn't respect his elders deserved to die here. Yi Feng stood beside her listening to her curse and could only smile foolishly. So now you also inherited part of the Immortal Abode's authority? Yi Feng saw her like this and began to propose an idea. That's right. Moreover, we have physical bodies. I'll take you to a place hiding treasures. You go loot all the treasures of that Immortal Abode. Hearing that, Miaoqing immediately jumped up in joy. All right, scene change. Lin Xiao and Luo Yun were walking in the corridor together. Lin Xiao, looking slightly annoyed, turned to Luo Yun and asked, "Fairy Luo, are you sure the Book of Heaven's mandate is in that direction?" Luo Yun glanced at him, replied with a serious and calm face. "I can sense the special aura of heavenly treasures. The direction towards the Immortal Abode is where I sense it most clearly." Lin Xiao said in great surprise. "There is something ahead." Stepping into the room, the book was floating on a book stand. The two slowly approached leisurely. Luo Yin spoke up, "According to the agreement, the Book of Heaven's mandate can be given to you, but you must give me a copy of the content inside." Lin Xiao turned to look at her, face determined and certain. "Rest assured, this humble one will keep his promise." Then he used his inner power to fly towards the book. Whoosh whoosh, reaching out to take it. But before he could touch it, another spiritual power sneak attacked him, making him both surprised and in pain. He turned sharply, clutching his chest, looking at Fairy Luo Yun. "You." She looked triumphant, holding a zither, mocking. "Just like Luyu, you men still won't guard against women. On the contrary, this is a good thing." Then Lin Xiao fell to the ground in pain, passive, swallowed by spiritual power and gradually fading. Suddenly, clapping sounds rang out. Clap, 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 making Luo Yun frown in annoyance. Mo Shuijiao was standing behind her and Lin Xiao. She clapped and praised incessantly. "Fairy Luo is truly ruthless. I was wondering why Lu Yu is nowhere to be seen. Turns out Fairy already killed him." Mo Shuijiao turned to Lin Xiao and scolded. "You lost. I told you this woman wasn't anything good." Lin Xiao replied to Shuijiao's words with a calm face. Fine, I lost the pill. When we return, I'll give it to you." He frowned, looking annoyed, and turned to Luo Yun. "Fairy Luo, this humble one hates most is the kind of woman who plays with people's emotions." Luo Yun kept a calm face and scolded the two back. "The path of cultivation is inherently like this. What are you two pretending to be righteous for?" Saying no more, she channeled her energy and flew straight towards that book, leaving the other two unable to react in time. The two realized the problem and quickly chased after her. Shuijiao shouted, "Not good. She wants to snatch the Book of Heaven's mandate." Lin Xiao immediately said, "Stop her quickly." Luo Yun revealed an extremely smug look. Just as she was about to reach for the book, a red-orange spiritual aura appeared. A hand reached out and knocked her away, making her both startled and in pain. Not far away, spitting blood, she looked up. "Who is it?" Turns out the one who struck was Wang Loxi. "The Book of Heaven's mandate is mine. You're also mine." He was standing in front of Luo Yun, clenching his fist, shouting angrily. "Should I kill you now, then refine you into a puppet? Or make you my cauldron? You choose." Luo Yun clasped her hands respectfully, not daring to resist, knowing she couldn't win. Junior is willing to be Senior's cauldron. Just ask Senior to spare my life. She took out a glowing pearl from her sleeve and offered it to Wang Loxi. Seeing the sparkling pearl, he was pleased. Hand over your Immortal Abode jade pendant. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unpolite. Luo Yun immediately replied. He looked like he was instructing, but his face was full of greed. Very good. Remember carefully. In the future, without me, you are not allowed to leave the Immortal Abode without permission. Mo Shuijiao and Lin Xiao, standing aside, couldn't help frowning at this scene. Shuijiao looked stern and full of contempt. I thought Fairy Luo was some character. Didn't expect her to be such a bowing and scraping toy. Luo Yun stood up and turned to the two standing behind her, shouting a reminder. Those who understand the times are wise. This senior is not someone we can resist. I advise you to surrender together too. Hearing this, Shuijiao refused to be outdone and immediately retorted. Oomph, you think everyone is like you? Even if this old lady dies, I won't let him get what he wants. Lin Xiao also looked serious and said coldly. Fairy Mo speaks very well. Risking life. Leave it to Lin. That Wang Loxi heard this and laughed loudly, saying to Shuijiao and Lin Xiao, very good. Then this old man will turn you into puppets. Suddenly, the heavenly book glowed brightly, making old Loxi surprised and suspicious. Huh, this is... Before he could do anything, the heavenly book flew high into the sky, punching a big hole in the ceiling. On this side, Miaoqing was happy as a kitten hugging a pile of treasures. Hee hee, little foam, we made a big profit this time. There are truly many treasures in this immortal abode. Yifeng stood beside her and quickly explained. The most precious thing, the Book of Heaven's Mandate, hasn't been found yet. I'll take you to another place to look. Suddenly, a beam of light like a meteor flew straight down to where the two were standing, surprising Miaoqing. Yifeng Panichkit. What is that? The book from earlier flew to where the two were standing, emitting an inviting light, surprising Yifeng. This is the Book of Heaven's Mandate. Miaoqing wondered and asked, why did it fly here? The reincarnation stones on Yifeng's body flew towards the Book of Light, with the combination causing the book to flip continuously. Yifeng frowned and realized. It seems the reincarnation stone tablet is the key to obtaining the Book of Heaven's Mandate, and the reincarnation stones we have are probably the most, so this book flew directly here. Miaoqing said immediately. Then that's even better. Let's take the Book of Heaven's Mandate and run. Others will come here later. But Yifeng was vigilant immediately. This book hasn't fully condensed yet. We have to block the others first. He sat down in a cultivation posture and instructed Miaoqing. Miaoqing, help me guard. I need to make some preparations. She froze for 3 seconds, then replied. On this side, Wang Loxi had chased here. The Book of Heaven's Mandate flew in that direction. It seems it's in the main hall. His eyes were red, face full of ambition. Ha! This time, don't even think about stopping me. Just as he took a step forward, he was knocked back by a fire phoenix. Miaoqing, radiating killing intent. He was knocked back several dozen meters. Standing blocking him, she said firmly, want to take the Book of Heaven's Mandate? Then step over me first. He slowly stood up. At this time, Shuijiao and Lin Xiao had caught up behind him. Lin Xiao said to Miaoqing, Miss, let's combine forces to defeat this guy. What do you think? She replied happily. Just what I wanted. Yifeng sat in a magnificent room. He silently thought about something. His eyes were sad. Yifeng sighed and lamented, thinking that monster and those other golden core cultivators are fighting for the Book of Heaven's Mandate. With Foundation establishment strength, it's absolutely impossible. Saying that, Yifeng twirled a small yellow pill in his hand and spoke. Cold Origin Pill. Lowest grade pill for breaking through to form a core. The quality of the golden core formed is grade 9, the worst. Only the success rate is high. A moment later, he put the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. But it's enough to use. In another place, in a room, Miaoqing, Lin Xiao, and Mo Shuijiao were surrounding Wang Loxi from 3 sides. His eyes were bloodshot, staring resentfully at the group of them. Wang Loxi spoke up. Originally wanted to capture you alive, but you wasted too much of my time. Just finished speaking, he launched an attack on them. His movements were fast as lightning, appearing and disappearing, rushing forward surrounded by a pink-red aura. Seeing this, Lin Xiao shouted a warning to Miaoqing and Mo Shuijiao. Careful, this is his nascent soul clone. But just as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Miaoqing was rushed by him and choked. She was uncomfortable but could only make sounds like ugh. Then Miaoqing was pushed hard by him and fell backwards. Lin Xiao rushed to attack him but was blocked by his aura. He snapped irritably. Damn it, completely suppressed. Fairy Montauk, can you help first? Seeing this, Mo Shuijiao also approached to attack him. She said, being alone is also very dangerous. Just as she predicted, he attacked her directly fast as lightning, but luckily she jumped up in time to dodge that attack. Mo Shuijiao paused for a moment. She calculated, can't continue like this. Must think of a way. But right at the moment she let down her guard, a bad premonition flashed. Past. Mo Shuijiao suddenly cried out. Not good. Her arm was grabbed tightly by Wang Loxi. He quickly grabbed both her hands and raised them over her head, making Mo Shuijiao unable to move. She looked at him angrily, but on the contrary, he was laughing very excitedly. Caught you. His despicable eyes were glued to Mo Shuijiao's hot body and said, really wasted my effort. But this beautiful body cannot be wasted. Saying that, he used his hand to cast a spell, shooting a blinding beam of aura into Mo Shuijiao's body. Seeing herself humiliated by a scoundrel, Montauk Shuiya roared in frustration. I'll fight you to the death. But her body couldn't move. Mo Shuijiao cried out helplessly. Why is this happening? Old Devil Wang, still gripping her wrists, calmly replied. I have sealed your golden core. Suddenly, a stream of yellow magic shot out from nowhere, nearly hitting Old Devil Wang. The light then swept towards Su Miaoqing, but luckily, she dodged in time. While the flash of light distracted Old Devil Wang, Mo Shuijiao seized the opportunity to escape his grasp. Xiao Yefeng stood in front of Su Miaoqing, sword in hand. He asked loudly, Senior sister, are you all right? Seeing him, Su Miaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. I can still hold on. Wait a minute. Little foam, when did you form your core? Finding it strange, Su Miaoqing approached Xiao Yefeng. She asked, is this the weakest, 9th grade golden core? There wasn't even a heavenly tribulation. How could you do this? Hearing Su Miaoqing's question, Xiao Yefeng turned and replied calmly. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Just then, Lin Xiao also approached. He said, Brother Wuchen, you've arrived just in time. Let's attack together. Kill him. Thinking of Old Devil Wang, Xiao Yefeng's anger burned fiercely. He growled through clenched teeth. That's right, but we're facing a nascent soul stage cultivator. You two shouldn't hold back. Whatever secret arts you have, you can use them at any time. Seeing this, Lin Xiao praised him in agreement. It seems it's time to risk it all. On the other side, Mo Shuijiao also spoke up. Even if I have to lie in bed for years after this, I must kill him today. As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Shuijiao unleashed her magic, creating a ring of fiery red energy. Great blood-burning art. Lin Xiao on this side was no less impressive. He also gathered his strength to summon his power. He reversed his meridians, causing streams of energy to surge like waves. Old Devil Wang saw Lin Xiao, Mo Shuijiao, and Xiao Yefeng, surrounding him with overwhelming killing intent, and sneered. Do you think using the great blood-burning art is enough to deal with me? His eyes were bloodshot. His gaze was sharp. He smirked contemptuously, finding Old Devil Wang's attitude unbearable. Xiao Yefeng raised the sword in his hand towards the sky. He said, Wentian Sect's secret art, fearless in the face of danger. In the next second, an explosive power erupted from his sword. Xiao Yefeng's eyes glared angrily at Old Devil Wang. He said slowly, Wuxiang Temple's secret art, Holy Temple's secret art of becoming a saint. Great blood demon art. The three of them, Mo Shuijiao, Lin Xiao, and Xiao Yefeng, stood close together, confident in their ability to destroy the evil Old Devil Wang. The power emanating from the three of them grew increasingly fierce, as if it was about to break through the ceiling. Lin Xiao, feeling a little scared, turned to ask Xiao Yefeng, Brother Wuchen, is this really okay? Seeing Lin Xiao's slight hesitation, Xiao Yefeng immediately replied, What? You don't dare to follow? Xiao Yefeng's taunt was indeed effective. After hearing Xiao Yefeng's words, Lin Xiao declared boldly, Are you kidding? Who wouldn't dare? Don't think I only have one secret art. Seeing this, Mo Shuijiao also agreed, saying, Wuchen, you're underestimating us. And after that taunt, the momentum of the three, which was already high, soared even higher. The energy they radiated grew larger and larger. Seeing this, old Devil Wong was not to be outdone. He said, activating so many secret arts, your cultivation levels will inevitably decline. Besides, do you really think you can stand against me like this? Xiao Yefeng was the first to attack. He charged forward, warning the old man. It's not over yet. Xiao Yefeng clasped his hands together in front of his chest. Undishinga technique. Shattered core. A golden power erupted from Xiao Yefeng, blazing up towards the sky as if endless. The force was so strong that Mo Shuijiao and Lin Xiao, standing beside him, couldn't bear it and had to raise their hands to shield themselves. Lin Xiao said, struggling, Brother Wuchen, I really can't keep up with this one. Hearing this, Xiao Yefeng immediately quashed Lin Xiao's hesitation. Stop wasting words. Attack. Immediately after, Feng carried that overwhelming power and rushed towards Wang Loxi. Wang Loxi also prepared for battle, but didn't forget to mock. Even if you shatter your golden core, you still aren't a nascent soul. For a nascent soul, teleportation can easily dodge your attack. But just when he appeared most confident, Yi Feng said a sentence that made that confidence vanish in an instant. Teleportation is forbidden here. Immediately after, Yi Feng rushed in and slashed his sword at the old man, but the old man managed to raise his hand to block the strike. That sword blade radiated a terrifyingly large power, causing the old man's arm to gradually turn to stone. He asked in surprise, What weapon is this? Moreover, why can you control the rules here? His words were annoying to hear, so Yi Feng landed a blow that sent him flying far away and hitting a pillar. The fall was quite painful, causing his petrifying arm to shatter into pieces. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Seeing the time was ripe, Mo Shuijiao slowly approached and stood in front of him, summoning countless small daggers, and said, The debt from earlier, I have remembered it all. Wang Loxi gritted his teeth and groaned in anger. Despicable bitch. Today I will definitely. Suddenly, he looked to the side in confusion. At that moment, a huge rock crashed towards him. Standing on the rock was Lin Xiao. He laughed with delight and said, Try this. And just like that, the huge rock smashed straight onto Wang Loxi, denting the ground. Lin Xiao also managed to jump out to avoid injury. The three of them approached the rock. Mo Shuijiao asked, Is it resolved? Yi Feng raised his vigilance. He said, It seems not yet. Suddenly the rock exploded like a huge blast. Wang Loxi escaped from under the large rock, staggering but still cursing loudly. You guys, damn insects. His eyes were bloodshot. He turned sharply and snapped. Why are you still standing there? Why don't you come help me quickly? Right after Wang Loxi's sentence, Luo Yun, she jumped out from nowhere. Seeing that, Mo Shuijiao asked uncomfortably, Luo Yun, does she really want to risk her life for that guy? Luo Yun landed and then continued to gain momentum to jump near the main gate. Only then did Wang Loxi raise his hand. He screamed, You dare to steal my book of Heaven's Mandate. Bastard! Bastard! The group of three surrounded him. Mo Shuijiao asked in confusion. He wants to destroy the book of Heaven's Mandate? Yi Feng spoke up. Stop him. Wang Loxi smiled weirdly and reached forward. If I can't have it, none of you can have it. But at this very moment, his body was pierced by Yi Feng's sword blade and Lin Xiao's fan. His eyes opened wide. And as Luo Yun jumped close to the book of Heaven's Mandate, a blast of air blew it away, knocking it out of her hand. The book was torn to shreds. Seeing this, Luo Yun was extremely panicked. She screamed. Luo Yun cried out in panic. No, Book of Heaven's Mandate. How could it shatter like this? She stood under the fragments like a madwoman, hoping for something. And the fragments, right? Still have the fragments. Then she jumped up, intending to pick up the fragments of the Book of Heaven's Mandate. The Book of Heaven's Mandate is mine. Yi Feng saw this and called Miaoqing. Miaoqing, collect those fragments. Before she could act, Lin Xiao had already jumped up first to collect the fragments. Shui Jiao saw the old man, exhausted but still trying to drag them down to die with him, cursed him angrily, and jumped up to pick up fragments of the Book of Heaven's Mandate. Old monster, can't die peacefully. Seeing her attitude, the old man was even more amused and laughed challengingly. Huh, Chase it. Anyway, you will never get the complete book of Heaven's Mandate again. The old man then collapsed from exhaustion. Miaoqing was trying to hold onto a piece of the Heaven's Mandate. Don't run. Finally, it stopped and didn't fly higher anymore. Miaoqing told everyone, I got it. Yifeng reminded her to be vigilant. Don't relax. Those two are still watching. Miaoqing looked at Shui Jiao and Lin Xiao and asked bluntly, without hesitation, could it be you want to rob our items next? Lin Xiao didn't hide it either and said, if not necessary, I don't want to either. But, I think, wait until the effect of Taoist Wuchen's shattered core ends. Even if I don't rob, Fairy Mo will act. Shui Jiao told Yi, Taoist Wuchen, the principle of the strong, eating the weak. I think I don't need to say much. Yifeng found them ridiculous and didn't hesitate to challenge them. Since it's like this, it seems we must fight each other. At this moment, a slight tremor occurred. Yifeng, preparing to attack, was also a bit surprised. Lin Xiao shouted a warning to everyone. Not good. The Immortal Abode is about to close. We must get out immediately. Hearing that, Shui Jiao also left. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say to Yi, Taoist Wuchen, it seems we must say goodbye, but I believe, in the future, there will definitely be a chance to meet again. Saying that, those two flew away immediately. Miaoqing also reminded Yi, little Feng, we also have to go out quickly. He told her, we will meet outside. Then Miaoqing left first. At this moment, Yi Feng stayed and asked the Reincarnation Immortal Abode. Reincarnation Immortal Abode. How long until it completely closes? It replied, 1/4 of an hour. Yifeng confided in the Reincarnation Immortal Abode. As expected, after inheriting the Immortal Abode, I indeed have quite a bit of ability to manipulate the Immortal Abode. Then he instructed it, Reincarnation Immortal Abode. Except for me, there is one more person from outside here. Move the teleportation array to her location. Reincarnation Immortal Abode announced. Teleportation starting. At this moment, the light of the teleportation gate appeared above his head. Yifeng was grateful. Indeed useful. Luo Yin was still holding a piece of the Book of Heaven's Mandate, walking around looking for an exit. She also felt a tremor just now and looked worriedly at the fragment in her hand. The Immortal Abode is about to close. At this moment, a voice spoke from behind her. Fairy Luo Yin, better hand over the Book of Heaven's Mandate. Luo Yin turned around. Indeed, it was Yifeng, as he was the only one left here. Seeing this, she wasn't grateful, but said vigilantly, you indeed could find me. This fragment of the Book of Heaven's Mandate and the remaining Reincarnation Stone Tablet can all be given to you. But I have a condition. Yifeng heard Luo Yun say that and exclaimed, oh, in surprise. Luo Yun then stated her request. You take me out. Furthermore, the content in the Book of Heaven's Mandate. I want to see it too. Yifeng prepared a fighting stance and told her, Fairy, it seems you still aren't clear about the current situation. Fairy, it seems you still aren't clear about the current situation. Luo Yin saw him ready to fight and seemed afraid, reaching out to beg, saying slowly and worriedly, wait, I can be your cauldron. I can swear by blood. Then she cast a spell to make a contract appear. Luo Yun then told you, this is a blood contract. Luo Yun is willing to swear with her life, as long as Taoist Wuchen is willing to take Luo Yun out of the Immortal Abode. She spoke the words somewhat unwillingly. Contract. This humble one is willing to hand over the Book of Heaven's Mandate and the Reincarnation Stone Tablet, also willing to become your cauldron. In exchange, I invite Taoist to also take a blood contract to guarantee. Otherwise, Luo Yun will destroy this fragment of the Book of Heaven's Mandate. Yifeng saw this exchange condition wasn't bad and happily signed the contract, telling Luo Yun, I, Wuchen, swear with my life. I will definitely take Fairy out. Yifeng then reached out to sign the contract. At this moment, both he and Luo Yun carried a contract with the other party. Yifeng told her, Fairy, this blood contract has been established. Shouldn't you hand over the items now? Luo Yun wasn't very willing, looking at the fragment in her hand as if reluctant to give it up. She then handed it over and said, this is the fragment and Reincarnation Stone Tablet of the Book of Heaven's Mandate in my hand. Now they are yours. Yifeng took the fragment, observed it, saw no problem, and said, MMH, no problem with the items. Luo Yun at this moment became shy and bashful, saying, Young Master Wuchen, In the future, we will have a relationship of life and death together, right? Yifeng saw she had some improper intentions and stepped back far away, saying worriedly, "That won't do, fairy. I'm not interested in people with too many schemes." Luoyin didn't understand Yifeng's meaning clearly and asked back, "What do you mean?" Yifeng opened the teleportation gate while telling her, "My meaning is, I have absolutely no trust in fairy. As for taking fairy out of here, we can calculate slowly." Hearing him say that, Luoyin asked back in sudden worry, "Wait, aren't you afraid of the blood contract backlash?" Yifeng calmly told her, "Sincerely advise fairy. Next time when signing a blood oath with someone else, it's best to confirm the other party's true identity first." Hearing that, Luoyin realized she was tricked, took out her pipa, and cursed angrily, "Bastard, stand still." But at this moment, Yifeng had gone through the teleportation gate and disappeared. Before disappearing completely, he still tried to speak mockingly to Luoyin. "Fairy, take care." Luoyin sat down on the ground, mixed with worry, fear, and disappointment for being deceived. She then cursed loudly in extreme anger. Wuchen, I'll remember you." Scene changed to the outside. Miaoqing stood at the teleportation gate, not seeing Yifeng come out and worried. Why hasn't he come out yet? The Immortal Abode is about to close completely. At this moment, he finally appeared. She called happily, "Little Feng." Yifeng felt his body was injured not lightly, worriedly coughing and lamenting. Cough, cough. That woman really struck hard at the end. Seeing him like that, Miaoqing observed and asked worriedly, "What happened to you? And your aura dropped to Foundation establishment?" Yifeng tried to keep himself stable and reassured her, "It's just the effect of shattered core. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been injured by that final blow. But it's fine. The quality of the golden core was too bad. It was meant to be shattered anyway." Miaoqing saw him taking his current condition lightly, scolded gently, and explained, "Easy to say, forming a core, then shattering it. This is serious damage to the Foundation. Thinking forming a core is that simple? No, wait until we return to the Sect. I have to ask father and mother if there is any way." Suddenly, a voice spoke from somewhere. No need to ask them. Miaoqing and Yifeng looked around in surprise. "Who is it?" At this moment, someone was observing the two of them from above. Turns out it was Hanyin. She went down to the two of them. Miaoqing was surprised, not knowing why she was here, and asked, "Guanghan's senior martial aunt? Why are you?" Hanyin told Miaoqing and Yifeng. Entrusted by the Hall Master of Yahello, Wentian Sect is searching with full force for the missing daughter of the Hall Master of Yahello. Then looked towards Yifeng and finished saying, "Along with his beloved disciple." Yifeng felt a bit guilty seeing this and coughed to change the subject. Caused such a commotion? Miaoqing still didn't understand clearly what happened and asked, "But what exactly happened? Why did father and mother?" Before she could guess, Hanyin told Miaoqing, "I don't know the superfluous details. You can ask your father." Then conjured a boat and told her, "Get on the boat. The flying shuttle will take you back to the Sect." Miaoqing looked worriedly towards Yifeng and wondered, what about little Feng? Hanyin saw her worry and reassured Miaoqing, "I still have things to ask him. You go back first. With me here, I won't let anything happen to him." Yifeng also chimed in to let her leave with peace of mind. "Senior sister, you go back first. I will return very quickly." Hearing that, Miaoqing felt somewhat relieved and said, "I know, then take care." After that, she got on the boat and returned to the Sect. At this moment, only Yifeng and Hanyin remained. He said happily, "Hanyin." Hanyin asked him coldly, "Who beat you up like this?" Yifeng aped it. "Really nothing. The person who injured me has been sealed in a relic isolated from the outside world." Hanyin was slightly annoyed. "If you don't speak clearly, I'll check myself." Yifeng was also curious. He startled when he saw her bring out an object. Asked strangely, "That puppet?" Hanyin explained, "I'm not proficient in puppetry, but through direct contact, I can still know what the puppet experienced before." Hanyin questioned grumpily, "Could it be there is something you are afraid of me seeing?" Yifeng waved his hand. "Just kidding. I am upright and unafraid. What is there to fear?" She suddenly remembered something. "But I remember clearly, didn't your wife say she could use this puppet to temporarily descend her consciousness?" She shook her head in frustration. "I try every day, but I can't contact everyone's place." Yifeng was amused. "It seems my wife cares a lot." Speaking of this, Hanyin's anger reached its peak. She gritted her teeth in indignation. Luoshu Mansion, Chamyan Pavilion, treating our Wentian sect as if we have no one left. Yifeng, Huriedi, Risusurether. Wife, calm down. Hanyin also turned back to question. And you, a Foundation establishment cultivator, not fighting monsters in the novice village, running off to provoke. Golden Core cultivators for what? Yifeng Aplanet. This cross-level monster fighting gives high experience. Hanyin looked stern. Close your eyes. Meditate. Yifeng nodded. All right, but wife. What are you? Suddenly, she hugged him from behind, startling him. Hanyin whispered, don't think too much. I have to use the cold energy of the congenital ice vein to arrange your foundation. You forced a breakthrough earlier and blindly shattered your core. The damage to your foundation is huge. On the other hand, don't call me that. I am not your wife. Repeating again. I know. All right. In the sect, did the 9 great halls really come to find us together? Not yet, but very quickly. YA Hall has summoned all hall masters to gather. I just happened to sense your aura, so I came directly. Yifeng was grateful, face full of delight. Hanyin, thank you, but it only lasted for a moment. This made Yifeng wonder, finished already? Pretty much. Next is another problem. Yifeng asked, what problem? Hanyin hesitated slightly. It's just, is Guanghan Palace not a problem? Not a problem. I left a puppet. This time it's an improved version. It can hide it for a while. Wentian Sect, Guanghan Palace. Sumopi respect utsid. Master, are you there? The hall master of YA Hall invites you over to discuss matters. Master spoke from inside. I am in seclusion. Do not disturb if there is nothing important. Suemo was a bit confused. But, didn't you tell me to pay attention to YA Hall's affairs before? This was your own instruction. Master startled upon hearing. Something happened. Something happened. What to do? No. Got it. Wait. Suemo was dejected. Seaside Kingdom. A miserable beggar came to beg for food. This young master, please give some food. Yifeng took some money from his pocket. Old man, I don't have anything else here. I'll give you a silver ingot. Can this be used? He also had a small request. Just take it. Just right. Answer a few of my questions. The old man clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. Yifeng asked skillfully. Old man, how did the Seaside Kingdom become like this? I remember the last time I came here. The people here could still live normally. The old man explained. Benefactor hasn't come to the Seaside Kingdom for many years, right? The world has changed. We here are at war. Yifeng scratched his chin, looking confused. Va? Who and who? The Seaside Kingdom shouldn't have external enemies, right? The old man looked solemn. Benefactor, 2 years ago, the Crown Prince rebelled. Hearing this, he startled. That Crown Prince Yuanh rebelled? He recounted. Benefactor doesn't know. 2 years ago, don't know which Immortal, announced the affair between the Crown Prince and the Imperial concubine to everyone. The Emperor was furious, and the Crown Prince also rebelled, fighting for 2 years. Just when the Crown Prince was about to be caught, suddenly a few female Immortals appeared from the sky to help the Crown Prince. That army was beaten to pieces by those female Immortals, basically not opponents. Later, the Crown Prince became the current emperor. After telling up to here, he sighed heavily. After the Crown Prince became emperor, compared to the old emperor, he is even more tyrannical. Grain is almost completely confiscated. Taxes collected from every household have increased several times. Everyone who could run, ran away. But I am old and can't walk. Yifeng regretted immensely. Couldn't imagine saving the Crown Prince's life back then would cause such big trouble. After asking, both of them also left quickly. It's fine. I still have things to do. Going first. You take care of your body. It's nothing. With the silver ingot benefactor gave, this old man can still hold on for a long time. Benefactor, take care. Yifeng discussed while walking. Wife, it seems those witches from the Chanyin pavilion back then are now together with that Crown Prince. Hanyin was also interested. Just right. Let's go see. Imperial Palace Inner Hall. The Crown Prince was playing with beautiful girls. Beauty Wong, you say, is we powerful? Or is that old man powerful? She also took the opportunity to flatter him. Of course your majesty is powerful. Servant has never seen a man as masculine as your majesty. Taking that opportunity, She also incited the crown prince. Yuanh, you are now the emperor. Why haven't you killed that old man yet? And the empress too. Why keep them alive locked up? Yuanh was annoyed hearing that. You think we don't want to? Mainly because the empress and Yi Feng of the Wentian sect have some relationship. I'm afraid many things will happen. Lin Fei continued. Flattering, your majesty, rest assured. If that brat dares to come, he will definitely come, but not return. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng had entered at some point. Haven't seen you for a few years. You two miss this humble one so much? Xiao is truly touched. A girl screamed in fear. Yuanh shouted angrily. It's Yi Feng again. But this time you will definitely die. Lin Fei, notify the 3 elders. Lin Fei pretended to threaten. The 3 elders will arrive immediately. Ye Feng, I advise you to obediently surrender. Those 3 are not people you can oppose. Of course Yi Feng remained calm. He even provoked. Oh, is that so? Then they must come faster. I also have some old stories to discuss with them. Immediately, 3 girls appeared instantly. One of the 3 girls saw him and asked, So it's you. Back then you killed one of our sisters. And bluffed, deceiving the 3 of us. This time you walked into the net yourself. The 3 of them immediately blocked all sides. Another girl was determined. This time, we absolutely won't let you escape. Strange. Why is there no movement at all? Yuanh saw this and was impatient. 3 elders. Why haven't you acted yet? The girl in red panicked. Why can't I move? A voice echoed in. It was you guys who almost caused him to fall back then. Hanyin walked in. Those girls were also stunned. Who was this person? When did she appear? Zhu Shi rushed out angrily, wanting to fight the girl in front. Where did this guy come from? Daring to disturb us working. Cannot be forgiven. Luo Yun beside her immediately shouted. Shut up quickly. Making Zhu Shi stunned for a moment, glancing at her not understanding anything. Luo Yun lowered her eyes and asked the girl in front softly. Senior, is the Guanghan Palace Master of the Wentian Sect? Shui Jiao, the demoness of Changmian Pavilion, was stunned, turned to frown at Zhu Shi. Wait, little Zhu, what are you saying? She is a hall master of the Wentian Sect? Little Zhu also trembled in fear. Muttered scolding Luo Yun. Are you crazy? Then isn't she a Mahayana stage big shot? Don't scare me. At this moment, Hanyin turned to look at Luo Yun in confusion. You know me? Luo Yun bowed slightly and replied. This junior's master was once heavily injured by you. So, Junior knows your appearance. But Hanyin had no memory of it, so she shook her head and replied. Is that so? I don't remember. Shuijiao now knew fear. Eyes didn't dare glance at the fairy. Senior is Mahayana stage, surely. Won't make things difficult for us Golden Core juniors, right? The fairy's face looked at them sternly. MH, I am bullying you. If you have the ability, call your master out here. Luo Yun trembled looking up at Guanghan Fairy in fear. Senior wants to kill us. Because we demanded justice for the Wentian sect? But she didn't care about this matter and turned away directly. Rest assured, you are not worthy for me to act myself. Outside was Yi Feng suppressing Yuanh. Crown Prince Highness. Oh no, now it's your majesty. Tell me this time, who else is coming to save you? He begged him to spare his life. Spare me. Seaside Kingdom. All yours. But Yi Feng naturally didn't put him in his eyes. Directly snapped his neck with a crack. Then threw Yuan's corpse aside. Truly a boring way to beg for mercy. Yi Feng glanced at the woman on the bed, frowned and asked, Am I right? Consort Lin Fei. She put on the most pitiful appearance. Tearfully asked, Young Master Xiao, please spare me. I am willing to do anything. Yi Feng frowned, calculating the gains and losses, then asked, anything? Really? He muttered, thinking, maybe, can use this trash a bit. Not bad. Sounds like Yi Feng has fallen for it. She immediately winked, acting cute. Of course, I am willing to be your cauldron. As long as you agree. I can even immediately ate a direct slash from him. He looked at her with contempt and asked, You are worthy? Finally she fell to the ground, with a fatal wound on her chest. Yi Feng muttered, thinking. Behind, a gaze full of killing intent was still staring at him. You witch, seeking death yourself, don't drag me along. My wife is still beside me. Damn it, don't look at the situation. He turned back smiling, scratching his head, and said to her, Hanyin, you've worked hard. She just nodded once, still maintaining a cold attitude towards Yi Feng. The 3 standing watching all had a common question. What exactly is their relationship? After executing them, He turned to deal with the Hanyin Pavilion disciples. 3 seniors. Waited long? Jusher now looked at Feng with unconvinced eyes but could do nothing. Didn't expect you to have a Mahayana stage protector. Want to kill or slash? Up to you. Shui Jiao closed her eyes accepting retribution. Dying in the hands of a guy clinging to skirts. It's because our fate is not good. Yifeng looked at the 3 of them talking back and forth, just blaming him. So he made a proposal with a generous reward. 3 seniors look very unwilling, right? How about this? I can give the 3 of you a chance. I give you the time of 1 incense stick. Can defeat me. You can leave here alive. How about it? Shui Jiao naturally didn't believe it. Wide-eyed, turned to ask Hanyin Fairy's opinion. Senior, is what he said true? Everyone was waiting for her answer. Finally, Hanyin Fairy gradually disappeared into the room, leaving 2 words. Up to him. At this moment, Jusher held up her umbrella, reaching towards it. Feng excitedly saying to her sisters, I can move. All 3 seized the opportunity and rushed forward. Luo Yin proposed a plan to the other 2. Must think of a way to capture him alive. At that time, use him to threaten the Guanghan Palace Master. That is our only chance to live. Yifeng stood in one place without moving. Sneered in his heart. Just right. Use you guys to test the secret technique I learned from the Book of Heaven's Mandate. He smiled mysteriously and muttered, My Heaven's Mandate. Finished speaking, a black mist appeared surrounding him. Luo Yun sensed the strangeness. Became even more highly vigilant. What is this black mist? The others didn't feel it at all. Luo Yin remembered Yifeng's terrifying face and muttered more. Thoughts became even more complicated. She shouted loudly, Where to hide? Then suddenly Luo Yin had to strike, slamming a hand using spiritual power onto the floor. 10,000 bamboo forest. Around her appeared a series of bamboos surrounding. Just using the formation, a loud scream rang out. Luo Yin was stunned, recognizing this voice. This sound. Jusher, holding an arm, appeared behind, holding the injured arm, angry at Luo Yin. What are you doing? Why suddenly attack me? Luo Yin was stunned and muttered. I clearly just hit. While the 2 were staring at each other in shock, a voice interrupted. Oh my, it seems you are very dangerous. Little Ju vigilantly slashed a skillful path with her sword. Playing tricks. A scream rang out terribly. Little Ju stood stunned and foolish. Shui Jiao appeared muttering angrily to her. Little Ju, are you crazy? Luo Yin also realized something was wrong. Reminded the sisters to be careful. Don't be impulsive. It seems to be a trick caused by this mist. It's best we don't take our eyes off each other. Yifeng outside smiled strangely. Reaction not bad. But he decided not to spare them and used a new move. So how about this move? 3 girls stood close together, looking up, waiting for a magic battle being initiated. 1,000 Swords Art. The sound echoed 4 times with a slogan. 1,000 Swords Art. 1,000 Swords Art. 1,000 Swords Art. Yifeng was also astonished. Asked himself, activated 4 times again? Is this the effect of Heaven's Mandate on me? Can concentrate the enemy's luck on myself for a certain time. Luo Yun immediately recognized this terrifying move. Called the sisters to join hands. It's the opponent's killing move. Let's fight together. All 3 stood in a circle, creating a great magic formation. Yushi Mutterid. Combining the power of us 3 golden cores. Definitely can deal with him. Yet not long after, the defensive formation suddenly shattered. Luo Yun and Shui Jiao were astonished and trembling. What happened? Why did our spiritual energy suddenly lose control? Jusher muttered to the 2 of them, giving her judgment. I don't know. It seems the formation had an error. Shui Jiao looked up, eyes, observing around. Wait, if attacked at this moment, 1,000 sword immortals rushed forward, creating a terrifying explosion below. Even Hanyin outside was astonished. How much time passed? Finished already? Just right. Yifeng appeared in front of her, dusting off his hands after dealing with a recent affair. MH didn't expect the Heaven's Mandate forbidden technique to be so heaven-defying. They were unlucky enough that their magic formation appeared. A loophole. Hanyin still didn't forget to remind him. Forbidden techniques all have a price. This kind of luck-controlling forbidden technique is afraid to be even more dangerous. You'd best still be careful. He laughed, nodded to her to make her worry less. Rest assured, I know in my heart, matters here end like this. Next, taking you to see the girl with the same physique as you. Seaside Kingdom, Yuan. Up on the upper floor. Princess Yugu stood looking towards the sky and sighed heavily. Creak. Tianji walked out from the room and asked the princess softly. Ye. What are you sighing about? She kept looking into the distance, eyes filled with anxiety. Not long ago, firelight appeared over at the imperial palace. I'm worried something unexpected will happen. Tianji understood but could only shake his head helplessly. In the Yuan High Kingdom right now, only Crown Prince Yun's forces are beyond our ability to interfere with. The power behind him is too formidable. There are also several Golden Core elders that we can't deal with. Hanyin and Feng appeared in a quiet courtyard, looking down below. Hanyin frowned, looking at the veiled young woman. Are those the two you were talking about? He nodded. That's right. I previously passed the ice heart art to that woman. Yuji's heart ached as she thought of Feng. The man who gave me that cultivation technique said he wanted to make me his cultivation vessel. Calculating the time now, he should be arriving soon. Coincidentally, Hanyin overheard this. Her face hardened as she turned to question him. You want to take her as your cultivation vessel? Xiao Yifeng looked sheepish. A little fear crept into his heart. He said, my dear wife, to be honest, I did absolutely nothing to her. I was just trying to conceal my identity and let her know that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Lu Hanyin was very firm. She frowned, her voice sharp as she declared, I don't care whether you did anything to her or not. Meanwhile, in another location, Zhang Tianji and Yu Ge were discussing something. She listened quietly as Tianji expressed his thoughts. Yu Ge, perhaps. We can still ask that senior, that mysterious senior, for help. Before he could finish, Yu Ge quickly cut him off. It's fine. This fate is already very good. After all, the person I truly like could never choose me. Zhang Tianji began to feel frustrated. He didn't hesitate to express his disdain. So you like that Xiao Yifeng? That much? It's obvious that the senior sister by his side has an unusual relationship with him. Just as the two were talking, a sudden gale swept through. It forced them both to raise their arms to shield themselves from the wind. Tianji asked in confusion, why is there such a strong wind? At the same time, Yu Ge heard a coughing sound. Her eyes widened. She suddenly remembered. That sound is, when the wind died down, a figure wearing a demonic mask appeared. He stood on high, looking down. He chuckled. You two have cultivated very well. Both of them thought at the same time. Master. Then, both Yu Ge and Zhang Tianji bowed their heads slightly. Their attitude was reverent. They spoke in unison. Greetings, Master. The Master continued to speak. I am very satisfied with your cultivation progress. Keep it up. Here are your next cultivation techniques. And I have a new mission for you. He then tossed a secret manual to each of them. Tianji bowed his head. He held out both hands to receive it. Yes, Master. The figure continued in a loud voice. Also, I heard you mention Xiao Yifeng just now. Hearing this, Yu Ge anxiously inquired. Yes. May I ask, is there a problem with Xiao Yifeng? The Master crossed his arms and answered curtly. This venerable one has some issues with him. I advise you, it's best to mention his name less in the future. Then he vanished in a flash. But before leaving, he managed to add a few more words. This venerable one has also left a grand gift for you. You can look forward to it. Yu Ge muttered to herself. He seemed to be in a hurry. Zhang Tianji also had a question. He said he has a gift for us. I wonder, just as the two were puzzling over the information, a subordinate rushed in. My lord, an urgent report. Tianji immediately gave the order. Speak. The subordinate recounted. A spy has reported that the emperor and the cultivators of Hanyin Pavilion have been slain by a mysterious, powerful expert. Hearing this news, Zhang Tianji was somewhat stunned. What did you say? He tried to confirm the information once more. The cultivators of Hanyin Pavilion are all dead? The subordinate confirmed. That is absolutely correct. Only now did Yu Ge understand the hidden meaning in their master's words. It seems that was the gift he was talking about. For us, the final obstacle to our control over the Yuan High Kingdom has vanished. Zhang Tianji took the initiative. I will go find King Qi immediately. It's time for the pawn we've been cultivating to make his appearance. Yu Ge, we have a chance to restore our kingdom. Hearing this, Yu Ge shyly spoke up. Congratulations, brother. Then she looked vaguely at the sky. She sent her regards into the stars. Young Master Xiao, I wonder if you are well. At this moment, Lu Hanyin had witnessed and heard their entire exchange. She also understood Yu Ji's feelings for Xiao Yifeng, so she asked him sharply, "She still can't forget you. Are you just going to leave like this?" The master from before was actually Yifeng, in disguise. Seeing that Hanyin was still upset, he had no choice but to humble himself and continue placating her. "My dear wife, I swear nothing ever happened between me and her." Lu Hanyin deliberately refused to understand. She turned her head away sharply and said, "I want to take a walk in the capital city." Hearing this, Yifeng could only force an indulgent smile. All right, my dear wife, I will take you." Hanyin was currently sulking, so every word from Yifeng's mouth sounded grating to her ears. So, she scolded him again. "How many times have I told you? I am not your wife." Yifeng maintained his doting attitude towards her. "All right, my dear wife. No problem, my dear wife." The next day at Guanghan Hall, a frantic voice called out, "Master, master." Despite the do not disturb sign Yifeng had hung up, Su Mo kept knocking loudly. She shouted, "Master, the hall master of YA Hall has an urgent matter. He's looking for you." Seeing no one answer, she pushed the door open. Then she called out again, "Master," but the scene before her left her utterly bewildered. All she could do was cry out. Under the clear blue sky of the Yuan Hai kingdom, the sound of horse hooves echoed, along with the shouts of soldiers. "Move aside." The galloping horses knocked over an old woman's nearby stall, scattering its contents onto the street. But the soldiers showed no sign of turning back. A person slowly approached and spoke. "Old madam, this little pig is very cute." It turned out to be Feng and Hanyin. He took the initiative to ask, "How much is it? I'll buy it." Afterward, the two of them sat together, enjoying the cool air in a lush green forest. Sitting by the stream, Hanyin couldn't help but be curious when she saw Yifeng making delighted noises. So fragrant. She was puzzled. She asked immediately, "What did you buy this for?" Yifeng was truly tired of living. He had just managed to placate his wife for less than a day before starting trouble again. He said in a deadpan voice, "This is a gift for you. Don't you think you look a lot like it? Especially when you're sleeping. Both of you are just as silly." Hanyin immediately raised her voice in reproach. "Are you mocking me? Calling me a pig?" Yifeng knew he had misspoken and could only laugh awkwardly. He continued sheepishly, No, how could I be mocking you? Don't you think it's very cute?" Hearing him say that, Hanyin stared intently at the little pig. Then, she cleared her throat. She declared, "I am not a pig. I am a person." Yifeng had no choice but to say, All right, then I'll just return this thing." But Hanyin wouldn't have it. She said, "No need." Then she turned her face away again, to hide her blushing cheeks. Hanyin continued speaking to Yifeng. "I just feel that it's rare for you to give me something. Returning it would be a bit inappropriate." Then she quickly snatched the little pig, but she still tried to maintain a cold demeanor. "Since you gave it to me, it's mine." Yifeng then let out a sigh. "It's a pity there's nothing good to see in the capital today. That foolish crown prince has thrown the Yuan Hai kingdom into chaos. Hopefully, Yu Ge and her brother can sort this place out in the future." Hanyin added to his words. "That princess, Yu Ge, is a good seedling. Perhaps she can join Guanghan Hall in the future." Also, hearing her say that, he suddenly turned back. He wore a surprised expression. Then, Hanyin suddenly said, "I am the hall master of Guanghan Hall." Yifeng still didn't understand what she was trying to say. He said, "I know that. So what?" Hanyin continued her train of thought. "Therefore, I have to bear a great responsibility. When you encounter danger, I won't always be able to be here." Hearing this, Yifeng laughed. "You're underestimating me too much. In this true martial arts competition, you just wait and see my performance." Hanyin warned him, "You'd better not participate in the true martial arts competition this time. The situation this time is somewhat different. You might be in danger." Seeing her serious attitude, Yifeng chuckled teasingly. "My dear wife, are you worried about me?" Of course, Hanyin wouldn't dare admit it. She deliberately looked away. Then she mumbled, "I'm just..." Yifeng was a man of action. So, without waiting for Hanyin to confess, he automatically pulled her into his arms. Although Hanyin was touched, she still tried to act a little proud. "What? What are you doing?" "I'm not." Yifeng gently pushed her away, so he could look directly into her eyes and continue. "You're not my wife. Of course, I know that. But I'm still me." Then Yifeng became more serious. He said, "This true martial arts competition is a must for me. This is the key to being able to be with you in the future. Hearing this, Hanyin stopped avoiding his gaze. She rested her head on Yifeng's chest. She whispered, "Next time won't be like this." Just as the two of them let go of each other, a streak of red light flashed before them. Yifeng was bewildered. Why is the shooting star heading this way? Hanyin answered. It seems my time is up. Then she quickly raised her hand to control the light. Yifeng looked at the secret letter nestled in Hanyin's hand and mumbled. This is, she explained to him, an urgent transmission talisman from Guanghan Hall. I have to go back. Han Yin suddenly remembered something, so she lingered for a moment to add. Oh right, this is for you. Yifeng took the red wooden box and asked Hanyin. What is this? Hanyin told him. A top-grade golden core pill, and an ice phoenix talisman refined with my essence blood. It can unleash a void refinement stage attack. If you insist on participating in the true martial art competition, with these things, at least you'll be a little safer. Then she shyly turned her face away, to avoid the embarrassment welling up inside her. Hanyin continued to explain. Consider it. A thank you for the pig just now, all right? In a magnificent grand hall, a large crowd stood before martial arts arena. Wentian Sect, YA Hall, a disciple of the sect, acting as the referee, announced. Fellow junior brothers and sisters, today, YA Hall will hold the preliminary selection for the true martial arts competition. The participating disciples listened in silence. According to tradition, the participants in the true martial art competition are all direct disciples. But everyone can obtain a spot by challenging a direct disciple. Suddenly, someone saw Meowing. Look, Su Meowing is back. Two people who saw her started whispering. Since when? Everyone was looking for her for a long time. I heard it was perfected Guanghan from Guanghan Hall who found her. Before we begin, the referee announced another matter. Currently, we are one direct disciple short, Xiao Yifeng. He will be returning today. Everyone, please wait a moment. Hearing this, some contestants were displeased. Just to wait for that good for nothing? Everyone in the hall has to wait for him. That's too much. He's a direct disciple. He has good connections. How can we compare to him? Someone in the crowd spoke up. What direct disciple? He's just at the chi refining stage. When he gets back, watch me knock all his teeth out. As they were gossiping, a sharp voice cut in. Zhu Wendao, don't speak of the young master like that. He turned towards the sound. It was a beautiful woman with purple hair. Miss Xiaoyu, I know you speak for him because you're close. Don't worry. I will definitely rescue you from his clutches. Xiaoyu's voice grew stern. How many times have I told you? I was not forced to be his maid. And besides, I'm not interested in you. Wendao paid her no mind. He looked up at the sky as if catching bird droppings. Hey, Xiaoyu. Being so fierce. I know you have me in your heart. It's just that you're living under his roof. So you have no choice but to bow your head. She was speechless with this guy. He struck a muscle-flexing pose. Look, I am now at the 6th level of foundation establishment. As soon as that Xiao Yi foam appears. But when a strange noise occurred, he hid behind Xiaoyu. What's that sound? A flying vessel descended from the sky. Its cockpit had bright orange glass. It stopped in the air above the arena, hidden behind the clouds. Wendao looked at the flying vessel. He wondered, a whole master-level flying ship? Whose is this? Yifeng leaped down from above. He landed precisely on the arena floor. He stood tall and straight, as if possessing some kind of outstanding aura. Yifeng bowed to the people sitting on the platform. Master's wife, your disciple has returned. Yuanh replied. It's good that you're back. Your matter. Meowing has already told me about it. You've worked hard. She asked, do you want to rest for a bit? Yifeng showed no signs of fatigue. He politely declined. Disciple has already rested on the way back. It's better not to delay everyone's competition. Su Qianni cut in. We'll talk about other things later. Let's start the hall's competition first. Receiving the order, the referee announced. The YA Hall True Martial Arts Competition. Preliminary selection begins. The gong sounded. The referee also explained the rules. You are not allowed to inflict fatal injuries on your opponent. Other than that, there are no restrictions. Before the drum stops, if no one issues a challenge, it will be considered a forfeit. Below the stage, people were discussing. Hey, who do you think is the easiest to challenge? Someone else replied. Of course, it's Xiao Yifeng. He only started cultivating 2 years ago. How good could he possibly be now? But wasn't Su Miaoting also at the Qi refining stage 2 years ago? Hearing this, the person next to him immediately moved away. Are you crazy? You dare to provoke the Hall Master's daughter? If you're looking to die, stay away from me. I'm afraid of getting splattered with your blood. Wendao leaped onto the stage. He landed with the force of a tiger descending a mountain. He pointed forward. His face was extremely confident. Disciple Zhu Wendao. Request guidance from direct disciple Xiao Yifeng. Yifeng stepped forward. He faced the finger pointing straight at him. He cupped his hands in a salute. Senior brother Zhu, please give me your guidance. A girl in a blue dress below the stage whispered. She asked the person next to her. Second brother, why can't I see junior brother's current cultivation level? That Zhu Wendao is at the 6th level of foundation establishment. Will he be all right? The person made a quick calculation. I guess he has some kind of treasure concealing it. As for whether there's a problem, we'll have to see them fight to know, the referee announced. The match begins. Wendao immediately rushed towards his opponent. He threw a punch, but unfortunately for him, Feng dodged it. He retaliated with a powerful kick, but it was easily blocked by Wendao. He took a defensive stance. He sneered, not bad. His strength, at least, is at the 5th level of foundation establishment. But if you want to beat me, dream on. Wendao threw another punch. His opponent nimbly dodged to the side. Yifeng executed a back kick. The enemy raised his arm to block. The senior brother, acting as referee, was pleased to see this. Excellent. It seems our junior brother has at least the strength of a 5th level foundation establishment cultivator. He hasn't wasted these past few years. Miaoting, however, was a bit speechless. This guy, he's just pretending, isn't he? On the stage, Yifeng drew his sword, slashing a fiery arc. Wendao immediately retreated. Yifeng did nothing but stand his ground. Wiping his lip, Wendao snorted. I didn't expect this weakest direct disciple to have some skill, to be able to fight me for so long. He pointed at Feng and said, you surname Xiao? Do you dare to make a bet with me? Oh, what kind of bet? Wendao grinned. He stated the stakes. If you lose this match, then you give Miss Xiao Yu to me. Yifeng scratched the back of his neck. 3 question marks appeared above his head. Xiao Yu? What do you mean? Wendao immediately flew into a rage. He pointed straight at him and yelled, you're still pretending. Who doesn't know you've taken the beautiful Miss Xiao Yu for yourself in your chambers? I will definitely rescue Xiao Yu from your hands. The disciples below also chimed in. For Miss Xiao Yu, defeat Xiao Yifeng. Go, Zhu Wendao. Show him what you're made of. Yifeng's voice turned cold. Xiao Yu's not an object. Who she follows is her own freedom. He unconsciously frowned. His face was now devoid of emotion. I originally wanted to leave you some face, but you're just too dramatic. He raised his sword fingers high. Yifeng chanted, Bird. A divine beast materialized. It was a brilliant red bird. Yifeng stood beneath the vermilion bird. The scorching flames didn't affect him in the slightest. He pointed forward. He chanted again, Heaven Scorcher. Wendao looked apprehensive. It seemed he couldn't handle this move. Stabbing his sword down, he still hadn't put up a defense. For directions, annihilate. A barrage of fireballs shot forward. Wendao had finished channeling. The fireballs exploded. The spreading flames obscured the situation. Wendao was thrown out from the blaze. It seemed he couldn't withstand the attack. He hit the ground with a thud. He lay still, not making a sound. The girl with blue hair wondered, Junior brother, what level of cultivation is this? The referee chuckled softly. He announced the result. Zhu Wendao is defeated. Xiao Yifeng is the winner. Next, is there any other disciple willing to challenge? The people below were stunned. Are you kidding me? This is the weakest direct disciple? We were saying this year there was a soft persimmon to pick. What's the point of fighting now? The gong was struck hard again. The sound drew everyone's attention. The striker shouted, Time's up. Xiao Yu is overjoyed at the result. Yay, the young master is so amazing. The referee turned around. He bowed to Su Tianyi on the platform. Master, the list for the True Martial Arts Grand Competition preliminaries has been selected. The 18 participants in the Grand Competition are all direct disciples. He stood up and instructed, you can arrange the schedule. Xiao Yifeng, you are to come to Wentian Hall. Yifeng, replied. He went to a rather simple-looking hall. YA Hall, Wentian Hall. On the wall hung a portrait of perfected Qingxiu. The master sighed with emotion. I can't believe master would do something so shameless. He clasped his hands behind his back. He looked at the portrait and said, Miaoting told me what happened with you too. Thankfully, you were there. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yifeng was modest. Protecting senior sister is within this disciple's duty. Suddenly, Su Tianyi turned around. Miaoting said that the inherited divine weapon of Yahello, the Mo Shui sword, is in your hands. Yifeng didn't hide it. He prepared to take it out. He presented the sword with both hands. He said, Master, please take a look. The master was pleased. The heavens are truly blessing Yahello. But he suddenly became serious. Shao Yifeng, this Mo Shui sword contains the inheritance of Yahello from many years. Are you willing to return it? Su Tianyi, with his hands behind his back, looked at Shao Yifeng. He asked Shao Yifeng, Are you willing to return the Mo Shui sword? He cupped his hands and replied, Since this disciple has brought the Mo Shui sword back, it means I intended to return it to the sect. Why would I be unwilling? He exclaimed again, This is a divine weapon, and it has already acknowledged you as its master. Are you truly willing to part with it? Shao Yifeng said again, So what if it's a divine weapon? A great man knows what to do and what not to do. If I lose my original intention because of external objects, how can I walk the path of cultivation in the future? In reality, he was laughing inwardly. Of course, it's because I have something better. Using this to gain favorability, isn't that a profit? Su Tianyi, satisfied, told him, Very good. Release the hidden magic within the Mo Shui sword. Shao Yifeng immediately took out the sword. Instantly, countless runes appeared, floating in the air. Su Tianyi took out a scroll. With a shout, the scroll extended. It flew towards the sword. It enveloped a large area. It wrapped up all the characters floating in the air. Strands of the sword's spiritual energy were also drawn into it. A moment later, the scroll returned to Su Tianyi's hand. Shao Yifeng pushed the entire sword towards him. Master, the inherited techniques of the Mo Shui sword are all here. Please take this sword back as well. Unexpectedly, Su Tianyi said, This sword, you can keep it for now. These words surprised him a little. He explained, The true martial arts grand competition is just around the corner. Since this sword has acknowledged you as its master, it can increase your chances of winning. After speaking, Su Tianyi turned and went inside. He ordered him to leave. You may go. Rest well. In the true martial arts grand competition in a few days. Don't disgrace me. Shao Yifeng obediently cupped his hands. Thank you, master. Disciple will certainly not disappoint you. And so, only Su Tianyi was left in the vast hall. He suddenly asked, Esteemed elders, what do you think of this person? The soul of an elder appeared inside. This person has great willpower. He remained unmoved in the face of a divine weapon. I think highly of him. Another elder said, But I feel we still shouldn't just hand the Mo Shui sword over to him like this. A voice rang out, reminding them, Don't forget the rules of our YA hall. Whoever possesses the Mo Shui sword is the next hall master, the elder in the middle said. Back then, it was precisely because you didn't have the Mo Shui sword that the other elders did not submit to you. Su Tianyi bowed his head and replied, My mind is made up. This time, our YA hall must achieve the best results in the true martial arts grand competition. There can be no mistakes. That person wondered, Why is that? The elder on the left also chimed in. It's not like we've never placed last before. We could just figure something out later. The person on the right also said, That's right. Why must it be this time? He explained, The person from Luoshu Manor coming to observe this time is Lin Shushua. Hearing that, they all exclaimed, So it's the madam's family coming? No wonder. If they see, they will surely feel that the madam married into the wrong place. Absolutely not. That makes sense. This concerns the honor of our YA hall. It is indeed a major matter. Speaking of which, the elder in the middle reminded him again. But young Tianyi, do you think so highly of him? Don't forget your daughter. This time, she obtained the bloodline of the undying bird. But Shao Yifeng is merely someone with mixed spiritual roots. Su Tianyi replied softly. Miaoting, although she has had her opportunities, lacks fighting spirit. But that boy Shao Yifeng hides his abilities very deeply. 3 days later, a female cultivator rode on a flying ship. She asked her master curiously, Master, is the Wentian Sect's true martial arts grand competition really that significant? Lin Shushua spoke. After all, the Wentian Sect is the #1 sect in the world. It is full of talented individuals. But you must not disgrace Luoshu Manor. The female cultivator showed a look of excitement. Master, look ahead. Before them appeared a large Bawa formation. As their ship approached, it automatically parted. The girl sighed endlessly. Truly worthy of being a giant of the righteous path. This mountain-protecting formation must have cost a fortune. Lin Shushue also became nostalgic. I haven't seen her in decades. I wonder if junior sister Yuanh is living well after marrying into YA Hall. The path leading to the Grand Hall was bustling with people. Friendly voices called out, "Welcome." Someone sighed with admiration. "I've heard so much about you." Suddenly, a loud voice announced, "Master Fuji of Wuxiang Temple has arrived." Master Fuji calmly greeted them. "Umipa." The announcer's voice rang out again. "Palace Master Lan of Xianyue Palace has arrived." Seeing Master Fuji, Palace Master Lan greeted him. "Oh, Master, you've come as well." He said, "It's the Wentian Sect's grand event held once every 10 years. How could this poor monk not attend?" The announcer's voice called out again. "Senior Lin Shushue of Luoshu Manor has arrived." Looking to the side, Palace Master Lan was also enthusiastic. "So it is Fairy Lin." Master Fuji then asked, "Fairy, would you like to go to Taiji Hall with us?" Lin Shushue spoke. "So it's you too. It's been many years. I plan to visit my junior sister at YA Hall first. You two may go on ahead." She sighed. "It's been many years since I've been here. The Wentian Sect feels much livelier now." Along the road, countless vendors' voices rang out. Look here, as long as you're bold enough. You'll be trampling on golden cores. The latest and most complete information on the contestants. Come by now." Among the customers, someone shouted, "Give me one." Xiao Yifeng also appeared here. He was curious. "Hey, may I ask this senior brother, what is going on here?" The customer said, "You don't even know this? It's a betting pool." He explained. "See over there? Everyone is betting on who will be the champion of this true martial arts grand competition. Both the Heaven's Pride group and the People's Hero group have open betting. Junior brother, want to try your luck?" Xiao Yifeng then asked the stall owner. "Excuse me, how large of a bet can you take here?" He replied, "What a silly question." The Supreme Elder himself opened this betting pool. "We can take any bet, no matter how large." He then said, "I see. I understand. I'll be back later." The stall owner muttered, "If you don't have money, just say so." What's with the act? Elsewhere, Lin Shushue was sitting and talking with Su Qianni. "In all these years, you haven't really bullied my junior sister, have you?" He quickly clarified. "What are you saying, Fairy Lin? My YA Hall is one of the 10 great halls of the Wentian Sect. How could I let Ziyin suffer any grievances? How could I let Ziyin suffer any grievances?" She asked again. "But why have I heard that your YA Hall is always at the bottom of the Wentian Sect?" Su Qianni clenched his fists, annoyed. "Nonsense. That's a baseless rumor." At that moment, Xiao Yifeng walked over and called out, "Master." Su Qianni quickly said, "Ahem. It seems my disciple needs me for something." Lin Shushue casually said, "It's fine. You go ahead." He hurried over and asked, "What are you doing here?" He then said, "Master, can I borrow some spirit stones?" Su Qianni was bewildered. "Borrow spirit stones? What for?" Xiao Yifeng explained it. "Master, it's like this. Your disciple saw in the plaza that a Supreme Elder has opened a betting pool. He looked skeptical. Are you sure you have a chance of winning?" He smiled brightly and affirmed with certainty, "It's a sure thing." Su Qianni then tossed some spirit stones to him with a warning. "Take it. Remember, it's a loan with interest." Xiao Yifeng chuckled it. "Yes, master." Lin Shushue saw him leave and was curious. "Who is that disciple? Why have I never seen him before?" Su Qianni said, "He is the secret weapon of our YA Hall. Fairy Lin, this true martial arts grand competition. You just watch." Elsewhere, Hanyin was sitting quietly in meditation. Suddenly, her eyes opened. Then she spoke. "What do you want from me?" Xiao Yifeng scratched his hair. My dear wife, could I borrow some spirit stones?" Her question was short. "How much do you want?" He also stammered. The more, the better." Yin then tossed him a storage ring. "Take it." Xiao Yifeng asked again. "You're not going to ask what I'm using it for?" She replied, "If you came to me, you must have a need for it. Why should I ask so many questions?" Xiao Yifeng impasses it. "Don't worry. This time, I'll definitely make you a huge profit." With that, he hurried away. Liu Hanyin whispered softly. Who cares about that? At this moment, in the middle of the grand plaza, a lively crowd had gathered. Suddenly, one of them shouted excitedly, "Come and see, as long as you're bold enough. You'll be trampling on golden cores. Get rich today." Xiao Yifeng happily ran to the front. In his hand, he held a sparkling blue stone. He said to the person opposite him, "Senior brother, I brought the spirit stones." Jindo saw Xiao Yifeng appear and raise an eyebrow. He asked him, "You really brought spirit stones back? I wonder how many you brought." Xiao Yifeng held out the shining spirit stone in his hand. He asked cautiously, "This thing, how much do you value it at?" Jindo was a bit dazed. For a moment, he exclaimed, "A top-grade spirit stone. I can't believe you managed to get one of these. For a Foundation Establishment disciple, this isn't easy to come by." Then he pointed to the betting table. He said simply, "All right, whoever you want to bet on, just write their name on one of these slips." "I am Busa." Xiao Yifeng excitedly interrupted. "Wait a minute. I never said I only had one." This made the already surprised Jindo even more stunned. "How many spirit stones do you have?" Xiao Yifeng raised his right hand. He signaled the number 2. At this time, in the Wentian Sect, inside Taiji Hall, Elder Wang was reclining in his chair, enjoying his moment of leisure. Guangling stood pressed against the doorframe. He peeked outside. Then he spoke cautiously. "Martial uncle, all the hall masters have arrived. Are you planning to make an appearance?" Elder Wang didn't open his eyes. His voice was calm. "Why should I go out? I'm just an old man who's lived many years. Besides opening a betting parlor, I have no other hobbies. And I have nothing to say to you youngsters." Hearing this, Guangling broke out in a cold sweat. He stammered, "Well, every Jinwu assembly, the person who opens the betting parlor makes a lot of money off the junior disciples. This doesn't look very good." Old man Wang slammed his cup down on the table. He sat up, annoyed. He said coldly, "Doesn't look good? Did I force them to bet?" He crossed his arms and explained, "I'm just an old man looking for a way to pass my retirement. I don't steal or rob. They lose spirit stones because they're unskilled. Why blame me? If they really don't like it, then just let me lose money. If I lose money, I'll naturally stop. Why are you talking so much?" After hearing this long speech, Guangling coughed a few times. He bowed his head and clasped his hands. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. He announced loudly, "Supreme Elder, this is bad." He walked inside and respectfully clasped his hands towards Guangling. "Greetings, Sect Master." Old man Wang spoke up irritably. "Why are you greeting him? If you have something to say, say it." Jindo immediately turned to report to him. "Senior Brother Bao says there's a disciple at the betting parlor in the outer square. The number of spirit stones he's wagering is a bit too high. He doesn't dare to accept the bet, so he wants to ask for your opinion." Old man Wang reached for the cup on the table. He slowly brought it to his lips. He took a sip and then asked, "Where'd he bring that even my Supreme Elder? Doesn't dare to accept the bet? How many spirit stones does he have?" Jindo quickly replied, 6,000 supreme grade spirit stones. As soon as the words were out, old man Wang was so shocked he spat out his water. He asked again, curious, "How many?" Jindo continued, "Senior brother has already checked. It's really 6,000 supreme grade spirit stones." Hearing this, old man Wang pondered. How could a junior disciple have so much? "Hey, little Guangling, did you enter the bet yourself?" Guangling, being mentioned, quickly clarified. "What are you talking about, martial uncle? I never gamble. However, perhaps this is some powerful fellow Taoist who wants to test their luck against you." Suddenly, Guangling perked up. Could it be that martial uncle doesn't dare to accept? It's all right. I'll go make an announcement. We'll just say the betting parlor is closed this year." Old man Wang immediately flared up. Who? Who said I don't dare to accept? Even if you brought a few hall masters to join in, do you think I'd be afraid of you?" With that, he immediately ordered Jindo, "Go tell Jindo to accept the bet. No matter how big the bet, I'll take it." Jindo replied respectfully. As he turned to leave, Jindo was called back. "Wait." He stopped. He reported, "By the way, who did that disciple bet the 6,000 supreme grade spirit stones on to win? Is it Xian Yi from your little Guangling's house?" Reporting to the Supreme Elder. "That disciple bet on disciple Xiao Yefeng of YA Hall. I have investigated. He is a disciple with mixed spiritual roots." Old man Wang clasped his hands behind his back and paced. He muttered to himself, "Huh, YA Hall." He turned to Guangling. His eyes lit up. Little Guangling. This time, for the Zhenwu assembly, I must personally come and see what kind of person this Xiao Yefeng is. This is just wonderful. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, a few people were waiting anxiously. They paced back and forth, discussing among themselves. Why isn't there any news yet? Xiao Yefeng crossed his arms and sighed. Senior brother, are you going to accept the bet or not? Jin Do quietly reassured him. Junior brother, just wait a little longer. It'll be here soon. Just then, a streak of light flew from inside the manor to where the two were standing. In his hand was a letter with the Wentian Sect seal. Jin Do immediately recognized it. He exclaimed in surprise. A message from the Supreme Elder. Junior brother, the Supreme Elder has accepted your bet. He also said, you absolutely must not go back on your word. Otherwise, you will be punished according to the Sect's rules. Holding the wooden token with a red string, Xiao Yifeng exclaimed, this is indeed a huge gamble, but there's one thing to consider. That is the betting odds. He imagined the young ladies around him looking at him with admiring eyes filled with little hearts. Endless praises would ring out. Wow, so cool. Brother Xiao is so handsome. He then calculated. If I show off too much, I'm afraid too many people will bet on me. That will greatly affect the odds. It seems I have to find a way to pretend to be weak to deceive my opponents and seize the opportunity to win. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Xiao Yifeng looked up to where something lively seemed to be happening. He then said, it seems the martial arts competition is about to begin. When he saw the giant sword before him, his expression grew solemn with nostalgia. Every time I see the Wentian Sect's heaven-shattering sword, my heart trembles as it did in the beginning. At this moment, the sword plunged forcefully into the ground, creating a resounding boom. On the hilt of the sword, Guangling stood majestically. A person below respectfully cupped his hands. Greetings, Sect Master. Guangling began to announce the details of the competition. Everyone, this is the Wentian Sect's martial arts competition, held once every 10 years. As per tradition, it is still divided into two groups. The Heaven's Pride group with cultivation at Golden Core and above, and the People's Hero group with cultivation below Golden Core. The rules are extremely simple. There are only 3. First, you must not take a life. Second, you must not use demonic techniques. Third, throughout the martial arts tournament, each person has only 3 talismans. Xiao Yifeng said happily. That's right. This is also a way. Guangling then waved his horsetail whisk, creating a brilliant golden light, and decisively shouted a single word. Begin. Immediately, golden patterns appeared and enveloped the sword. He continued to announce. The characters carved on the heaven-shattering sword are each person's opponent and their arena position. The martial arts tournament is divided into several different arenas. Matches will take place one after another until the final match is held at the main arena. Then, let the martial arts tournament begin. Xiao Yifeng carefully observed the giant sword in front of him. He mumbled, let me see. Where's my position? At that moment, the words Xiao Yifeng versus Shi Patian at the Dingzilei arena caught his eye, and he exclaimed, found it. Behind him, Yi just stood with a familiar posture. He called out Xiao Feng. Xiao Yifeng turned around. Recognizing the person in front of him, he said, Yejiuse aprorochit. He placed a hand on his shoulder and invited him. I see you're also at the Dingzilei arena. Want to go together? He wasn't overly enthusiastic. Oh, you're here too? Yejiuse replied. That's right. What a pity. We're not fighting each other, but let me tell you in advance. I won't go easy on you. Xiao Yifeng was not the least bit intimidated. Neither will I. At the Dingzilei arena, Yi just shouted powerfully. Heavenly Sword. The tip of his sword pointed forward forcefully, showing his advantage. Immediately after, with just a decisive go, he swung his sword and attacked his opponent. The other person was knocked out of the ring. The referee announced loudly. Yi just wins. His opponent was hit so hard that he fell headfirst to the ground. Witnessing the match, and so quickly, Xiao Yifeng couldn't help but be impressed. This kid, Yi just is really formidable. His opponent was at the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment Earthvein realm, yet he finished him with a single sword strike. The referee continued to announce. Next match, Shi Patian of the Longevity Hall versus Xiao Yifeng of YA Hall. Seeing his brother about to step onto the stage, You just came over and patted his shoulder in encouragement. Xiao Feng, don't let me down. Xiao Yifeng rubbed his neck and chuckled. Heh, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. Sure, Patian had heard of Xiao Yifeng's reputation before. He said cautiously, Junior brother, please give me your guidance. He thought to himself, I heard this guy is a direct disciple. It seems I can't be careless. Xiao Yifeng held his sword in his hand. He smiled and replied, Senior brother, please be careful. At this moment, he already had a plan in mind. For the money, I have to put on a good show. The shout to begin rang out. Xiao Yifeng acted like a playful child. He swung his sword forward and laughed foolishly. Watch my sword. This series of actions made sure Patian feel helpless as he mumbled to himself. His stance is completely unstable. Where did this shoddy kid come from? Immediately after, he summoned green rings of power, showing his preparation for the match. Sure, Patian realized that Xiao Yifeng had no strength at all. He immediately unleashed his wind and thunder sword technique. Seeing his opponent make a move, Xiao Yifeng immediately cried out, whoa, and quickly retreated. This made sure Patian prematurely celebrate and conclude. Looks like I'm really lucky. I ran into an incompetent fool. After that blow, the arena was turned into a comedy stage by Xiao Yifeng's acting. He pretended to run and cried out, whoa, Senior brother, go easy on me. While his opponent, sure, Patian, chased after him, shouting, don't you run. Suddenly, sure, Patian stopped. His face was flushed. It turned out he had swung his sword forward, causing Xiao Yifeng to break out in a cold sweat. He said fearfully, oh my God, that was close. Then he stood up straight again. He raised his sword and declared, if I can tolerate this, what can I tolerate? Watch my sword. Then, as if in a farce, he flailed around a few times, causing sure Patian to freeze for a few seconds. Their eyes met. Patian shouted impatiently, damn it, don't run in circles. Xiao Yifeng ran off, crying, wah, Senior brother, spare me. Sitting below, observing everything with his own eyes, Yi just sighed in disappointment. This Xiao Yifeng is useless in both swordsmanship and Taoist arts. His only skill is running away. Back at the fight, Patian crazily rushed forward, shouting, you brat, if you have the guts, fight me head on. Don't run. At this point, the entire audience was frustrated and gossiping negatively. Who is this guy? Why does he only know how to run? That's right. Since when did the Wentian sect have such a coward? Hurry up and charge. Does anyone know that bouncing fool? You just said helplessly. What a disgrace. He's disgracing our Wentian sect. What has Xiao Feng been learning all these years? On the stage, seeing himself cornered, Xiao Yifeng cried out in alarm. I'm done for. While his opponent kept pressing forward. Run. Go on, keep running. Only then did Xiao Yifeng drop the act. He unleashed power from his hand and said, behold, a talisman. Patian said contemptuously. With your level, what kind of talisman could you possibly use? But as soon as the real power was unleashed, Jin Do let out a surprise, huh? Looking around, he found himself completely surrounded. There was no way out. Panicked by the unexpected situation, he cried out, what is this thing? Then he hastily tried to run, but it was too late. A few seconds later, sure, Patian was pushed off the stage. Knocked down, he said resentfully, You sneak attacked me. Xiao Yifeng stood with his hands on his hips and replied smugly, Senior brother, I went easy on you. Sure, Patian was so angry he gritted his teeth, only managing to stammer out the word. You. The referee behind him called out. All right, this match ends here. Xiao Yifeng, you win this match. But you should remember, talismans are ultimately external aids. Take care of yourself. Stepping down from the stage, Xiao Yifeng happily said to his brother, You just I won. How about that? Not worse than you, right? You just said joyfully, Xiao Feng, I believe you're capable of more than just this. Su Anzang, Su Denli, Xiao Yifeng, approached his brother and whispered in his ear, Don't ask too many questions, but you could try going to the betting table and placing a bet on me. I guarantee you won't lose money. You just let out a confused, huh? At this moment, Xiao Yifeng turned to address everyone. Thank you all for your support. Honestly, not very sportsmanlike. In the study, Bai spoke up. Senior brother Tianni, the way your direct disciple acts is truly hard to describe. A shadowy figure replied. But I don't see anything wrong with this disciple's methods. In fact, One could say they're extremely brilliant. Bai Yin turned and asked, Senior Sister Guangling? Guangling replied, in a situation where one's own abilities are not superior, lulling the opponent into a false sense of security, and then winning with a single move. What's the problem with that? Bai Yin, unwilling to concede, analyzed. But winning by such means, the honor of our Wentian sect. Guangling said, the rules allow the use of 3 talismans. He didn't break any rules. Secondly, if you can survive a life or death battle, that is the greatest honor. Hearing this, Su Tianyi chuckled and said, Senior Sister is absolutely right. Guangling exclaimed, Oh, Tianyi, everyone, look over there. It was a pink-haired girl standing in the middle of the courtyard. This girl was described as, a fire-type talent of this level is truly rare and hard to find. She was Su Miaoting. At this moment, at the martial arts tournament, at the Zilei Arena, Su Miaoting was blazing with fire. She stood on the stage with a fiery aura. Her bright eyes were full of confidence. Her majestic and powerful demeanor was truly intimidating. Xiao Yifeng stood below the stage, staring at her in a daze. He couldn't help but admire her and mumbled to himself. Such a divine ability has already surpassed the scope of the Foundation establishment stage, hasn't it? Su Miaoting's opponent was now frightened to death. His face clearly showed panic. He hurriedly raised his hand to surrender. Wait, Junior Sister. I surrender. I surrender. Hearing this, Su Miaoting was slightly surprised. She tilted her head slightly to look at him. Her eyes were full of curiosity as she asked, Why aren't you fighting anymore? The opponent gave her a forced smile. He quickly waved his hands and said, Junior Sister, I only came to this competition to get a feel for it. I wouldn't dare to joke with my life. With Junior Sister's abilities, you will definitely win first place this time. Su Miaoting fronith. She felt a little disbelief in her heart. Her eyes showed a look of astonishment as she blurted out, Me? First place? The opponent scratched his head. He smiled sheepishly and looked at her with an expectant expression. Junior Sister, how about we exchange communication talismans? Su Miaoting blinked. She looked at him and pressed. Huh? So, in your opinion, between me and Xiao Feng, who is better? He must have made it to the next round by now. What do you think? The opponent frowned. His face clearly showed confusion. He tilted his head and asked, Xiao Feng, who's that? Right at this moment, the scene shifts to the Dingxi arena. The atmosphere here was incredibly lively. The sound of cheering was continuous. It echoed without end. Hit him. Hit him. Teach him a lesson. I support you. The shouts, "The urgent cher," came from all over, as if to give more strength to the fighter on the stage. In the crowd, Guangling's voice was low but couldn't hide his excitement. Junior brother, your reputation is terrible. This time, you must defeat Xiao Yifeng. Go Wu Feng. On the stage, Xiao Yifeng stood with his back straight. His eyes swept across the audience. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, revealing a hint of mockery. He held out his hand. His voice was clearly mocking. This is what happens when a person's name is too famous. He slowly pulled out a yellow piece of paper from his sleeve. His eyes shone with confidence. Junior brother, I know you well. But I've come prepared. Watch this. I also have a golden core stage talisman. Hearing this, Xiao Yifeng was slightly surprised. He frowned and asked in confusion. Someone who isn't a direct disciple actually has a golden core stage talisman? In Taiji Hall, Su Tianyi sat properly in his chair. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. The corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Heh, just a few talismans. Let's see how you compete this time. He glanced at Jindo. He nodded in satisfaction and praised him. Jindo, you did well this time. Later, go and get yourself a medicinal pill. Hearing this, Jindo was overjoyed. His eyes lit up with happiness. He hurriedly bowed. His voice was full of excitement. Thank you, Supreme Elder. On the stage, Xiao Yifeng's opponent smiled contemptuously. He looked at Xiao Yifeng and said leisurely, How about it, junior brother? Why don't we not use talismans? After all, these talismans are extremely expensive. We might as well use our true abilities to spar. What do you think? Recalling how someone had just walked up and placed a golden talisman in his hand, Wu Feng couldn't help but think. Luckily, a Taoist boy suddenly gave me 2 talismans just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to deal with you. Xiao Yifeng remained calm. He took a talisman from his pocket and held it up. His tone was slightly mocking. Oh, but your talisman isn't as high grade as mine. Seeing this, Wu Feng couldn't help but be astonished. He cried out, an essence blood talisman. How do you have something like this? On the viewing platform, the tension was extremely high. Bai Yin watched the match without missing a second. He gritted his teeth and slammed his hand on the table. His voice was full of frustration. Outrageous. This kind of talisman requires a Mahayana stage cultivator to create with their fresh blood. It's time-consuming and laborious. You're far too willing to part with it. Su Tianyi stood beside him. He clicked his tongue and shrugged. His voice carried a hint of indifference. I don't know what you're talking about. Bai Yin glared at him. His eyes were full of anger. You're still pretending. At this moment, a storm was brewing in Su Tianyi's heart. He narrowed his eyes and thought, isn't this the life-saving talisman I gave to Miaoting? Why is it with Xiao Feng? The moment the word go was uttered, the golden talisman was activated at the same time. In an instant, a blazing fire phoenix appeared right in front of Wu Feng. He widened his eyes and blurted out, who's afraid of whom? I still have 2 talismans. The streams of magic relentlessly crashed into each other. Wave after wave of brilliant light erupted in midair. Boom! And then another boom. The audience below the stage stared wide-eyed, astonished. Their eyes followed every movement on the stage. They held their breath, not daring to blink. But after all was said and done, both people on the stage were unharmed. Wu Feng cried out in joy. He laughed loudly. I'm Fine. These 2 talismans can indeed nullify the essence blood talisman. He lifted his chin and looked at Xiao Yifeng. His voice was full of provocation. Kid, you've used up all your talismans. Let's see how you're going to fight me now. Xiao Yifeng winked. He gave a meaningful smile. His tone carried a hint of teasing. Have you forgotten? In the martial arts tournament, each person can use 3 talismans. Sorry, but being rich really does mean you can do whatever you want. Late at night, under a clear moon, at the Wentian Sect, in the guest room of YA Hall, laughter echoed continuously. This martial arts tournament is really interesting. That's right. You have no idea how cool that guy named Xianyi is. At the meeting table, everyone was present. Everyone. Lin, he spoke up. All right. Tell me, all of you, what have you learned recently? Have you discovered any outstanding disciples from the Wentian Sect? Su Rushuang raised her hand and called out. Master, I want to speak. Ling Yu replied. All right, Rushuang, you may speak. She recounted her story. My cultivation level isn't high. So during this time, I've mainly been watching the People's Hero group at the Sub-Golden Core realm. But there are indeed a few who stand out from the crowd. The first person I want to talk about is the daughter of the YA Hall Master, where we are staying. Su Miaoting, 7th level of Heavenly Dao Foundation establishment. Her cultivation is superb, and she's also very beautiful. The key is that she possesses a type of extremely formidable flame. Anyone touched by this flame can't extinguish it no matter what they do. An image of Su meowing on the stage, quickly intimidating her opponent, appeared. He was quickly defeated by her and sent flying from the stage. Hearing this, she replied calmly, Meowing is one of our own. I used to think YA Hall was a weak power. I was worried that junior sister Z Yin would be wronged. But now it seems I was overthinking things. So Rushuang continued. And that's not all. It's not just senior sister Meowing. There's another senior sister who is also extremely formidable. Her name is Su Mo. She's a disciple of Guanghan Hall. I heard she's the personal disciple of perfected Guanghan. I've been watching her matches. Notably, she possesses ice-type magic. She can cast her spells almost instantly. And at the same time, their power is immense. Everyone says it was personally taught to her by perfected Guanghan. At this moment, Ming He also spoke up. Master, your disciple has also seen a disciple who is anything but ordinary. Perhaps he will be a strong competitor for our Luoshu Manor in the future. Linny asked, who are you referring to? Ming He replied, Taiji Halls. Wanyi. She closed her eyes and said, the personal disciple of perfected Guangling. His future is certainly boundless. The girl in the purple dress stood up and interjected. Actually, there's one more disciple who is also very outstanding, although his reputation isn't very good. Have you sisters heard of Xiao Yifeng? He's also from YA Hall. Hearing this name, Su Rushuang suddenly remembered and said, Xiao Yifeng. I think I've seen that disciple. I remember that because he won using talismans, many people look down on him. But hasn't he used up all 3 of his talismans? He hasn't been eliminated yet? The girl in the purple dress replied. That's right, not yet, especially in today's final match. Many people thought that without talismans, he would surely lose. As a result, at the Kunzi arena, while the audience was contemptuously teasing him with words like, "Kid, let's see what tricks you can pull this time. You're out of talismans, right? Even if you had more, the rules wouldn't allow you to use them. Senior brotherly, teach him a lesson." And on the stage, his opponent also said, "Junior brother Xiao, I won't go easy on you." Xiao Yifeng just calmly replied, Don't worry, don't worry. Senior brother, I don't plan on using talismans this time either. Watch my sword." As he spoke, he threw the sword in his hand at his opponent. The opponent said contemptuously, "Oomph, a mere flying sword." Xiao Yifeng uttered a single word. Boom! Instantly, the sword exploded, knocking his opponent to the ground. He struggled to get up and asked, "This is just a competition. Yet you detonated your sword? Are you not going to compete anymore?" Xiao Yifeng waved his hand and replied, "It's fine. I have plenty of magic treasures." In the next second, those magic treasures surrounded his opponent. He cried out helplessly, This part is a curse from the Wentian Sect, so I won't let you hear it." Boom! Once again, the opponent was battered by several magic treasures. Hearing the story, he couldn't believe it and stammered, That's allowed?" The girl in the purple dress added. Many disciples also made a fuss about this. They said Xiao Yifeng broke the rules. But the elders of the Wentian Sect reviewed the rules again and again. They still couldn't find any rule he had violated. So Ruswang suddenly members. No wonder the competition was suddenly paused today. They said they had to revise the rules of the martial arts tournament. Could it be because of him? So how was it handled in the end? The girl in the purple dress replied. He was declared the winner. But afterward, he was banned from using the method of detonating magic treasures. So Ruswang is native. I don't believe he'll behave. Xiao Yifeng, you say? I must go and watch his next match. At this moment, in the plaza of the Wentian Sect, a voice announced. It rang out, fellow disciples. Esteemed Signor, the martial arts competition of the Wentian Sect has entered its final stage. Every match from now on will be held at the Tianzi stage before the heaven-shattering sword. Today, the top 10 of the Heaven's Pride and People's Hero groups, a total of 20 disciples, will engage in their final battles here, in the judge's chamber. He heard the person say these words. Thank you to all the sects for thinking highly of our Wentian Sect. I believe this competition will surely showcase the style of the Wentian Sect and promote the martial spirit of the righteous path. And she praised him highly. Where did this disciple come from? He's so eloquent. Bai Yin replied shyly, reporting to the sect master, Senior brother, this is a disciple under my command. He was eliminated in the first round, but in the field of public speaking, he is extremely talented. On the stage before the match, the referee called out. In this match, the 2 combatants, one of them is a disciple of Taiji Hall who has swept through his opponents with overwhelming power. Xiao Gui. The cheers from below the stage were tumultuous. Senior brother Xiao, go for it. Act on behalf of heaven. The referee continued his introduction. The other side is a disciple of Y.A. Hall who has entered the top 10 through unscrupulous means. Xiao Yifeng. Hearing this, he sighed and said, Sigh, looks like I have to show my real skills. Below the stage, people saw this and threw insults contemptuously. As if you have any real skills. That's right. Don't tell me you think you're master. Guang Wei turned to the person next to him and said, Just putting on an act. Junior brother Tianyi. Do you really think this disciple of yours has a chance of winning? So Tianji Plaiv. Could it be that senior brother Guang Wei thinks my disciple has no chance of winning? He replied, This disciple of yours has already used up his 3 talismans. His trick of detonating magic treasures has also been banned. What other sinister tricks does he have? So Tianji Plaiv confidently. Senior brother Guang Wei has a point. Why don't we make a bet? What do you think? He didn't hesitate to ask. Oh, what do you want to bet? Su Tianyi stated his condition. It's simple. If my disciple wins, you teach the boy a technique. If my disciple loses, I will teach your disciple an ultimate skill of Y.A. Hall. How about it? Hearing this, Guang Wei was a bit hesitant. He turned to ask Linny. Linny, what do you think of this match? Can Xiao Yifeng win? Linny replied. He was still at the chi refining stage 2 years ago. Reaching this round is already his limit. Guang Wei turned to the side and said, "I'll take that bet." They exclaimed in unison. They shook hands to seal the deal. "It's settled then." Seeing them like this, she chuckled. Lin turned to her, puzzled, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" She replied, "Lin Yi, I think this Xiao Yifeng can definitely win, because he's very much like me." The scene returns to the arena. Xiao Yifeng Aniclimax. Oh. Then he called out, "Senior brother, feel free to make your move." The opponent said contemptuously, "You don't know your own limits." Immediately after, he swung his sword up over his head. He slashed down in front of him with great power. Xiao Yifeng sneezed. Perfect timing. He stomped his foot on the ground once. Instantly, a massive fire dragon appeared. It roared. Then it directly confronted the stream of green power. Suddenly, everything vanished. Guang Wei cried out in alarm. "How is this possible?" He stroked his chin and asked. Guang Wei continued, "This kid, so he really has some skill. This competition is finally getting interesting." At this moment, Xiao Yifeng called out, "Senior brother Xiao, my next sword strike. You'd better block it well." Thousand sword art. Instantly, the sword split into hundreds of other swords that flew into the air. The battle is about to begin. The atmosphere has started to heat up. Yifeng unleashed his move. Thousands of swords were cloned. Above them, a large red dragon roared. Wu Feng was a little worried. The thousand sword art? It's not impossible to deal with. What is this thing? The red dragon was ferocious. Instantly, its head multiplied into several more. All the heads roared and breathed fire. More and more heads cloned themselves. Wu Feng was terrified. What is this thing?" Guang Wei answered. "This is the golden core stage secret art of the Wentian Sect, the 10,000 sword art." Hearing this, Lin Yi was surprised. "What? You mean this disciple has a golden core cultivation? Then why is he in the People's Hero group? Shouldn't this realm be in the Heaven's Pride group?" He added, You'll have to ask Su Tianyi about that. Openly violating the rules to let a golden core disciple bully a weaker one. Sect Master, Senior Brother. Shouldn't his qualification be immediately revoked?" Guangling was stern. "If it is indeed a golden core cultivation, according to the rules." "Wait." Hanyin immediately spoke up. "All of you look again. Is that really the 10,000 sword art?" Guang Wei asserted. "Look at the number of flying swords yourself. How could it not be the 10,000 sword art below the golden core stage? It's absolutely impossible to release such a move." But Guangling had already seen through it. "No, it seems it really isn't." He pointed, signaling them to look ahead. Guang Wei looked closely at those swords, looking at Yifeng's posture at this moment. He judged. This sword move, at first glance, does indeed look like the 10,000 sword art. But those flying swords, apart from a portion of them, the remaining flying swords, show no trace of being controlled by spiritual energy. Hanyin continued, meaning among these 10,000 flying swords, the ones truly controlled by him are only just over 1,000. Xiao Yifeng is not at the golden core cultivation stage. But Guang Wei still didn't believe it. He questioned, "But if it's not the 10,000 sword art, how can he control so many?" Su Tianyi was not to be outdone. He asked him, "What's this, Senior Brother Guang Wei? Are you trying to pry into my disciple's secrets?" Guangling advised everyone, "All right, stop arguing. If Xiao Yifeng has not violated the rules, then you should all just enjoy the competition. I didn't expect our sect to have such a talented disciple. This is a good thing." Yifeng provoked his opponent. "Senior Brother Xiao, if not, why don't you just surrender? This move, let alone you, even I can't withstand it." Wu Feng was still a bit hesitant. He wasn't impulsive. Is he really unlucky, or am I lucky? How could it continuously trigger 4 layers? Didn't they say the activation rate of this talent is very low? Yifeng was a bit puzzled. Thinking about it, this talent of mine seems a bit different. Ever since I got it, it basically activates every time I use a major skill. He shouted his decision. "I, Wu Feng, have never had the habit of surrendering." Yifeng was calm. "Very good. Tough enough." He began to unleash his move. Wu Feng didn't flinch. He was not to be trifled with either. "Come on." He unleashed a move that created a green circle. Guangling was a little worried. If it really is the 10,000 sword art, young Xiao Gui won't be able to hold out for long. However, to be able to launch such a stunning attack at the Foundation establishment stage is even more precious than a golden core cultivator. A huge explosion occurred. Wu Feng was already lying on the arena floor without having done anything. Yifeng, Valkit Kalusiv. Wu Feng opened his eyes. He said, panting, I admit defeat. The referee's voice announced. Yahello's Xiao Yifeng is the winner. Yifeng looked towards the stands and said happily, thank you all for your support. Thank you. Everyone showed their indignation at being deceived. So this kid really has some skill. He shouldn't have pretended to be an idiot before. He made me lose everything. Damn it. Just left in disappointment. Hey, where are you going? He said with unwillingness. There's still one final round. I'm going to bet everything on Xiao Yifeng winning. I'll win back whatever I can. Yifeng let out a long sigh. Sigh, causing such a big scene this time. The betting odds will surely not be high anymore. The thought of it made him extremely worried. How much money will I lose this way? Xiao Yifeng, a senior brother, came to remind him. This caught Yifeng's attention. Senior brother, what guidance do you have? He just reminded him gently. You are invited to the honored guests area. The Sect Master wishes to see you. As soon as he arrived, he was introduced. Sect Master, Xiao Yifeng, has arrived. Guangling spoke. I remember you. You're the disciple with mixed spiritual roots from 2 years ago, aren't you? Yifeng bowed in return. Yes, that's right. Disciple of Yahello, Xiao Yifeng. Greetings to the Sect Master and all the Hall Masters, and all the esteemed seniors. He looked at Hanyin. She just said softly, we called you here to ask you a few questions, but whether you answer or not is up to you. We won't force you. Guangwei stroked his beard and thought to himself. We didn't discuss this part earlier. Junior sister Wang Han. This is... Yifeng asked politely. Marshal Wang Han, please speak freely. Hanyin asked with a serious face. We want to know how you just used that sword move that looked like the 10,000 sword art. Have you formed your golden core yet? He answered calmly. Disciple has not yet formed a golden core. Marshal Wang Han can check this for herself. She waved it away. No need. Then Yifeng continued. As for the move, just now, it was actually just the 1,000 sword art of the Foundation Establishment stage. But it triggered my Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment talent twice. Quadruple. Guangling was curious. Quadruple? So your Foundation Establishment talent is this? Lin, you recounted with great interest. This quadruple talent. A disciple under my sect also has it. You could say I'm quite familiar with this talent. As far as I know, although its effect is powerful, the probability of it activating is only 1 in 10. You just activated it twice in a row. It's truly a once-in-a-century case. Guangwei was a bit annoyed. What you mean is, he was able to unleash that move just now? Entirely due to luck? She replied. For now, it seems, you could say that. On the path of cultivation, even the smallest probability can occur. It's clear that this little brother is truly a fortunate person. Wow. Yifeng was also surprised after hearing this. I didn't expect the probability to be less than 1 in 10. Rushuan also smiled after hearing this. It seems this is the first time this kid has activated it. Looking at his expression, he probably didn't expect it himself. He was suspicious. Heavens, that's not right. According to my activation rate, saying it's 50% would be an understatement. Su Qianni reminded him. Don't talk so much. Good disciple, today Marshal Uncle Wang Wei has a great gift for you. Hurry up and thank him. Then he didn't forget to poke fun. Right, senior brother? He said angrily. You, come here. He approached. Marshal Uncle Wang Wei. He then placed his sword against Yifeng's neck. Next, this venerable one will transmit to you the ultimate technique of Chinquan Hall. The 7 calamities heaven-slaying art. Remember, you must absolutely not pass it on to others. Yet he cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, Marshal Uncle. He ordered. Close your eyes. Memorize the incantation in your sea of consciousness. Yifeng obediently closed his eyes. He fell into his sea of consciousness. He sat silently in meditation. Marshal Uncle Wang Wei appeared above Yifeng's head. With a sword, he mumbled, reminding him, the 7 calamities, sickness, lust, desire, heart, demonic mirror, true void, yellow bone, ancient sea, relying on the 7 calamities of man, transforming them into a heaven-slaying sword intent. This is called the 7 calamities heaven-slaying art. Then he swung his hand, slashing down with a vertical blade. Instantly, that spiritual energy flashed past his body. Yifeng awoke from his sea of consciousness. He felt as if he had just undergone a profound secret training. He was drenched in sweat. Yifeng seemed to have understood everything. I understand now, Yifeng said to Martial Uncle Wang Wei. So, this is the 7 calamities heaven-slaying art. It is truly worthy of being the secret technique of Qingquan Hall. Thank you, Martial Uncle. He was stunned and nodded at this new disciple. You actually comprehended it all so quickly. With such comprehension ability, you are truly a talent. He didn't become complacent, but respectfully bowed to thank his martial uncle. It's mainly because martial uncle was willing to teach. Otherwise, no matter how high my comprehension, I would have no way of learning it. Su Tianyi appeared behind him, glancing at the martial uncle who was teaching, and reminded Yifeng. Never mind, you kid. This time, it was truly a fateful encounter. Go home and comprehend it well. Otherwise, this technique will be difficult to master. The Hall Master of YA Hall also nodded in agreement. That's right. You have earned the qualification to enter the final round. During this time, you can rest and recover well. Go back and rest. Hearing this, he respectfully bowed to thank his martial uncles once more and asked for leave. Yes, esteemed Signor. Xiao Yifeng asked for leave to depart. Watching Yifeng leave the meeting room, Ru Shuang on the side looked towards the door and silently praised Yifeng's great talent. This person, compared to those in our sect who only know how to read books all day, is much stronger. Her gaze on him became even more infatuated. Xu Xue, beside her, could only sigh in resignation. The monstrous disciples of the Wentian Sect. Why are there more of them every year? Yifeng walked out of the room, laughing loudly about his great harvest today. The 7 calamities heaven-slaying art. This time, it was truly a great harvest. Just in time, Miaoting's match is also starting. I promised that girl I would go watch. He had only taken a few steps when a voice came from behind. You are Xiao Yifeng? Yifeng frowned and turned to look at the person behind him, who seemed to be glaring at him with murderous intent. That's right. May I ask who you are? He just tossed a piece of wood over. Yifeng caught the piece of wood, frowning in confusion. He immediately turned and left after giving him a clear instruction. The message has been delivered. Handle it yourself. With that, he vanished. Yifeng couldn't even call out to ask questions in time. Wait, he mumbled, observing the piece of wood, confused, and asked himself, a message? Who would use this method to contact me? Yifeng opened it to examine. The letter only contained a few brief sentences stating the main point. Taiji Hall, Qi Ling Pavilion. An important matter requires a meeting. Yifeng Gisid. Remembering his wife, he couldn't stop smiling. Could be Hanyin? I'll go and see. With that, he also vanished, heading to the meeting place. Meanwhile, a tense match was unfolding. The grand competition, Su Miaoting of YA Hall versus Su Mo of Guanghan Hall. Below, the disciples were divided into 2 factions, cheering for the 2 on the stage. Go, Fire Phoenix. Go, Su Miaoting. Ice Phoenix, I support you. Su Mo, don't lose to her. Miaoting glanced down at the stage, searching for a familiar face, but couldn't see him anywhere. That's Xiao Feng. He promised he would come watch me compete. Instantly, an ice arrow shot towards Miaoting while she was distracted. She quickly dodged it and glanced at her opponent. Sumo is nered contemptuously. What are you standing there for? I won't go easy on you. Miaoting shouted right on the stage. You're so annoying. Su Mo frowned at her. The moment she finished speaking, a wave of fire enveloped Miaoting. Her eyes were stern and annoyed as she stared at her opponent. I'm not in a good mood right now. If you want to fight, I'll fight you. With that, the Fire Phoenix spiritual power rushed towards Su Mo, who was standing there stunned. At the same time, Yifeng had arrived at Taiji Hall. As soon as he stepped in, he looked around to assess the situation. He was very cautious and mumbled. The letter said we would meet here. But why is there no one here? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Yifeng immediately realized that the situation was not good, so he hurriedly rushed out of the gate. But once you've fallen into a trap, how can you get out so easily? The gate slammed shut on command. A stranger appeared behind him, attracting Yifeng's attention. Young friend, your vigilance is not bad. He was completely masked, not revealing his identity, and wanted to invite Yifeng for a little chat. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you sit down and have a chat with me for a while? How about it? But the young man had no time to argue with them. He didn't act hospitable either, and went straight to the main point. He struck ruthlessly, without any hesitation. I can't believe you could ruin our grand plan. Through the mask, you could see he was smirking. A savage smile. The spiritual power from him radiated all around, as if wanting to swallow Yifeng. Oh, he looked down on him. In that case, I can't let you live any longer. His golden hand was gradually growing larger, wanting to crush him inside. Yifeng mumbled in panic. This cultivation level, at least, is at the void refinement stage. Who on earth did I provoke? To attract such an expert? Suddenly, he remembered Guanghan's warning. That's right. My wife reminded me before. How carefully did she warn me before? You'd better not participate in this true martial arts grand competition. The situation this time is a bit different. You might be in danger. He immediately pulled out a piece of blue paper. It seems the talisman my wife gave me back then was meant to be used at this moment. With that, Yifeng clenched the talisman in his hand. The spiritual power radiating from it grew even stronger. He still looked down on him. He's just a foundation establishment disciple. I was really worrying too much. The talisman he was clenching was about to be broken. Just when he wasn't paying attention, an explosion appeared, quickly shattering the stranger's golden hand and pushing him back several meters. An eagle appeared, flapping its wings, wanting to confront him. But he just sneered, looking down on them. So it's a void refinement stage talisman. Very good, kid. It seems you really do have a powerful expert protecting you from behind. He frowned and smiled sinisterly at Yifeng, who was trying to defend himself with just a single talisman. But it's just one talisman. It's still not enough to deal with me. He then reached out, wanting to swallow the talisman. But when he reached out, the eagle scattered in multiple directions. Only then did he realize he had been tricked. Not good. This is an illusion. At this moment, Yifeng was riding on the real talisman eagle, looking back at him. Are you an idiot? I'd have to be crazy to fight you. With that, he aimed at his defensive barrier, hoping to break through. I don't believe your barrier can withstand a blow from a void refinement stage spell. Break through it. The Huawu stage in the Grand Hall suddenly shook strangely. Hanyin frowned and mumbled, perhaps already knowing what had happened. Perfected Guangling also noticed something strange at Taiji Hall. I think I can feel an explosion of spiritual power at Xiling Pavilion. Before he could figure out what was happening, Fairy Hanyin had already rushed towards Xiling Pavilion at high speed. Guangling was stunned by her hurried appearance. Junior sister Guanghan. This is... Su Qianni peeked over and mumbled. She seems to know what happened. Meanwhile, Yifeng seemed to be exhausted, panting on the ground. He clapped his hands in mock praise. A disciple at the foundation establishment stage can continuously surprise me. He used his golden hand to unleash a series of lightning-like spiritual powers, wanting to finish him off with one move. However, it's time to end this. Just then, senior sister Hanyin arrived. She frowned and commanded, "You dare touch him." Lu Hanyin stared at her opponent with a serious expression. Then she threatened in a loud voice, "You dare touch him." This masked man began to hesitate. He thought to himself, not good. It's a Mahayana stage cultivator. So he quickly shot up and turned to flee in one go. He had already left, but he was still bewildered. Damn it. Why did a Mahayana stage cultivator arrive so quickly? This is different from what was said. As he was leisurely fleeing, he was stopped short by a question. Did I say you could leave? In front of him suddenly appeared a small, electrically charged block of ice. He gasped when he saw the 2 blocks of ice had surrounded his arms. It made him unable to move. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Then, his entire lower body was also covered in ice. He told himself, my body can't move. Lu Hanyin continued her interrogation. Who are you? Who sent you? Speak now. I can spare your life. This guy started to get scared, so his voice no longer had any trace of arrogance or malice. Are you telling the truth? As long as I tell you, you'll let me go? Hanyan affirmed. Of course, it's true. So he also confessed. I'll tell you, the person who sent me is... Seeing him mumbling, Hanyin leaned in closer. What did you say? However, he suddenly made some strange movements. Then he burst out laughing. Die with me. Instantly, a huge explosion rang out. But Hanyin had quickly created a protective circle around herself. Now she was leisurely watching the guy self-immolate. Hanyin began to feel that the situation was a bit more serious. She mumbled to herself. He'd rather self-detonate his soul then reveal the mastermind behind this? Just then, the earth-shattering explosion had alerted the senior brothers. Guangling immediately asked, as soon as he saw Hanyin, junior sister Wang Han, "What happened here? Why did a void refinement stage cultivator self-detonate?" Hanyin automatically recounted everything. A void refinement stage cultivator tried to assassinate Xiao Yifeng. After I caught him, he self-detonated his soul. Guangling was a bit suspicious. He asked, "A void refinement stage cultivator assassinating a foundation establishment disciple? Why?" Guangwei beside him also added a few words. "You were able to hold out against the power of a void refinement stage cultivator for so long. How did you manage that?" Hearing the two masters talk on and on like this, Yifeng started to get confused. He stammered, "Disciple." Yifeng looked at Hanyin and told himself, "I can't reveal that my wife gave me the talisman. I have to think of a way to get through this." So, he fell to the ground with a thud. His eyes were tightly shut. His expression was dazed as he pretended to faint. Hanyin immediately understood this sudden act, so she cooperated perfectly. She put on a serious expression. She told the two senior brothers, "Just now, Xiao Yifeng overexerted himself. The urgent matter now is to let him rest properly." Guangwei stopped making things difficult. He said, "If that's the case, then let him recuperate and get well." Guangling beside him suddenly said, "Guangwei, this matter still needs to be investigated thoroughly. Let's see who is targeting our Sect's disciples." Guangwei immediately obeyed the order. Yes, at this moment, elsewhere, a battle was still raging without a clear winner. The battle was so loud and boisterous that people flocked to it. They vied to watch. Su Mo held her sword in her hand. She smiled lightly and said to her opponent, "Junior sister Su, I didn't expect you to have such a high cultivation at such a young age. Next, our one move will decide the winner." That's what I was thinking. Then, she summoned a nine-tailed fire eagle that soared into the sky. Su Mo began to raise her guard. She returned to her fighting stance. She called out the name of this spirit beast, Nine Dragon Art, but she wasn't one to fight empty-handed either. Su Mo then also summoned a white dragon carrying an icy aura. The two beautiful girls faced each other just like that. The two continued to clash, creating a loud explosion. After a while, about a few seconds, both of their spirit beasts automatically vanished, leaving behind a trail of white smoke that had not yet dissipated. Su Miaoting cursed silently in her heart. Xiaofeng, that guy, he still didn't come in the end. And then, Miaoting gradually lost her strength. Her eyes closed. Her entire body suddenly fell freely through the air. Miaoting had lost all her spiritual energy after the battle just now. Now, her whole body was in free fall. Just then, a hand managed to catch Miaoting in time. Strangely, that person was Su Mo herself. Seeing Su Mo wrap her arms around her so caringly and thoughtfully, Miaoting couldn't help but wonder. "Why, senior sister?" Su Mo then explained, "You were distracted just now. You lost 30% of your power. My victory was not honorable." Then Su Mo gave a slight smile. She promised, "I hope next time we can fight a battle with all our strength." Miaoting was very moved by Su Mo's upright attitude. She chirped, "Thank you," and the final result was announced. Wanghan Hall's Su Mo wins. The men who witnessed this confrontation firsthand couldn't help but be amazed. They exclaimed, "Look at her! What style! A glorious victory! A magnificent defeat! Truly worthy of being two heaven's favored children." As Miaoting was walking through the crowd, someone suddenly called out loudly, "Miaoting!" She was very surprised to see Xiang Tiangu appear here. She exclaimed, "Eldest senior brother." Tiangu didn't say anything more. He just urged, "Hurry up. Come back to YA Hall with me." Miaoting suddenly felt uneasy. She asked, "What happened?" Tiangu briefly explained to his junior sister. Xiaofeng encountered an assassin at the Void Refinement Realm. Hurry. But before he could finish explaining, Miaoting had disappeared without a trace. It made him shout, "Hey, I haven't finished talking yet." Inside YA Hall, Yifeng was recuperating in his room. Beside him, a whisper was heard. "Don't worry. He just overexerted his spiritual domain. He'll be fine after resting for a while." Su Qianni smiled and said to Hanyin, "This time, we were lucky that senior sister Guanghan acted in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." She also replied politely, It was nothing. Just a coincidence. As the two were talking, Meowding's voice echoed from outside. Xiaofeng. She rushed in. How is Xiaofeng? Seeing Hanyin, Meowding paused for a moment. She exclaimed, Marshal Ant Guanghan. Sutianyudimindit has seriously. Look at you. What kind of state have you panicked yourself into? Hanyin also asked. Are you very worried about him? Meowding replied quickly. Of course. He is extremely important to me. Then, naturally, the two beauties' eyes met. A moment later, Hanyin exclaimed. Su Tianyi still didn't understand anything. He could only call out her name. Senior sister Wang Han. Han Yin didn't say anything more. She turned and left, only adding a few more words. It's nothing. With this child taking care of him, I can rest assured. Then I'll be going. Su Tianyi followed behind. Senior sister, take care. I'll see you out. Su Meowding frantically looked for Yifeng. She called him anxiously. Xiaofeng. At this moment, Yifeng had woken up. He smiled to comfort Meowding. Senior sister, I heard you lost to Sumo. Meowding scolded him sharply. It's all because you didn't come to watch my match. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost. Yifeng similed Ganti. He patted her head and took the blame himself. My fault, my fault. Don't worry. In a few days, I'll definitely get revenge for you. Meowding suddenly screamed. How dare you touch my head? I'm clearly the senior sister. Pinched until it hurt terribly. Yifeng cried out a few times. Ouch. Suddenly, Meowding's voice softened. Oh right, Xiaofeng. I want to ask you a question. She began to voice her thoughts. Just now, Marshal Ant Guanghan was also outside. After I told her that you were my most important person, Marshal Ant stared at me for a while. Yifeng was bewildered as he listened to her story. Meowding recalled and continued telling Yifeng. I just felt that the way Marshal Ant looked at me was strange. It felt like she was targeting me. But Marshal Ant is an elder. I must have been mistaken, right? Then she looked at Yifeng, whose face was all red, and asked, what do you think is going on? Xiaofeng. He couldn't say anything. He just stammered. Then Yifeng looked sheepishly at the stone-faced statue. Afterward, he understood his own situation. This time, I am doomed. Vines began to sprout and wrap around something. Shuan Yistot on a yin-yang tirkle. Beside him was a girl inside an electric dragon. Xian Yi said contemptuously. Guanghan Hall is nothing special. After speaking, he ordered the vines to wrap around the dragon. The vines began to be infused with energy to attack it. They wrapped tightly around the green dragon. Energy surged from the coiled vines. Su Meowding rushed in and announced. Wow, Xiaofeng, Su Mo lost. Xiao Yifeng asked her. Oh, Su Mo was defeated? Who could be so ruthless? Meowding replied. It's Xian Yi of Taiji Hall. He replied in surprise. So is that guy. Yifeng began to think. In my previous life, Xian Yi of Taiji Hall was extremely devoted to senior sister. He came looking for senior sister time and time again. She continued. Xiaofeng, let me tell you, this Xian Yi guy is strange. Lately, he keeps coming to find me, but he never says what it's about. He sat there listening and thought. It seems that in this life, this hasn't changed. Someone from outside called in. Junior sister Su, I am Xian Yi, Meowding said, in frustration. See? He's here again. So annoying. Yifeng said, it's fine. Leave it to me. He flew over and asked. Junior sister Su, I wonder if you were free lately? Xian Yi heard Yifeng's voice. He replied, Senior brother Xian Yi. Sorry, my senior sister is not free. She's helping to take care of me. And suggestive sounds like, ouch, senior sister. This spot hurts. Upon hearing this. Oh, that's it. Right there. Oh, that feels so good. The blood had already rushed to his head. Xian Yi asked angrily. You are Xiao Yifeng, right? I hope we can have a match in a martial art competition in a few days. He in the room called out. All right, we'll see when the time comes. Ouch, senior sister. Don't touch that spot. Then Yifeng continued to make other suggestive sounds like, Senior sister, be gentle. It hurts. This made him fly away in anger. Seeing this, Meowding said, He's really gone. Meowding asked Yifeng worriedly. What, Xiaofeng? What you did just now? We'll just make him hit you even harder when the time comes, right? He reassured her. You don't understand. This is called breaking his Dao heart. When he faces me then, if he's not calm enough, he'll lose 30% of his chance of winning. Meowding looked at Yifeng's smile and thought, Your smile is so scary. At the capital, someone announced. Xian Yi of Taiji Hall. and Xiao Yifeng of YA Hall. The final round of betting begins now. Getting rich overnight all depends on today. Everyone started to discuss. Who do you think will win this time? Yuang. His reputation will only grow. But Xiao Yifeng is cooler. Suddenly, someone announced, "Fellow Taoists, today is the final battle of the martial arts tournament at the Wentian Sect." It turned out to be Guangling. He flew down with Lu Hanyin. As soon as he landed, he said, "This battle will decide the top position of the People's Hero Group. The winner will receive a top-grade auxiliary golden core pill." The people below began to buzz with excitement. A top-grade auxiliary golden core pill. This is a necessary ingredient to create a top-grade golden core. Wow, the sect is being very generous this time. Someone told them to be quiet. Guangling announced further, "Then, I declare the final match of the martial arts tournament begins." Yifeng and Xian appeared and looked at each other. Xian spoke first. "Xiao Yifeng, you finally come. I've been looking forward to this battle for a long time." And he replied, "Sorry, these past few days, I've been lucky to have my senior sister taking care of me. Otherwise, I might not have been able to make it to this match." Hearing this, he became extremely angry. Xian declared, "Then, junior brother Xiao, be careful. In this match, I will definitely not go easy on you." Looking at his deformed hand, Yifeng thought that is a top-grade immortal artifact. Yuan Yisin it, and shouted first fist. He then charged at him, preparing to throw a punch. But that punch was blocked by Yifeng's sword. When the two clashed, Yifeng had blocked Xian Yi's punch with his sword. He grunted and said, "In any case, it's very good." Then next, Xian Yi continued to shout. Second fist. Seeing this, he said nervously, "Not good." Yifeng continued to block with his sword. But this collision sent him flying several meters. He fell to the ground. Before Yifeng could get up, he had already rushed in to punch again. Xian Yi punched him continuously, hitting his body. Xiang Tian below shouted, "Damn it, Xian Yi's attack is too strong." While Sun Yating cheered, "Go Xiaofeng." Yifeng lay defeated on the ground. Xian Yi then executed the formless profound palm. A giant hand appeared behind him. It reached out and prepared to slam down on him. It slammed down where Yifeng was lying. The surrounding people suddenly fell silent. Guangwei watched and assessed. Xian Yi is indeed worthy of being the successor disciple of the sect master. Xiao Yifeng seems to be having a very hard time. Lu Hanyin said to him, "Not necessarily. I think he still hasn't used his full strength." Guangwei was surprised. Xian Yi slowly walked over to Yifeng's spot. Then he said, "I know you still have strength left, but you're trying to hide it in front of me. In that case, you can only fail." But he didn't care and swung his sword forward. But unfortunately, he had already jumped back. Xian Yi summoned vines to block the slash that was flying towards him. That slash flew through the pile of Xian Yi's vines. Then it hit him. But when Xian Yi was hit, he wasn't seriously injured, other than his clothes being torn. So Xian Yi smiled and said, "It seems you're finally starting to get serious." Yifeng stood up. He sighed and said, "I have no choice. If I don't fight seriously, I'm afraid my senior sister will really worry. I have to put her mind at ease a little." He said, "Oh, is that so?" After speaking, Xian Yi immediately summoned an ancient tree behind him. The tree was incredibly tall. Many other trees continuously sprouted up. Yifeng stood there. He held his sword and remarked, 10,000 wood formation. I didn't expect senior brother Xian Yi's formation skills to be so profound. In that case, he summoned many swords and executed the 1,000 sword art. Break! The summoned swords rushed forward. Seeing this, Xian Yi sneered and said, I'm not like the others. Your 1,000 sword art is useless against my 10,000 wood formation." When he saw those swords pierce into the trees he had summoned, he was surprised. Xian Yi's trees were being burned by the swords. He set an alarm. This 1,000 sword art. Yifeng continued to summon swords to burn the trees. Standing there, Xian Yi was horrified. It can actually burn wood-type magic, a fire-type. After the burning was done, a phoenix appeared before him. The large firebird swooped toward where Xian Yi was standing. Following it were countless others of its kind. Xian Yi didn't just stand there and take it. He immediately created large pillars to block them. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly. He tried to channel his spiritual energy into it. He finally succeeded in summoning a giant shadow. He shouted loudly, "Devour them for me." following Xian Yi's command. The shadow also swung the sword in its hand at the flock of firebirds. A moment later, only small sparks of fire were seen falling scattered to the ground. Xiao Yifeng sighed with admiration. Senior brother Xian Yi's Dharma body technique is not an ability that a foundation establishment cultivator should have. Xian Yi also replied, every move of junior brother Xiao can activate the fourth layer of his talent. This is not the ability of a foundation establishment cultivator. Su Tianyi slammed his hand on the table. He shouted at Guangling, Golden Body Dharma form. Sect Master, Senior Brother, aren't Golden Core disciples forbidden from participating in the People's Hero Group matches? The old man retorted. Xian Yi is not yet at the Golden Core stage. He's just using a secret art to temporarily boost his cultivation. This does not violate the rules. Guang Wei stroked his long beard and chimed in. Xiao Yifeng can also use secret arts. If his trump card is not as good as the others, then there's nothing to be said about losing. Isn't that right? Hearing this, Su Tianyi was furious. You all better not regret this. On the arena, Xian Yi was still busy talking to Xiao Yifeng. Junior brother, if these are the only tricks you have, then you're sure to lose this match. He replied, who doesn't have an ultimate skill up their sleeve, right? As soon as he finished speaking, dark blood trickled from his mouth. Xiao Yifeng quickly spat out. The sky above him turned dark and filled with lightning. Xiao Yifeng was seen, raising the sword in his hand high. He absorbed all the energy from the lightning into it. The surrounding audience cried out in fear. What kind of technique is this? Why does it look like a heavenly tribulation? Someone even suggested, maybe we should move back a bit. I have a feeling it's not safe. Guangling spoke up. This technique, why does it look so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Let me think. The old man frowned for a long time and then exclaimed, wait, I remember now. Guangling said loudly in shock, isn't this acting on heaven's behalf? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Damn it, damn it. How does that kid know this technique? This time, my spirit stones are doomed. A male disciple asked curiously. Acting on heaven's behalf? What's that? Guangling poked his forehead. Fool, didn't I tell you before? Back then, Yaz used this technique to die together with Imo Qingtian. This technique has been lost for 1,000 years. Hearing this, he was filled with admiration. 1,000 years ago, on the other side, Xiao Yifeng had also begun a chant. Acting on heavens, he said, as he thrust his sword towards Xian Yi. A green dragon's head appeared from the clouds. Xian Yi was also scared into a cold sweat. He ordered the shadow behind him. Golden Body Dharma form. It then obeyed and punched hard at the dragon's head. The dragon's head was sent flying to the ground. The shadow's arm also lost a section. Xian Yi cried out happily. I blocked it. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yifeng said, Xian Yi, it's not over yet. He charged towards him with his sword. This is the true acting on heaven's behalf. The sword suddenly grew larger. It shot towards Xian Yi's shadow. Xiao Yifeng's giant sword rushed towards Xian Yi's shadow. He quickly controlled it to block his attack. He even shouted, I will not lose. Following his shout, the shadow also threw a punch to meet the sword head-on. Its hand began to shatter. Then the shadow directly exploded in midair. Xian Yi was also blinded by the explosion. He quickly covered his eyes with his hand. Xiao Yifeng's sword-wielding hand was bleeding red. When the smoke cleared, Guangling was seen standing before the sword's tip, blocking the technique. He spoke calmly. Taiji Hall concedes defeat. Xian Yi was still stubborn. Master, I'm not convinced. The old man turned back and scolded. Your Dharma body has been shattered. On what grounds are you not convinced? Do you have to die here to be satisfied? Xian Yi revealed an angry expression. Xiao Yifeng this time. You are the champion of the People's Hero Group. Below, countless astonished voices rose up. Xiao Yifeng won. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Senior brother Xian lost? They excitedly shouted. Xiao Yifeng. Invincible. The entire stadium chanted in unison. Xiao Yifeng. Xiao Yifeng. He stood on the stage with a look of enjoyment. A second later, his eyes suddenly constricted. Then Xiao Yifeng's body lost control and fell backward. A hand quickly caught his waist and pulled him back. Su Miaoting scolded him. Honestly, you're clearly seriously injured. Why do you insist on pretending? Xiao Yifeng chucked it. In a place like this, if I don't pretend, I'll lose face. She sighed. Honestly, Hurry up and ask my mother to heal you. Elsewhere, perfected Qingshu was in a state of panic. It's over. It's all gone. How many spirit stones am I going to lose this time? Suddenly, a disciple came over and asked him, Supreme Elder, this time you lost about 60,000 spirit stones. The old man angrily scolded. I didn't ask you. You don't need to tell me. The next day, at YA Hall, Su Tianyi cheerfully saw off Lin Shushue's group. Take care on your way. Lin Zian also said her goodbyes. You're welcome to visit again in the future. Lin Shushue spoke. I had originally heard that YA Hall was not what it used to be. I felt it was unfair to my junior sister. She sighed with emotion. But seeing things this time, it seems the previous rumors were not true. Su Tianyi gave a forced laugh. Haha, just rumors. Just baseless rumors. Luo Rushuang, behind Lin Shushue, also waved at Xiao Yifeng. Hey, if you have time, you should come visit our Luoshu manor. He scratched his hair and said, about that. We'll see when I have free time. Hearing that, she snorted coldly. Our Luoshu manor is full of women. We won't let you be at a disadvantage. Lin Shushue scolded her. Luo Rushuang. Seeing this, she just chuckled softly. Lin Shushue had no choice but to say, this child is insensible. Please forgive her rudeness. Junior sister. We'll be leaving now. Come back to visit the sect often in the future. Lin Zian walked over to her and said, Senior sister, I'll walk you for a bit. Seeing that the women had left, Su Tianyi and Xiao Yifeng finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Xiao Yifeng spoke up. Master, your disciple wishes to ask you for a favor. He asked grumpily. This brat. What is it now? He tried to speak softly. It's like this. Your disciple won some spirit stones from the Supreme Elder. But I'm too embarrassed to go and claim them. I hope Master will accompany me. Su Tianyi immediately scolded. Nonsense. That's the Supreme Elder. How can you be so disrespectful to your master and elders? I absolutely will not agree. He deliberately turned to leave and said, You're right. Then I'll just have to give up the 60,000 spirit stones I won from the Supreme Elder. Hearing that, he immediately stopped him. Wait, Xiao Yifeng. Let out a humph. Su Tianyi clenched his fists. He said with a very righteous expression, In my opinion, although the amount of money is not important, as a senior, one cannot take the wealth of a junior. With that, as if afraid he wouldn't go, he ran over and grabbed his hand, saying, Let's go. You lead the way. No, let me lead you there. It'll be faster that way. Xiao Yifeng cried out helplessly. Hey, master, slow down. In the sect's courtyard, the voices of several disciples rang out. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Martial Uncle. The Supreme Elder sat on an armchair with a majestic air, scolding loudly. Well done, Su Tianyi. Did you send your disciple to ruin me? Su Tianyi cupped his hands, maintaining a friendly attitude as he replied. Listen to you. How would I know about this? But back when I was an outer sect disciple, I lost a pile of spirit stones to you. I didn't say anything either, right? With that, he paused for a moment, pointed at Xiao Yifeng, and continued. It's just that my disciple came to me to borrow spirit stones earlier. As his master, I couldn't be stingy, so I lent him everything. Who knew the boy would run to your place to gamble? If I had known earlier, I would have definitely stopped him. The Supreme Elder was so angry he jumped up from his chair, pointing straight at his face and shouting. I see you're two of kind. Su Tianyi, still smiling, tried to calm his anger. Martial Uncle, please calm down. Do you still remember? When I want to get my spirit stones back before. Martial Uncle even said that we cultivators should prioritize our word. If you lose, you have to accept it. Then, in a flash, that smile vanished, replaced by a provocative tone. Hey, Martial Uncle, you're not trying to welsh on your debt, are you? That sentence was like adding fuel to the fire, making the Supreme Elder even angrier. Nonsense. I'm a dignified Supreme Elder. What have I ever owed a junior money? Jindo, bring me a storage ring. Hearing the order, Jindo couldn't help but worry. 10. Supreme Elder. That's almost all of your savings. He turned his head back angrily and shouted, Let's talk. Go get it. He had no choice but to hurry off to follow the Supreme Elder's order. Yes, tears streamed down his face like a river, his heart aching with pain. In my storage ring, each ring has 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. 10 rings mean 30,000. Tell your disciple to take it later. Suddenly, Xiao Yifeng raised his hand to voice his opinion. Supreme Elder, you owe me 60,000. You're still short 30,000. He glanced at him, hesitating slightly as he mentioned, I don't have enough spirit stones at the moment. Later, when I have them, I will definitely not short you. Su Qianni glanced at him, putting on an air of reminding a disciple who didn't know his place. Disciple, you are in the wrong here. The Supreme Elder is a dignified senior. How could he owe you money? You have no respect for your elders at all. Then, a smile with a hint of mockery appeared on his lips as he continued. Martial uncle, rest assured. Your word is your bond. The fact that you paid back 30,000 in one go for the 60,000 you owe my disciple. I will definitely tell the other senior and junior brothers. Let them know what it means to lead by example. The Supreme Elder didn't expect this request and was a bit surprised. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yifeng, giving a direct order without waiting for him to process the story. Xiao Yifeng, come back with me now. He looked sad, as if he had just been scolded, and replied softly, Yes, master. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the Supreme Elder called them back. Wait. Tianni turned his head, looking like a concerned person, and asked kindly, Is there anything else, martial uncle? He cleared his throat slightly, obviously not wanting his reputation to be affected by the debt. I'm out of spirit stones, but I still have a treasure that can be used as collateral. As for owing a junior money, don't tell anyone outside. He showed a surprised expression and held up 3 fingers. Martial uncle, that's 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. What treasure could be worth that much? As soon as Su Tianni finished speaking, the Supreme Elder threw Xiao Yifeng a spirit stone. Take it. He looked down at the stone in his hand, a little curious. This is... Su Tianni was quick-witted and immediately shouted. This is a Xiantian spirit treasure. The 9 Revolutions Pearl. Kid, hurry up and thank the Supreme Elder. Upon hearing this, his eyes widened even more. A Xiantian spirit treasure. A sense of joy quickly filled Xiao Yifeng's heart. A Xiantian spirit treasure is second only to a divine weapon. One could even say they're the necessary materials for forging divine weapons. This is something that cannot be exchanged for, no matter how many top-grade spirit stones you have. This time, I've hit the jackpot. He quickly cupped his hands towards him and shouted, Thank you, Supreme Elder. But the Supreme Elder seemed to want nothing more to do with Yifeng's group and quickly shooed them away. Hurry up, take the spirit stones and get out. Don't let me see you again. Tianni grinned from ear to ear and quickly dragged him away. Yes, we're leaving right now. As they walked, he discussed with Xiao Yifeng. I have to say, the Supreme Elder has quite a few benefits, huh? 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Unexpectedly, he threw all the rings over to him and instructed. Xiao Feng, you take these spirit stones. This amount of spirit stones is more than the total spirit stones of the entire sect. However, Xiao Yifeng quickly handed 4 rings back to Su Tianni and smiled lightly. Master, this time was thanks to you. Otherwise, how could I have claimed so much? Of these 4 rings, you take 3. As for the remaining one, please exchange it for some pills that I can use. Clutching the rings in his hand, he nodded and replied, I won't be polite with you then. This kid is now the richest person in YA Hall, so I'll take a little from you. Suddenly, Tianni patted his shoulder and spoke in a low voice. All right, when the time comes, if your master's wife asks you, how many spirit stones I took, you know what to say, right? Xiao Yifeng gave a very standard answer. I only gave master 2 rings, and 1 ring was used to buy pills for me. He chuckled and praised him endlessly. Good. Today's help was not in vain. Truly worthy of being my good disciple. Then he turned around, and before leaving, he didn't forget to give some instructions. All right, I'll be heading back first. If you need my help with anything in the future, just say the word. He cupped his hands respectfully and bid farewell. Take care, master. Watching Su Tianni's figure disappear like the wind, he couldn't help but sigh. To hide his private funds. It's not easy for master either. 3 years later, in the large courtyard of the sect, Xiang Tianji's voice was heard seriously instructing the other disciples. Put some spirit into it for me. You can't even endure this little bit of hardship? He crossed his arms behind his back, his face devoid of any emotion as he said loudly. As the new group of disciples of YA Hall in these 3 years, you must first train your fundamentals. This is the first lesson in cultivation. One of them spoke up weakly. Eldest senior brother, Xiang Tiangu looked down and replied softly through his nose. Despite his whole body trembling from the horse stance, the disciple decided to ask his question. I want to ask, Where did senior brother Xiao, the strongest below the Golden Core realm, go? Seeing this, the others also started clamoring. Yes, 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 yes. I also want to ask, where did the champion of the martial arts tournament go? I haven't seen him since I joined the sect. I also came to YA Hall because of him. He just let out a soft sigh and cleared his throat to answer. Xiao Yifeng is currently in seclusion, breaking through to the Golden Core realm. You will have a chance to meet him later. His voice returned to its usual cold state. Now, continue your training for me. No slacking off. Do you understand? The disciples shouted in unison. However, Xiang Tiango on the side was also rubbing his chin and mumbling. This kid, he clearly hasn't reached the Golden Core yet. But his reputation is even greater than mine. Is this the influence of the martial arts tournament? At this moment, Su Mo appeared from nowhere and called out to him softly. Senior brother Xiang. Xiang Tiangu turned his head to look at her, asking with some curiosity. Junior sister, Su Mo? Are you bringing pills for junior brother Xiao? She nodded, not avoiding the question at all. As requested by junior brother Xiao, he said he needs a special pill from Guanghan Hall to help with his breakthrough. So I brought it personally. He was also very kind and pointed in a nearby direction for her. Junior brother Xiao is in the cave dwelling on the back mountain. Just go straight in. Su Mo cupped her hands in thanks. Thank you. Xiang Tiangu tilted his head back and looked at her fleeting figure for a long time. He returned to his usual stern demeanor and mumbled softly. I don't know why that kid, Xiao Yifeng, suddenly needs ice-type materials. The matter of mixed spiritual roots is really complicated. In just a moment, Su Mo had returned and even said a special goodbye to him. Senior brother Xiang, I've delivered the pills. I'll be returning to report now. Xiang Tiangu also smiled and cupped his hands in reply. Take care. Please send my regards to Marshal Aunt Guanghan. Su Mo shot through the air like the wind. When she reached a high cliff, she suddenly stopped and hid. A golden token appeared in Su Mo's hand. She looked at it and spoke in a low voice. Junior brother Xiao, I have avoided others and brought you out of YA Hall, as you requested. She sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and continued. Master wants me to do my best to help you. But who would have thought that you would hide in the ruins of a cave dwelling and sneak away? At this moment, inside the Reincarnation Immortal Abode, Xiao Yifeng was standing on a boat, smiling as he replied. Senior sister, you flatter me. It's just that I've had a few fortunate encounters in the past. His demeanor was very relaxed, not at all strained. Thanks to senior sister Su Mo guarding outside, I still have a few things to take care of. Suddenly, the old man on the boat touched a rock with his staff, causing the boat to stop by the shore. He turned his head to look at the old man and said respectfully, It seems we've arrived. Taoist Ling Yun. Thank you. The old man silently watched as Xiao Yifeng coolly turned and left. He continued to walk deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Xiao Yifeng stopped in front of a stone lying quietly on the ground. Found it. This is the stone tablet that fell down before. This time, I've finally collected them all. He stretched out his hand, and a faint spiritual energy appeared around it. Very quickly, the stone jumped into Xiao Yifeng's hand. He clenched the stone in his hand, and the spiritual energy seemed to grow even stronger. In a flash, the stone in Xiao Yifeng's hand disappeared, replaced by a bright flame. This time, I have about 90% control over the Reincarnation Immortal Abode. Although I don't know why it's still a little short. It's enough for now. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to meditate. A gentle breeze blew past his closed eyes. At this moment, in another place, a small mouse was quietly sunbathing on a high mound of earth. Suddenly, a hand reached out and caught it. It was Luo Fun, looking ragged and exhausted, clutching the mouse. Her eyes radiated a murderous aura, as if she had lost all reason. Got you. Suddenly, a voice from behind made her jump in surprise. Fairy Luo, long time no see. Have you been well? Luo Fun turned her head and saw the tall figure of Xiao Yifeng. Her whole body trembled, and she gritted her teeth, hissing through them. It's you, Wuchen. He showed no signs of wanting to fight, a smile still on his lips. Does Fairy Luo still want to kill me? Suddenly, she unexpectedly turned and knelt before Xiao Yifeng. Luo Fun bowed low to the ground, to his surprise. Her voice trembled weakly as she spoke. Luo Fun is willing to accept Senior Brother Wuchen as my master. She raised her head to look at him, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded pitifully. As long as Master is willing to take Luofen out, Luofen will do anything. I beg you, Master. Xiao Yifeng rubbed his chin for a moment, thinking to himself, this immortal abode has the power to erode one's Tao heart. It seems this woman has been taught quite a lesson. He glanced down at her obedient figure and began to have his own plans. Right now, I'm short on manpower. The strength of that brother and sister pair is too weak. He coolly waved his hand and spoke. All right, get up first. Follow me to a place. However, Luofen's face showed a look of disbelief as she asked hesitantly, Wuchen, Master, have you completely controlled this immortal abode? He summoned a portal and stepped through it, chuckling softly. Don't ask so many questions. If you want to get out, just follow me. She obediently stood up and followed Xiao Yifeng through the portal. Seeing the magnificent room behind the portal made her a little curious. He sat on the couch, lifted his teacup, and smiled as he said, You said you wanted to accept me as your master. Shouldn't you show some sincerity? Luofen's mouth fell open, speechless. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her hands skillfully removed her clothes. Finner understands. Her clothes fell gently to the ground, carrying a hint of ambiguity. She stood before him, her voice seductive as she spoke. I am ready. Master can enjoy Finner at any time. Xiao Yifeng's face quickly darkened a few shades. Very good. Then I won't be polite. He shouted loudly and struck out, causing Luofen to gasp. Look here. Yifeng's gaze was fixed on her smooth, white back as he said softly. It's not over yet. You have to endure it. Immediately after, her whole body flushed red, and sweat poured down like rain. What is this feeling? Very quickly, Xiao Yifeng happily exclaimed. All right, it's done. Luofen turned her head, in surprise, to look behind her. She was a little hesitant before the hidden power that had just been transferred into her shoulder. This is, Xiao Yifeng explained with a proud look, a life and death command talisman. From now on, your life and death are within a single thought of mine. He reached out and summoned the teleportation portal from before, carefully instructing her. For the next few days, you will cultivate and recover here. In a few days, I will take you out of this place. Luofen, having just finished dressing, bowed her head respectfully. Finner will remember. Yifeng's footsteps suddenly stopped, and he gently gave one last instruction. Oh right, there's one more thing. My name isn't Wuchen. My real name is Xiao Yifeng. Knowing this made her respect him even more. Xiao Yifeng, no wonder. No wonder you weren't afraid to make a life-bound oath with me back then. The scene changes to Su Mo, who is meditating. In a flash, Xiao Yifeng appeared before her, looking completely at ease. She stood up from the ground and remarked softly, Such methods. Junior brother, you truly hide your talents well. He cupped his fist towards Su Mo in a respectful gesture and replied, Senior sister, you praise me too much. This time, I must thank you, senior sister. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so convenient for me to sneak out of YA Hall. A slight smile curved her lips as she praised him. It was Master who instructed me to assist you with all my strength. After all, it's not convenient for her to come and look after you often. However, in her heart, Suemo already had some suspicions about this excessive concern. Master cares for junior brother Xiao in every possible way. Could the rumor about him being her illegitimate son be true? The two of them stood facing each other. Xiao Yifeng suddenly said, I understand. But next, I have to make a trip to the 10,000 Buddha Nation. Senior sister, what are your plans? The smile on Sumo's beautiful face deepened as she kindly advised him. The 10,000 Buddha Nation is a long and arduous journey. As it happens, I also have some matters to attend to outside. Why don't I escort you for a part of the way? However, she had already sighed to herself. Who asked me to be Master's personal disciple? Babysitting for her is what I ought to do. Xiao Yifeng scratched his head and smiled gratefully. In that case, thank you, senior sister. Even so, he was a little curious about Sumo's attitude. I feel like the way she looks at me is a bit strange. At this time, on the border of the 10,000 Buddha Nation, two streaks of light suddenly flashed across the sky. Meanwhile, a father and daughter were leisurely enjoying the scenery on a gourd treasure, as if they had all the time in the world. They may have looked relaxed, but behind them, a group of fierce pursuers was chasing them, roaring in anger. You two thieves! Stop right there! Hearing this, The girl was not to be outdone. She immediately put her hands on her hips and yelled back at them. Only an idiot would stop. However, when she spoke to her father, she couldn't hide the worry in her heart. Father, they're catching up. His face was flushed. It was impossible to tell how much he had drunk. He just casually reassured his young daughter. I know. Still got a few sips left. Wait a minute. And yet, after just a few more sips, he was dead drunk, lying there with a satisfied grin. Huh, so refreshing. It seemed that a girl like her would have to face this group alone, as they had already caught up, their voices full of challenge. Stop. Let's see where you can run. One after another, they surrounded and attacked, condemning the father and daughter. You two thieves! How dare you barge into our master's tomb, disturbing the ley lines of our sect? You're dead meat. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore and shouted at them as if splashing water in their faces. What do you know? The place where your master is buried is a grave of slaughter. The killing intent is very strong. If you don't change the terrain of that place in less than 2 years, he'll come out to have a drink with you. However, her actions only annoyed him further, and he directly gave the order. It's obvious you want to steal our sect's treasures, disturbing our master, and you still speak so righteously. Plapava to die. Charge. Capture them. In this situation, he couldn't pretend to be unconscious any longer. He sighed helplessly and sat up. Then he stood proudly in the middle of the enemy's encirclement and slowly executed a technique, causing his aura to envelop them. None of them had anticipated this and were filled with panic and worry. What is this? This is bad. It's a long-range illusion technique. However, among this group of fools, one who didn't know his own limits arrogantly said, "Watch me break this fog." The whole group suddenly pointed in unison towards a direction in the distance, shouting to each other. Over there, after them. Their incompetence made him sigh in disappointment. Sigh. They can't even recognize an illusion. The new generation of the Tianjue sect is truly inferior to the last. Thinking of this, old memories flooded his mind, and he recounted them with nostalgia. In the previous generation, I remember their disciples who could at least chase me for the time it takes 2 incense sticks to burn. The girl felt like he had set her up for a test, and asked with a pout, "Father, you're so powerful. Why didn't you use this trick earlier? You made me get chased for so long." Hearing his precious daughter speak so ungratefully, he didn't hold back, and knocked her hard on the head, reminding her, "This trick is too heaven-defying. Using it too much will shorten my lifespan. Are you wishing for your father to die early?" She cried out in grievance. Ouch. In addition, he also explained it to her patiently. Besides, this trick can't fool everyone. Right, you two? You've been following me for so long. Isn't it time to come out? Just then, Xiao Yefeng and Suemo finally appeared, smiling sheepishly. As expected, nothing can be hidden from the eyes of a senior. As soon as she saw them, she put her hands on her hips and asked cautiously, "Who are you? Could you be the elders of the Tianjue sect?" However, he immediately dismissed that thought and asked back, "What are you thinking? The Tianjue sect doesn't have such handsome disciples." Only then did she scratch her head and admit shyly, "That's true." Xiao Yifeng also politely introduced himself directly. "Senior is joking. We two juniors are disciples of the Wentian sect. We saw that Senior was in trouble. We wanted to see if we could lend a hand." Unexpectedly, Senior had already driven them away. For some reason, seeing that handsome face, her stance immediately changed, and she leaned into his ear and affirmed, "Dad, I believe them. These two are definitely good people." This made him a little incredulous, and he asked with wide, surprised eyes, "Are you so sure?" Hearing this, her eyes immediately lit up, and she pointed at Xiao Yifeng, full of trust. "He's so handsome and dashing. How could he be a bad person?" He was so helpless with this daughter of his that he could only hold his head in despair and explain, "The art of physiognomy I taught you is not meant to be used like that." Now, Suemo had some questions and cautiously spoke up. "Senior, why were those people making things difficult for you two just now?" Seeing that they were not bad people, he didn't hide anything and recounted. "It was nothing. We were just passing by their sect and saw that their tomb area had too much yin energy. Their ancestor was likely to rise from the dead, so I just changed our ley lines for them. Unfortunately, the young people nowadays really don't appreciate people's kindness." She truly couldn't hide her surprise after hearing these words, and the corners of her lips trembled as she stammered, Change the ley lines? A skill like this. Finally, having guessed his special identity, Su Imo bowed her head and saluted respectfully. This junior pays her respects to the Grandmaster of the Tianji sect. Xiao Yifeng also vaguely realized, his face showing a bit of disbelief as he exclaimed in admiration. Tianji, so you are the current generation's itinerant member of the Tianji sect. At this point, he could only helplessly and honestly express. That's why I say, disciples from large sects like you are too troublesome. You're always exposing other people's identities. But meeting is fate. I don't mind giving you two a piece of advice. The two of them then replied expectantly. Please speak, senior. Please give us your guidance. First, he gave Suemo a useful piece of advice. Young lady, if you want to gain something from this trip, you must go north. When you encounter water, enter it. You'll have a harvest. This made her exclaim in surprise. The north? Then his gaze turned to Xiao Yifeng, and he stroked his chin, smiling meaningfully as he advised. As for this young master, you plant a flower with intention, but the flower does not bloom. You casually stick a willow branch in the ground, and the willow grows into a forest. After the Tianji father and daughter finished talking with him, they bid farewell and left. Take care, you two. If fate allows, we will meet again. The father and daughter's gourd quickly flew into the sky, continuing their journey. Suemo watched them go and remarked, Senior Tianji is truly an outstanding person. Wuchen then asked about her intentions. Senior sister, what are your plans next? Sumopandiv. She thought about what the father had just said and made a decision. Since Senior Tianji said so, I plan to follow his advice. I'll go to the north to train and see. Wuchen, having understood his senior sister's intentions, agreed. He stated his next intentions. That's good. Then why don't we part ways here? We'll meet again at the Wentian sect later. What do you think? The young lady remembered her master's instructions. As she reached into her sleeve, she relayed. Master said, if we separate, I must give this to you. Hearing his senior sister say this, Wuchen was very curious. Oh, Suemo held out a mini human-shaped doll. Here, it's this. Xiao Yifeng stared at the doll in Sumo's hand. He asked, pointing at it, did she make this recently? Why does it seem to be getting fatter and fatter? Although his words were a bit blunt, Suemo also had to admit, I think so too. After giving the doll to her junior brother as her master instructed, she bid farewell and left. Then we'll meet again at the sect later. He also waved goodbye. Goodbye, senior sister Suemo. As soon as his senior sister was out of sight, at this moment Xiao Yifeng was holding the doll in his hand. He voiced his speculation. Dianji Li Dou Feng. He appeared here. Was it intentional after all? The scene shifts to the father and daughter after bidding farewell to Su Imo and Xiao Yifeng. Tianji and his daughter were still drifting on their journey. The daughter asked her father in confusion, Father, why did you run away so fast after reading that senior brother's fate? You're acting completely different from usual. Tianji held a wine jug in his hand. He glanced at his daughter with a warning look. A little girl like you wouldn't understand. That brat's destiny is extremely bizarre. It is a grafted death destiny. This is the second time I've ever seen it. In short, I don't want to get anywhere near him. The daughter grew more curious the more she listened. The second time? Then who was the first? Tianji found her questions annoying and looked for an excuse to end the conversation. Enough, enough. Stop asking. Just know that you shouldn't get close to him in the future either. This kind of destiny is extremely ominous. Seeing her father turn his face away, refusing to answer her question, the daughter dejectedly agreed. At the Wanfo Kingdom, inside the Zihong Tavern, figures were standing outside the door. It seemed the two guests wanted a room, but the waiter refused because they were full. Apologies, valued guests. Our place is fully booked today. Hearing the waiter's excuse, the young man seemed to understand their tricks. He took out a gold ingot, tossing it lightly in his hand. Oh, not even a single spot left? Seeing the guest pull out gold, the waiter's attitude changed instantly. He replied respectfully, There is. The waiter made up an excuse. As he led them upstairs, I suddenly remembered, there's still one spot on the second floor. Please this way, valued guests. These two guests were none other than Luo Yun and Xiao Yifeng. Fairy Luo Yun was confused as to why he brought her to a tavern. Master, why do we come here? He immediately explained and gave her instructions. The Buddha bathing festival is approaching. This place is going to get very lively. When the time comes, just follow my orders. Understood? Luo Yin was grateful to him for saving her during her difficult times. I am grateful that Master was willing to let me out of the Immortal Abode. No matter what the request is, Luo Yin will fulfill it. The waiter led the two into a room. Respectfully, two valued guests. Please. Xiao Yifeng sat at the table. Sipping some wine, he recalled the waiter's initial refusal and got curious. Waiter, why is your place suddenly fully booked? The waiter answered honestly. Guest, the Buddha bathing festival of the Wanfo Kingdom is coming soon. Nobles and lords from all over have reserved spots to watch the performances. Our tavern is in a prime location. Naturally, it's very popular. Satisfied with the information about the situation, Xiao Yifeng dismissed the waiter. Got it. You can go to your work. The waiter bowed respectfully to this generous guest. Yes, he immediately recalled the events of his past life, planning a way to prevent it from happening. It seems at this point in time, everything is still salvageable. In my past life, the demonic giant, Star Saint Hall, used this Buddha bathing festival to release two great devils, Wang Matzi and Li Feiyu. They caused endless slaughter. This time, I must prevent this from happening. After all, back then, it was precisely this event that caused the Ask Heaven sect to suffer great damage to its vitality. But at this moment, Xiao Yifeng remembered Tianji's words before they parted. The question kept circling in his mind. Tianji said, I have the heart to plant flowers, but the flowers won't bloom. Could he be referring to this matter? Outside, a voice spoke up. Miss, this humble one would like to offer you a drink. Turns out, this guy was Yichun. He was flirting with Luo Yun. Such beauty, miss. This humble one has never seen the likes of it before. To have the honor of meeting you today is truly the luck of a lifetime. Faced with this situation, Luo Yun was a bit flustered. Suddenly, a wine cup flew over. The cup smashed straight into Yichun's cup with a loud clack. The force of the throw was so great, it sent Yichun stumbling back. The owner of that wine cup was none other than Xiao Yifeng. He had heard all the sweet nothings the guy just spouted. He looked at Yichun with disdain. Sorry, I don't have a habit of yielding my maids to others. Yichun recognized him. He greeted him respectfully. Oh, so it's a Golden Core senior here. This junior has been rude. Please excuse my departure. Seeing him leave, Xiao Yifeng immediately alerted Luo Yun. This place is crowded and complicated. It seems we should find a more suitable spot. Having just experienced a surprise situation, she completely obeyed him. Master is absolutely right. Yichun stood outside, watching their silhouettes inside. He stared intently. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. He muttered darkly, just an early-stage Golden Core. Huh. Luo Yun silently followed Xiao Yifeng out for a while. After a long time, she finally mustered enough courage to speak up and explain. Master, that person just now, flirting with me? Please don't be angry. But he didn't say a word, only raising a hand to signal silence. She was confused. Xiao Yifeng looked at her with gentle eyes and said, We should still find a place with fewer people, to give that sissy some space to perform. On the bridge, Yichun, who was sneaking after them, suddenly lost their trail. He scratched his head, bewildered. They were just here a moment ago. Where did they go? Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. Are you looking for us? Yichun turned around, awkwardly making up an excuse. Ah, yes. Just now, you two dropped something in the tavern. I just wanted to return it to you. Suddenly, Xiao Yifeng placed his hand on her waist, pulling her close, and looked at him coldly. Oh, what item? He pretended to search for something in his robes. Wait a moment, I will. Actually, there was nothing. He played a childish trick, pointing a finger to distract them, then said, Returning it to you now. Xiao Yifeng and Luo Yun looked at him with deadpan expressions. He teased, Is that it? Yichun repeated calmly. That's right. That's it. Suddenly, a stream of green poisonous mist appeared from nowhere, attacking them. She panicked and turned to him anxiously. What? Master, be careful. This poison mist seals the meridians. Because the mist was too potent, both were quickly knocked down. Yichun laughed gloatingly at them, then spoke in a sinister voice. Do you feel your whole body drained of strength? Dizzy and sleepy? He reassured them. Don't worry. In the hands of the Saint Handflower Picker, Yichun, no male cultivator has ever survived. I will send you on your way immediately. Her face now looked haggard and exhausted. She looked at him with difficulty. Yichun, you are that lecher from the Star Saint Hall who harmed countless female cultivators? He was very smug, stroking his chin as he replied. Oh my, so, my reputation has spread that far? Later, I'll let you experience earthly paradise, big sister. Xiao Yifeng warned him. Aren't you afraid my sect will come to settle the score? He laughed brazenly. Afraid of what? You're gonna die. As for this fairy, after I'm done, I'll make sure she remembers nothing. Luo Yun's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Yichen spoke in a provocative tone. Besides, how can you be sure the me you see right now is my true face? All right, enough talk. Can't waste any more time. He immediately threw his fan forward. A hand effortlessly blocked the attack. Xiao Yifeng nimbly snatched the fan from his hand. He gaped at Xiao Yifeng in shock. What? Yichen rushed forward to snatch the fan back, but he was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air by Xiao Yifeng. He struggled, clawing at Xiao Yifeng's hand, screaming in panic. Let go. Xiao Yifeng spoke coldly, showing no mercy. Want to live? Then right now? You only have one choice. Then he widened his eyes, commanding him. Possess me. W what? Did I not speak clearly? Yi Chun, in pain, craned his neck trying to escape. He repeated the demand once more. Possess me. Otherwise, he didn't forget to threaten. Die right now. Xiao Yifeng squeezed his neck harder and harder, forcing him to choose quickly. Decide now. Possession or death? Yichen closed his eyes, secretly using a spell to transfer his soul into Xiao Yifeng's body. A blinding golden mist slowly invaded Xiao Yifeng's body. At this moment, Xiao Yifeng seemed dazed, allowing the mist to wrap around and infiltrate him. Luoyin called out worriedly. Master. Just then, Xiao Yifeng opened his eyes. His expression was completely strange. It frightened Luo Yun. Feeling a surge of uneasiness, she asked. Who are you exactly? Xiao Yifeng now seemed like a different person, answering with cold cruelty. Guess. If you guess wrong, I'll eat you right now. But Luo Yun, being intelligent, immediately realized he was just acting and smiled. Master is so naughty. Teasing your servant again. Xiao Yifeng couldn't help but be surprised. How did you guess it was me? Wasn't I supposed to be possessed by Yi Chun? Luo Yun looked at him affectionately and replied softly. If it were really that guy, he wouldn't bother asking. He would have attacked directly. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, I still have a lot to learn. On how to become a lecher. He held out his hand, giving her a small yellow fruit. Here, this is the antidote I took from his storage bag. Take it first. Luo Yun gratefully accepted it. Thank you, master. Xiao Yifeng used a fire technique, conjuring a blazing fireball. He carefully controlled it in his hand. Then he pushed the fireball towards where Yi Chen's body was sitting. He picked up a mysterious white mask and said, On Yi Chen's person, there sure are quite a few masks like this. Xiao Yifeng fitted the mask onto his face and asked her, Look, do I look like him? In an instant, he had transformed into Yi Chun. Luo Yun was astonished. Not as handsome as master, but why do you have to disguise yourself as that lecher? He looked at Yi Chen's body being consumed by the fire and replied, Next, I'm about to do something quite dangerous. Using another identity to avoid risk is the best option. Xiao Yifeng picked up Yi Chen's fan. Fanning himself, he said, It just so happens I want to visit the Yuan High Kingdom to find a pair of siblings. Luo Yun was shocked and asked him, Master intends to leave me behind and go alone? He used the fan to lift her chin and said, Otherwise what? Am I afraid you'll run away? Luo Yun knew he was joking, so she sighed in relief. Master, honestly, this servant already has master's mark. I have become master's shadow. He closed his eyes, awkwardly reminding her. Ahem. Next time, can you change your phrasing? Luo Yun obediently replied. Yes. Then this servant will take her leave first. Watching her figure depart, he thought to himself, Next, I can safely go investigate the matter of Li Feiyu and Wang Matzi. At this moment, he was still in the form of Yi Chun. His body slowly rose into the air. He pondered, based on the current timeline, Wang Matzi should be suppressed at the Heavenly Buddha Pagoda. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the forest. Someone was fighting. Xiao Yifeng watched the scene before him intently, wondering, Oh, Yi Chen's memories tell me. Isn't that my senior sister by Shui Xin? A girl in a yellow dress spoke up with a warning voice. Sect Master Yin, you'd better stop resisting. Obediently hand over the item, and I might let you go. Yin Tianxin, looking angry and frustrated, retorted. Don't even think about it. The treasury inheritance. I will absolutely never hand it over to you. The girl in the yellow dress spoke in a seductive voice. Yin Tianqin, it seems you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then I'll have to take you down below to play for a bit. Let's see if you can still be so tough then. Then she turned to threaten the disciples. All disciples of the moon viewing sect, listen up. If you surrender, not only will you have a chance to survive, but you might even get to enjoy your master. And Mo Shuiyao was also present there. Her face filled with indignation, she replied defiantly. I spit on you, which we won't be provoked by you. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out from nowhere. I surrender, leaving everyone witnessing it stunned and shocked. That person spread his arms, volunteering. I am willing to surrender. Just don't kill me.